Chapter 526 The Perfect New Home. After Robin left, Leon began to move all the old house and the things in the kitchen into this wooden house. Fortunately, the kegs in reality can be moved away directly, and it will not affect the wine brewed inside, otherwise Leon would suffer heavy losses. After the bucket was moved, the rest were the furniture and beds in the old house, as well as the things in the treasure chest. The treasure chest was filled with things and could not be moved away, so Leon could only build a box again and began to use the system backpack to transfer supplies, and soon moved the old house. Looking at this old house, Leon was quite moved. I hope my grandfather knows that I have demolished his old house and will not send a dream to scare me in the middle of the night. However, Leon was just complaining about this and was not worried at all, because he rebuilt a big house for the sake of the future. No matter how nostalgic grandfather was, he would not be able to stop Leon from getting married and starting a business for this matter. Instead, he would definitely laugh happily. After finally moving the ice sculptures of rhubarb into the new wooden house, Leon put on an open-air shower and took a shower, and went to bed. It was dawn that Leon did not face the sun this time, so seeing, the new wooden house has excellent ceiling, the windows are not big, and it is breathable, but it is difficult to enjoy the sunlight in the room. However, during special periods, it only takes a few days to hold on here before Leon can move to a new house, so he didn't care much. After getting up and completing the daily farm work, Robin drove over with a pickup truck while Leon was cooking in the kitchen. After having breakfast with Leon, Robin began to work. Originally, Leon wanted to help, but seeing that Robin was alone, he handled everything in an orderly manner, and it was not a manual work at all. It was all based on family inheritance. Leon gave up this idea. After learning that Robin had already brought lunch himself and didn't need to worry about it, Leon left the farm and went to the mine to continue his deep exploration of the mine. When it was almost dark, Leon returned to the farm with his backpacked mineral stones and gemstones, mushroom fiber coal and other wood. There was no trace of Robin in the farm. Only the old house and the kitchen were completely removed, and the email and shipping boxes were moved by Robin to the wooden house where Leon was temporarily living. The location of the old house had been cleared and a deep pit of the boss was dug out, as if preparing for the cellar and foundation. And in this deep pit, Leon also saw several pipes built by Robin, and it is hard to imagine that this is Robin's workload every day. I am worthy of being the #1 carpenter in Stardew Valley. I deserve to be rich with this efficiency. After complaining about this, Leon took a shower, then stored the things in his backpack in a treasure chest, then rode his bike to the Star Fruit Bar for dinner, and finally came back to sleep. In the next few days, Leon basically got up early and went straight to the mine after finishing his work. Robin was not idle either. He was improving his new house in Leon every day. Every time Leon comes back, he can see the progress of his new home. The foundation was laid on the second day, and the wine cellar had begun to take shape. The first floor was completed on the third day, the second floor was topped off on the fourth day, and the fifth day was painted with a layer of blue-gray wall paint. The inner layer was covered with floor tiles, the second floor was paved with wooden floors, and beautiful and elegant wallpaper was pasted on the wall. On the sixth day, all kinds of furniture were stuffed directly, and everything was sorted out. Leon didn't need to prepare anything, and he could get the bag and check in directly. How is it, are you still satisfied? After Robin took Leon around the new house for a while, he couldn't wait to hear Lion's sense of his new house. Very perfect, much better than I expected," Leon exclaimed sincerely. After all, Robin's layout and considerations are really great. He basically has everything he should have. He even has a 2*2 bath in the bathroom, and is equipped with an automated water discharge system and professional equipment such as boilers. The 2 water discharge ports can freely adjust the water temperature. As long as Leon wants, he can even take a hot spring at home in winter. The kitchen is also extremely well designed, with refrigerators, ovens and dishwashers available. The cabinets and dining tables are all made of solid wood, the living room is covered with carpets, and each area has matching lights and sockets, and some space is also reserved for Leon to allocate it by himself. The rooms on the second floor also have their own characteristics and styles. The interior decoration style of each room is based on the season. The main bedroom is spring style, the second bedroom is summer style, the room is winter style, the baby room is autumn style, and there are also preparations for cribs and cradles. The corners of the room are also wrapped in soft packaging in advance and are laid with pure wool carpets to highlight the thoughtfulness. Not to mention that Robin only quoted 80,000 yuan, even Leon felt it was reasonable. After all, what I could have thought of, and what I didn't expect, Robin helped me think of it, especially the master bedroom, which should have been a double bed, but Robin designed it as a super big bed for 4 people to lie horizontally. The 4-piece set was also pink and purple. The house decoration was also in line with the romantic style of spring, making people feel the atmosphere when they stayed inside. It is very consistent with the style of spring being a season for reproduction, which makes Leon admire Robin a little. It is worthy of being a married woman. Robin knows how to be interested. It's good to be satisfied, it's not in vain that I've been busy for so long. Robin was very happy to hear Lion's answer. After all, until now, she herself felt that this house might be the most attentive arrangement. If Leon said she didn't like it, she would really serve Leon with old fists. It's time to settle the payment, can you swipe your card? The house acceptance was fine, so Leon naturally had to pay. If he paid, he had no cash. If Robin could not swipe his card, he could only contact Gale of the Yuan-Seeing Chamber of Commerce to send him cash. Sure. Hearing this, Robin immediately went out and took off the POS machine used to swipe the card from the car. After all, I have cooperated with various groups and urban construction. Not to mention swiping the card, you can write a check for me. Then swipe the card. Leon took out his cash card and swiped out the 8WG amount on the POS machine. Robin took out his mobile phone and began to check his account. After confirming that Lion's consumption had entered his card, he immediately reached out. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Then enjoy your first night in your new home, but don't be too excited, after all, tomorrow will be the Flower Dance Festival. After getting the money, Robin was about to leave. However, before leaving, Robin did not forget to remind Leon that tomorrow would be spent. News of the dance festival. Didn't forget. Leon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Not only Robin, but his cell phone was surprisingly lively today. Abigail, Emily, and Haley all sent him text messages to prepare for tomorrow's Flower Dance Festival. In the morning, Louis also sent a notice of Flower Dance Festival and made a call to make a second notice. Even Gus and Caroline called, and Gus even asked Leon if he had prepared a dress. If not, he could help Leon rent a set. It seems that the Flower Dance Festival cannot be held without Lion's participation, how could Leon forget? Ha ha ha, that's great, see you at the flower dance festival. See you at the flower dance festival. Chapter 527 Flower Dance Festival Day. When Robin left, Leon did not wash and sleep directly, but moved all the things in the wooden house. Except for the combination bucket and the single bed, all the things that could be moved were basically moved. I have to say that the new home is really big. The things that could fill the old house in Leon were classified and placed in the new house, but basically did not cause any trouble. The only thing that made Leon feel uncomfortable was that the home was too big and it was quite empty to live alone. However, in Leon, it was filled with water in the bathroom. After lying down, it was washed open. The 2*2 bathtub was more than 1 meter deep and there were 2 steps inside. The whole person could be completely soaked in hot water. If you want, you could even swim. It is much more comfortable than showering. If it is in winter, soak it in here and put some fruit trays on the side. Leon feels that he can stay for the whole day without leaving. After soaking for half an hour, Leon got up and rinsed it in the shower, finally wiped it dry and left the bathroom. Lying on the big bed that was enough to hold 4 people, feeling the soft mattress and the silky quilt cover, Leon rolled around the bed twice excitedly, then got up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window in the room, looking out at the view outside. If Leon wants to, he can also open the floor-to-ceiling window, because there is a small balcony outside the window. Leon feels that standing on the balcony should bring all the farm to the eye. Is this a house that can be built by 80,000 yuan? I can't even think about it. Although the price of 80,000 is not a small amount in this world, compared with the houses that cost hundreds of millions of yuan in previous lives, it is simply a full-scale crush. Leon didn't expect that one day he could own such a large house, which belongs entirely to his own. After looking at the view outside the window, Leon calmed down, tidied up the bedding on the bed, then left the master bedroom and came to the second bedroom to lie down. It is a waste to live in the master bedroom alone. Leon thinks it is better to move into the master bedroom when he has a hostess at home. At this stage, it is good to live in the second bedroom. Of course, Leon would not admit that it was because the master bedroom was too big, and he didn't want to clean it often and chose the second bedroom to be lazy. There was nothing to say all night. Early the next morning, Leon woke up from the big bed in his second bedroom, and immediately got up and went downstairs to wash. Today is the flower dance festival, but before the flower dance festival began, Leon still did not forget his farm. The flower dance festival means the end of spring and also means that summer is approaching. Most of the fields in Leon are spring crops, so Leon is still very concerned about whether these crops can mature before summer. Although Leon has made a calculation to ensure that it can mature before summer comes, but not afraid of 10,000, just one, so Leon dares not stop taking care of farm crops for a day, because if you don't water it for a day, the day when the crops mature will have to be postponed by 1 day. After watering the crops, Leon went to the chicken coop to pick up a wave of eggs and fed the chickens. These little chickens had already grown into plump and fat hens. However, even though they were all in their maturity, they still liked to gather around Leon when they appeared, stretched their necks and waited for Leon to touch them. Leon himself has never disappointed these hens, because whether it is game experience or breeding skills shared by Marnie, they all tell Leon that only by making these hens feel happy can he gain higher quality output. This is the key point, not only about the price of these eggs, but also an indispensable part of Lion's completion of community sacrifice. When the chicken coop was finished, it was the cave. The mushroom production every 3 days allowed Leon to achieve mushroom freedom, but the fruit bats did not work as hard as the mushrooms. They moved from the fruit bats to the cave, and Leon only harvested 5 gifts of wild fruits. But considering that fruit bats rarely bring raspberries that can be obtained through wild picking, most of which are produced by berries, Leon is also kind to fruit bats. After the daily work was over, Leon returned to the house, took off his regular clothes, washed them briefly, and then ran to the closet with his bare butt and changed into the dress Abigail bought for him. Although it is quite troublesome to wear, after putting it on, Leon looked in the mirror and felt that he was really handsome. The close-fitting design of this outfit perfectly highlighted Lion's figure. Leon not only looks tall and straight, but also adds some nobility to Leon out of thin air because of its embellishment in the design. After checking his clothes again, Leon changed into leather shoes, took out his bicycle, and rode towards the coal forest. It took a long time since I came to the coal forest, but Leon noticed that in order to allow the residents and tourists in the town to better arrive at the flower dance festival, the coal forest was cleared out a path without weeds and shrubs, but no stone slabs were laid or cement asphalt was poured. The only thing that is considered artificial is the guide signs with arrows. Obviously, Pelican Town or Lewis chose the latter in terms of more convenient and beautiful roads and the primitive ecology of protecting coal forests. This is pretty good. At least Leon thinks Lewis is very clear about the advantages of Stardew Valley, which is the natural style. If you ignore this feature and serve tourists and add a lot of traces of artificial construction, it will be a bit more worthwhile. Moreover, tourists seem to like this more primitive path. At least when Leon went to the flower dance festival venue, the tourists they saw when they passed by were basically not disgusted or dissatisfied on their faces. Instead, they walked happily and looked at them. Some tourists with cameras could not help but stop and take pictures. Leon was observing the tourists, and the tourists naturally noticed Leon, wearing a handsome tuxedo and a handsome face. If he didn't have the old-fashioned bicycle he rode under his crotch, he would definitely be a standard handsome guy. However, even though bicycles have become a point reduction, many female tourists who come together can't help but look at Leon. In whispers, they seem to be discussing whether this handsome guy who should be a local from Stardew Valley is single, and whether he can successfully invite him to become his dance partner at the Flower Dance Festival dance party. It's a pity that none of these lions heard, and they didn't want to hear them. When they arrived at the entrance of the Hawaiian Festival venue in the southwest of the coal forest, Leon got off the car, crossed the wooden bridge connecting the two places, and entered the Hawaiian Festival scene under the guidance of the ribbons on both sides of the road. Chapter 528, Come to the venue and have a try. This is a new area that Leon has never entered. There was no wooden bridge there before, so the 4-meter cliff formed a natural barrier. This area was obviously opened for the flower festival. There is a reason why we can choose to hold the flower dance festival here. Here, there is a large area of flat grassland, covering an area of no less than that of Leon Farm. At this moment, the grass is full of flowers, and it is much more lively than the game. In addition to Pierre, on both sides of the entrance, other vendors have set up their own stalls, and the things sold are relatively uniform. Various packaged bouquets, flower pots, flower baskets, and various dolls and balloons are basically small gifts suitable for couples to give each other. Further forward is the main venue of the Flower Dance Festival. Except for the lake in the south, there is no fence set up. Fences are set up on the other three sides to isolate the grassland of the flower dance festival and the forests on the periphery. The fences are filled with various flower baskets on both sides. The fresh flowers are of different colors and are basically blooming, making the air full of a strong fragrance of flowers. In addition to flowers, the main venue is also divided into several areas, with the most open center, which should be the reserved dance floor, while other areas have tents set up. There is a dining area, a seating area, and even a temporary medical service area. In the corner, Leon also saw traces of mobile public toilets. It was just that the appearance was beautified, so if you don't pay attention, you can't see it. It can be seen that Louis has made sufficient preparations for the planning of this flower dance festival. The existence of these facilities can basically ensure that tourists can spend the whole day without any worries. Because it was still early, there were not many people on the scene. Before it started, and there was no meal in the morning, Leon went to the dining area first and saw Gus. "Hi, Gus." "Good morning, Leon." After saying hello to Gus, Leon walked to Gus' stall and looked at the various flower-themed cakes and desserts he prepared, and asked curiously, "Don't you plan to make a barbecue stall today?" "Hey," Louis disagrees. "It's a smoky and irritating atmosphere." Gus said this with regret. "It seems that I can only wait for the Hawaiian banquet, and I won't have these concerns at that time." "Ha ha ha, is it still a meal coupon to eat when eating this time?" Leon laughed a few times, then glanced at other stalls on both sides with Gus' stall as the center, and found that many strangers had set up their own food stalls here, and asked immediately, "No, you've seen it too. This time it's an open market, with many choices and many merchants, so you're all buying whatever you want and trading directly." Gus shook his head, then looked at Leon's gaze at his stall and asked with the opportunity, "I haven't had dinner in the morning. Do you want to try my rose pudding and flour cake?" "No, it's too sweet." Leon shook his head and declined Gus' proposal. He was indeed a little hungry, but although the foods prepared by Gus looked beautiful, they were too exquisite and were all desserts, so Leon still didn't like them very much. Do you know how much the female tourists outside like these? But I also know that you are a carnivorous. Go to John's stall. He prepares meat. It just happens that he is the one with the worst sales on the restaurant street every year. You can take care of his business." Gus turned his eyes to Leon with disgust. He was very despised by Lion's statement that he was ignorant of goods, but he still helped Leon choose a merchant that suits his taste. Recommended by household. "Hehe, you still understand me, then don't blame me for not taking care of your business." Leon smiled and said to Gus, and followed Gus' guidance to find John. When he arrived at John's stall, Leon discovered that John was basically full of meat, freshly fried pork chops, stewed beef, fried chicken legs and chicken wings wrapped in breadcrumbs, boiled chicken breasts, etc. There was no green at all. "Leon, what should I eat?" Seeing Lion's appearance, John asked expressionlessly. "Come on, pork chops and put them in the bread." After watching it for a long time, Leon finally chose the most filling combination. "Hold on." The display plates placed in front of the stall are just to give customers a more intuitive choice. When it is really sold, the food ordered by the customer is freshly made, so Leon is not in a hurry and just stands aside and waits for John to complete his order. "How much is it?" I was idle, so Leon asked about the price. 6G. John said seriously, frying pork chops without looking back. Leon, who heard this price, had no trace of ink, took out 6G and threw it into John's cashier box, and continued to wait. Soon, John fried the pork chops and clamped them into the cut bread. "Do you need sauce? Sweet or salty?" Leon asked back. "Spicy." John shook his head and corrected. "Then let's do more." Lion's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly said. When John heard this request, he looked up at Leon with a rare look. He quickly brushed Lion's pork chop with a layer of reddish-brown sauce, and finally picked up the bread and stuffed it into a small bag, handed it to Leon. After taking it, Leon was burned. The newly baked pork chops and the toasted bread were quite hot, but they exuded a wheat and meaty aroma, and the tempting color made Leon salivate. After blowing twice, I took a bite and the gravy burst out from the plump steak was melted into the bread. The aroma of fat and wheat was mixed with spicy sauce, which made people feel very happy. "Yes, John, the craftsmanship is really good." Leon was quite surprised that John, the butcher, actually had such a skill in cooking. John forced a smile and nodded, responding to Leon, and then continued to stand in front of his stall in a daze. Seeing such a plain reaction, Leon did not feel ignored. It was not the first time that John had met. Leon still had some understanding of this brother. "I don't talk much, but I do things seriously." Since John doesn't like to talk, Leon naturally wouldn't force John to set up a gantry formation, eat and walk, and prepare to return to Gus' stall. But after just a few steps, Leon felt that someone had been patted behind his back, and then turned around and found that it was Sophia. "You are very handsome today." Listening to Sophia's praise, Leon also observed Sophia's outfit. Wearing a western denim breeches shirt and a cowboy hat, she doesn't look like she's here to attend a dance, but she's going on an adventure. "I have a good recommendation tomorrow, so it will explode. As for how many it will explode, I don't know. You can see the specific details tomorrow yourself. Thank you for your friends who have seen it here, thank you for your support, and I love you." Chapter 529 Gus's Deal. Your outfit is also quite distinctive. Although this outfit looks good on Sophia, considering today's theme, Leon could only barely find a reassuring description to respond to Sophia. "Hehe, want to see me wearing a dress? It's impossible. Although I can come, I don't want to be invited to dance, so if you wear such a suit, no one dares to invite me." Sophia naturally understood what Leon meant and blinked mischievously and explained. "It's also a way to deal with it." Leon knew it immediately after hearing this, and then said to Sophia. "Then what arrangements do you have? Today's flower dance festival is a whole day of activity, so you have to have some fun for yourself." "I plan to help Gus, and the second thing is to see you make a fool of yourself," Sophia replied proudly. "I'm really looking forward to the way you guy dances on the dance floor, that must be very interesting." "Then you may be disappointed, I've trained it," Leon quipped at Sophia with a smile. As long as you call me brother, I will take you to experience what a professional dancer is, provided you have to be able to dance. Who do you look down on me? I just don't like socializing, and I'm not learning dance. Sophia rolled her eyes and said, as for asking you to dance with me, forget it, I don't want to be influenced by you, I'll just be a bystander. Have you had breakfast? The food at John's stall tasted pretty good. Hearing that Sophia was sure to be a passerby, Leon did not talk much about this topic, so as not to be embarrassed, so he changed the topic. I always feel a little unhealthy when eating meat early in the morning. I'll go to Gus to take a look. Sophia shook her head and complained. Then the two of them came to Gus' stall together. Gus saw Sophia's appearance, and the smile on his face had just bloomed, but after seeing Sophia's special outfit, it went out again. The Flower Dance Festival is a very important festival. Sophia, if you do this, it will be difficult to integrate into the festive atmosphere. Listening to Gus's hint that was similar to Leon, Sophia he sighed and retold what he said to Leon to Gus. After hearing this explanation, Gus felt relieved. For him, it was already a good change for Sophia to appear in such a group activity, and Gus didn't force anything. So Sophia successfully convinced Gus and joined Gus' stall to help Gus. Although there were no customers yet, so there was nothing to be busy with, Gus still let Sophia make a fuss. Leon, you can go around. This is a festival for young people. Don't stay with me, the old guy. If you don't find a dance partner, now is your last chance. As soon as Gus finished speaking, Sophia complained, you don't have to worry about him. What he is looking for now is not a dance partner, but a schedule. As far as I know, this guy has made an appointment with more than 2 dance partners. Do you know all this? Leon was quite surprised by Sophia's intelligence ability when he heard this. When I went to Haley to play a few days ago, she told me that you only charged her money, but not Emily, and said you would treat it differently. Sophia added. It's different. I owe Emily a favor, so there is no charge. Leon explained. What does it have to do with me? Go and find your dance partners. Sophia rolled her eyes on Leon, then turned her head, not planning to look at Leon again. Leon shrugged, without explaining much, and left here directly. After Leon left, Sophia turned around, looked at Lion's back and sighed. This scene was naturally observed by Gus on the side. He looked at Sophia and then looked at Leon who was leaving. Gus spoke. I remember Sophia, you learned social dance when you were a child. Well, Uncle Gus wants to invite me to dance. Sophia nodded and then asked Gus curiously. After all, Gus suddenly talked about this topic, so there should be something to say. Then why not relieve the charm of dance? I'm not too busy here, you'll be bored if you stay here. Gus continued. No, I don't like to contact the opposite sex, it's good to stay here. Then do you hate Leon? It's not annoying. Then you can dance with Leon. I don't want it. This guy is too busy to get busy, so I won't cause trouble for him. Oh, that's it, you just don't want to cause trouble for him. Hearing this answer, Gus breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Sophia was not resisting Leon, it would be easy to say. You can help me check the stall first, I'll go to the bathroom. After temporarily handing the stall to Sophia, Gus walked towards the direction where Leon was leaving, and soon found Leon, who was sitting in the lounge area and having breakfast. "Gus, are you here to be lazy?" Seeing Gus appear, Leon quipped. "No, I just have a favor to ask you for help." Gus shook his head, then sat next to Leon, and asked. "How much does it cost to rent a dance for Haley?" "200, what's wrong?" Gus' question made Leon quite puzzled, but he still gave the answer. "Then I'll pay 200 more. After you finish dancing with Haley and Emily, how about you invite Sophia to have another dance?" Are you sure?" Leon was confused when he heard Gus say this. After all, he never expected Gus to come to him for this matter. "Well, I'm sure, will you accept it or not? I can even increase the price." Gus replied seriously. "I took it, but I don't have to spend money. Actually, I had this plan as well." Leon smiled and explained to Gus, "Since I learned that Sophia was coming to participate in the flower festival, I have this idea. After all, I can't let her really be a bystander and stay here all day, right?" When Leon and Sophia met, he had already started to talk. The original plan was that if Sophia couldn't dance, he would take Sophia to play on the dance floor and just have an participation and experience. After knowing that Sophia could dance, he had another plan. But I didn't expect Gus would come over to tell him about this matter, and he tried to cooperate with Leon in such a unique way, which made Leon a little amused. What should I say or not? Gus went with him, but he was a little outrageous about the way to advance this idea. Thank you to the book friend 1607301216166058 for the reward of the 500 starting point coins for the boss. Thank you for your support and encouragement. I love you. Chapter 530. Are you okay? It's good that you have this idea. Hearing Lion's explanation, Gus breathed a sigh of relief and then patted Lion's shoulder. I should go back, it depends on you from now on. I will persuade you. Yeah. Leon nodded and watched Gus leave. After eating the breakfast in his hand, the packaging was thrown into the trash can beside him, and he stood up and walked towards Abigail, who had just arrived at the scene. Today, Abigail was particularly eye-catching in a dark purple off-shoulder dress. He was wearing a pair of small earrings made of amethyst and an amethyst necklace on his chest, which set off his fair skin. The skin gives people a noble and elegant feeling. Because she was with Caroline, she looked very ladylike. However, after seeing Leon appearing in that dress, her temperament was instantly broken. Leon. With a passionate hug, Abigail went from a mysterious lady to a lively and charming girl next door, while Leon lifted Abigail's hair behind his ears and tapped his eyebrows. You are not afraid of wrinkling your dress? Hee, it's okay, I'm a witch. Abigail blinked at Leon mischievously, then stood on tiptoe and asked softly in Lion's ear. Do I look good today? You've always been very good. Such a fatal question is no pressure on Leon, a surfer from the information explosion era. Hee, just be fine if you know. Abigail nodded with satisfaction, then let go of his hands that were holding Lion's neck and turned to hold Lion's arm. I smelled the food on you. In order to wear this dress, I don't have time to eat in the morning. You have to compensate me and take me to have something delicious. Of course it's okay, it depends on what you want to eat. Leon nodded and asked Abigail. I don't know, it's fine. I didn't bring any money, you can bring it. Abigail said, then pulled Leon toward the snack street. His open-minded look was not as good as the previous attitude of having to make love in the underground. Leon did not remind Abigail of his thoughts in this regard. On the contrary, Abigail's actions helped Leon avoid a lot of trouble. Just before Gus looked for him, when he first arrived at the rest area, many girls from other places who were putting on makeup came to ask if Leon had an appointment, and asked him to dance together later. At this moment, Abigail was with him, so I guess those girls should have given up this idea. Oh, I can't hold it in the end. Seeing his daughter dragging Leon away, Caroline, who came here with Abigail, had a wicked smile on her face and sighed with satisfaction as they left. But then Caroline thought of her husband who did not forget to do business during the festival. She was immediately destroyed in a good mood. With resentment, Caroline held her skirt and was about to settle the score with someone. On the other hand, Leon took Abigail to walk from beginning to end on the snack street in the catering area, spending a total of 26 on the road. In addition to the small cakes in Abigail's hand, Leon himself also carried egg tarts, puddings, and pies, which were all chosen by Abigail himself. Most of them were from Gus' stalls. As Gus said, as more and more tourists came to the venue of the Flower Dance Festival, Gus' stalls gradually became busy. At least at other people's booths, Leon has never encountered a scene where he needs to queue up. Fortunately, there are people in Lion's stall at Gus. Although Sophia was very surprised when she saw Abigail appearing in her hand holding Leon, she still helped Leon open the back door, allowing Leon and Abigail to get the food Abigail chose in advance. However, when she paid, Leon always felt that Sophia looked at him in a very wrong way. Leon, don't you eat it. At this time, Leon and Abigail had returned to the lounge area and found a seat for two to sit down so that Abigail could enjoy the breakfast she bought. Seeing Leon thinking, Abigail couldn't help asking. Not hungry, I've eaten before you come. Leon shook his head, then continued to think about the question he was thinking about before, which was how to ask Sophia to come out to dance. I told Gus before that I was prepared, but I only had the same idea as Gus, that is, I couldn't let Sophia come here in vain, but I didn't think much about how to convince Sophia to enter the dance floor to dance. Oh. Abigail didn't say anything more when he heard this. He continued to stutter all kinds of sweets placed in front of him, looking at Smiley, but his eating speed was not slow. The food that was originally filled with half a table began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Abigail had almost finished eating, he saw that Leon was still thinking, so he joked. Are you nervous? Ah! Leon looked at Abigail blankly, not understanding where she came from. That's just thinking about other girls. Seeing that Leon was not as worried about the subsequent dance session, Abigail flashed his inspiration and changed his guess. Forehead. Although Abigail was probably joking about what he said, Leon himself was really thinking of another girl, so he froze. You are really thinking of another girl? Seeing Lion's speechless look, Abigail immediately stretched out his hand and put it on Lion's waist and twisted it gently. Tell me, who made you miss me so much? I don't forget to think about her when I am with me. I'm indeed thinking about a girl, but not what you think. Leon rolled his eyes at Abigail, and then explained his thoughts and Gus' commission to Abigail in a clear way. And when explaining, Leon acted calmly because he had no dirty thoughts about Sophia. He just didn't want Sophia to miss this festival and wanted Sophia to experience a person who could make her happy and leave a happy memory. Festive experience. Because only when there are more memories of happiness than memories of sadness and pain, will people find reasons to continue to persevere in emo. When a person experiences more happiness than pain, then this person will definitely understand the beauty of life better. If this happens, I can forgive you. But can you bear it if you dance 4 times in a row? After listening to Lion's explanation, Abigail felt relieved. After all, she knew about Sophia, and Abigail could understand Lion's attitude of concern for Sophia. After all, she knows Lion's kindness and gentleness better than anyone else, and Leon and Gus are good friends. As half of Gus' adopted daughter, Sophia and Leon are also considered to be related. And Leon always treats his sister with an attitude towards Sophia, so Abigail is not worried that Sophia will pose any threat to him. All she worried about was that Leon would dance 4 consecutive dances in a short period of time, and would not keep up with his physical strength, which would lead to the whole period of collapse and finally make a fool of himself. Who do you look down on me? It's just 4 dances, even 40, and I'm not under pressure. Leon rolled his eyes at Abigail when he heard this. If you don't believe it, I can show you a demonstration. Chapter 531 The Second Star Ring. This is not his boast. Leon knows the quality of his current physical condition than anyone else. Abigail's questioning is about saying that he is weak in front of Leon, that is, Abigail's reserve and alertness. Otherwise, Leon would have let Abigail understand what a tired cow is in a state. Aware of Lion's unfriendly appearance and the provocation between his eyebrows and eyes, although Abigail didn't understand what Leon was thinking, he still distanced a little bit. The woman's intuition told her that if she continued to ask, she must be the one who suffered the loss. Then have you figured out how to invite Sophia to dance? So Abigail skipped the physical fitness issues about Leon and reiterated what the two had just discussed. I probably thought about it. Leon nodded. I don't want to invite directly, but I don't agree. I just pulled it into the dance floor. I don't believe she dares to run away. You have such a simple and crude idea, why do you want to think about it for a long time? Abigail looked at Leon with contempt and complained. You really believe it? Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly. He was just a joke. If you really do this, Sophia will probably turn against Leon as soon as possible, and that will be more than worth the loss. Of course I believe this matter is indeed something you can do. Abigail was not polite and continued to use language output to Leon, but he did not forget to satisfy his curiosity. What's your real plan? 2 plans, one is to take the initiative to invite and the other is to provoke. Of course, the 2 plans can also be carried out together. For details, Sophia's reaction is still to be seen. Leon shrugged his shoulders and vaguely stated his plan. Leon himself was not sure about the specific implementation link, because this plan was just a framework, and everything had to be adjusted according to Sophia's status and adapted to the situation. Okay, but I have to tell you that I hope Sophia is your last dance partner. Abigail regretted not hearing the complete plan, but one thing she had to remind Leon. Don't worry, I won't add more people. After all, my appearance fee is very expensive, not everyone can afford it. Leon patted his chest and promised, after all, he himself had no idea of inviting other girls to dance. Well, then let's continue to go shopping. I've been sitting like this and my whole body is stiff. We have to warm up first. After receiving Lion's promise, Abigail took the initiative to pull Leon up and began to take a walk in the flower dance festival. Warm up is just a reason. What she really wants to do is to bring Leon to everyone, to swear sovereignty, and to show off her boyfriend's excellence. Women can never forget to compete, especially in front of the same sex. Abigail is not immune to the vulgarity. Leon probably guessed Abigail's little thoughts, but he had no objection to this. Instead, he was willing to cooperate. He kept a business-style smile along the way, and he was using some small moves to show his intimate relationship with Abigail. Originally, Leon thought he had cooperated well, but Abigail couldn't stand it first, so he dragged Leon to the corner and complained with a red face. What are you doing? Am I cooperating with you to show the harmony between us in front of people outside? Leon explained with an innocent look on his face. I think you took the opportunity to do something bad. Is it so good for you? Abigail stared at Lion's left hand in a fury, wishing to burn the evil hand that almost made her lose her composure into a roast lamb leg. Ahem, it's just a little interaction, I have no bad intentions. Leon knew he was in the wrong, but he tried his best to defend himself. As a man, he can still keep his honest relationship with beauty, either gay or loser. He just succumbed to his instinct. Snort. Abigail had white eyes and raised Lion's long-lost middle finger. Although he didn't say anything, this cold snorkeling could already explain a lot of things. Leon also knew that he had passed it, but he had already prepared a backup plan to calm Abigail's resentment. It's impolite to put your middle finger on it, just change it to a ring finger. Why? Although Abigail didn't understand why Leon said that, he obediently withdrew his middle finger and replaced it with a ring finger. Looking at Abigail's ring finger raised with his right hand, Leon grabbed it, and then took out a silver-grey ring in Abigail's shocked gaze. Then Abigail watched Leon put the ring on his finger. The ring was very sized, and the stars carved on the outer ring of the ring were also very beautiful. Do you like the gift I prepared? After putting the ring on, Leon let go of his hand. Instead he took Abigail into his arms and asked softly. This. Abigail's head was in chaos at this moment. He couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. He just looked at the ring on his finger, and raised his right hand in front of him, and looked at it carefully for a long time. Are you proposing to me? After a long time, Abigail finally calmed down his surging thoughts, raised his head and looked at Leon, and asked with some anxiety. No, it's just like you, in order to swear sovereignty, putting a ring on your right ring finger means that you already have a master of your name and are in love. Leon shook his head and explained, then he noticed the disappointment in Abigail's eyes after he finished speaking and immediately added. And if you propose, I won't use a ring. Don't forget that this is Stardew Valley, Pelican Town. If I want to propose to you, I will definitely bring you a mermaid pendant according to tradition. Oh! Hearing Lion's second half, Abigail's heartbeat immediately accelerated again. Although it was not a proposal, Lion's attitude had been expressed very clearly. Look at whether you like this ring or not, this is a popular style. In order to prevent Abigail from discovering the same model in Haley, Leon immediately patched it. It looks very good, and it's very suitable to wear it. Abigail replied subconsciously as he looked at the ring in his hand. Just like it, just like it. This ring is not just a decoration, but also has other wonderful uses. Leon nodded, and then reminded Abigail, don't take it off, be sure to carry it all the time. If you have nothing to do, get closer to nature, and take more walks in the forest, it will be of great benefit to you. Oh! Abigail looked at Leon curiously, what does it mean? Do you know forest magic? Leon asked back. Well, I know. Abigail was not the original Wu Xia Iman, and his knowledge reserves in magic are not weak. This ring allows you to enjoy the blessing of forest magic. Since Abigail knows forest magic, Leon doesn't need to worry too much. What's this? It's so magical. Abigail was even more fond of this ring when he heard this. If the mage learns magic and strengthens the spirit, then the picky and unique special magic faction of forest magic will strengthen the body. Prolonging one's life and eternal youth is Abigail's deepest impression of forest magic. At this moment, you can enjoy this special blessing through a ring. How can Abigail not love it? Let's have 3 chapters first, everyone will watch it first. If there is no accident today, the Flower Dance Festival should be completed. Chapter 532 Everyone is happy. Of course, the most important point is that it can be synchronized with Leon. Before learning magic, Abigail knew that Leon was a special existence holding forest magic. After learning about magic and being with Leon, Abigail also had a little concern. Although learning magic can keep her longevity, her face will age as time goes by. In time, Abigail feels that she can keep growing old with Leon, but in terms of appearance, Abigail has always been worried that after 100 years, Leon will still be the same Leon, but she is already old. With this ring at this moment, he completely lost such concerns, allowing Abigail to stay by Lion's side with his best years. Thank you, Leon. There were thousands of words in my heart, but what I blurted out in the end was the simplest expression. Because Abigail knew that no matter how much he said, he would not have any practical actions to make it more convincing, so after thanking him, Abigail took the initiative to tiptoe and expressed his feelings for Leon in the most straightforward way. The girl's blushing is better than all love words. The collision between her lips and the wet and hot breath of interaction between her nose all show the girl's passionate heart. Leon naturally would not turn a blind eye to this and chose to respond to the girl's emotions in a more enthusiastic way. After a long time, Abigail was defeated. She was a novice and did not forget her instinct to breathe. If she didn't stop, she would be suffocating. I still think you are not the first kiss. Thinking of the confrontation just now, he was suppressed by Leon as if he was to be slaughtered. Abigail couldn't help complaining. Some things depend on talent. Leon immediately fooled. If he told the truth, he probably wouldn't have passed the flower dance festival today, so in order to avoid accidents, Leon chose to turn against the enemy. And at such romantic moments, don't you think these are very destructive? Who wants to be romantic with you is not your farm. Abigail's eyes were turned on Leon, then wiped away the crystal clearness left on the corner of his mouth, and sorted out the dress that had been wrinkled by Leon just now because he was not prepared for the passionate kiss. It was also at this moment that she felt that she had not yet the strange feeling that faded away. His face became even more rosy, and he spoke as he looked at Leon, who was full of playful faces. It's getting late, the flower dance festival should be about to begin, let's go there soon. The flower dance festival is over. Do you want to go to my place to sit? I just returned to repair my house recently. You can go and see our new home. While Abigail pulled himself toward the center dance floor of the flower festival, Leon asked Abigail. What do we mean? Abigail spat at Leon in shame, then nodded slightly. Then you have made an appointment, you are not allowed to regret it then. Leon was overjoyed when he saw this, because today's days and atmosphere were good, and he felt that he could have a good time. But Abigail didn't say anything, but just lowered his head and pulled Leon to run. Until he was about to arrive at the dance floor, he let go of Leon's hand and walked away alone, leaving Leon standing alone, at a loss. Don't stand stupidly, go and sit on the right. At this moment, Louis happened to pass by here and saw Leon standing outside the dance floor, and immediately urged. Ah! Leon looked confused when he heard this, not understanding what Louis meant. Oh, I only informed you of the date of the flower dance festival. I forgot to tell you the event process, but I am quite busy now and I can't introduce it to you. You can go there first and ask others. Louis looked at Leon's question mark and immediately reacted, but he didn't say anything in detail, but he still took Leon to the position he designated. Here, Leon discovered that all the young men in Pelican Town gathered here, and even Clint was among them. Apart from the people in Pelican Town, there are not other young men, and there are quite a few, so they should be tourists. Leon, here. Seeing Leon's appearance, Clint, who had originally seemed out of place, stood up and greeted Leon with relief. It happened that no one sat next to Clint, so Leon walked over to sit down and then asked Clint. What's the situation? Why are there all men here? You are the first time participating in the flower dance festival, so you don't know the process. Clint was not surprised by Leon's confusion. After all, Leon had just moved to Stardew Valley, and Leon's appearance helped him relieve his embarrassment. In addition, the official opening of the flower dance festival was still a while, so Clint began to popularize Leon. This is a preparation session before the opening ceremony of the flower dance festival. All the men and women participating in this flower dance festival will be separated and sit on both sides of the dance floor. Only when the flower dance festival begins can they enter the venue. After entering the venue, the boys and girls stand aside. The boys need to start their own dance performance to attract the attention of the girls opposite. If your dance successfully attracts the girls, you will be able to get the roses sent by the girls. This session will last for 5 minutes. The boys who do not receive the roses will automatically leave the venue after 5 minutes. The boys who stay can start to invite the girls who give you roses to dance together. With this one, there is a knockout match. Why do I feel that at the flower dance festival, we boys are tool people? Leon couldn't help but complain. It is a festival for girls to choose their favorite boys, which is a tradition in Stardew Valley. Clint explained. What if I accept the roses given by several girls? Leon asked back. Although in most cases, each girl will only give roses to one boy, this is not impossible. At this time, you can only choose one girl to dance. However, this is just a traditional project. When this stage is over, you can invite the girls who gave you roses again on the open dance floor. It's hard to say whether they want to. Clint continued to answer to Leon. In fact, not to mention Leon, Clint also intends to add this knowledge point. After all, as a man, he thinks Leon is very handsome and elegant, let alone those girls. Will this invitation to dance affect the result of the invited dance girls selecting the queen of the flower dance festival? Hearing this explanation, Leon couldn't help but think of Haley. If it really had an impact, then he had to prepare to compensate Haley for 500 G. After all, this amount of money is still a little less than Abigail. Leon promised that the first dance must belong to Abigail, and there is no doubt that this is true. No, this is just a tradition. The Queen of Flower Dance Festival is a subsequent dance session. It is a game added in modern times. There will be no judges participating in the Orthodox Flower Dance Festival. Only after the traditional session is over, the selection of Queen of Flower Dance Festival will begin. Clint explained. That's good, that's good. Leon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this answer. In this way, you can complete the first dance with Abigail and earn Haley 500 G, and everyone is happy. Although 500 G cannot be compared with Abigail, the opportunity to make extra money is in front of him. Leon naturally does not intend to miss it. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Not to mention that 500 G can buy half a pig, which is not a small amount. Chapter 533 Leon, you are not in the same place. So, are you going to invite Haley as your female companion? That's not easy. Seeing that Leon cared about this point of the Queen of the Flower Dance Festival, Clint couldn't help guessing Lion's expected goal. When it comes to the Queen of Flower Dance Festival, Clint thought of Haley at the first time. Since Haley started participating in the dance party of the Flower Dance Festival, he has basically been the Queen of Flower Dance Festival every year. Even if Haley's dance companion is always Emily's sister, could not let other girls with male dance partners shake her status at all. If Leon really wanted to invite Haley, Clint would be a little worried about Leon. After all, many boys have invited Haley to dance together over the years, but they are basically rejected. Without exception, even in the traditional link, no one has ever been allowed to get the rose in Haley's hands. That's not, it's just curious. Leon shook his head and explained. It would be nice if you can make an appointment with Haley, so Emily will be free. Clint muttered in disappointment when he heard this. Forward. Although Clint's voice was not loud, Lion's facial features were still very strong. He could easily hear Clint's muttering clearly, but he was not convenient to say anything and would not comfort Clint. Because in the subsequent session, Emily had made an appointment with Lion's dance partner. If Clint knew about this in advance, Leon felt that she was afraid that Clint would stare at the opening with resentful eyes. How long will we have to wait here? It won't be too long. When everyone is almost here, someone will notify us of entering. As soon as Clint finished speaking, Louis walked in front of everyone. Young guys, the annual flower dance festival is about to begin. Make your final preparations to win the attention of girls. I hope to see several couples who meet because of the flower dance festival again this year. After Louis finished speaking, the boys' preparation zone, which was originally a little deserted, suddenly became lively. Some people are taking deep breaths, some are sorting out their appearance, some are thinking about what dance they should choose to attract the attention of girls, while others are beginning to discuss with each other whether there is a possibility of cooperation. Clint belongs to the category of taking deep breaths to adjust his tension, while Leon does not belong to any of the above categories because he is yawning at this moment. After all, he is already a famous grass owner. Even if the other girls participating in this event ignore Leon, Leon is not worried, because he knows that the rose belonging to Abigail will eventually fall into his hands and have already locked in the victory, so he naturally won't have any need to consider it. Okay. Louis, standing in front of the boys, noticed that Marnie was waving her hand opposite, and knew that the girls were ready. So Louis responded to Marnie's ready gesture and urged the boys. Okay, boys, line up, step out, hold your head up and show your best side. With Louis' command, everyone basically stood up and started queuing up. Some boys with flexible minds immediately seized the most central C position and glared at each other for this. Even Clint joined in, and with his strong body that had been thrusting all year round, he won the most central position. Leon had no idea about this. After these people seized each other, they slowly walked to the edge of the team and stood firm. In addition to Clint, Leon also found some familiar faces, such as Sebastian, Sam, Harvey, Alex, as well as Shane, who had only met with one person, and the young man who once stood beside Olivia. In Stardew Valley, except for Elliot, who had not moved here, basically all single young people were present. After the queue was set up, Louis walked aside and called the boys to start walking forward, until he walked to a ribbon that was obviously spread on the ground before he stopped. When the boys were in their seats, the girls who were also lined up began to slowly approach the boys. The same queue, the same ribbon, and the distance between the men and women was only 2 meters apart. Leon could clearly see the faces and expressions of the girls opposite. Most of them were looking around with enthusiasm, and some girls' eyes were also fixed on the boy they liked. What surprised Leon was that he actually saw Olivia here. No. Seeing that Olivia, an old aunt who was about the same age as her, could join this part, Leon couldn't help but try to avoid laughing too presumptuously. He turned his eyes to Abigail's face. At this moment, Abigail was holding the rose in his hand and kept looking at Leon. After discovering that Leon's gaze was facing him, Abigail made a face and then made an action of throwing the rose to others. In response to this, Leon just smiled, then stretched out his finger and pointed at the sisters Haley and Emily not far away from Abigail, and raised their eyebrows. Sure enough, Abigail was furious and immediately made a throat-cutting action at Leon. Leon smiled even happier, but there was no follow-up action. This kind of small interaction is considered a little fun to tease each other, but if you really keep playing like this, it would be a bit over. Okay, boys, start your performance. Along with Louis's declaration, a melodious cello solo sounded in the 2 speakers next to the dance floor. The soothing musical melody made many boys at a loss because it was too difficult to make appropriate dance moves with such music. But in order to avoid losing all the particles, some boys still twisted their bodies with their teeth, just like kelp floating in the ocean currents, which was really eye-catching. But it was precisely this courage that made some girls who had no goal unable to help but look at them and gain a hint of interest. As one of the first boys who started to twist, one of the lucky ones got the rose thrown by a girl. The other boys who were still struggling finally couldn't help it and began to twist as others were like. The scene was too explosive, making Leon feel like he was coming to the wrong place. "Leon, why don't you jump? Don't want to stay?" Just as Leon closed his eyes and was about to turn away all the beautiful scenes, Sophia's teasing came to his ears. Only then did Leon realize that outside the venue, there were already tourists watching the fun and residents of Pelican Town, and Sophia, who was shouting, was standing with Gus, and winking at Leon. Chapter 534 Are you going to die? Very dangerous. At this moment, Leon understood why Sophia had said before that she had made a fool of herself. The co-star was not because of the dance duet, but because of this traditional project. But unfortunately, Sophia is destined to be disappointed. Leon directly thought that he had not heard Sophia's shouting, closed his eyes quietly, and stood there like a sculpture, very cold. However, this state lasted for only a moment and was broken, because Abigail had thrown the rose in his hand towards Leon. "Next, Leon, if you can't pick you up, it's over." Abigail, who threw out the rose, did not forget to remind Leon to avoid the rose he threw out was picked up by others, which would be too embarrassing. "Okay." Leon immediately opened his eyes, then easily picked up the rose that had already fallen, grabbed it steadily in his hand, and then made a very sexy kiss at Abigail. It's a pity that Abigail didn't appreciate it. He turned his head away and didn't want to see Lion's small movements. It was precisely at this time that Emily took action and threw the rose in her hand towards Leon like a dart. Seeing this, Leon subconsciously took the rose, and then noticed Abigail's angry eyes and the kiss made by Emily, who threw the rose beside him. "What's the situation?" Faced with the sudden change in Emily's rose, Leon was confused because he really couldn't understand why Emily threw her rose to him. The one who didn't expect this scene was Abigail. At this moment, she was 2 meters apart from Leon, and the activity was not over yet, so it was not easy to leave the queue and cause trouble for Leon, but turned her glaring eyes to Emily. "Emily, what do you mean?" "It's meaningless. I just want to hand over the rose to Leon. After all, this is a tradition, right?" Emily replied to Abigail with a smile. "But you should know our relationship, too," Abigail reminded Emily with gritted teeth. "I know, but you are just boyfriend and girlfriend, and you are not married yet," Emily retorted. "Oh, is that? Then look at what this is." Abigail smiled angrily when he heard this, then raised his right hand and showed the ring on his right ring finger. "Good ring, but this seems quite familiar." "You said right, Haley." Seeing this, Emily turned her head to Haley, who was watching the fun indifferently, then raised Haley's right hand to show the star ring on Haley's fingers that was the same as Abigail. "Dying." At this moment, Leon, who was watching, was scared and sweated, but he couldn't go over and do anything. He could only pray that the patch he had put in before would take effect, and Haley would be better off helping him. As for Haley, who was highly anticipated by Leon, her expression was also complicated at the moment. She was quite happy to see her sister and Abigail's confrontation, but Emily's sudden move really caught her off guard. When she came to her senses, she realized that the war had already burned her. Although Haley was quite surprised about the problem of the same ring as her own, the relationship between Abigail and Leon was reasonable, but the ring in her hand seemed a little abrupt. If it was an ordinary ring, Haley would take it off and throw it away to show that she did not want to participate in the dispute. But Haley, who has been wearing this ring for a long time, has long experienced the magical charm of the star ring. Recently, she found that her spirit is getting better and better, and her skin is becoming more and more whiter and smoother. Combined with Lion's previous explanation, she understood that all this comes from the effects of the star ring in her hand. So even if Leon didn't need Lion's advice, she wouldn't easily take off the star ring that brought her these changes. But she didn't expect that this ring, which was only used as a beauty prop, would become Emily's medium to attack Abigail. "Why do you have this ring?" Abigail had a great look. You can see at a glance that the ring in Haley's hand is the same as the ring given to her by Leon. Except for the different embossed patterns of the stars on the surface, the material, color, and type are basically the same. "I bought it myself." Haley responded quickly and immediately gave the answer, and added, "Didn't yours buy it yourself?" "Oh." Abigail looked at Leon suspiciously after hearing this. When Leon, who had been observing secretly, was ready to be the most in line with the current situation when he discovered that Abigail was looking at him. The expression, shocked and confused expression, indeed, successfully deceived Abigail, who was still somewhat suspicious. "Yes," Leon said, "that this is a popular style, so it is also appropriate for a fashionable girl like Haley to buy such a ring, but her ring must not be as special as mine." With Lion's vivid expression disguise and the reasons for the patches he had been put into, Abigail immediately convinced herself, and then she replied proudly, thinking that she had figured it out. "Of course it was given by Leon. It seems that this ring is indeed a popular style." "That's really good." Emily smiled and agreed, but her smile felt a little stiff no matter how hard she looked. "Hey, it's so dangerous." Seeing that the storm over the same ring seemed to have subsided, Leon breathed a sigh of relief, and then gave Haley a thumbs up when Abigail and Emily didn't notice them. Because of guilt, Haley naturally did not dare to look at Abigail and Emily. She could only look around and happened to see Lion's praise gesture, and immediately raised her middle finger at Leon. She still had resentment towards Leon. If Leon told herself in advance that she would give Abigail the star ring today, then even if she was reluctant to leave, Haley would take the ring off for a day, so she would not encounter such embarrassing trouble. Time is coming to an end. Boys work hard, girls don't be shy, bravely throw your roses. Louis, who was standing aside, looked at the time and couldn't help but remind the boys and girls who participated in this session, because most girls were still hesitating, and the number of boys receiving roses was not large, which made Louis very anxious. After all, it is a tradition of the Flower Dance Festival. Louis feels a little messed up now. Fortunately, Louis' reminder was effective, and the boys worked harder. Some boys who thought they were not charming in their dance and had not harvested roses began to find ways to show their charm in other aspects. For example, show off your luxury watch, such as rolling up your sleeves to show off your strong biceps. Waiting for operations is like animals that are crazy about showing their hard power in nature to achieve the purpose of attracting females to complete courtship, which is very lively. Chapter 535 Bouquet of Roses. The boys who had already harvested the roses were much calmer, and they were basically interacting with the girl who threw the roses to them from a distance, which made the scene look more dramatic. As the accompaniment gradually came to an end, the girls who had not made a choice no longer hesitated and began to throw the rose in their hands towards the boy they thought was pretty good. Perhaps because of the case of Leon holding a double rose, some good boys even received a second rose. Leon also became the focus. Although he was at the edge of the queue, there were many girls who could see him. Some of them looked at the boys near Leon and compared it for a little comparison. They still thought Leon was the best. So some girls who thought they were still quite charming threw their roses towards Leon. For these strange girls' roses, Lion's main focus is to refuse anyone. Of course, it's not because he thinks this is cool, but simply doesn't want to let down the girls' kindness and avoid embarrassing those strange girls. Of course, the most important point is to give Abigail a reference, that is, your boyfriend's charm is indeed outstanding. You can't just look Emily, but other girls also think so, so they throw roses. This may minimize the impact of the roses that Emily threw away. So an interesting scene happened. Because Leon did not refuse, some girls who were still worried also became interested and threw the rose in their hands to Leon. Leon basically could follow, resulting in more and more roses in his hand, and finally, after the movement ended, he could already form a bouquet of roses. Lion's more take means that many people cannot get the roses, so not only the girls are watching Leon, but the boys are the same. Compared to the girls' anxious and expectant gazes, the boys' eyes are naked jealousy and anger. Unfortunately, no one dares to take action in this public place, but this does not prevent them from being hostile to Lion's existence. This guy Leon is not a playboy, right? Sophia, who was watching the ceremony, looked at the roses in Lion's hands and couldn't help but complain to Gus. It should be out of politeness that we will follow. After all, people throw their roses with kindness. If Leon doesn't accept it and let it be thrown on the ground, wouldn't the girl who throws the roses be embarrassed? As an old gentleman, Gus still appreciates Lion's approach. Regardless of whether Leon is willing to invite those girls in the future, at least on the surface, he gave these girls who agree with him enough respect. It seems like this, but this will be troublesome. After all, after receiving so many roses, he has to give those girls an explanation. Sophia brought herself into the perspective of those girls who threw out roses and found that Lion's doing this can save face. But once the subsequent invitation dance session begins and is not invited by Leon, it is actually quite embarrassing. No, if Leon only has 2 roses in his hand, he might be in a dilemma, but now he has at least a dozen. According to tradition, Leon can only invite 1, so the more people there are, Leon is under pressure. The smaller it is. Gus explained with a smile. Uncle Gus, you know a lot. Sophia sincerely exclaimed, but why don't you go out to participate in this event? I see that the aunt who can't hide her age even if she wears heavy makeup, has participated. You should be able to do that. Me? Ha ha ha, let me forget it, and you, the young girl, didn't participate, why? Gus shook his head and asked back to Sophia. I said it, I hate contact with strangers. Sophia replied seriously. It's a pity that I didn't see Leon making a fool of himself. This is my biggest expectation in participating in the Flower Dance Festival. That's not necessarily true. Gus smiled and patted Sophia on the shoulder. Maybe there are other surprises waiting for you to find out. Maybe you can see who Leon will be next invited here, and then look at his dancing posture. Maybe you can also see Leon making a fool of himself. Where are you, Uncle Gus? Sophia asked, hearing what Gus wanted to leave. Of course I'm going to open business, and I'll give some small help to those eliminated boys. After all, this link is just a traditional project of the Flower Dance Festival, which does not mean that they are losers if they haven't received the roses. The Flower Dance Festival has just begun, and beautiful encounters can be seen everywhere. After Gus finished speaking, he parted with Sophia, and Sophia did not leave with Gus, but stayed there, wanting to see the choices Leon made based on Gus' reminder. As the object of attention, Leon, holding a handful of roses, looked at the girls opposite him who were looking at him at the same time. These girls were basically the former holders of the roses in his hands. The expectations in their eyes were also obvious, and they were obviously waiting for Leon to make a choice. It's a pity that Leon had already had a goal, so after smiling apologetically at these girls, Leon walked straight to Abigail with these roses and asked softly, "Beautiful lady, can I invite you to be my first dance partner today?" "Of course." Abigail nodded proudly, then looked around, feeling that his vanity was unprecedentedly satisfied at this moment. "Then these roses are given to you as gifts." Looking at Abigail's posture of holding his head up like a big rooster who had won a fight, Leon felt funny, and then stuffed the rose in his hand to Abigail, which was not a waste. "Okay." Abigail did not refuse, because from her perspective, these roses were the spoils seized from her battles in the battlefield. Although they were just ordinary quality roses, their memorial significance was too great. Emily, who was listening to the conversation between Leon and Abigail, looked at the rose in Abigail's hand with some envy, and then silently pulled Haley away. She knew that in the next song, Leon belonged to Abigail. "Instead of staying here, it's better to prepare and wait for Lion's invitation." Emily's departure was like an introduction. The girls who were originally expecting that they might break through the siege and take the lead had already made a choice when they saw Leon. Although they were disappointed, they were not much resentful. Emily's departure first gave them a step, and they all left here like Emily. The originally lively surroundings became much quieter in an instant, and the silent soundtrack also began to play the gorgeous symphony. The boys and girls who have already matched enjoy the beauty of the Flower Dance Festival. I'll leave the next dance floor to you. Thanks to the boss Chin's for giving him 1,000 starting coins. The boss is generous and the boss is in good health. Chapter 536 Different Styles. With Louis' announcement, the boys who had already completed their first meeting with the girl who had already thrown the roses, extended their hands and invited the girl in front of them, who was familiar or strange. The girls put their hands on the boy's palm with reserved smiles and danced with the boy they chose to dance to the rhythm of the music. Leon and Abigail were among them, and they were the first companions to the beginning of the team. Accompanied by the rhythm of the music, the two of them always maintained the same rhythm, sometimes close and sometimes separated, but the hand belonging to Leon never left Abigail's waist and palm. "I was worried before that you and I were not studying in the same genre, and I was afraid of stepping on your feet. It seems that I was overly worried. Compared to the restraint of others, Leon and Abigail were much more relaxed. While dancing, Leon did not forget about Leon and Abigail chatting. Of course, this is a standard social dance, and everyone can basically do it. Abigail couldn't help but complain. But I didn't know before. Leon replied helplessly. It's a pity that I know too late, otherwise I will definitely teach you. Abigail continued to complain. You didn't confess to me at that time, but I was quite curious about your attitude towards me at that time. As the accompaniment entered the soothing stage, Leon pulled Abigail into his arms. The two of them were basically only one finger away, and they could feel each other's breathing and heartbeat. Leon also asked Abigail. At that time, I might feel that you are a good person at that time, and I'm very good at it. Fit. Abigail replied softly, then naturally leaning his face against Lion's chest, listening to Lion's powerful heartbeat, and asked. What did you think of me at the beginning? A strange and interesting girl. Leon replied truthfully, it's a bit out of tune, but unexpectedly cute. Don't you have a good impression? Abigail asked angrily when he heard this. Fear? I don't know either. I just feel comfortable staying with you. Do you think this is a good impression? Leon replied calmly about this. That's right, that's pretty good. Abigail was quite happy to hear this statement. Although Leon did not admit it directly, this sentence was enough to prove Lion's attitude. I really hope this moment will be paused. As the accompaniment symphony gradually came to an end, Abigail, who had made a waist-beating movement under the support of Leon, suddenly spoke at the moment he was pulled away by Leon. I don't want it. Leon retorted with a smile. Before Abigail was angry, he continued to speak, if this moment is paused, then many of the beauty will not be carried out afterwards, and I will not be satisfied with this. You're going to die. This sentence made Abigail's heartbeat accelerate madly. She understood that Lion's hint was precisely because she knew that she was a little disobedient, because it would be too shameful to think about it as Lion's words. Do you think you can still run away? Leon lowered his head and kissed Abigail's forehead gently and teased. Humph, who knows, it depends on your performance. Abigail replied arrogantly. Then I have to make an emergency plan in advance. Leon said seriously after hearing this. What emergency plan? Abigail asked curiously. I won't tell you. Leon shook his head, then raised his right hand. Abigail immediately swung around under Leon, and finally was hugged by Leon again. It happened that the music stopped at this moment, and the dance time ended. Do you want another one? At the end of the song, Leon did not feel any physical exhaustion, so he suggested to Abigail with great enthusiasm. No, you'd better go and complete your promise and employment tasks. Abigail was a little tired. After all, this dance took quite a long time. After some activity, Abigail was indeed a little tired. And he did not forget that Leon had other dance partners who needed to be invited. Although he was a little unhappy, these were all agreed by her. Abigail naturally would not cause difficulties for Leon. Okay, then you have a rest. I'll go find you later. Although the flower dance festival is long, it's not much fun. When my place is over, I'll take you to see our new house, so don't run far." Leon led Abigail away from the dance floor and then reminded her. "Well, I know, I'll go see my dad." Abigail nodded, then took the initiative to let go and leave Lion's side. After watching Abigail leave, Leon began to find the second dance partner he had agreed to. Emily is not difficult to find, because her sea blue hair and Haley's long blonde hair are still quite bright in the crowd, and the two sisters are not far away from the dance floor, and they don't know whether they are to appreciate other people's dances or waiting for Lion's invitation. "Hi, Emily, thank you for the rose, so I'll invite you to dance together. I wonder if I have this honor." He quickly walked to Emily and Haley, and Leon spoke to Emily with a smile. "Is it because of an agreement, or do you really want to invite me to dance?" Emily saw Lion's appearance, and after hearing Lion's opening remark, she suddenly asked. "All of them are, after all, yours is really charming today." Leon replied subconsciously, "To be fair, Emily, wearing a fiery red dress today, is obviously very eye-catching, and her quiet temperament and beautiful face are very attractive. Although I don't know if you are polite or sincerely praising you, I'm very happy, so please give me some advice in the next time." Emily couldn't help but raise her mouth when she heard this, and then put her hand on the palm of Lion's hand. "Let me see how much do you remember when I teach you the dance." "That's only practical experience." After the simple conversation ended, Leon and Emily joined hands to enter the dance floor and integrated into the rhythm and other dancers. Unlike Abigail, it was obviously the same dance steps and the same posture, but Leon always felt that Emily seemed to be riveting, like a violent wildfire, full of enthusiasm and aggressiveness. Some movements that should have been dominated by Leon were taken first by Emily. The straightforward movements combined with Emily's height gave Leon a sense of oppression. He seemed to have returned to the moment when he had just started to learn dance with Emily. All the initiative was dominated by Emily. As the dance layer by layer, Leon found that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and the movements became more and more ambiguous. Chapter 537 What is my virtue? Although Leon didn't know why Emily was so radical, judging from Emily's actions, he knew that if he didn't pay a little attention, he would probably be dragged away by Emily's rhythm. So in the second half, Leon held up strongly, relying on his excellent reaction ability. Before Emily wanted to take the initiative, he took the lead and forced Emily to hold back her radical movements, allowing her to follow the steps and movements she should have done. The strong and powerful arms were like cages, tightly bound Emily within Lion's arm span, making Emily unable to make any moves that Leon expected. Originally, I thought that such restrictions would make Emily angry or dissatisfied, but when Leon turned his eyes to Emily's face, all he saw was satisfaction and joy. As expected, you have a good talent. Although you are a little passive in the first half, you have completely grasped the situation in the second half. Facing Lion's gaze, Emily's movement stabilized again and explained softly to Leon. I just tried my dancing skills before. Leon asked helplessly when he heard this. Not really, I just think that dancing in a regular manner is too boring, so I want to make something different. Emily shook her head, then began to dance with Lion's palm as a circle. The floating skirt and hair that swung with inertia were fragrant, as dazzling as a blooming rose. Speaking of being a double dance, Leon felt that he was more like a finished product of a still life at the moment, but he was not dissatisfied with it, but just quietly admired Emily's gorgeous dancing posture. Today's Emily is different from the past. She has an indescribable enthusiasm and agility. While surprised Leon, she also has some surprises, because such Emily is really amazing. It's a pity that it was due to physical strength after all. Such a gorgeous personal show quickly disappeared. Emily, who was breathing heavily, returned to the rhythm of the duo. Under the guidance of Leon, she stepped on interlaced dance steps with Leon, from movement to stillness. Do you want to win the title of Queen of Flower Dance Festival? Thinking of Emily's radicalism before, Leon couldn't help asking. When Emily heard this, she just shook her head and didn't speak. After a section, she suddenly stuck to Lion's body. Leon, did my dance just now look good? It's beautiful. Leon exclaimed sincerely. Did you be moved? Emily continued to ask. Forehead. Such an abrupt problem made Lion's pace stagnate, and Emily stopped her movements at the right time, but just leaned on Leon tightly and listened silently to Lion's heartbeat that suddenly accelerated due to her problem. You know, Emily, Abigail and I are already together. It took a long time for Leon to come back to his senses and answered seriously to Emily. At this moment, he also understood what Emily wanted to vent her charm so passionately. I know, but you are not married yet, aren't you? Hearing this answer, Emily didn't care. She left Lion's side and looked at Leon with her tall height. Although you say that, the violent heartbeat I just heard of you, obviously you are not as calm as you said. Just now the dance music ended. Emily let go of Lion's palm and walked out of the dance floor. Just when Leon thought the matter was over, Emily suddenly turned around and spoke. Leon, thank you for your invitation, I hope this will not be our last cooperation. After saying that, Emily accelerated her pace, left the dance floor, and left the scene. Why? Leon, who also walked out of the dance floor, sighed. He didn't expect Emily to have such thoughts. At this moment, Leon had no chance to stop him, because Emily's attitude was obviously determined. You seem to be very entangled. Although Emily was gone, Haley was still waiting on the edge of the dance floor. After all, she paid for it and naturally had to get the service she deserved. Just facing Lion's complex expression and Emily's farewell just now, Haley noticed the current situation and seemed to have some interesting accidents. It's not a tangle, it's just a sigh of relief. What kind of virtue is that I can do? Leon replied with a wry smile. Although I had been shouting that I had to sleep with the same harem, it was just Lion's verbal voice. After all, reality is different from games. When a living girl tells you what she wants, Leon can't think of it as casual in the game. Abigail is very good, and Emily is also very good, but Abigail is the first person to express his feelings to Leon. In his subsequent interactions with Leon, he left a lingering and rich stroke in Lion's heart. Really doing it like this in the game, Leon believed that he could not put his heart down and did not think that Abigail would forgive him. After all, this is not a game. You can get it by playing a mod with multiple goals. The relationship in reality is complex and selfish, and no one is willing to share the person they love. What did Emily tell you when she was dancing? I saw your cooperation in a mess. Emily seemed to be dissatisfied with your existence and was dancing alone all the time. Did you make her angry? Haley was very curious about what happened to Leon and Emily in the dance floor before. Don't ask too much, kid. Are you still dancing? If you don't dance, I'll refund you. There are other things to do. Leon rolled his eyes and complained. Jump, why don't you jump? I paid the money. I just hope you don't treat me perfunctorily and be worthy of the price I paid. Haley immediately grabbed Leon's arm and shouted. Then let's go. Leon did not say much, so he prepared to take Haley into the dance floor. But Haley was still a little worried. Are you sure? Don't take a break? After all, you have already danced 2 consecutive dances. No problem, just take care of yourself. Leon shrugged his shoulders and took Haley into the dance floor. Then, in a standard position, he held Haley's waist with his left hand and tied his fingers with Haley's fingers. Under the new symphony, he guided Haley to start the 3rd dance. At first, Haley made frequent mistakes, but fortunately, Leon saved her timely and brought her back like a puppet, which prevented Haley from losing her composure. Can you do it? I questioned me before, but now you have become the one who is dragging you down. Originally, Leon thought Haley would make a statement, but at this moment, Haley just lowered her head and didn't even dare to look at Leon. Under her lowered head, the delicate face belonging to Haley was actually covered with sweat at this moment, and her rosy cheeks were like a monkey's butt. Chapter 538 Can you invite you to dance together? She had thought about many possibilities and considered many results, but most of them were about the possible problems that might arise in Leon, but she had never considered her own side. When Leon and her fingers were linked and putting their palms around her waist, Haley found out that she was wrong. It was obviously just the most common pose for a duet dance, but when this person turned into Leon, Haley panicked. Especially the temperature from his palms and waist, and the unique smell emitted by Leon when he was close to Leon, all of this made Haley dizzy and her heart rate soar. This feeling was like falling into a swimming pool filled with fragrant red wine. The air was filled with alcohol, which numbed Haley's reason and thinking, and felt that her whole spirit was erratic. This made Haley a little at a loss. Dancing with Leon and Emily seemed to have completely different feelings. Because Haley did not dance with the boy, she didn't know if her condition was normal or because her dance partner was Leon. But no matter what, Haley found that she couldn't get rid of this strange feeling, because she found that this feeling was quite wonderful. In the face of Leon's doubts, although Haley could hear clearly, she could not speak up and refute. She forced herself to calm down. However, the more she wanted to be clearer, the more Haley could feel that her restless heart and chaotic thinking were becoming stronger, and now she even breathed more and more quickly. Helplessly, Leon noticed something was wrong with Haley, but because Haley didn't speak, it didn't change. Leon could only grit his teeth and continued to guide Haley's dance moves. Fortunately, he was trained by Emily before. Leon still had some experience in this kind of operation of actively controlling his dance partner. He barely completed the dance with Haley before the end of the dance music. With such a dance completion, Leon felt that the chance of Haley winning the Queen of the Flower Dance Festival should not be too high, which made Leon suspect that Haley planned to give up the Queen of the Flower Dance Festival and cheat herself of 500 G of compensation. So when Leon, who left the dance floor with Haley and was about to express his doubts about it, found that Haley ran away like a frightened rabbit before he could speak, and the speed was amazingly fast, and he could not see the dullness he had shown in the dance floor before. This unexpected scene made Leon swallow his words helplessly, because Haley had disappeared from the crowd, and it would take some effort to find them. According to problems. After complaining helplessly, Leon could only temporarily put aside his idea of asking Haley to argue. The 3 dance partners who had agreed to have completed the rest of the time were considered free. They had the idea of inviting Sophia to dance a dance, but Leon had no idea at this moment. There are too many changes that happened today. Although he is physically strong, his mental state is not very good, so he can only express helplessness about Gus' expectations. What Leon wants to do now is to find Abigail, then leave the scene of the flower dance festival, return to his own farm, and enjoy the peace away from the hustle and bustle. It's a pity that things didn't go as expected. Just as Leon was planning to find Abigail, Sophia walked to Leon and joked. I can't tell you are so popular. You have already danced with 3 girls. So which girl are Mr. Leon plans to attack? Oh? Have you been watching? Leon was quite surprised when he saw Sophia's appearance. He thought Sophia had already gone back to take care of Gus' stall with Gus. Who would have thought that Sophia had finished watching his 3 dances here? Yes, except for the second game between you and Emily, everything else is quite boring. Sophia complained to Leon with a disappointed look on her face. It's a pity that I've been waiting for so long in vain. Do you want to watch the fun? Leon was happy when he heard this. Looking at Sophia's regretful expression, he immediately stretched out his hand. If you do it yourself, you might find some other fun. Although I plan to give up dancing with Sophia, but now that the girl has arrived at her door by herself, Leon did not hesitate. He has come and solved it by the way. It can be considered to put a complete end to the flower dance festival. I don't want it. Sophia refused the proposal without hesitation. I just took a look. As for dancing, let's just forget it. I understand, you are scared, you are afraid that the person who makes a fool of himself will become you. Lion's answer was not surprising, but he had some ways to deal with Sophia. Although the provocation method is straightforward, it is absolutely effective, especially for girls like Sophia, which is a killer move. Haha, how is that possible? I am different from beginners like you. I have learned from dance teachers specifically, so it is impossible to make mistakes. Sophia smiled angrily and immediately retorted to Leon. I will also say that I will not make mistakes. After all, I just need to open my mouth, but who knows what the reality is? Leon shrugged his shoulders and provoked Sophia. You are so childish. How could Sophia not see such an obvious provocation? She complained to Leon with disdain. If you say that, I can't be fooled. You'd better go find someone else. Isn't you really going to try? Leon was quite surprised to see that Sophia was not fooled. Could it be that he had made a mistake in his speculation? No. Sophia shook her head, then turned around in front of Leon. And you think it doesn't feel strange if I go to the dance floor? No, it's quite unique. Besides, it's just dancing, not a talent show, so there are not so many hard requirements. Leon complained. Forget it, I don't want to embarrass you, go and play by yourself. Sophia waved her hand and then planned to leave. Looking at Sophia's appearance as she wanted to leave, Leon raised his brow and then grabbed Sophia's arm directly. With his screams, he picked it up and clamped it into the creaking nest, and then dragged Sophia into the dance floor before putting it down. What are you doing? Sophia was both embarrassed and angry at this moment. She was ashamed of her attitude. She had just been taken away by Leon, and was as angry as Lion's toughness. I've come here, you just leave without experiencing anything. Wouldn't it be in vain? If you don't dance a pair, I can teach you a new dance. Let's try it. Leon suggested to Sophia with a smile. No, I'm leaving. Sophia turned around and planned to leave, but was stopped by Leon. Sophia was about to get angry, but when she saw Leon hunching down and making an extremely elegant 8-character step, half baring her waist, her left hand was above her waist, and her right arm bent forward to her invitation posture, she was stunned. Beautiful Miss Sophia, can you invite you to dance together? Chapter 539 End. Such a formal invitation made Sophia feel at a loss for a moment. If Leon continues to hold his nonsense, Sophia doesn't have to care, but when Leon makes such an invitation so solemnly, it means Leon is serious. In a panic, Sophia did not dare to look at Leon, and glanced around, but found that at some point, the combination of himself and Leon actually attracted a lot of people's attention. If Leon rejected the invitation at this moment, Sophia would probably think of the embarrassment that Leon might encounter. After looking at Leon, who was still inviting, and looking at the anticipated gazes and cheering applause around him, Sophia sighed and put her hand on Lion's palm. Leon also took advantage of the situation to hold Sophia's little hand tightly, and stood up and put it around Sophia's slender waist, and said softly, "Thank you. This is only once, no example." Sophia complained to Leon in a fury, and then quickly showed her solid dance skills according to the rhythm. Compared with previous dances, this time the collaboration with Sophia is Lion's easiest experience. Sophia's every step she takes is very appropriate, and she will cooperate according to Lion's movements. The steps were intertwined, and the distance between the two was sometimes far and sometimes close. The hand they held became the best bridge, connecting each other. At the moment of reunion with the rhythm, smelling the smell of Leon and looking at the body lines exposed by Lion's dance movements, this heavy impact made Sophia subconsciously lick her pink lips. She found that she was actually quite enjoying herself at this moment. The dance that she reluctantly agreed to was just to prevent Leon from being embarrassed before, but Sophia felt a different kind of fun. Although Lion's dance posture is actually not a standard, it is guaranteed to be at the same rhythm as herself with her excellent reaction ability. Every interweaving and interaction allows Sophia to experience the teachings of the teacher who once taught her. At this moment, Sophia understood the meaning of the dance, and the hazy and distant vagueness was really as described by the teacher, full of romance and indescribable beauty. From the cooperation of the dance partner, you can see whether the man has a tacit understanding with you, whether he has enough respect for you, whether he can adapt to your pace, whether he can bring you a kind of welcome and other words, all present corresponding verification in this dance. When the dance music ended, Leon let go of Sophia's hand. "How is it? It's not that embarrassing." "It's okay." Sophia came to her senses at this moment, looked at Leon with a smile, and couldn't help but move her gaze away. For some reason, she didn't dare to look at Leon at this moment. Alright, thank you for your cooperation, it's time for me to leave. Leon guided Sophia away from the dance floor before speaking. It is incomplete to not dance a dance during the flower dance festival. Although my invitation method is wrong, I hope the memories I leave you will be at least happy. After saying that, Leon silently left Sophia's side and embarked on the way to find Abigail. Sophia recalled Lion's words before leaving, with some doubts and some doubts. In the end, she decided to find out the truth and turned around and walked towards Gus' stall. It was already past the mealtime, and there was no one in front of Gus' stall. After all, cakes and pudding were just desserts after all. If you want to fill your stomach, you still have to go to some stalls with rich staple food, so Gus seems very leisurely at this moment. After seeing Sophia walking towards him, Gus looked at the time before asking Sophia, "Where is Leon?" "Go back, what do you ask him for?" Sophia looked at Gus and asked back with a pretended disregard. "It's okay, I just want to ask him if he wants to bring some cake from me," Gus said perfunctorily, while looking at Sophia from time to time, and finally couldn't help asking. "Is the dance floor lively? How is Leon performing?" "It's quite lively. You don't know how busy Leon is. He asked 3 girls to dance in a row," Sophia replied, and went around to the stall and found a chair to sit down and added, "Then Leon and Haley finished dancing and ran away. Just like running away, not to mention how embarrassed they were." "So, didn't he invite you to dance?" Gus asked, disappointed when he heard this. "Why should I invite me to dance?" Sophia thought to herself, but there was no wave on the surface, as if she didn't know that Leon had this plan. "I heard that he doesn't want you to be a passerby in the flower dance festival. I want to take you to experience the fun of the flower dance festival," Gus replied truthfully, only ignoring his previous proposal to hire Leon to dance with Sophia. Sophia, who knew Gus very well, listened to Gus' answer, was a little surprised. She was very familiar with Gus and knew that if Gus lies, he would feel unnatural and trembling. However, Gus' expressions and movements were relaxed when he said this sentence. It was obvious that this was the truth. Sophia thought about the opinions of Leon to ask her about her needs to participate in the flower dance festival and Lion's answer. "Lion's words I accompany you," and echoed in Sophia's ears again. That's it. Thinking of this, Sophia understood what Leon meant and why Leon was so persistent in inviting herself to dance. Maybe he's too busy, after all, the farm's work is so heavy. Although he regretted that Leon did not invite Sophia to dance, Gus was still considerate of Leon. The life of a farmer is not that easy, especially when Leon manages a farm alone, it becomes even busier. Perhaps it is understandable that Leon goes back to work after attending the flower dance festival. "Uncle Gus, I'm sorry, I lied to you before, and Leon left after dancing with me." Listening to Gus helping Leon explain, Sophia stopped pretending, so as not to complain and misunderstand that Leon only said not to do it, and immediately took the initiative to explain the facts. "Oh!" Gus was overjoyed when he heard this and immediately asked Sophia. "How is that feeling, is it fun? Does that half-baked Leon seem clumsy to cooperate with you?" "It's pretty good. Although some of the moves were not done well, he was quite talented and not a game. He performed very well." That's good, that's good." Listening to Sophia's no complaints about Leon, Gus was almost unable to stop smiling. No matter what the process was, the result was good. At least Sophia experienced the fun of the flower dance festival, and it was already very good to achieve this goal. No, I feel that my state is wrong, and I feel a little blocked in writing. Let's stop here today. Chapter 540. My house is quite big. On the other side, Leon had found Abigail, but he did not come forward to talk to Abigail because he was watching the fun. At this moment, Abigail was dissuading his mother Caroline, and Caroline was waving her arms, preparing to teach Pierre a lesson. As for Pierre, she was huddling in her stall very hard, constantly explaining and comforting Caroline's anger. From here to now, Leon has understood. Caroline seemed to want Pierre to temporarily stop today's business and accompany her to take a good walk in the flower dance festival. Pierre still has a little left in stock. I hope Caroline can give him some time to sell out all the inventory and enjoy the festival with Caroline. So this scene happened. Caroline seemed to want to beat Pierre, so that this husband who only knew the business would deepen again. Why Caroline's decision at home was the final word. Even if Pierre spoke softly, he still did not plan to leave the stall, and wanted to make a big profit during the festival. To be honest, Leon still admires Pierre very much. Under this threat, he can maintain his nature and fully demonstrate the personality of a merchant. Leon, come here to help. Just as Leon continued to eat melons, wanting to see if it was Pierre who was sticking to his original intention or Caroline violently suppressing him, he was tired of his parents. This is a contradiction, but it is actually more like some kind of P. Abigail finally couldn't help it when he lays the small erotic part. Here you come. Abigail spoke, and Leon naturally would not watch it. He immediately stepped forward, walked to Caroline's side, and told him the strategy he had already thought of for Caroline when he was eating melons. Aunt Caroline, I have a plan to help you grasp Mr. Pierre. After explaining his choice of taking the team, Leon whispered to share his strategy with Caroline. Caroline's originally anxious expression immediately calmed down after hearing Lion's approach. After listening to Lion's plan in full, he immediately smiled. I can't tell that, Leon, you're quite interested. After all, men know men better. Leon replied humbly. Okay, that's it. Caroline nodded, agreed to Lion's arrangement, stopped making trouble, and turned around and left. This decisive evacuation made Pierre very confused, but Leon was not speaking loudly just now, so Pierre could not know why Caroline chose to give up on the idea of finding her own theory. So Pierre walked out of the stall and asked Leon anxiously, Leon, what did you say to Caroline? It's nothing, I just gave some advice. After all, Mr. Pierre is so busy, I asked Aunt Caroline to change her mindset. Anyway, I just wanted to experience the flower dance festival. Mr. Pierre was not available. Other boys who came to participate in the flower dance festival always had free people, so I might as well change my personal companion. After saying that, Leon smiled and joked at Pierre, no need to thank me, Mr. Pierre, now you can prepare your business with peace of mind. I thank you? Leon, you bastard! Pierre was anxious when he heard this. He was not helping. He was putting a hat on himself. Thinking of Caroline really going to find someone else to spend the flower dance festival with what Leon said, Pierre's eyes were red in an anxious way. You wait, Leon, wait until this matter is over, we are not finished. The angry Pierre threw a harsh word at Leon, then ignored his stall and chased Caroline in the direction where he left. You are so hurt. Seeing Lion's words shattered Pierre's persistence in doing business, he took the initiative to pursue Caroline's figure, and completed the things he could not solve for a long time after dissuading him. Abigail put his hand on Lion's waist, twisted it gently, and complained. I said that men know men the best. Leon took off Abigail's little hand that twisted the soft flesh around his waist and held it in his palm to prevent her from continuing to make trouble. But aren't you afraid that your father will hold grudges in this way? If he has a bad relationship with you, I will have a headache. Although Caroline's demand was solved, Lion's move could be considered as offending Pierre, so Abigail was still quite worried. Is your father's final word or your mother's final word? Leon asked back. Mom. Abigail replied without hesitation. Will it be over? Leon flicked Abigail's forehead and added, as long as Aunt Caroline stands on my side, Mr. Pierre can't make any trouble. It seems like this. Abigail suddenly realized, then looked at Leon blankly, remembering what Caroline said when she was sleeping with her mother a few days ago. But when the little tricks my mother taught were used to deal with Leon, Abigail was a little unconfident again. After all, Leon is not his father, and he has many bad intentions. Can he really hold on to such a guy? What are you thinking? You're so fascinated. Leon asked softly as he looked Abigail in a daze. It's nothing. Are you done with your affairs? Abigail came back to his senses and shook his head and said perfunctorily. Well, after finishing his work, Haley was secretly injured. This deal might have to be lost. Leon certainly knew what Abigail was, and when he said this, Leon was speechless. After all, Haley, who had been swearing before, turned into a soft-legged shrimp at the time of battle. With such a bad performance, the title of Queen of the Flower Dance Festival is basically completely out of reach for her. If you pay, you'll pay it. At worst, I'll pay for you. Abigail rolled his eyes and comforted Leon. It's okay, Xiao Qian, let's go. Anyway, the flower dance festival has been finished. It's time to go back and rest. I'll take you to see the big house. Leon was happy when he heard this, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand and scraped Abigail's nose and suggested. Well, go and have a look. Abigail was a little shy by Lion's little movements, but compared to other small movements, this kind of thing was considered ordinary, so Abigail was not angry. After the discussion, Leon took Abigail away from the scene of the flower dance festival. In order to save time on the road, Leon took out his bicycle after crossing the wooden bridge, carried Abigail into the car and immediately rushed towards his own farm. Soon, the two arrived in the farm. Abigail saw the new house in Leon, which covers a large area and is very beautiful. He couldn't help but cover his mouth. That's so big. That's it, 6,300 square feet. Leon replied proudly. 6,300 square feet are converted into square meters, which means 585 square meters, and it still covers an area. Not the total area of the house. That is, I built my own house and put it outside, so large flat floors are sky-high prices. Chapter 541 Happy Moment. The new home must be very empty, after all, it's such a large area. Although Abigail's home is large, it is only relative. After all, most people in Pelican Town have this area, or even larger houses, but most of the houses of the residents of Pelican Town are European-style buildings, so in terms of appearance, there is no such bungalows as Leon. For example, Abigail's home has 7,400 square feet. Although it is calculated as the lobby as the business area, it is also a real area. So Abigail knew how empty it would be if there was no furniture in such a large space. Just go in and take a look. Leon pushed Abigail towards the house. After opening the door, Abigail noticed the complete set of furniture in the house. You've got the equipment? Abigail shouted in surprise as he looked at the tables, chairs, benches, cabinets, and carpets. That's it, after all, I have to live for a lifetime, how can I leave it empty? The decoration and layout are all Robin's designs, but if you don't like it, we can change it. Leon nodded and then promised to Abigail. Why should I help you change your home? Abigail was delighted when he heard Leon's words, but on the surface he still pretended not to care. There are no outsiders, so why don't you put this in? If this happens, I may not be able to give you this key. Leon took out a spare key from the drawer of the shoe cabinet next to him and shook it in front of Abigail. Abigail immediately reached out and grabbed the key and said, "Humph, I'll keep the key for you, so that you won't be able to get in the house that day." Yes, yes. Leon petted Abigail's long hair and echoed repeatedly. By the way, let's take a look at what I am most satisfied with my new home. After Abigail put away the key, Leon couldn't wait to pull Abigail into the bathroom. After opening the door, he showed the large bathhouse in front of Abigail. When winter comes, we will lie in and take a bath together, it will be very comfortable. Listening to Leon's enjoyment, Abigail pursed his lips and turned his eyes white, but his eyes couldn't help but look around in the bath. After imagining Leon's words for a moment, his face turned red. But, it's impossible, don't think about it. I will lock the door when the time comes, don't think about coming in. Have you already decided to come here to take a bath? Leon teased with a smile. Of course, after all, the bathtub at home is too small and can't stretch out. Abigail nodded and then threatened to Leon, but don't think about being with me, unless you can propose to me before winter. Are you so anxious to marry me? Leon raised his eyebrows when he heard Abigail's statement, but he never thought of this. After all, in his opinion, although he and Abigail were only one step away from each other, Leon had never thought about the moment of getting married. I'm just giving an example. Abigail explained shyly, and then felt too embarrassed, so he couldn't help but punch bang bang in Leon's chest to vent. Unfortunately, his strength didn't even count as massage. It was more like acting coquettish than venting. It seems that it's not impossible. On the contrary, Leon thought about this possibility seriously. After all, getting married early and late has no effect on Leon. On the contrary, the benefits of getting married are much more than not getting married. Seeing that Leon was really thinking, Abigail was surprised and happy, but more shy, so she had to take the excuse to look around, so as not to suddenly ask herself how to arrange the wedding or something. And Leon had no intention of stopping Abigail. After all, Abigail would move in sooner or later, so what's the point of worrying about wandering around his home? I just don't know if Abigail's master bedroom will be moved, so I chose to stay overnight. While Abigail was wandering around, Leon was not idle, so he ate something casually in the morning. Now lunchtime has passed, but he will still be hungry, so Leon planned to set fire to his new home. It just so happened that Abigail was there, and the time to open the stove was just right. And as the first meal of the new home, in order to get a good start, Leon immediately began to search for the ingredients stored in the refrigerator and treasure chest. After picking and choosing for a long time, he decided to open the menu for the first time. Chicken and fish are indispensable, pork and beef are also excellent ingredients. With some vegetables, the specifications of 4 dishes and 1 soup are all made up. After doing it, Leon immediately began to work hard in the kitchen. The jingle sounds were endless, which made Abigail upstairs unable to help but go downstairs to see what Leon was busy with. After seeing the ingredients prepared by Leon, I couldn't help asking, why do we have to prepare so many ingredients? Because it was the first time that the new home opened fire, this is a very important thing in our hometown. Leon explained, while continuing to work hard. Seeing Lion's serious appearance, Abigail also realized that Lion's attention to this meal, so he volunteered to come up with the idea of helping. Leon naturally would not refuse Abigail's kindness, so he handed over the preparations for washing vegetables, peeling meat, cutting pieces, etc. to Abigail, while he focused on dealing with silver carp and a whole chicken. This is not the first time Abigail I worked with Leon, so I was still very good at working hard. With the help of Abigail, Lion's efficiency improved a lot. Soon, I stewed the processed chicken and started to heat the pan to oil, using silver carp as the first object to cook. While cooking in Leon, Abigail had already processed other ingredients. Because he couldn't help, he did not cause trouble for Leon. Instead, he moved a chair and sat next to Leon, lay on the back of the chair, silently admiring Lion's cooking skills, and a foolish smile appeared on his face. She was in a good mood at the moment. Abigail had only watched such a scene on TV before. When it was really her turn to experience it, Abigail understood why the heroine in the play liked to stay by the male lead and watched him cook. This is a kind of happiness full of security and full of warm atmosphere, a daily life that Abigail never thought of but enjoyed very much. At this moment, Abigail's eyes not only include Leon, but also some future scenes about such a life. The more I thought about Abigail's smile, the brighter it became. Only then did she fully understand why, although her mother and father occasionally argued in life, they always had a smile on their faces when preparing dinner together. Chapter 542 This is my family. Whatever I love. What are you smirking? Wash your hands and prepare to start dinner. When Leon finished his work, he noticed Abigail looking at him in a daze while smiling, and patted him gently on his head and reminded him. Oh! Abigail came to his senses at this moment, hurriedly got up to wash his hands, and then returned to the kitchen to help Leon place tableware, knife, and fork. Leon brought the prepared dishes to the table, and finally found a soup bowl to serve the chicken soup in the pot and placed it in the center of the dining table. Food meals. As he shouted Abigail to sit down, Leon picked up his chopsticks and began to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Abigail, who was sitting next to Leon, aimed the fork in his hand at the silver carp lying on the sauce. Unfortunately, before he took action, he was stopped by Leon. This fish cannot be eaten for the time being. Why? Abigail asked in confusion. Because there is more than every year, Leon said, and shared this little knowledge with Abigail. But Abigail was confused and could not understand what fish had to do with you. However, Leon said so seriously that she didn't insist on eating it, so she pretended to understand and transferred the fork to the combination of potatoes and brisket. Abigail was quite satisfied with this meal. Compared to the light taste at home, Lion's cooking and seasoning were more in line with Abigail's appetite. Even after the dishes were eaten, the soup left behind was very delicious and fragrant. Originally, Abigail didn't like rice, but who made Leon like it? And drizzled with gravy on the rice, it actually tasted bad, so Abigail gradually got used to rice as a staple food. Come on, have another bowl of chicken soup. When Abigail had almost finished eating, Leon found her a new bowl and served half a bowl of chicken soup. I'm full. Abigail protested, stroking his belly without any lady. It's okay, just skip the crack. Leon pinched Abigail's cheek and complained. I'm not thin, why do I feel like I've become fat? Abigail was a little confused when he heard this. It's good to be fat, it's good to be fat, and it's not terrible. It's comfortable to pick it up. Leon smiled and fooled Abigail. Humph. Abigail's eyes turned Leon, but he still obediently picked up the soup bowl and blew it, and started drinking the soup. After a bowl of hot soup was finished, sweat beads of Abigail's forehead were oozing. Seeing this, Leon directly suggested, go and take a shower, you see you are sweating. No, I don't even have any clothes to change. What do I wear after taking a shower? Abigail retorted. Don't you have a bath towel? And I have clothes, so it should be fine to wear them on you. Leon explained with a smile. Hi. Abigail looked at Leon suspiciously when he heard this, and always felt that Lion's proposal was ill-intention. But the close-fitting dress is indeed a bit uncomfortable to wear, so Abigail is still preparing to take a shower. When Leon saw that Abigail had really gone to the bathroom, he immediately began to pack up the table, threw the leftovers into the refrigerator, washed the tableware with extremely amazing efficiency, and then couldn't wait to sit on the sofa in the living room, glanced at the bathroom from time to time. After a long wait, the glass door of the bathroom was finally pushed open. Just when Leon thought his plan had succeeded, what he saw was not the photo of a beauty he had expected, but the Abigail who was dressed in a complete dress. I didn't even change my clothes, and it was still the same dress. Isn't it useless to take a shower like this? Leon was speechless at the moment. He really didn't expect Abigail to do this. He would rather wear unwashed clothes than come out wrapped in a bath towel. You forgot, I'm a witch. Abigail knew what Leon was thinking when he saw Lion's expression. At this moment, Abigail was so happy to see Leon being defeated. Abigail, who was not satisfied with this, walked to Leon proudly and turned around, then sat on the sofa and leaned on Lion's shoulder. Smell it, see if there is any sweat. No. Leon accepted his fate at this moment, regretting his original intention very much. I recommend Abigail to learn magic by myself. If Abigail is just an ordinary girl, then there will be room for operation next. Now that all interesting developments are being slain in the bud, what can Leon do? Haha, I'm so sorry for disappointing you. Seeing this, Abigail couldn't help laughing. What should he say? Nothing, which would make the smart Leon show this depressed expression. Abigail was so proud. Fine. Leon resisted the urge to hug Abigail and rubbed him hard, making her understand what the big kings were, and stood up and left the sofa. Since you have finished taking a shower, it's time for me to take a shower. Don't peek at me. I don't lock the door when taking a shower. Impossible. Abigail shook his head, not fooling Lion's hint. Leon didn't say much, and went upstairs to get a new set of clothes, then entered the bathroom to cool off. He just hesitated before putting on his clothes, and finally put on his underwear, then tied his lower body into a skirt with a bath towel, and left the bathroom with his upper body naked. Abigail, who was watching TV in the living room, heard the movement of Leon coming out of the bathroom, subconsciously turned around, and then saw Leon in half naked, and immediately blushed and complained. Why did you come out without leaving your clothes? Isn't this a bath towel wrapped? You know magic, but I don't know. Leon leaned over to Abigail with a thick face and sat down. Then he took Abigail into his arms and let him lie on his chest and complained. But I see you've come in with your clothes. I haven't changed my clothes. Don't you? Abigail wanted to resist, but the tempting fragrance emitted from Leon and his warm and solid chest were like magnets, absorbing her firmly and unable to break free. I think it's quite hot, but I don't wear it. Can't it? This is my home, I can do whatever I want. Leon retorted righteously. Humph, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Abigail snorted lightly, then patted Lion's big hand that was plastered on his belly, and began to explore upwards in a naive manner. You're like this, I'm going back. Okay, listen to you. Faced with Abigail's strict defense, Leon could only stop obediently. Abigail turned a blind eye to some small movements that were obviously not very obvious before, but why is he so vigilant now? Leon felt that when he didn't know, someone might be giving advice to Abigail. But Leon was not in a hurry. Anyway, the meat was already in the bowl. Although it was hot now, as long as you wait patiently, you could eat this piece of meat sooner or later. An excellent hunter must have enough patience. Although Leon could still be hot, he still didn't do it after all. After all, he really liked Abigail, so Leon was unwilling to do some things. Otherwise, with Lion's desire to control the recession suppressed in Abigail's heart, he exerted a little force. Abigail would have been lustful and took the initiative to attack. Unfortunately, this situation was not what Leon wanted to see. On the contrary, he enjoyed the mutual ties with Abigail. Isn't this a kind of fun in a passionate love period? Chapter 543 Magical Maid. While sitting on the sofa, Abigail began to feel sleepy. He did not force himself to lie on Leon and fell asleep with peace of mind. Leon gently picked up Abigail after he fell asleep completely and sent him to the guest bedroom upstairs, covered his navel with a quilt, and then left. After going downstairs and put on his clothes, Leon went out and started working in the fields. It is not about weeding, fertilizing, or combing the fruits. It is simply about observing the growth status of these crops to ensure that these crops are not missed during watering, resulting in a different growth rate than other seeds that were placed in the same batch of land. After all, summer is approaching. If some mist crops are still in their infancy, if they are crops with a longer growth cycle, Leon has to consider digging them out in advance, and then other seeds that can cross seasons. For example, coffee beans in ancient times. However, it is reassuring that the growth status of all crops planted in the same batch is the same, which means that Leon has not missed it. This means that according to the calculations before planting Leon, the crops in their own land can basically be picked before summer. Good. After looking around from beginning to end, Leon felt much more at ease. Although he was used to the fact that he had died in seasons, it was a game. In reality, if this situation happened, it would be a waste of food. After the inspection, Leon returned to the house and went upstairs. He looked at Abigail, who was sleeping soundly, took off his shoes and went to bed, and hugged Abigail for lunch together. It was not until the sun set and dusk was approaching that Leon woke up. Rubbing his head, which was somewhat chaotic, looked at the sky outside the window, and then looked at Abigail in his arms, and Leon woke him up. "Stop sleeping, I can't sleep at night." Abigail, who was woken up in a daze, rubbed his eyes and tried to activate his brain, but the angry instinct of being forced to get up still made her unable to help but kick Lion's leg twice. "Did you not have a rest last night? Can you sleep here? How long has it been?" After looking at the time on the watch, it was already 6 o'clock. If Leon remembered correctly, he and Abigail had finished their meal. It was almost 2 o'clock, and Abigail had slept for about 4 hours. "No, it's just that I don't need to read in the afternoon, and I have to take a break today. Of course, I have to sleep more if I don't have any pressure." Abigail was already much more awake at this moment. While responding to Lion's complaints, he did not forget to squeeze in Lion's arms and adjust his lying position. "What should you do if you can't sleep at night?" "Don't forget, I'm a witch," Abigail replied proudly. The first magic she learned was sleeping, a blessing for insomnia patients. "Yes, yes, yes, what do you want to eat tonight, Lord Witch?" Listening to Abigail's answer, Leon stroked Abigail's head and said perfunctorily, "Eat something casually. I ate a lot at noon and am not very hungry now." "Then let's have some noodles. I remember that there is still some flour left, plus the chicken soup left at noon. The next chicken soup is just right." Leon didn't want to be so troublesome to noon anymore. Abigail didn't ask, so let's keep everything simple. "Well, you can let me go. I'm going to get up and sort out my clothes. This is a dress, and it's all wrinkled now." After chatting about what to eat for dinner, Abigail pushed Lion's arm away and got up. Looking at the dress that was no longer elegant and beautiful, he complained to Leon with some dissatisfaction. "You have to wear a dress when you sleep, blame me." Leon naturally didn't want to take the blame. After all, if Abigail listened to him and wrapped in a bath towel, this dress would not have any impact. Abigail had white eyes, then raised his hand wearing the galaxy sword ring, muttering words. The next moment, all the wrinkles on the clothes were smoothed out, as if they had been ironed. Magic is so convenient. Leon is really envious of Abigail's operations. "Is it just like you know it?" Abigail comforted Leon with a smile. "Then do you know how to clean the magic? Or do you do lifelike magic?" Leon asked after all. Yes, these are the most basic and easy to learn. Abigail nodded and confirmed. Then I will leave the hygiene at home to you from now on. It will be very troublesome to clean such a large house manually. Please, my dear. When Leon heard this, his eyes lit up. Abigail had such convenient ability, then housework and other things were no longer torture. Big houses are good everywhere, but cleaning is the most troublesome. With Abigail, the witch, nanny, you don't have to think about these things. Okay. Abigail's face was full of smiles when she heard this. She remembered correctly. This was the first time Leon called her dear. Although the pre-word words when this title appeared were a bit unromantic, Abigail was still very happy. Then you try it first, I'll go downstairs to prepare dinner for you. Abigail agreed, and Leon immediately assigned her a task. The main reason was to see how efficient and exhausted Abigail could clean the entire house. If the cleaning time was too long, and Abigail felt the impact of fatigue or overdrawing of magic after cleaning it, Leon would give up this idea without hesitation, and hand over the cleaning work at home to the housekeeping company. After all, spending some money can handle things, which is much more cost-effective than tossing Abigail. Yet, Abigail immediately began to act. With his hands waving, the air in the house began to flow, some dust that was usually invisible to the naked eye began to be dragged out from all corners, and some remaining wood chips were also found, and finally gathered into a small ball the size of a cherry floating beside Abigail. It's not too dirty. It's a new house after all. When Leon saw Abigail's relaxed expression and superb efficiency, he immediately realized his mind. Then he got up and kissed Abigail on the cheek, added oil to Abigail, and went downstairs to start making hand-rolled noodles. Abigail cleaned up one room at a time. Just when Leon was still kneading the dough, Abigail had already cleaned the second floor and began to clean it on the first floor. Okay, it's all cleaned up. Soon, Abigail ran to the kitchen with a proud look on his face and asked Leon for credit. It's so fast, please trouble you. Leon was unable to rub Abigail's head with his hands because his hands were stained with flour, so he could only express his approval verbally. Abigail smiled proudly when he heard this. Then, just like noon, he brought a chair and placed it next to Leon, lay on the back of the chair, watching Lion's busy work. Thanks to Boss Answaliong for the 500 starting point coins, and the 200 starting point coins rewarded by the book friend 1607301216166058 for the Boss 200 starting point coins. They are all old friends, and they are still so polite. I feel embarrassed to love you. Chapter 544 Grandpa. The dinner was simple, but Abigail liked it quite well. The hand-rolled noodles have a different elasticity and taste than pasta, and it is even more delicious with the mellow chicken soup. After dinner, Abigail also took the initiative to take charge of washing dishes, but this time she still used magic, which was amazingly fast. Abigail, you are like this, I really want to take you over and live with you. Seeing Abigail's efficiency in using magic to deal with housework, Leon couldn't help but hug him from behind Abigail's side in his arms. No. Abigail refused without hesitation. Who knows if you will make trouble when you live together before marriage? And I am a witch, not a nanny, and magic is mysterious and powerful, no. Before Abigail could make a long speech, Leon went around and blocked Abigail's words with his mouth. When Abigail kissed her until she was dizzy, he reluctantly let her go. "How much does the witch think I'm paid here?" Leon teased Abigail when he held Abigail on the sofa. "Humph, just force it." Abigail waved his hand and replied calmly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Leon intending to put his face on, so he quickly reached out to cover Lion's head. "Don't come, I'm almost suffocating." "Hee, don't you say force? Then I'm not convinced, so I want you to see my true skills," Leon retorted with a smirk. "Okay, I'm very satisfied, this is okay." Helplessly, Abigail had to give in because she asked Leon to kiss her again, and she was really afraid that she would fall. "Then we'll do it again. If you do this, I'll go back." Although Abigail enjoyed Lion's obsession with him very much, he was still quite scared and immediately threatened Leon. Okay, listen to you, but the night is long, we can't sit here, why not find some entertainment?" Leon just turned off the engine temporarily when he saw this, but he didn't plan to let Abigail go, because it was so interesting to see Abigail being teased by him. "Let's watch a movie together. We have been together for almost a month, but it seems that we have never had a serious date," Abigail complained. "Well, that's fine, I just don't know if there is any suitable movie." Abigail's proposal made Leon quite agree with it. Since the two confirmed their relationship, there have indeed been many experiences between couples that have not been tried. Since Abigail had an idea, Leon would not be disappointed. He got up and turned on the old TV in the living room, and then returned to the sofa with the remote control. Abigail lay naturally on Lion's thigh, then took the remote control and began to look for the movie channel. "Just look at this." Looking through the TV channel he was familiar with, Abigail soon found a channel that was playing a movie, which was playing an old-fashioned love movie that Abigail had seen but didn't mind watching again, and immediately made a decision. Leon put his hands on Abigail's belly and watched with Abigail. The movie is actually quite ordinary from the perspective of Leon, a moviegoer who has experienced various special effects blockbusters, but it can't help but Abigail likes it. Although the production of the video is a bit rough, the storyline is pretty good, at least not boring. After the movie was finished, Abigail picked up the remote control and continued to look for a new show. Leon did not stop it, but occasionally looked at the time on the watch. If Abigail kept watching like this, then Leon felt that Abigail would not be able to escape tonight. Just as Leon was imagining that there was a real person-sized pillow to sleep tonight, Abigail's cell phone suddenly rang. Abigail hurriedly got up and picked up the phone to connect, and ran to the seat away from the sofa. After hearing the phone, Abigail returned to the sofa, but this time she did not continue to lie down. "Leon, my mother urged me to go back. Sorry, today's movie night can only be put next time. I'll send you back." Although I was a little disappointed, Leon still chose Abigail's size. "No, you can rest early, I'll go back very quickly." Abigail shook his head and said, "Don't forget, I'm a witch." Yes. Leon was a little confused and helpless about Abigail's claim that he kept the witch at his mouth. He probably guessed what Abigail said, and probably reminded Leon that she was no longer the same as before. When Leon wanted to do something bad, he should consider the resistance or punishment that might have encountered. Thinking of Abigail's strict defense in the afternoon, Leon now hated the person who gave Abigail advice. Although it is not necessary to send it home, it is still necessary to send it out of the farm. When Leon and Abigail walked to the entrance of the farm together, they noticed that Abigail's figure began to blur, and for a moment, it disappeared in front of Leon's eyes. Telection. Seeing Abigail's way of leaving, Leon was quite surprised. He always thought that teleporting magic was a relatively advanced spell. Logically speaking, Abigail had not been exposed to magic for a long time and should not have learned this. Could it be that Abigail is a magical genius in all directions? It is a magic trick, a magic that can temporarily convert the body into elements to increase one's own speed and concealment ability, which is a substitute for teleportation. Razmedes suddenly appeared at this moment and said to Leon Coco, "Guardian, why are you here?" Leon was quite surprised to see Razmedes appear. "Something I have to tell you," Razmedes explained. "But why do you call me my name instead of my name? Doesn't this show respect for you?" Leon explained. "Haha, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. As usual, as long as Abigail is willing, I will not stop you. Compared to other people, I still trust you more." Razmedes sneered and complained to Leon. "Then I'll change my words and call Grandpa, what do you think?" Leon immediately suggested after hearing this. Razmedes didn't say anything, but stared at Leon with a calm face. This made Leon shudder. Although Razmedes acted lightly, he felt murderous intent. "No kidding, Master Razmedes, please." Leon knew how to adapt, so he immediately made an invitation gesture to enter the farm. Chapter 545 Spring Outing Notice. After entering the farm with Razmedes, Leon opened the door and invited Razmedes into the house. Then he guided Razmedes to sit on the sofa. Then Leon ran to the kitchen and took out the tea leaves given by Caroline, made a cup of hot tea, and brought it to Razmedes. Razmedes, who saw green tea, had a complicated expression. He looked at the tea leaves in the cup, then looked at Leon, and finally spoke. "It seems that Caroline is pretty good to you. Maybe I'm a more likable person." Leon replied with a haha. "Master Razmedes, you come to see me this time, what are you going to say?" Razmedes picked up the teacup, took a sip of the tea, and then spoke. "I remember telling you that I will take you and Abigail to the City of Elements in a while. Well, are you going to set off?" Leon immediately reacted when he heard this. "Yes, the flower dance festival is over. Abigail has also completed some basic magic learning and has a magic reserve to avoid danger. It's time to take her and you to see the scenery of the City of Elements." Razmedes nodded and confirmed. "Then do I need to prepare anything in advance?" Leon has been looking forward to the journey to the City of Elements for a long time. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to see the charm of this mysterious neutral city, so Leon naturally did not dare to neglect it. "Bring more gems. Your new ability has a very powerful combat power. With the help of gem puppets, your combat power and safety are also guaranteed. However, if you can stay with me honestly, you don't need to be prepared." Razmedes said, and couldn't help staring at Leon and complaining, but based on my understanding of you, you don't seem to be someone who likes to follow the rules, so I think it's necessary to be prepared to protect yourself. Look at what you said, although I am a little out of tune, I still know the right and wrong. Don't worry about this. Leon patted his chest and promised. He is indeed curious about many things, but this does not mean that he likes to commit suicide. Curiosity kills the cat is not in vain. Only when he ensures his safety can Leon consider exploring unknown secrets. I hope so. Razmedes didn't believe it very much, but when he thought of Lion's cleverness and the forest magic on him, he was not afraid of any accidents in Leon. In addition to your own safety preparation, I also recommend that you bring more money. The City of Elements is not only a gathering point for neutral cities and major races, but also a very large trading market. Here, you can buy many goods that are rare or even non-existent in the material world. Some things are of great help to your farm. If you have financial capabilities, you can consider buying some. Oh? What exactly is there? Leon asked curiously. I don't know either. I don't pay attention to these things, but your grandfather used to like to buy things in the City of Elements. I think you should gain something, too. Razmedes explained. Then I'll go and check it out myself. By the way, can my card be used there? Leon remembers that the currency of the City of Elements is the same as that used by ordinary people, so he did not ask about this question, and the main question was the gold card in his hand. Razmedes, who saw the Diogen card taken out by Leon, nodded indifferently. It can be used. Obviously, he is quite familiar with this card, and it is not surprising that Leon can get this card. Then I will avoid the trouble of withdrawing money, and there will be nothing to prepare. Leon nodded when he heard this. When will we set out? The day after tomorrow. I'll give you a day to find someone to help you manage the farm. We'll go there for 3 days this time. Razmedes reminded. 3 days. Leon was quite surprised when he heard this. After all, he thought he would be back in 1 day. Well, in 3 days, I need to take Abigail to visit some friends and take her to embassies of various races for inspection, etc., Razmedes confirmed. Of course, you can also come back in 1 day. I will give you permission at that time. You can take the teleportation array directly from the Sharp Blades Head Guild to return to Stardew Valley. The details depend on your own choice. I can see if I can find someone who helps me manage the farm. In fact, Leon really wants to stay in the City of Elements for a longer time. After all, it is obvious that such a big city can't be visited in 1 day. It's just that entrusting the farm to others, I always feel a little unsafe, especially when the seasons are about to change. If this last wave of crops is if you are taken care of by unprofessional people, you will lose a lot if you ruin it. You can find Linus. Seeing Lion's entangled expression, Razmedes reminded. Mr. Linus, will he agree? Leon felt that this was a good choice when he heard this, but he was not sure whether Linus would like it or not. Then you have to convince him yourself. Razmedes didn't make any suggestions. After drinking the tea in the cup, he got up and prepared to leave. The day after tomorrow, I will teleport you to the Mage Tower at around 8 o'clock. We will take the teleportation array to the City of Elements, and you can pay attention to your time. After saying that, Razmedes disappeared in front of Leon using teleportation. Leon took the teacup he had drunk to the kitchen to clean after Razmedes left before lying down. Although I slept for a few hours in the afternoon, there was no obstacle to what I wanted to sleep. Just close my eyes and empty my brain, and within a few minutes, Leon could fall asleep. When I opened my eyes again, I spent the night like this. Leon, who was walking out of the morning sun, completed the daily watering and feeding chickens first, and then returned to the house and began to tinker in the kitchen. After unpacking a new bag of flour, Leon began to follow his idea before going to bed last night. Cook dumplings filled with pork and green onion, bake egg pancakes, and stew a large pot of braised beef. The preparations made by Leon are not like preparing breakfast for himself. Everything was ready. Leon began to pack all of these, and while it was steaming, he put all of them in the system backpack, and then took this pile of delicious food along the remote forest to the northern foothills. And on the hillside, I saw Lena sitting next to the tent reading. "Good morning, old man, I'll bring you breakfast." From a distance, Leon waved his arms enthusiastically and greeted Linus. Leon was so enthusiastic that Leon couldn't hold back. He didn't even think about it and knew that Leon was absolutely not holding back. He immediately stood up and planned to get into the tent, zip up, and be upset. Chapter 546. Listen to Linus's talk about the past. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lion's eyesight and speed. The moment Linus got up, Leon rushed to the door of Linus' tent, blocking Linus's way. "You don't have to bother you, I'll help you get the table." No matter what Linus thought, Leon was the first to speak out. After saying that, he entered the tent, took out a small table, and placed it in front of Linus. Then, without waiting for Linus to speak, Leon took out all the breakfast prepared in the system backpack to please Linus. The 3 plates of unique delicacies gathered in triangular shapes on the small table, steaming hot and fragrant, making the expression of Linus's originally somewhat resistant melt instantly. "It's quite delicious." Linus couldn't help sighing as his nose moved, sniffing the fragrance in the air. "It tastes even more delicious, you can eat it first, my grandfather." Leon hurriedly took a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Linus. However, Linus was not in a hurry to take the chopsticks, and turned to stare at Leon and asked, "Don't worry, let's talk about what you want to do first." "Look at what you said, what can I do? I just want to respect you. After all, I have made a little more in the morning, so I will send it to you for a try. Don't think too much, just treat it as the strawberry from last time, which is for you to satisfy your cravings. It's nothing." Leon explained to Linus with a smile, and at the same time he stuffed the chopsticks into Linus's hand. Seeing that Linus still had no intention of picking up chopsticks, Leon was not in a hurry and directly suggested, "Why do I feed you? Forget it, I'll do it myself." Faced with Lion's pleasing attitude, Linus could not bear it, and finally took over the chopsticks and compromised. Whether Leon has something to do or not, Linus has to eat this breakfast. On the one hand, he is indeed hungry, and he knows what Leon cooks and is very delicious. On the other hand, Lion's flattering appearance does look a bit strange. As soon as he encountered something big, Linus believed that he could not sit idly by. Linus, who has been thinking about it, will naturally not be entangled. Leon smiled and watched Linus enjoying breakfast, and did not rush to speak. When Linus had almost finished eating and stopped chopsticks, Leon spoke slowly. How does the old man think it tastes? It's pretty good. Linus exclaimed sincerely. He really likes the food cooked by Leon. Although it is not exquisite, it is unexpectedly delicious. The ingredients may be very ordinary, but the finished products are cooked with a very precious atmosphere. The older people, the more they are, the more they are, the more they are, the more they are. After all, it's the output at Red Star Farm, so it's naturally delicious. Leon replied in spring and autumn style. Although all the ingredients here were not grown or raised by Red Star Farm itself, it was indeed cooked in the kitchen of Red Star Farm, so Leon said this without being a lie. Linus didn't say anything, quietly waiting for the second half of Lion's sentence. Sure enough, Leon continued, if such delicious food disappears because the farm is abandoned, the old man should feel a pity. Yet. At this moment, Linus nodded, and then complained, tell me, how much do you want to borrow? Tell me a lot, I'll find someone to send it to you. Hearing this, Leon was stunned. After a while, he realized that Linus had misunderstood. Old man, you are wrong. I'm not short of money. Isn't short of money? Then what do you want to do? Lion's answer made Linus a little confused. After all, Lion's words and attitude looked like a borrowing attitude. He said he was not short of money at this moment, why did Naeun so flatter? Isn't this going to the City of Elements tomorrow? I can return with Master Rasmades. Although I can return on the same day, you also know that I am a greedy person. Moreover, Rasmades plans to stay in the City of Elements for 3 days. I also want to wait a little longer and carefully observe the various things about the City of Elements, so I want to ask the old man, you can help me take care of the crops and chicken coops on the farm for a few days. I have been in Zingla Valley for more than 2 months and have not gone out much so far. I am really a little nervous. Can you give me a chance? Leon immediately explained his true thoughts. That's it. Linus looked at Leon speechlessly and asked back. That's it. Leon nodded. Then you just want to just say it. I thought it was so big a deal if I did such small moves. Linus really didn't expect that just this was the case, and he was really frightened by Lion's low posture before. Ah! Leon was surprised when he heard this. Unexpectedly, Linus agreed so simply. He thought he needed to spend more time. I'm familiar with taking care of Hongsing Farm. When your grandfather used to run around, I was basically the one who took care of Hongsing Farm. He was much rude than you. No one came, and the person who wrote a letter ran away, regardless of whether I was happy to help. Seeing Lion's confusion, Lesnar pulled Leon down and explained. You also know that the land of Red Star Farm is fertile, the crops grow rapidly and healthy. The breath of life emitted by these crops during their growth is also a good return for us sons of the forest, so I will not refuse such a good help to myself, so as long as you speak, if I don't have much trouble, I will help you. After listening to Linus' explanation, Leon felt that he might have been thinking too much. There was something about Rasmades saying, which made Leon mistakenly think that it seemed difficult to invite Mr. Linus to help. If you say this, then thank you, the old man first, but I'm still quite curious. Did Grandpa ask you to help you very often? Now that I know that this matter is actually easy to deal with, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help asking more questions. Do you want to learn from your grandfather too? Linus looked at Leon with a vigilant look upon hearing this. Although he was very happy to help Leon take care of the farm and take care of crops and animals, if this became the norm, then Linus would not be happy. After all, he still had his own things to do. No, just simple curiosity. Leon Hung promised. Okay, then I'll tell you. What do you mean? Linus breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, then pondered for a moment, recalling the past, and finally said, take the last 2 years of your grandfather in Stardew Valley. In the first year, I was taking care of the farm, and in the second year, I was managing the entire farm. Speaking of this, Lena's expression became more nostalgic and regretful, but then the old thing's body could not hold on. Before leaving the material world, he prepared a letter for you on his deathbed, and then entrusted me and Razmedes and I to help him handle the funeral. The farm originally planned to take care of you until you came. But the old guy said that if you really choose to come to Zingla Valley to inherit Hongsing Farm one day, it is best to let you start from scratch and persist. Hongsing Farm can be handed over to you with confidence. It's okay if you can't persist. I will hand over this farm to others. The windmill wine houses and fish ponds were all demolished at that time, so when you come to the farm, you will see a deserted area. This is the first test when your grandfather asked you to inherit the farm. Chapter 547 Being a farmer is a bit in a hurry. When you hear this, what do you think? I couldn't help but talk about the past and the reasons for the abandonment of Red Star Farm. Linus was quite curious about Lion's view. After all, a large farm that was originally prosperous was actively abandoned, leaving a wilderness for the heirs. Linus felt that Leon should be speechless after hearing it. But Leon didn't complain, and didn't even have a dissatisfaction expression. Instead, he replied with a smile, I don't have any ideas, I feel pretty good. Why? Linus asked. Because this is the only way to make me cherish the existence of Red Star Farm. Building from scratch requires a lot of time and effort. With such investment, I will naturally pay attention to everything I have built. If my grandfather left me a complete luxury farm, it would be a burden. After all, things I picked up for free will never be cherished. Leon explained that he could understand his grandfather's arrangements. This was not only a trial, but also a kind of inheritance. When my grandfather came to Zingd Valley, he didn't have Red Star Farm. What he encountered and experienced may be much more troublesome than when he first came. The old guy is so lucky. After hearing Lion's thoughts, Linus was so envious and jealous. If he had a sensible successor like Leon, he would probably have to wake up in his dreams. Yes, I have good luck. Leon answered sincerely. Okay, you're both lucky. After Linus finished summarizing, he changed the topic and said, I won't talk about these things anymore. It's too heavy. Let's talk about other things. If you go to the City of Elements this time, don't leave Razmedes too far. After all, the City of Elements is not Stardew Valley, and the chaos in that place is not low. I have a preliminary understanding and know the right degree, Leon promised. Well, that's good. But there's one thing I want to remind you, that compared to other races in the Elemental City, those humans living in the Elemental City are more dangerous and terrifying. so don't believe any strangers' words, and don't try to contact them," Linus solemnly reminded. "What if it's an explorer of the Sharp Blades First Guild?" Leon gave an example. "Then you should also pay attention. After all, there is no incident that disguises as explorers, so you'd better go to the lobby of the Swordhead Guild to get a list and information of internal explorers. This is public information and everyone can obtain it. In this way, you can effectively avoid being deceived by the guys disguised as explorers," Linus added. "You are also a member of the Explorer, so I will not stop you from contacting those explorers. Explorers who can become permanent explorers in the City of Elements are all the best among humans. Even if they have some weird personalities and can even be said to be annoying, they have all experienced the test and are the safest and most reliable group of people in the City of Elements. It's better to be a bystander and watch the excitement. I don't like my current identity so much. You know, I'm just an ordinary farmer." Leon was not interested in this. The subtext Linus said was probably that those explorers of the City of Elements were all known as heroes, and he just wanted to be a logistics staff member. "Yes, you are much more open-minded than your grandfather, and honestly cultivating high-quality crops, providing the best food guarantee for those high-ranking officials and combat professionals on the front line of the world is already a significant contribution to human stability. Leon, you have to keep this idea and don't learn from your grandfather. You have to be a hero. As a result, you have become the shortest-lived son of the forest in history. You will lose money or not." Linus agreed with Lion's idea very much, and also took his grandfather as a counter-example to convince Leon to maintain this mentality. Aren't high-quality crops provided only to those rich? When Leon heard this, he found some information he had never known before and asked. Of course, after all, the vitality contained in high-quality crops has extremely significant effects on physical strength and recovery of injuries. Don't underestimate the vitality contained in these high-quality crops. Longevity and health are only part of the effects shown by high-quality crops. In the future, you can go to Rasmati's library to find relevant books and ask me, but it's okay. If you ask others, others will laugh at you. After all, a farmer who can cultivate high-quality crops does not know where the high-quality crops he cultivates are used. Don't you feel embarrassed? Linus complained. But those rich and powerful people are really happy to share with others the few high-quality crops that are already small. Leon smiled and then asked a relatively complicated question. After all, there are too many cases where good things are monopolized by some people, and human nature is a very complex thing. I understand what you mean, and there is indeed such an existence, but don't forget who your dealer is. Linus reminded Leon. So it was assigned by the Unseen Chamber of Commerce. Leon immediately understood the reason when he heard this. Yes, the Far Travel Chamber of Commerce is not just a chamber of commerce. Linus nodded, and most senior executives also know the importance. If there were no combat professions on the border, their money and power would have no meaning, so basically no one dared to do something you were worried about. If humans in this world are facing the threat of monsters, why does the Fengire Republic choose to go to war with the Gotria Empire? Isn't this internal friction? Leon thought of another question at this moment. This involves the different views of ordinary people and extraordinary people. However, there are many inside stories about the war between the Fengire Republic and the Gotlo Empire. Although I don't know too many details, I also know that this war is inevitable. There are too many things involved in it. After all, humans are a complex intelligent life. Linus's answer to Lion's question was very vague, but this information was enough for Leon to speculate on some clues. For example, being a traitor. You should go into politics, and being a farmer is a bit of a pity. Lion's words made Linus' brows raise. He really didn't expect that Leon could guess such a level. Even because of his wide range of channels and many people he knew, he learned some inside information. It was really outrageous that Leon could infer this with some of his words. I just saw it a lot. Leon didn't think it was his intelligence, it was just because he had seen similar cases. Have all the Gotlo Empire turned against you, or are there problems in some areas? Of course, it's part. The Gotlo Empire is different from Fengiel. The political system there is still the Lord feudal system, so it's just that some fools have been corrupted. This is why this war can end so soon. The Tro Empire really went to war with Fengire in full swing, but it wouldn't be so calm. Even Stardew Valley might have to become a logistics factory, so how could it be as relaxed as it is now? People. After talking about this, Leon didn't plan to learn more, because it would be meaningless to learn more about it, and instead adds trouble to himself for nothing. Chapter 548 The Gentle and Kind Leon. It's time for me to leave. Master, please take a shower of the sun and replenish calcium. After a while, the sun will not be as comfortable as it is now. The best way to stop such heavy topics is to separate, so Leon got up and teased Linus and began to pack up the plate that Linus had eaten and ready to go home. Well, just go and have a safe time to play. Leave the farm to me and take a look. Although I am smart, I have too little knowledge. I hope this trip to the City of Elements will give you more knowledge about the other side of this world. Linus did not forget to continue reminding Leon. Well, by the way, do you want to reserve tools for you? Before leaving, Leon suddenly thought that Linus might need his own tools and asked immediately. No need, I have it. Your grandfather's trick is still here. Linus replied with his hand. Oh? Can you let me see what it looks like? Leon immediately became interested when he heard this. He guessed that his grandfather's tools were at least made of iridium. If he got it, he would have to save much trouble. Don't think about it. He didn't leave it to you but put it here. It means he doesn't want to see you get something for nothing. It's better to work hard to upgrade your own set of tools. Linus rejected Lion's idea without hesitation. But I still revealed a few more words. But the old thing doesn't leave anything for you. Continue to exercise your farmer skills. When the right time comes, you will find the gift left by the old thing to you. Those things are much more expensive than this set of tools. Learn. Leon nodded with a smile. He had already confirmed that his grandfather's legacy was left in the mountains beside the green onion production area in the coal forest, but he could not open it yet. Thinking of the secret room, Leon thought of what Linus said when he learned about the secret room from Linus last time. Old man, you were wrong last time. You said that I was qualified to go to the City of Elements after I found the secret room. But now I can go to the City of Elements. Isn't it a surprise? I'm talking about going alone. Can the Razmidis you followed this time be the same? Linus naturally understood Lion's subtext, but he also had a suitable reason. Okay. Seeing that Linus was not fooled, Leon no longer funny with the old man. He waved his hand immediately, said goodbye to Linus, and returned to the farm along the same road. After cleaning the used tableware as soon as he got home, Leon began to prepare what he needed to carry to the City of Elements. First of all, the tools can be put down. After all, this time I went out for a trip, not to open up the land. The axe manuscript kettle can be basically left at home, and the hoe can be brought with me to avoid seeing ancient spots in the City of Elements without missing out on the tools. Then there are all the rubies provided by Linus and harvested from the mines. These are the mediums for summoning gem puppets. It is also a guarantee. Then there are life potions and super bombs. The former can protect your life safety, while the latter can directly overturn the table when you encounter trouble, which is a good trump card. Finally, there are some changing clothes and daily necessities, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, etc. These things don't need to be placed in the system backpack, taking up space, and you can just find a backpack to hold them. And even if they are snatched up, it's okay, it's not worth it anyway. When everything was ready, Leon did not stop, but rode his bicycle and went to Hoja's supermarket. Since the last draw ended, Leon hasn't been here for a long time. When he entered the door, Leon saw Morris, and Morris greeted Leon enthusiastically as usual. He could not tell the appearance of a grudge that was taken away by Leon last time, so he had prepared a valuable gift. I don't know if Morris really doesn't care or hide his emotions, but no matter which one, Leon has to admire Morris's scheming. Such a person was assigned to Stardew Valley by the Hoja family, and it's no wonder that Pierre felt the pressure. This time I came to Hoja's supermarket, Leon was naturally not here to see Morris. He found a shopping cart at the door and started to buy various snacks and quick foods in the supermarket. After all, no one does not bring snacks when traveling. Not to mention Leon himself, Abigail, who travels with him, is a standard foodie. With these gadgets, Leon is still afraid that Abigail won't take the initiative to find a post. Of course, there are actually factors in Lion's concerns about the food in the City of Elements. After all, this special city is not just humans. God knows whether the definition of food in the urban culture where various races are integrated is the same as that of humans. Prepare more food, and you will also be hungry when you encounter an accident, right? When Leon loaded a shopping cart full of food and arrived at the front desk, Claire was still the one who checked out. She still looked tired, but compared to before, Claire now has a smile on her face. Hi, Leon. Claire, who helped Leon scan the code to bill and greet Leon, seemed very happy to see Leon. The shopping cart you drew last time was not taken back by Morris? Leon asked with the opportunity. No, Manager Morris has never talked to me about this. Claire explained. That's good. Leon nodded after hearing this and said nothing. On the contrary, when Claire saw these bought by Leon, he couldn't help asking, Leon, are you planning to hold a party at home? No, these are prepared for traveling, Leon explained. Then I wish you a happy trip. Claire said with a smile to Leon. Thanks. There are 249G in total, do you need shopping bags? Give me the biggest one. Thank you for coming, welcome to come again next time. After helping Leon pack everything, Claire handed the big bag in his hand to Leon with some difficulty. Seeing Leon easily take it in one hand, Claire couldn't help but look at Lion's arms and eyes. She didn't expect that Leon looked quite thin and had such great strength. "I'm leaving, remember to pay more attention to rest. Although making money is important, my body is even more important. If I feel tired of the Hoja family one day, maybe I can provide you with a new job." After a wake-up call with Claire, Leon left Hoja's supermarket. Claire recalled Lion's words, with some doubts and surprises, but when he thought that Lion's reminder was full of kindness, Claire was quite moved. After all, until now, Leon seemed to be the first person to notice his fatigue and remind him. Then Claire remembered Lion's help at Star Fruit Bar last time and couldn't help sighing. Mr. Leon is really a very gentle and kind person. Chapter 549, Gathering, the spring outing begins. With the snacks I bought, Leon returned to the farm, returned to the house, and began to stuff the snacks into his backpack. But I bought a little more, and it was obvious that I couldn't put a backpack, so Leon found another suitcase. After the suitcase was full, I barely stored these snacks. Leon felt a little embarrassed when he saw this, and seemed to have bought a little too much. "But I want to go there for 3 days, and these 3 days are not alone, so I should be able to eliminate them before I come back." Putting his backpack and suitcase beside the bed, Leon went downstairs to prepare lunch and ate some casually. In the afternoon, Leon left the farm and went to the lake next to the mine cave in the mountains for an afternoon of fish. Finally, he returned home at the moment of night. All the fish were thrown into the treasure chest in the kitchen. Leon had dinner, watched TV, and then fell asleep peacefully. Early the next morning, Leon got up. The first time he got up was to go out to water the crops, feed the chicken coop, and go to the cave to collect mushrooms. After all this, Leon prepared breakfast in the kitchen, made pancakes, but made 4 pots. After the cake was finished, Abigail just pushed the door open and entered. "I knew you must have prepared breakfast for me." Smelling the smell of the scallion noodle cake in the kitchen, Abigail sat happily at the dining table, waiting for Leon to feed. "Where is your luggage?" Leon asked as he looked at Abigail's empty-handed appearance. Abigail didn't say anything, but just took out a small wallet. Leon, who saw this wallet, realized that when Abigail met Rasmades for the first time, Lao Deng burst out a lot of gold coins. This appearance was a wallet, but in fact it was a kind of space storage bag enough to hold all Abigail's luggage. "I still have room left in it, do you need me to bring some luggage for you?" Seeing that Leon obviously knew the use of this small wallet, Abigail asked Leon. "No, I'm afraid that things will disappear after you leave them." Leon put a plate of pancakes for Abigail and complained. "Do you think I'm a thief? You should be carrying clothes." "What do I want your clothes for?" Abigail looked at Leon speechlessly and complained. "It's not just clothes. If you feel hungry tonight, you can come to me and you will understand what I brought." Although Leon did not say it explicitly, this passage was basically stated. Abigail didn't need to worry about brain cells to know that Leon should have prepared a lot of delicious food. In this case, it would be a bit dangerous to put it here. Knowing what Leon prepared, Abigail also understood why Leon didn't plan to let him carry it, because she might really be custodians. Who are you writing to? Abigail, who was eating cakes with milk, noticed that Leon was not in a hurry to have breakfast, but lay on the table with something written, and asked curiously. Write precautions for the old man who helped me take care of the farm I took care of these days. Leon replied. Oh, yes, I'm going to go for 3 days this time, and your farm really needs to be entrusted to others. Abigail was not surprised, especially when he heard Lion's name as the old man who was entrusted. He had no idea of asking questions. After all, the one who can be called an elder by the old man must be the elder. If Leon is talking about a friend, then Abigail has to ask who can be trusted so much by Leon, and that he can make Leon temporarily take the Red Star farm. Entrust him/her to care. It's strange. Logically, the old man should have come. I have prepared his copy specially. Why don't you see anyone? After writing the letter, Leon looked at the time. It was already 7:30. Based on his understanding of Linus, he should have gotten up long ago, so why haven't he entered the farm yet? I will come only when you and Abigail leave. I won't disturb your little couple's breakfast time. As soon as he finished complaining, Leon heard the sound of Linus brought by the breeze in his ears. Okay, then remember to taste the cake I baked for you when you come. Leon added after hearing this, then picked up the chopsticks and began to enjoy his breakfast. Lion's self-talk was not a strange thing to Abigail. Of course, she knew that Leon should be chatting with a mage or an extraordinary person with the ability to talk from a distance. After both of them finished their own portion, Leon packed one of the remaining 2 pancakes, and put the other into the microwave. Abigail took the initiative to contract the dishwashing work. Taking advantage of this time, Leon went upstairs, carried his backpack, carried his suitcase, went downstairs, and Abigail just finished washing the pots and bowls. He walked out with Abigail and just took the first step. He and Abigail appeared in the Mage Tower together. Looking at the layout around, it should be the library in the basement. You don't miss every minute of intimacy. Seeing Leon holding hands with Abigail, Razmatiz's expression was very complicated. Good morning, teacher. Hearing Razmatiz's joke, Abigail blushed a little, but he still did not let go of Lion's hand. As for Leon, he smiled and handed the packaged pancake to Razmatiz. Master, I'll try the breakfast prepared for you. Razmatiz took the pancake handed over by Leon, and did not start eating it directly, but instead put it into the different space, and then spoke. This time we will go to the Swordhead Guild through the teleportation array, and then we will go to the Western Living Area together. I have booked a hotel room for us to rest for the past 3 days. During the day, we will freely move in the City of Elements, and basically have to stay in the hotel at night. The City of Elements at night is not safe, so I don't allow you to leave the hotel after nightfall. Speaking of this, Razmatiz looked at Leon intently, which made Leon quite helpless. He really didn't have the idea of visiting the Elemental City at night. He immediately nodded at Razmatiz and said that he had heard it. Seeing this, Razmatiz did not retract his gaze and continued to say to Leon. Because Abigail and I need to visit other friends, you can choose to follow or not follow Leon. If you don't follow, it's okay. I will entrust an explorer to take on the task of being your personal bodyguard at the head of the blade, which can also ensure your safety. As for this money, you have to pay it yourself. No problem. Leon was quite satisfied with this arrangement. After all, compared to following Razmatiz, he still wanted to see more about the situation in the City of Elements. Now that he has this best of both worlds, he naturally would not refuse. Then prepare to set off. Chapter 550 First Experience in the City of Elements. After saying that, Rasmides led Leon and Abigail to the teleportation room and found a small compartment with the sign of the First Guild of the Sharp Blade. Rasmides was the first to walk to the teleportation array, activate the magic power operation on the teleportation array, and then stepped into it. With a whoosh, Rasmides disappeared in front of Leon and Abigail. "Come first, I'll do it first." Seeing that Rasmides had left, Leon asked Abigail. "I'll do it first." Abigail let go of Lion's hand and stepped into the teleportation array, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Leon followed closely behind. The moment he stepped onto the teleportation array, he felt an unprecedented experience. He found that he was actually falling in a passage full of dreamy mist, but there was no obvious sense of weightlessness. When he felt his feet step on the solid ground, the surrounding environment has changed from a stone basement to a wooden house made entirely of wooden structures. Rasmides and Abigail were waiting for him outside the wooden house at this moment. Leon hurriedly stepped forward to meet with the three of them before noticing that outside the wooden house, it was actually a training ground. This place is filled with various armor and weapons, as well as some training targets and dummies. The most eye-catching thing is that under a shade tent, there are more than a dozen skeletons that lions have seen in the frozen ore layer under a large iron cage. But unlike the skeletons with bone racks and only a pair of broken shoes in the mine cave, these locked skeletons are covered with rusted iron armor. Apart from having no weapons, they can basically be considered fully armed. The skeleton warriors used by the Explorer Union for practical training, high-level monsters from the Crimson Desert, are more powerful and dangerous than those you encounter in the mines in Leon. Noting that Leon and Abigail were paying attention to the skeleton in the cage, Rasmides helped explain. Strength and danger are only corresponding. Guardian, welcome to the head of the sharp blade. At this time, someone was talking at the right time. The three of them turned around at the same time and saw a strong man walking towards him. There were only a few armor pieces on their naked upper body protecting the important organ position, and the exposed skin was covered with various hideous wounds. Rashi, the first guild of the Blade Vice President, commander of the City of Elements Battle Squad, and an extremely excellent explorer and warrior. Seeing the visitor, Rasmides introduced Leon and Abigail again. "Hello, Mr. Luoshi." "Hello, Vice President Luoshi." Abigail and Leon greeted the tough guy named Rosh. From the difference in name, Roshdo looked at Leon. "You have a special momentum, probably a warrior who has experienced many battles. Are you interested in joining the Explorers Union?" "I'm already a member." Leon took out the badge that Ma Long gave to him to prove his identity and showed it to Roche. "Oh? Newcomer from Stardew Valley, you are the Leon that Ma Long mentioned, right? It's not bad." Seeing this badge, Roche immediately reacted and immediately stepped forward enthusiastically to give Leon a big hug. "Roche, I need to take them to put my luggage in, and I will come to you later." When Roche and Lion's hug ended, Rasmides spoke. "Of course, the head of the blade welcomes you at any time, respected guardian." Roche immediately made way out of the road to the main hall blocked by his body, and did not forget to express his respect for Rasmides. Rasmides nodded, then took Leon and Abigail through the backyard and training ground, and came to a huge rock-made hall. The layout here is very similar to the Explorers Union in Stardew Valley, but the difference is that the reception desk here is semi-enclosed, and there are many tables and chairs placed in the hall. The most eye-catching one is that in the center of the hall, there is a towering stone tablet with the names of many people carved on it. This is the Hero Spirit Monument, and the names written on it are all the names of explorers who sacrificed their lives to fight against monsters. Seeing this stone tablet, Razmedes sighed and explained. Leon glanced at the names on the stone tablet and counted them roughly. At least 300 names started. Then Leon stepped forward, bowed to the stone tablet, and expressed his respect. Abigail also followed suit. The actions of the two made many people in the hall looking sideways, and there was a hint of appreciation and recognition in their originally ordinary eyes. Razmedes smiled when he saw this. Leon was indeed very reliable at some point. Whether it was sincere or not, Leon's action could leave a good impression on the hearts of these explorers. In addition, he was also an explorer himself. At least in the City of Elements, Leon would not be isolated and helpless. Let's go to the Western living area first and take you to find your own room. After Leon and Abigail bowed, Razmedes called on the two to leave the hall of the First Guild. After leaving the hall, Leon was amazed by everything in front of him. It was wide enough to run 6 cars side by side. All of them were made of stone and had their own styles. The endless stream of people on both sides of the street are basically all kinds of races that are completely different from humans, and there are a large number. On the contrary, humans seem less common among them. Everything here is so novel and special. Abigail was also very curious about all this, especially those in human races. Abigail was even more staring at him. If Razmedes wasn't there, she would have wanted to touch a guy passing by, covered in silver-gray fur, looking like a standing groundhog. Is this the orc race of the subhuman race? When the large human-shaped groundhog left, Abigail couldn't help asking Razmedes. Yet. Razmedes nodded and did not leave. Instead, he stood there and waited for a moment, and a carriage stopped in front of Razmedes. "Guardian, please get in the car." The person driving the carriage was a human, while the horse dragging the carriage was covered with scales and had spike rats on its back. It was amazingly large and was about the same size as a bear. Yet. Razmedes nodded and took Abigail and Leon into the carriage. The carriage was fully enclosed, with only small windows on both sides. The interior decoration was very simple, but unexpectedly luxurious. There was a whole piece of fur carpet under his feet, the seats were soft leather sofas filled with gooseberry, and even fresh fruits and wine were placed on the small table in the center of the carriage. "Eat whatever you want and don't touch the wine. We have a lot to do next." Razmedes, who got into the car, reminded Leon and Abigail, and then closed his eyes and went to sleep. Chapter 551 The Mage is a cautious person. Razmedes closed his eyes and rested. Abigail didn't have the intention, and Leon was the same. However, facing the fruit in the fruit plate at this moment, Abigail and Leon were a little embarrassed to start. Because these fruits are completely different from those seen by Leon, their shapes are quite curious. For example, grape bunches that look like eyeballs, such as oval fruits that are densely packed with small bulges that look like sea urchins, and a blue red one that will tremble slightly in the fruit plate, like a living thing. It doesn't look like it can be eaten. Try it. Leon pointed to a small fruit that looked quite kind but had a snakeskin-like pattern and bewitched at Abigail. Why don't you eat? Abigail's eyes turned and Leon complained, after all, this plate of fruit looks like it makes people have no appetite. I don't like sweets. Leon replied seriously. This is spicy. Razmidis, who had his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. Spicy fruit? Isn't that just chili? Leon complained. Fire snake honey, a special fruit with a sweet and spicy taste, actually tastes pretty good. Although Razmidis didn't open his eyes, he still introduced the name and taste characteristics of the fruit to Leon and Abigail. How to eat? Leon asked after interest. Eat directly. Razmidis added. Oh. Leon picked up the fruit when he heard this and was suspicious. He was about to taste the taste when he noticed that the system gave a prompt. Fire snake honey, fruit, a special fruit that grows on the edge of magma. It is one of the favorite foods of lava monkeys, but even lava monkeys will peel off their skin to enjoy the sweet and spicy pulp. As soon as this prompt came out, Leon immediately understood Razmidis's ulterior motives. This old man should have done it on purpose, in order to get himself under the skin to repay his discomfort for holding Abigail's hand in front of him in the morning. Sure enough, Razmidis is still the same Razmidis, very cautious. So Leon handed the fruit directly to Abigail. It's a rare thing to see such a special fruit. You heard it, your teacher said it tastes pretty good. Abigail didn't realize there was a pit, so he immediately took the fire snake honey from Lion's hand and planned to put it into his mouth. This time, Razmidis couldn't sit still and directly reminded him, this fruit has not been washed yet. Abigail, you can peel off the skin and eat it more hygienic. Teacher, didn't you say you could eat it directly? Abigail asked in confusion. That's what Leon said. He has a good physique and is not afraid of the dirty things stained on the fruit. You can't do it. After Razmidis said that, he couldn't help but open his eyes and glared at Leon. He was sure that Leon did it on purpose. He should have noticed something was wrong, so he chose to go to the east. Upon hearing this, Abigail obediently peeled off the peel, revealing the bright red flesh inside, and then took a small bite. Wow, it tastes so exciting, a bit spicy, but it's more sweet, and the juice of this fruit is actually warm, so interesting. With just one bite, Abigail experienced the specialness of this fire snake honey. It is indeed delicious and very novel. It is not the taste and flavor that ordinary fruits can have. I'm actually quite hygienic. Leon smiled and took a fire snake honey and peeled off the skin, put the flesh into his mouth, feeling the unique smell, and complained to Razmidis. Razmidis didn't say anything, but just turned his eyes to Leon and continued to close his eyes and rest. With the foundation of fire snake honey, Abigail became interested in other fruits. Although these fruits look bad, they don't seem to be too curious in taste. Abigail is full of curiosity about these unprecedented fruits at this moment. Leon, however, knew that the system would appraise these new things, was relieved that some unusable parts of these fruits were removed from the information on the system and shared them with Abigail. This allowed Abigail not to step on the pit and fully experienced the special flavor of all the fruits in the fruit plate. Seeing this, Razmedes was a little helpless. In order to show his new things, the fruit plate he prepared was also designed to test Abigail's eyesight. At this moment, all of them were destroyed by Leon. All the small traps that Abigail should have been identified by Leon himself were allowed to avoid in advance. At this moment, Razmedes was extremely confused. It was the first time Leon saw these fruits, so how could he find out the defects of these fruits so accurately, including the previous fire snake honey? It was obvious that Leon knew that the peel was an inedible part. Although he would only cry when he was spicy, he would not have any major harm. Leon still noticed this pit. After thinking about it, Razmedes felt that it might be because of Lion's intuition as a farmer or the special talent provided by forest magic to Leon. In addition, he really couldn't imagine how Leon could identify the defects of these fruits. When Abigail and Leon finished showing off the whole carriage, the carriage was wrong. It should be that the rat carriage had just stopped. The driver helped open the car door, stood outside the door, and invited the three of them to get out. Do you need to pay? In addition to the cash card, Leon also brought 1,000 G of cash to deal with some small consumption, so before getting off the car, Leon asked. No, this is the hotel's pickup service. Razmedes shook his head and then got off the car first. Then Leon and Abil got out of the car and noticed the changes in the surrounding environment. Unlike the previous building complex made of rocks, the architectural materials in this area are very casual. The Tres hotel with doors in front of Leon is basically made of wooden structures, while the other buildings next to it include glass houses, bluestone houses, a book house built on a big tree and a vine house of similar style. The most conspicuous one is a castle-like building not far away made of sea blue crystals, and this castle is also a barrier is protected by an upside down. That's the embassy of the mermaid clan. Regarding the most conspicuous building on this street, Razmedes explained, if you want to go and see it, you can use the conch as a pass. Let's talk about it if you have time. Leon still has a good impression of the mermaid clan. After all, who doesn't like the beautiful mermaid sister? But there is Abigail next to her. If Leon can't wait to run over, Abigail will definitely be jealous. After all, this is a mermaid. Even if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you can tell what the situation is just listening to the name. There is only one possibility that Abigail can feel assured that Leon will go to that kind of place, that is, you won't love it anymore. Chapter 552 The Worried Grandfather. Yet, Razmedes didn't say anything after hearing this, and continued to walk into the hotel with Leon and Abigail. Abigail, who was standing side by side with Leon, whispered to Leon, "Leon, if you go to the mermaid embassy, can you take me with me? I also want to see what the mermaid looks like." Of course. Abigail's request was not too much. On the contrary, Leon also had this plan. At this moment, Abigail took the initiative to ask, and naturally he would not refuse. "Hehe, I know, you are the best for me." Lion's agreement made Abigail quite happy. Looking at the teacher who led the way with his back to him, Abigail quickly pecked Lion's cheek, and then pretended that nothing happened and walked side by side with Leon. She thought Razmedes did not notice this little move, but even if she didn't look back, her strong mental perception ability still made Razmedes notice the little moves of the two, but what could he do? "I can only pretend that I can't see it." When you enter the hotel, you will see a very traditional hospitality hall, which is similar to Gus Star Fruit Bar. Most areas are equipped with dining tables and seats, but there is a small stage in the center. Perhaps it was because most of the passengers went out during the day, or perhaps the hotel business was not good, but in the dining hall, Leon did not see anyone other than an old man yawning at the counter. "Hi, Razmedes, I haven't seen you for a long time. I finally saw you willing to spend money to stay in a hotel." The old man, who seemed to be the hotel receptionist or the boss, saw Razmedes and the two young men following him, immediately became energetic and waved his hands and greeted him in a slight manner. "Cody, long time no see." Razmedes smiled and greeted the old man. "Three-piece single room, are you ready?" "Of course, but I see that the two young people behind you should be couples. Why don't you open a double room for them?" The old man named Cody nodded, then looked at Leon and Abigail with curious eyes and asked, "This is not something you need to worry about, and it should be quite comfortable to live in a single room. You say yes, Leon?" Razmedes immediately glared at Cody with a dark face and then hinted at Leon. Of course. What can Leon do? He could only agree. After all, he said he would sleep with his granddaughter in front of his grandfather, and the two were still not married, and Leon was almost not so brave. "Oh? So that's it." Cody ignored Razmedes's eyes and glanced at Abigail for a moment, especially on his long purple hair, and immediately understood the situation. However, he was familiar with Razmedes's situation and did not continue to speak. He just sighed and stopped talking. "I'll give you the key. The room is on the 3rd floor. The accommodation fee includes dining services. You can come to the lobby for dinner or send it directly to the room. It depends on your choice for details, but there is no choice for free meals. If you want to eat something else, you have to spend extra money." Cody, who handed out the key, gave Leon and Abigail some advice. Leon and Abigail nodded, responding to Cody, and then went upstairs with Razmedes holding the key. Although the hotel looks quite old, the sanitation is quite good. At least in the aisle corridor stairs and other areas, Leon has not seen any garbage or spider webs. When it was on the 3rd floor, Leon noticed that something seemed to be right in this hotel. From the appearance, the area of this hotel may not be as big as its new home, but after going up to the 3rd floor, Leon found that the stairs were located in the center of the floor, and there were rooms on both sides, but it was outrageous. The corridor leading to the rooms on both sides was endless. It was obvious that the internal space was definitely not proportional to what was observed outside. There is always space magic here, which can greatly expand an area to accommodate space. This is also the confidence that Cody can open a hotel in a place where every inch of land is valuable. Although he looks like this now, he was the most powerful group of guardians 120 years ago, but he is now retired. Razmedes saw the doubts in Lion's eyes, so he took the opportunity to spread the story, mainly for Abigail to listen to. It's a pity that before Razmedes explained the specialness here, Abigail never thought about why there were so many rooms on the 3rd floor of this hotel, which made Razmedes very helpless. Walking right from the entrance of the stairs, in front of the room with the 3011 door sign hanging, Razmedes handed a key in his hand to Leon. "You live here, I live next to you, Abigail lives next to me, the room is allocated like this, do you two have no objection?" No. Razmedes's heart was very obvious when he wanted to force the two of them to separate the two's rooms. Leon is not easy to refute. On the contrary, Abigail protested, "Teacher, I want to live in 3012. "Why?" Razmedes was quite proud when he heard Leon agree, but Abigail took the initiative to slander, which made him very helpless. I live in 3013 and feel insecure. I can only sleep peacefully with the protection of you and Leon in the middle. Abigail's head turned wildly, and then gave a very formal reason. But this hotel is very safe. Without a key, no one can open your door, let alone I am right next to you. I can find any problem as soon as possible. You will not encounter any threats. Just live in 3013. Razmedes tried his best to dissuade him. I believe in the teacher, but I'm still a little scared. Teacher, please let me live in 3012. Abigail stepped forward and grabbed Razmedes's arm and shook it twice, as if he was acting coquettish. Although it looked quite perfunctory, Razmedes just took this trick. Okay, but you have to promise me that you don't go out casually at night. Yet. Abigail, who easily grasped Razmedes, nodded repeatedly to show his understanding, but Razmedes still felt that Abigail was unlikely to be obedient. But the road is ready, what can he do? He could only think that he didn't know anything. After all, he couldn't openly stop Abigail and Lion's affairs. This was not only to avoid suspicion, but also to worry that Abigail was alienated from him for this. Razmedes knows better than anyone else how crazy and irrational a woman who falls in love is. His ex-wife, the half-crazy witch, is the best case. Although it is not very good that Leon and Abigail are in love with each other, Leon may be Abigail's best choice compared to others. At least, Leon is much better than his cheapest son-in-law. Chapter 553 New Trump Card. After deciding on the distribution of the room, Leon and Abigail, who had obtained the key, opened their rooms and entered them respectively. The room is quite big. Leon is estimated to have a sofa, table, and cabinet in the room. There is also a single bed near the wall. The bedding and pillows are brand new. There is a TV hanging on the wall at the head of the bed. There is a small compartment on the other side of the bed. When you open it, you will find a bathroom and a shower room. It is no different from the hotels you have stayed in Leon. The only difference is that on the wall at the door, there is a small blackboard hanging, and the description on the side is quite detailed. Communication board usage rules. Write down the corresponding services on the communication board, and professional employees will provide corresponding services. Free services, room cleaning, food delivery, laundry cleaning, capture rodents appearing in the room, and repair various damaged furniture in the room. Additional paid services, call women/men services, body relaxation services, customized food package services, pickup and drop-off services in specific areas. Seeing the two paid payments for call female/male service and body relaxation service, Leon couldn't help but take a breath. The appearance of these two items made Leon realize how wild the way this hotel was. However, no matter how curious he is, Leon strongly despises this kind of service. After all, he is a good young man who abides by the law. At the same time, this open and honest special service also made Leon realize again that this kind of business that can only hide in the dark in a civilized society can be written so bluntly, and it is not difficult to see the chaos and disorder of the city. Dong 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 dong. Just as Leon finished reading the instructions on the communication board and was placing his luggage, a knock suddenly came from the door. Leon did not rush to open the room, but looked at the person knocking outside through the one-way hole at the door. When he saw the long purple hair in his signature head, he opened the door. Leon, have you seen the content on that communication board? As soon as he entered the door, Abigail asked Leon with a serious face. "See, are you trying to talk about paid services?" Leon asked back. "Well, I thought it was an exception. Now it seems that all rooms have such things." Abigail turned around and looked at the communication board in Lion's room and complained. "All right, I can't order those, don't worry." After hearing this, Leon didn't know Abigail's little thoughts. "I know, I'm just curious if there are only these messy explanations in my room." Although Abigail said that, his eyes still couldn't stop glancing on Lion's face. As long as he saw Lion's guilty expression, she had to let Leon understand what the witch's anger was. It's a pity that Lion's facial expression was as calm as the statue, and there was no flaw in sight. "Then do you order?" The two of them couldn't help but ask Abigail back to him. "I'm crazy? If you have this need, wouldn't it be better for me to look for you directly?" Abigail retorted to Leon without hesitation. "Does it need service? Beautiful lady?" Leon teased after hearing this. "No." Abigail blushed and shook his head, quickly changing the topic. "You said you brought some food. What is it? Take it out and take it out." "Didn't you just eat it in the morning? You're hungry." Leon said so, but he still showed Abigail the snacks purchased in the suitcase and backpack. Abigail picked up a pack of potato chips and opened them and stuffed them. He put a slice into his mouth and explained while eating, "I'm just curious." "Then you keep being curious." Leon looked at Abigail's greedy appearance and did not persuade him. He continued to place the clothes he brought in the cabinet so that he could get them at any time when taking a shower. "It seems that there is no difference in our room." While Leon was busy, Abigail was not idle either. He walked around Lion's room with potato chips and complained. "Don't hotels all look like this? They are not a themed hotel." Leon responded. "What is a theme hotel?" Abigail asked curiously when he heard this brand new term. "Want to know? I'll take you there next time," Leon said with a smile. "Forget it, you can tell that you are not serious when you smile so strangely." Abigail shook his head repeatedly, then walked to the snack box, picked some and hugged them in his chest, and then left very simply. Leon could only shrug and let Abigail go. After putting the things in place, Leon went out with the key and came to Razmedis's door and knocked on the door. "What's wrong?" Razmedis, who opened the door, looked at Leon in confusion and asked. "Master Razmedis, I don't want to waste my time anymore. I plan to go directly to the Explorer Guild to hire a bodyguard to start my journey to the City of Elements." Leon explained his purpose. After all, this time it was led by Razmedis. He wanted to act alone and always reported to Razmedis. "Are you so anxious? I originally planned to give you some rest. After lunch here, I will take you to the head of the sharp blade," Razmedis explained to Leon helplessly. "You and Abigail need to visit your friends, it is not the same as me." "Okay, you use a special pickup service. When you reach the head of the sharp blade, remember to find an explorer above a level." Razmedis thought for a moment, and finally agreed to Lion's idea of flying solo. At the same time, Razmedis did not forget to hand over a small piece of crystal to Leon. "If there is danger in this, don't hesitate and crush it as soon as possible. teleport. Leon took the crystal and asked. Well, teleport props, it's just not teleporting you, but teleporting me. Razmedes added. So that's it. Thank you for your care by Master Razmedes. Hearing that this was actually a helper that summoned the boss, Leon instantly got the confidence and immediately put it into the system backpack. It's okay to visit the City of Elements, but before nightfall, you must come back on time. Also, don't go to the dirty streets, it's too messy there now. Finally, Razmedes gave Leon some advice. I understand. Leon knew the dirty street, and Korobus had such a warning, so he naturally would not take risks. That's it, go and start your exploration journey of the City of Elements. I personally recommend you to the commercial street in the south, where there are many good things that are not available in the material world, as well as the gladiators' battles there, which will also have a good and broaden your horizons for you melee professionals. After Razmedes added again, he closed the door. Chapter 554 High Consumption Cities. After reporting with Razmedes, Leon returned to his room and wrote down a specific area pickup service on the communication board. As soon as I finished writing, the handwriting on the communication board disappeared. Before Leon could think about whether to write it again, the door was knocked. After looking along the cat's eyes, I found that the coachman standing outside the door was actually the coachman who picked them up in the morning. Leon understood the service requirements he had written and had notified him below. Sir, it's the pickup service you've called in a specific area. Opening the door, the coachman asked Leon with a smile. It's me, how much does it cost to go to the first guild of the Sharp Blade? Leon confirmed. It depends on whether you buy a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket. The coachman explained, the one-way ticket is 200 G, and the round-trip ticket is 300 G. Hiss, is that expensive? Hearing this offer, Leon took a breath. The price of 200 or 300 gold was saved, but he could buy a lot of things at Hoja's supermarket. This is the price of the City of Elements. After all, the City of Elements is not a safe place. The coachman was not surprised by Lion's reaction, as many customers who came to the City of Elements for the first time were like this. I'll go to the Swordhead Guild this time and I won't be back in the evening. I bought the round-trip ticket. Will you wait for me? Leon asked. Of course, but I won't wait for you to appear at the door. If you have a cell phone, I can throw my number to you. When you need to return, you can call me, and I will naturally come over to pick you up. The coachman explained with a smile. Then let's get the round-trip ticket. Leon took out 300 G and handed it to the coachman. Do you need fruit plate service? It only requires 100 G. The coachman accepted the money and spoke again. Unnecessary. Leon shook his head, and then went downstairs together at the invitation of the coachman. When he arrived at the hall, Cody saw Leon going downstairs alone, following the coachman next to him, and immediately said, "Little boy, are you going out?" "Yes, Mr. Cody." For this former guardian, Leon is quite respectful. "Then if you pass by the shopping street, remember to bring me a spice of Asian people," Cody said. Okay. The destination of this trip to Leon is indeed a shopping street, so Leon responded to this requirement. Yes, he is a polite and good boy. Take it. If someone outside makes things difficult for you, just say I'll cover you. Cody raised an eyebrow when she heard this, then took out a coin from the counter and threw it to Leon. But I have to remind you that the City of Elements is not the material world. Here, don't agree to other people's requests casually. Leon took the coin and replied to Cody with a smile, that's because you have a good relationship with Master Rasmides, that I will agree to run errands for you. Ha ha ha, not bad, I'm a smart person, enjoy the fun of the City of Elements. Cody laughed loudly when she heard this. After laughing, Cody leaned back on the bar and yawned, as if nothing had happened just now. Leon did not chat with Cody anymore, and left the hotel with the coachman and boarded the rat carriage parked outside the hotel. After getting on the car, Leon found that there was a fruit plate on the car, and immediately complained to the driver, "Are you forced consumption?" Dear guest was joking. This is a gift. After all, you are the boss's guest, and this is just a little bit of intention. The coachman said to Leon very respectfully at this moment, and at the same time he couldn't help but snatch the coin in Leon's hand, his eyes full of envy and desire. Then I'm still concerned about Mr. Cody's wealth. Leon got into the car with a smile when he heard this, playing with the coins that Cody gave him in the car. The coin is hard and silver all over. The front and back of the coin are carved with a crow with a magic wand. There is no other decoration except that, and it looks quite ordinary. However, judging from the changing attitude of the coachman, the actual meaning of this coin is not simple, but Leon couldn't help but sigh that no matter what world, connections are indeed good things. As the rat car began to move, Leon looked at the fruit plate in the car, thought for a while, but did not eat it, but put it all into the system backpack. Leon will not let go of something for free because of his reserve. You can take these fruits that you can't taste in the ordinary world. When you unlock the seed maker, you may try whether you can make them into seeds to enrich the planting scope of your farm. When the rat car stopped, Leon saw the coachman coming over and opened the car door immediately. Leave the phone number and I'll let you know when I'm going back. Leon, who got out of the car, spoke to the coachman. No, I will wait for you here to ensure that you can get on the bus back to the hotel as soon as possible. The coachman explained with a smile. Then let me listen to you. Leon did not refuse either. Although the coachman's transformation all came from Cody's coins, as a vested beneficiary, Leon would not give up this welfare, and this is how society was. No longer paying attention to the driver, Leon went straight to the Sharp Blade Head Guild next to the rat car parking point. Unlike when he came out, Leon could enjoy the door of the Sharp Blade Head Guild alone. Looking at the sculpture of an explorer standing at the door, and the markings of the two crossed swords and torches of the Sharp Blade Head Guild, Leon felt quite interesting. At least it looks much higher-end and atmospheric than the Explorer Guild in Stardew Valley. After entering the hall, Leon found that there were still many people chatting or resting in the hall, and his arrival attracted the attention of some people. "Sir, we're meeting again. Is there anything that can help you?" At this moment, an explorer with a mustache quickly stepped forward and asked Leon. Obviously, he was one of the witnesses who noticed Leon bowing to the heroic spirit monument in the morning, so he was quite enthusiastic about Leon. "I need to hire an A-level or even above explorer as a tour guide and bodyguard to take me to visit the City of Elements." Leon directly explained his purpose. A level A or above. This is not something I can accept. You should go and find a reception. As soon as he heard this request, Xiaomuzi immediately took a step back awkwardly, but still gave Leon some tips. Thank you. After Leon and Xiaomuzi thanked him, they headed towards the semi-enclosed reception desk. Hello, sir, do you have anything to entrust? Seeing Lion's arrival, the young lady who was writing a sheepskin scroll behind the windowsill immediately put down the pen in her hand and asked Leon with a smile. I need to hire an A-level or even above explorer as a tour guide and bodyguard to take me to visit the City of Elements. Leon repeatedly explained his purpose. Is that true? After all, there are not many A-level explorers. If you can pay the right price, you may be interested in leisure explorers. The entertaining lady reminded him. How many G should I pay at least to get a response? Leon asked back. Start at 1000 G. The front desk lady replied with a smile. His. Hearing this offer, Leon couldn't help but take a breath. He now fully understood that the consumption level of the City of Elements is really not low. However, it is also possible that the appearance fee of A-level explorers is relatively expensive, but no matter what, Leon cannot refuse this amount of money. Although he first arrived at the City of Elements, from some details, this city is not a friendly place. Without a reliable guide and bodyguard, he may be very likely to suffer a great loss in this city. Chapter 5 Chapter 55 Guide Luoshi. Now our guild has a casual A-level explorer. I want to interview him. There has been a decision, Leon asked. Yes, but we have regulations. The client is not allowed to communicate with the explorer in private before submitting the commission. Please understand. The receptionist explained in a little embarrassing manner. Is it not possible for my own people? Leon took out his explorer's certificate and showed it to the receptionist to view it. Oh, it turns out that you are also an explorer, so there will be no problem. Seeing the certificate displayed by Leon, the young lady immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then explained to Leon, I will contact you with the vice president. According to the rules of mutual aid by explorers, you can directly ask the vice president to help introduce the mutual aid explorer. It's trouble. Leon nodded and agreed to the young lady's statement. The young lady had no traces, so she called the landline in the backstage. Soon, Vice President Luoshi, who had met before, came in from the backyard. Yo, Leon. Seeing Leon sitting in front of the front desk that he was greeting him, Roche immediately understood the situation and immediately shouted and said hello. I know your question. I want to ask you now, whether to ask for a male tour guide or a female tour guide. Male. Leon replied without hesitation. After all, Roche and Razmedes look quite familiar. If they choose a female explorer, then Roche will be very happy if they tell Razmedes. If this happens, then I will accompany you for a while. The only high-level explorers in the guild are me and Aurelia. Unfortunately, Aurelia is a woman. Roche explained to Leon after hearing this. But my appearance fee is not cheap. I have to charge you 800 G for a day tour guide. Oh, that's okay. The lady at the front desk told me that it's at least 1,000 G. Leon quipped with a smile. That's the price for outsiders. We will naturally give a discount to our own people. Luo Shi explained. Okay, then should I pay directly or submit the entrustment? Leon didn't say much and instead asked about the payment method. Please entrust us, after all, we need to record it, even the terms of mutual assistance. Luo Shi said. Leon had no trace of moistness, so he communicated with the front desk lady, signed his name on the task power of attorney, and then took out a gold card to pay. After all, 800 G is not a small amount of money. Leon brought 2,000 G of cash, paid 300 yuan for the car, and the remaining 1,000 yuan was also planned to use it for the purchase of other small items. The appearance of the gold card really made the front desk lady and Roche look at Leon sideways. The girl respectfully took the gold card and took away the corresponding employment fee, and then carefully returned it to Leon. After the two completed the entrustment process, Roche stepped forward and signed his name on the entrustment letter and called Leon to set off. Such a noble member, where are you going for your first stop? After leaving the door, Roche teased Leon casually. Just call me Leon, Vice President Roche. This is not the first time Leon has seen the impact of Dijinka, so Leon only feels helpless about Roche's performance. Ha ha ha, okay, but Leon, don't call me Vice President, just call me Roche. Roche also asked Leon in the same way. Okay, then Luo Shi, let's go to the store street for the first time. Leon called Roche's name directly and explained his destination. You wait for me here, I'll find a means of transportation. Roche nodded, then walked around to the backyard next to the Sharp Blade Head Guild building. After a moment, Leon saw Roche appearing in front of him on a modified motorcycle. The appearance of this thing broke my impression of the ancient and mysterious city of elements. Looking at this large motorcycle with an exaggerated shape, Leon couldn't help but complain. That means you've seen less. Why do you think the wide road here is built for? Although the city of elements and the world of ordinary people are in two planes, this does not mean that we don't use the technology of human civilization. Roche greeted Leon with a smile. When getting in the car, we have to go quickly. The shopping street is not small. Given your first time in the city of elements, I think you will be shopping in the shopping street all day. That's also a product that attracts me. Leon sat in the back seat, grabbing the handrails on both sides of the cushion, while Roche took out a helmet from somewhere. Bring it, be safe. After Leon put on his helmet, Roche twisted the accelerator and the motorcycle suddenly rushed out. The howling wind and screams around made Leon realize that the stout man in front of him were afraid that he would not be a peaceable person. Fortunately, there was no traffic police in the city of elements, so no one stopped Roche's speeding behavior, and even if there was, Leon didn't think anyone dared to stop the vice president of the Sharp Blades First Guild. Even though Luo Shi's car speed was amazing, it took the two of them more than 10 minutes to reach the shopping street. On the shopping street, Luo Shi immediately slowed down because the flow of people here was much denser than before. Shopping street is always the busiest area of the city of elements. It brings together most of the goods from the material world and other worlds, and is a must-pass place for every smuggler and traveler. The speed of the car slowed down, and Roche took the opportunity to chat with Leon, which could be regarded as completing his task as a guide. I heard that the city of elements broke into a heartless person. I originally thought that this incident would put the city of elements in a deserted state. Looking at the endless stream of various human or non-human races, Leon couldn't help but sigh. That's before the person who lost his mind was killed, so naturally there was no impact. Luo Shi explained. Has it been killed? So fast? Leon was a little surprised when he heard this. After all, before he came, he thought that the heartless person was still wandering in the City of Elements. Of course, after all, for this guy, we have recruited many old hunters. Jill was the first to discover the trace of the lost person and directly killed him and burned him to death with others. You are also from Stardew Valley, but you don't know about this? Luo Shi asked in confusion. I haven't been to the Explorers Guild in Stardew Valley recently. Leon explained helplessly. Since he went to deliver strawberries last time and found that he was the only one left in Stardew Valley Explorers Guild, Leon has never been to the Explorers Guild again. No wonder, Jill has gone back. If you are interested in this matter, you can ask him. Don't look at the two of you who support a branch, but Malone and Jill are both the core level of the guild. If Malone hadn't committed a crime and Jill wanted to retire, they wouldn't have appeared in Stardew Valley. After all, there is the territory of the Guardian Razmades, and they wouldn't have to stay in charge at all. Rosh complained. Can I ask curiously, what did Ma Long do? Leon asked curiously. Well, it's not impossible to say. Luo Shi pondered for a moment, and finally replied, he has been complained about too many times of additional charges in the process of accepting the commission. Reasonable. Leon immediately understood when he heard this. After all, he had really experienced Ma Long's desire for money. Chapter 556, It is worthy of being the City of Elements. Actually, this is not a big deal. Ma Long's requirements are quite reasonable. Every time he asks for extra costs, it is because Ma Long solves some problems that have an impact on the employer in addition to employment goals. However, some people can only see in front of them and cannot see other places, so in their eyes what Ma Long does, what he does is blackmail. It seemed that he felt that what he said was not very complete, so Roche added another sentence. Leon was quite surprised when he heard this. From Roche's perspective, Ma Long seemed to be quite a good person. Leon thought about his impression of Malone and found that this guy was actually quite reliable in his work and character, except for a little bit of a scheming. Of course, this calculation really needs to be considered a scheming, and it is not considered a scheming. After all, Malone's idea of Leon is only one that allows Leon to grow up and take over the burden of him, the president of the Stardew Valley Explorer Guild. If you don't have a chat, I will be unable to help but reveal Ma Long's old story. The shopping street is here, you can take a look around first, I'll be on guard 1 meter behind you. Luo Shi parked the motorcycle in an open space outside the shopping street. In addition to Luo Shi's motorcycle, there were also carriages, bicycles, and even steam tricycles, which seemed to be a parking lot. But this place doesn't look very formal, open air, without fences or security, and looks just an ordinary open space. Stop here, aren't you afraid that when you come back, the wheels will not be left for you? Leon, who got out of the car, teased Roche. The store street is not cheap, but it can be vacant for such a place. Guess why? Roche asked Leon with a smile. I don't know. Leon shook his head. Luo Shi smiled, without saying a word, but took out a serious gold coin from his body and threw it into the soil. The gold coins fell to the ground, and the soil began to roll, and something seemed to be hidden under the trembling ground. As the land surging, the gold coins were swallowed up by the soil. The city of elements is not just a smart creature. Luo Shi smiled and said, "This is a living area of Lord-level earth element. He loves gold mines, but he cannot leave here due to the influence of rules. Therefore, he only needs to leave a gold coin as a gift when he comes, and it can help you take care of the transportation." So that's it. So are there other elements? Leon immediately understood. Of course, most elements are hidden in every corner of the city and will not actively interfere in our lives, so if they do not appear on their own initiative, they will generally not be able to find them. Only the earth elements are fixed in the earth, so it is the best to find, and it is also the elemental creature that people in the city have cooperated and encountered the most. Roche said to Lionco. "I've increased my knowledge again." Leon sighed. "It's just some common sense about the city of elements. It's normal for you to come here for the first time. Let's go." In addition to elements, the shopping street is also a major feature of the city of elements. Roche signaled Leon to leave with him. The two left the land where the Earth Element Lord was staying. After embarking on the flat stone road, Roche took the initiative to fall behind Lion's 2 positions. Leon was not surprised by this. After all, Roche had already said in advance that he would follow him instead of protecting himself. Although he didn't understand why Roche did this, Leon believed that if he encountered danger, Roche should not ignore him, so he simply stopped paying attention to Roche's situation. The shop street is said to be a street, but it is actually more like an open market, roads, and it is not straight but winding, and many forks. On both sides of these roads that are like human blood, street stalls and shops are distributed intertwined. Leon found that many passers-by stopped in front of relatively shabby stalls, but rarely bought them. On the contrary, there were endless consumers in the shops that owned stores, and there were even queues at the doors of some stores selling popular goods. Leon glanced at these shops and found that most of them were combat readiness stores selling drugs, weapons, and armor. Interestingly, Leon saw what he was thinking about in the window of one of the shops. A weapon that is very incompatible with the city of elements, a gun. Compared with other stores, this store has a much lower traffic, but it is not that there are no people there. It is just that most of them are watching. Leon did not see anyone getting started, and there was no purchase, so he walked in curiously. When he saw the price tags in front of the guns huddled in the glass counter, he understood why no one bought them. The most common pistol costs 3,000 G per pistol. Even if Leon doesn't know the price of guns in this world, he can be sure that this is definitely a malicious slaughter. "Customer, are you interested?" When he saw Leon enter the door, a fat man in a vest came over and asked enthusiastically. It was there before, but after seeing this price, it was gone. Leon replied truthfully. The price is indeed a bit premium, but these are smuggled goods. You also know that we have put in a lot of effort to get these in the management strength of guns in human society, so it is reasonable to have a higher price. The fat man explained helplessly, but his eyes no longer paid attention to Leon, and his expression became much less indifferent. "Forget it, I can't afford it." Leon smiled, then turned around and left the store. He didn't believe the boss's words, and he didn't want to be a sucker. Instead of talking about this with this cunning fat man, Leon might as well go to the Yuan Chamber of Commerce to order. At least the latter has a reputation, and reputation, which is much more secure. After Leon came out, Roche actually came over and said, "You didn't buy it, did you?" "No, just go in and take a look," Leon explained. "That's good. Don't think that he sells toys here. In fact, these are just gimmicks. What this store really sells is assassination services," Luo Shi explained. Ah! Leon couldn't help but open his mouth wide. "You don't know at first glance. Do you think he is really a gun seller? Each type of gun actually corresponds to a mercenary of the same price. When faced with every new face, he will basically ask if he is interested. At this time, no matter whether you have or not, he will know that you are not the target customer, and then he will just perfunctory words and let you leave by yourself," Luo Shi explained. Only by directly asking him how many bullets can he continue to talk. "What is the target of this business?" Leon frowned and asked. "In theory, it is any race." Roche knew what Leon really wanted to ask, and immediately gave the answer, "It's just that if the target is human, the price will be particularly high, so most of the targets placed here are non-human intelligent races." "I guess this kind of business is also legal in City of Elements," Leon complained. "Yes, but their people abide by the rules and will not do anything in the City of Elements, so they can store down here and open their stores normally. Those same type merchants who do not care about the City of Elements and act recklessly can only be on the dirty streets," Luo Shi added. "It's worthy of being the City of Elements, and it really didn't disappoint me." Leon couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. He had heard that it was chaotic and disorderly. Now he realized that this is not an exaggeration, and this city is really talented. Chapter 557 Friends of the Farmer. Haha, the reputation of the City of Elements is indeed not good in the outside world, but there is no way. There are too many races here, and most of them have participated in the Elements War. They have indelible hatred between each other, so various problems and grey industries have emerged, but in general, they are still relatively harmonious," Luo Shi explained with a smile. But this explanation made Leon feel that the city was more dangerous, but fortunately he was not afraid of it. After leaving this shop called the Weapon Store, which was actually a mercenary organization, Leon continued to move forward, looking around, and occasionally looking back. He noticed that Luo Shi, who was still far away from him before, had been following him in any way. "Is there any danger?" Seeing Roche close to her body, Leon subconsciously became alert. "No danger." Luo Shi shook his head. "Then why are you so close?" Leon breathed a sigh of relief and complained to Roche. "Because there is no danger, I'm following closely. After all, in addition to protecting you, I have the responsibility of a guide," Luo Shi explained. "Before, you wouldn't have fished with me, right?" Roche's answer made Leon think of Roche's previous protection method, and immediately reacted. "Your head is very useful, you guessed it so quickly." Roche looked at Leon in surprise and praised, but did not deny the fact that he fished with Leon. "Why are you afraid of playing with it?" Leon was speechless when he heard Roche agreeing. "After all, it's rare to see a handsome young man like you. Your appearance is a favorite of many females of many races. I think there should be slave traders looking at you, thinking I took the opportunity to catch a few, but I overestimated the sense of crisis caused by the actions of the past some time. The gutter mice were hiding in the hole and still don't have the courage to show up. Roche explained. You are not very competent as a guide and bodyguard. I will use your employer to fish, and I will ask for compensation. Leon was not angry when he heard this, but he still had to complain about what he should do to avoid what happened to Roche next. Leon, don't forget, you are also an explorer, and do you think 800G is really my price? Even if it is the guild mutual aid clause, I can't hire this price. I am the vice president of the Blade. Roche shrugged his shoulders and reminded Leon. So what is the level of strength of Vice President Roche in the Explorers Union? Leon asked curiously. The registered information is, but I haven't verified my current strength for a long time. The real strength is at least X. Luoshi replied after thinking for a moment. What level is this 3X? Leon asked. 3X can basically be considered as the top combat power. If you are interested, I will talk to you. This is a comprehensive strength assessment summarized by the Explorer Guild, which is evaluated based on combat effectiveness, mission completion, and other methods. The most basic one is D level, commonly known as rookies, then C level newcomers, B level veterans, A level warriors. When they reach a level, they can basically be considered excellent explorers. Further up, it is this level core combat sequence layer, with the highest level being 5X. Currently, only the president and the guild coach are at this level. Luoshi explained in detail. Then what level do you think I am? Leon asked. You? If there is no specific assessment, then you are a D-level rookie. Luoshi quipped at Leon with a smile. What about Ma Long? Leon was not frustrated with this. After all, he didn't know about this before, and it was reasonable to be assigned to a D-level rookie. He, 2X, after all, he is old, and the guaranteed evaluation of Ma Long 3X when he was young. Luoshi answered. Understand. After hearing Roche's explanation, Leon probably had an estimate of himself. Leon remembers that Ma Long had eaten 3 star fruits, and now he has eaten 2. Even if he lacks combat experience and combat methods, his physical fitness and galaxy weapons should be rated as A-level strength. If you are interested, you can give you a test when you go back. Roche suggested, seeing Lion's thinking. Is it troublesome? Leon asked. No trouble, it will take about half an hour to complete one process. Luoshi replied. Then the relationship is good, I really want to know what level I am now. Leon was quite curious about this. After all, so far, he has contacted all kinds of big shots. Although he has actual combat, relying on the sharpness of the galaxy weapon, he basically has one sword, so Leon didn't know what level he was. Then I hope you have a good result. Luoshi nodded and stopped talking. And Leon knew that these things were not in a hurry, so he continued to stroll the shopping street with Roche. Continue to move forward, the flow of people around begins to decrease, and the size and decoration of the store are becoming more and more luxurious. Luoshi reminded him at the right time, this place is a high-end product area. You don't have a net worth of about 10 WG on hand, so don't consider buying things, but it's okay to take a look. At least it can increase your horizons. Oh, I forgot that you have a membership card and pretend I didn't say it. After hearing Roche's words, Leon did not explain much. He did have 10 WG, but it also depends on whether the product is worth the price. However, when it comes, Leon naturally needs to see what good products are in the so-called high-end commodity area. After looking around for a long time, Leon found a shop that he was interested in, the name of the shop Friends of the Farmer. At first glance, this name is a shop related to agriculture, so Leon naturally doesn't want to miss it. Roche was a little confused when he watched Leon walk into the store, but he still followed. Leon, which has entered the store at this moment, is checking these neatly arranged products on the shelves in the store. Here, Leon saw many good products that he was interested in. For example, on a shelf, Leon saw sprinklers, which were available at all levels. The initial sprinklers were priced at 600 G, the high-quality sprinklers were priced at 4000 G, and the most advanced iridium sprinklers were priced at 11,000 G. Leon was mentally prepared for this price. When he first met with Korobus, Leon knew the price of a iridium sprinkler worth tens of thousands of yuan. At this moment, the price of an iridium sprinkler in this store is 1,000 G higher than that of Korobus, which is in line with Lion's perception. Oh, an excellent farmer is here, a rare guest. When Leon was looking at the sprinkler, the only clerk in the store, or the middle-aged woman in the boss, accidentally scanned it and noticed the special thing about Leon. She immediately got up from the chair, came to Leon and spoke. I haven't seen such a strong natural atmosphere for a long time. Farmer, if you want to buy something, I can give you a discount. Chapter 558 Maria. Oh? How much? Leon asked subconsciously. That depends on how much you consume. The more you consume, the greater the discount. It seems the boss's middle-aged woman replied. Leon raised his head and looked at the middle-aged woman carefully. She had ordinary eyes, a little fat, and was dressed very simply. She had a kind smile on her face, and she looked like a passionate ant living next door. But unlike the neighbor's ant, Leon felt a very obvious sense of threat on him, as if the ant had to lie on the floor as soon as she reached out. I'm a big guy. Leon was much more humble when he thought of this. Then you have to see if I have any needs for the things on your side, boss. Of course, just watch it. The female boss nodded and then stood beside Leon, as if he was ready to introduce his own products to Leon at any time. When such a big boss stood beside him, Leon was still quite stressed, so he looked at Luo Shi and found that Luo Shi was just stationed at the door, without any intention of coming in, and without any expression of waiting for him. Obviously, he did not regard this female boss as a threat. Leon had no choice but to continue wandering in the store and found that in addition to the sprinkler, there were many creatures in this store that were related to the farm. For example, wine brewing barrels, sap collectors, cheese presses, oil-producing machines, looms, etc. are all related machines produced by processing farms, which are quite in line with the store name. Just remembering these things, Leon has no desire to buy them, because except for the brewing barrels, these things are not available for the time being, and they are basically priced at 4 digits. For Leon, it is better to make them yourself. So what attracted him the most was the iridium sprinkler. Looking at you going around and back here, it's obvious that you are interested in the iridium sprinkler. Do you want to buy a few to free your hands? The female boss was observing Lion's gaze. Seeing Lion's eyes floating towards the shelves of the sprinkler from time to time, he spoke on his own initiative. I really want to buy it, but I just have some concerns. Leon explained, Boss, since you run such a store, you should know some knowledge of farmers. If you want to cultivate high-quality crops, opportunism is not a good way. Judging from the natural breath of the boss's wife when they met, Leon knew that the hidden boss had noticed his forest magic and sold the equipment on the farm. Leon did not think that the boss was a businessman who knew nothing about agriculture. It seems that my intuition is right. You are indeed an excellent farmer, but you can rest assured that the use of sprinklers has been verified by countless farmers and will not affect the output of high-quality crops, especially the iridium sprinkler, which even has an increase effect. The boss's wife explained to Leon with a smile. After all, this is made of iridium ingots. It comes from the special power of the stars, which is a very good nutrient for crops. Oh! After hearing this answer, Leon immediately had some ideas about buying an iridium sprinkler. If using an iridium sprinkler really has an amplification effect, it is undoubtedly a good thing for Leon. But the credibility of a businessman is not very high. After all, in order to sell his own products, it is basically the instinct of a businessman to say good things, so Leon is still a little worried. It seems that you don't believe what I said very much, but it doesn't matter. Time can prove everything. You might as well buy one and try it. If the effect feels very poor, then you can bring it back to me to get a refund, and even provide you with an extra triple compensation. The female boss seemed to see through Leon's concerns and offered it on his own initiative. Aren't the boss afraid that I deliberately said that the effect is not good for this compensation? Leon asked after hearing this. I believe you won't, and even if that's true, you don't need to worry. I can still afford to pay for this little money. The female boss replied with a confident smile on her face. Have courage. Leon gave the female boss a thumbs up, and then became more confident about the iridium sprinkler. If you really want to buy it, I have to ask about your farm location? Depending on the region, I need to adjust the water output frequency and water output of the iridium sprinkler before selling it to ensure that it can maximize its effect and ensure that the roots of the crop will not be soaked because of too much watering. Don't worry, I have no malice. You just need to tell me the approximate area. I have research on all the geology of the material world and my memory is pretty good. I just need to know the approximate area to complete this work. Seeing that Leon was moved, the female boss immediately added. Hearing the female boss words, Leon was in awe. This professional not only knew agricultural knowledge, but also was a geologist. It is no wonder that he opened a farmer's shop. With these remarks, Leon also had more confidence in the female boss's iridium sprinkler, and had basically decided to buy it, and there was no trace of ink. My farm is in Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley. When the female boss heard this, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Leon. Then she looked up and down for a long time before slowly asking, Red Star Farm? Ah! Faced with the female boss inquiry, Leon was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to meet someone who knew about Red Star Farm here. I asked if your farm is called Red Star Farm. The female boss thought Leon didn't hear her clearly, so she immediately repeated it. Yes. Although I don't know if the female boss knew the reason for Hongxing Farm was because of her or grandfather, judging from the other party's posture, there should be no malice, so Leon did not cover it up. Red Star Farm has restarted, see you look like the grandson of that old guy. When Leon heard that he confirmed his identity as the Red Star Farmer, the female boss showed more kindness and appreciation on her face. Not bad, you're much handsomer than your grandfather when he was younger, and you have a good personality and are polite. You don't look like that old guy, you don't look serious at first glance. Ask, boss, what's the relationship between you and my grandfather? Looking at the change of expressions and the casual way of speaking, Leon had some bad guesses in his heart. Old friend, but it's different from what you think. I don't like that old thing, it's more of a cooperative relationship. The female boss seemed to have the ability to read the mind. Leon had just had something wrong with his thoughts, and the female boss took the initiative to deny the rumors. By the way, don't call me boss. My name is Maria. You can call me Aunt Maria. Although I am about the same age as your grandfather, Aunt is already the oldest name I can accept. Chapter 559 The Second Floor Products. Okay, Aunt Maria. Although Leon thought Maria might be very happy if she called her sister at this time, considering Maria's actual age and relationship with her grandfather, she really couldn't call her sister Leon. Maria was quite satisfied with Lion's change of words. So, how many iridium sprinklers do you need to purchase? How big is the sprinkler range? If it is only counted in diameter, Leon asked back. The diameter of the iridium sprinkler can reach 34 meters with an iridium sprinkler as the center, but in this way, the water output at the outermost periphery may be much smaller, resulting in uneven irrigation. So the most perfect irrigation diameter is 24 meters. Maria gave accurate data. 24 meters, it's not small. Leon was quite satisfied with this range. After budgeting the size of his own field and the planned planting area, Leon finally purchased 6 iridium sprinklers. In fact, 5 are enough to cover their current farming area, but Leon also plans to continue to expand its fields. Summer is approaching, star fruit and melon are all excellent cash crops, not to mention corn that can span 2 seasons, which Leon wants to grow on a large scale. What about 6? Of course, I can give you a discounted price. How about 5 WG? Maria heard Lion's order, thought for a moment, and gave her own quotation. Thank you, Aunt Maria. Leon was a surprise for this price. The original price was 6.6 WG. Even if it was discounted, Leon felt that it would be almost overwhelmed by 0 to 6 WG. Now it can erase the price of 1 WG. Maria has already made a concession for this transaction. However, there should be some profits to earn, Maria. As for how much you make, it is unknown where you are. I'll give you 3 more high-quality sprinklers. Although the perfect irrigation area is only 8 meters in diameter, it is quite useful to fill the gaps of the iridium sprinkler. After all, the sprinkler's sprinkler range is round. Not only is there a discount on the price, Maria even considered some things that Leon had not considered, and provided free solutions. This made Leon feel more favorable to this cheap aunt. She didn't lie, and Maria was indeed a grandfather's old friend, otherwise she would not have thought about Leon in this way. Leon politely said, I'll make up for some more money. I can't let Aunt Maria suffer. There is no need. I still make a profit. I do it myself. I know the cost. You don't have to worry about it. Just treat it as I celebrated the restart of Red Star Farm. Maria waved her hand and declined Lion's kindness, and then removed 6 iridium sprinklers and 3 high-quality sprinklers from the shelves. I'll debug it a little, and you can take a look at other things. By the way, I'll give you permissions on the second floor. You can go to the second floor to see. The things on the second floor are much more interesting than those on the first floor. They are dedicated to members. Although you're here for the first time, you can inherit your grandfather's membership." Maria said, and came to the counter with a sprinkler, then took out an emerald green card from under the counter and handed it to Leon. After taking it, Leon took it and looked at the design of the card. There was no pattern, only a string of incomprehensible characters. Following Maria's reminder, Leon went up the second floor along the stairs and noticed that there was a large iron door here. There was a card swiping slot outside the iron door. After swiping the membership card he had just received in the card slot, the sound of gear friction came from the iron door. Then the iron door opened automatically, revealing the room behind the door. Unlike the simple shelves on the first floor, there are all glass display cabinets, which are similar to the styles in the jewelry store. The difference is that in the glass display cabinets in the jewelry store, there are various colors of jewelry, and here, the display cabinets show seeds of different shapes and colors. Next to each seed, there are detailed instructions. Gem sweetberry seeds, plants in autumn, with a season of growth cycle, and you can harvest one fruit. Price, 1000 G. The seed closest to the door is the familiar gem sweetberry seeds in Leon, which are marked with triangular seed structure, which is very conspicuous. In addition to the gem sweetberry, Leon also saw a round glass ball with a gem texture that he was very familiar with. That was a reward from Rasmades, and it was also a rare seed of the same name as the gem sweetberry. Gem honey fruit seeds, plants in autumn, with a growth cycle of 1 month, you can harvest one fruit, and reharvest. Price, 3000 G. When Leon saw the same style here, he realized that the seed was planted with a new thing called gem honey fruit. In addition, Leon also saw other gem series fruits of the same style, such as gem grapes, gem currants, and gem vine fruits. The planting season is no longer limited to autumn, but spring and summer. This is just something in a showcase. When I came to another showcase, the seeds that Leon saw became even more strange. Because the shapes of these seeds are very distinctive, some look like hearts, some look like spiders, and some grow into human shapes. It's a pity that Leon can only see these special seeds, and it's impossible to buy them. Because these seeds have special requirements for the land they are planted and need to be planted in a land of nothingness, it is obvious that this thing is not the soil of the ordinary world, and there is no place to plant it after buying it. After continuing to look, Leon also saw many other objects besides seeds. Basically, they are props related to planting, such as rainwater totem, and the same effect as scarecrow, but only one is needed to protect the entire farm. There are also fairy cottages that can attract fairies, enhance fairies' visits and blessings, and the sand of time that allows crops to fully mature in one day. The price of the rain totem and the field guards in front is acceptable to Leon, but the fairy lodge discouraged Leon. One fairy lodge costs 200 WG. The sand of time is 1 WG per gram, and 1 WG can only ripen one crop. This is too expensive, and Leon is really reluctant to let it go. However, it can be used to ripen gem sweetberry, so as to harvest gem sweetberry on the first day of autumn, and go to the old cannoli statue to exchange for a star fruit. There are many other products on the second floor. Leon looks so eye-opening. At this moment, he understands why Maria can gain a foothold in this high-end commodity area. The prices of various products on the second floor and its special effects are probably the biggest part of Maria's money-making. It seems that you are more interested in the things upstairs. How about it? Do you have anything to buy? I'll pick it up for you. Just as Leon walked to a new counter, Maria went upstairs and asked Leon. Chapter 560 Mini Golden Bell. There are some, but I have to take a look. Leon nodded and replied. He did want to buy some things, such as a gram of sand of time and the life energy sculpture that he is now looking at. This vitality sculpture can ensure that crops within 5 meters around can resist the influence of the seasons during the season change, and preserve their vitality, that is, it can prevent some crops from withering due to cross-seasonality. Leon bought this thing to protect the ancient fruits of his ancient fruit field, so that these babies can avoid frozen to death in winter and survive forever. Oh? Are you interested in the vital sculpture of life? It seems that some special precious plant has been planted on your farm. Let me guess, it is an ancient fruit, right? Maria asked with a smile as she looked at the vital sculpture of life. Yes, Aunt Maria guessed well. Leon nodded and praised. There are only a few rare things that can be obtained in Stardew Valley, which is easy to guess. And I don't like your tone of praise for the child. Maria rolled her eyes, then walked to Leon, patted Lion's shoulder and reminded. Actually, I don't recommend you to buy this. Your grandfather once commissioned me and others to help him build a greenhouse. You can plant ancient fruits into the greenhouse, which is no more reliable than buying this statue with a narrow effective area. The greenhouse is destroyed, it won't be used for the time being. Leon explained helplessly. Does it? Who ruined it? Maria was furious when she heard this. After all, the creation of that greenhouse was one of her most proud works. How could she not be angry when she heard it was ruined? It should be Grandpa's idea. He wanted me to build the farm from scratch, so he once made all the things demolished, and now there are only ruins left in the greenhouse. Seeing Maria's expression and the more obvious sense of oppression and threat when she was angry, Leon hurriedly admitted. The old guy knew that he was really sick when he was wasting good things. When he heard this, Maria became even more angry, but it only lasted for a moment before she suddenly calmed down. But this old thing is dead, and it doesn't make sense to be angry. Leon, if you want to repair the greenhouse, I can help, but the cost of reconstruction is not a small amount. This greenhouse not only requires the design of constant temperature effects and growth protection barriers, but also requires the assistance of a magician and the expansion of space. It is extremely troublesome. This old thing really doesn't hold back at all when he cheats his descendants. Repair should not be that difficult. Grandpa left me an assessment. If the assessment passes, maybe I can regain the greenhouse. Leon smiled and comforted Maria. He has now confirmed that the old community center was designed by his grandfather, in order to guide Leon to adapt to the farm work and have a goal to work hard, and also guide Leon to experience various life and entertainment methods in Stardew Valley. Assessment? Maria looked at Leon in confusion after hearing this. And Leon didn't keep it a secret. Judging from Maria's attitude towards him, this is indeed a trustworthy person, so Leon and Maria explain the grandpa's assessment and the sacrifice packs in the old community center. So that's it. He's determined. This is indeed an interesting assessment. It's also an excellent entry point for you to integrate into Stardew Valley and Pelican Town. I didn't expect this reckless man to have such an arrangement. I thought that except for his muscles and violence, all his pitiful wisdom was used up by agricultural skills. After hearing Lion's explanation, Maria looked at her grandfather with some admiration, but she still showed no mercy on her lips and complained very sharply. Leon was not angry about this, but thought it was quite reasonable. After all, this is how true good friends can express their dislike in such a blunt way. Although this assessment is very meaningful, I think you should repair the greenhouse as soon as possible, so I can provide you with a little help. After complaining about his grandfather, Maria said to Leon, then pulled Leon to a corner, and then Leon saw Maria take out a clock made of gold from a hidden lattice hidden on the wall. "Is this?" Leon asked curiously when he saw the preserved golden clock with such a hidden and vulgar shape. "I once created an imitation product, but it was a failure in my opinion, so I hid it and dared not sell it as a commodity, but it would help you." Maria placed the golden bell on the display cabinet. "I called it the mini golden clock, which was originally made to replicate the effect of the real golden clock. But because I am not very good at magic, and I am relatively cheap to use, and I have not discussed it with those guardian-level mages, I can only barely create such a defective product, without permanent effects, and when I really use it, the effect can only last for 1/4. But it's enough for you. Just bring this mini golden clock back and press the timing button in the upcoming summer to make Red Star Farm independent of natural rules for 1/4. In this way, you can use this quarter, that is, 3 months, to plant plants of all seasons, complete the old things in advance to prepare the sacrifice content for you, and repair the greenhouse before autumn. So amazing!" When Leon heard that this so-called defective product had such an outrageous effect, he didn't know whether Maria was in Versailles or whether her vision was too low. Golden Bell Leon knows that the effect of this thing in the game is a luxury decoration that prevents debris from appearing on your farm, prevents the fence from rotting, and does not match the manufacturing price of 10 million G. Who would have thought that in reality, it would have such a despicable effect? The effect is far worse than the real Golden Bell. As long as the real Golden Bell stands in one area, it can permanently disrupt the time flow of an area. I can only last for 1/4. Maria added embarrassingly. It's already amazing. Really, after all, this is something that interferes with time. Leon sighed seriously. Only then did he understand how different the world of the big guys is from his little Karami. I can feel that you are really praising me, but I still feel very ashamed, so just use this thing yourself. Don't spread it everywhere. Maria warned Leon with a stern face. Yes, thank you Aunt Maria. Leon nodded quickly, and then he was happy to put this mini golden bell in his pocket, but before he could put his hand on, Maria held Lion's big hand. This is not for free, you have to pay. Chapter 561 It's very embarrassing. Leon took back his hand after hearing this, coughed lightly and asked, how much? 10 WG, this is the real cost price, not counting as a process fee. Maria quoted. It's not that I can't afford it, but the price is a bit high, I can't stand it. Leon didn't have much objection when he heard this. He just took out 15 WG at a time, so he didn't have much money to use when facing other things in the future. It's okay, you can write an IOU, I won't charge you interest. Maria generously proposed a solution to Leon. Let's pay directly. In response to this proposal, Leon was instantly alert. All the operations of interest-free loans were waiting for deeper levels. Out of alertness, Leon felt that the full payment was more reliable. He really wants this mini golden clock. With this, he can plant plants of all seasons. In this way, the greenhouse can be unlocked early and the winemaking industry can be started as soon as possible. Moreover, the experience of pumpkin and melon is not low, and you can also use the cultivation level, so why not do it? No, it seems that you have made a lot of money. When Maria heard that Leon could actually pay the full amount, she immediately added, "Since I plan to help you, I will help you to the end. 10WG takes away this failed product, and I will give you an extra serving of the whole season seed pack so that you won't go looking for seeds everywhere." Then thank Aunt Maria. When he heard this, Leon was happy. He was originally considering where to get autumn seeds. After all, Pierre's store now only sells seasonal seeds. If Maria does not provide these, he might have to go to the UNC Chamber of Commerce to order. "No need to thank me, just ordinary seeds." Maria didn't care about this, after all, these things were just a drop in the ocean to her. "Then I will buy some iridium sprinklers. Do you see if there is any discount for the same model?" "With the mini golden bell, but I plan to do a big fight in the summer. What better way than planting all the land on half of the farm? Upgrade the farming level to level 8 early to unlock the keg, and by the way, you can unlock the greenhouse, and you can unconditionally plant ancient fruits and star fruits in batches, and make wine with small kegs. That is the way to really make a lot of money. Of course, I don't lack sprinklers here, it depends on whether you have enough money." Maria is welcoming about this. It is rare to see a customer like Leon who is interested in first-floor products. She is naturally happy and can finally clear the inventory. So Leon, who went downstairs, purchased 6 iridium sprinklers, which were also priced at 50,000 yuan, and was equipped with 3 high-quality sprinklers. In addition, Leon also purchased an additional gram of sand of time. This trip, plus the mini golden bell, Leon spent 21 WG. Of course, the harvest is also gratifying. Maria's pack of seeds for each season is worth 50, and there are also the red cabbage seeds that Leon longs for long. "By the way, I still have fruit saplings here, do you want it?" Maria suddenly spoke at the big bag of things in front of Leon. "What about fruit saplings? How much does it cost?" When Leon heard that Maria was selling fruit saplings here, he realized the value of Maria's store name Friends of the Farmer and the sales channels for fruit saplings. Leon has not found it yet. Originally, he planned to ask UNC Chamber of Commerce, but unexpectedly he got the answer here. Unified price. 5,000 G each, high-quality live seedlings. If you dig a hole and bury it, you don't need to take care of it. It can grow by itself. After the fruit tree matures, you just need to pick the fruit. Maria quoted. "Then let's get one. Anyway, 21 WG has been spent, and it's not too short of 30,000. Leon naturally won't miss this opportunity." "Are you sure? You also want seedlings of mango and banana trees?" Maria reminded Leon after hearing this. "Ah, do you still have seedlings of mango trees and banana trees?" Leon really didn't expect to buy Jiangdao's specialty fruit trees here. "Haha, what do you think? If the soil is not suitable, I can even give you the seedlings of elemental fruits such as void fruit and sun fruit. Little guy, you underestimate my business scope too much. Maria complained to Leon in anger. There are one banana tree and a mango tree, so you'll plant it sooner or later. Leon smiled and changed the topic. Okay, pomegranate, mango, banana, apple, apricot, cherry, orange, peach, 1/8 seedlings, 4 wg, including the previous one, a total of 25 wg. Maria concluded. Well, Aunt Maria, won't you give me a discount? Leon licked his face and tentatively said to Maria. This is a discount price, and the price of mango trees and banana trees is not 5,000 g each. Maria turned her eyes in anger and complained, and in order to make mango trees and banana trees free from the dependence of the tropical climate, these saplings are specially made. At the same time, the banana tree has undergone a second transformation. It will not be scrapped after only one season, but can be continuously grown and harvested repeatedly. The prices of these two kinds of seedlings are almost up to the prices of ordinary fruit trees you bought. Okay. Maria said with her eyes rolled, and couldn't help but complain, I thought you were a polite little guy, but when I got to know each other, I realized that you were a shameless bastard like your grandfather, trying every means to take advantage of yours, just like your grandfather. Hee. Leon smiled dryly and scratched his head, stopping speaking. Maria did not intend to let Leon go and continued to complain, even pretending to be stupid is the same as your grandfather. Forget it, let's give you something. After saying that, Maria walked through the counter and came to the storage room behind the counter. She soon launched a small car, which neatly placed 8 saplings wrapped in mud and a bag of unmarked bags. Nutritional grass seeds, sprinkle them near your chicken coop or livestock shed, and you will soon grow blue grass with extremely high nutritional content. The animals that eat these grass will grow faster and their output will increase. Just think it is my gift to you. Thank you, Aunt Maria. What else can Leon say? Apart from thanks, I can't repay you. After all, I can't repay you with all my heart. Girls all know that those who are handsome and those who are ugly will be like cows and horses in the next life. There is no reason why this man Leon is not clear. There are a lot of things, I will contact UNC Chamber of Commerce here to send it to you. Looking at the pile of goods, Maria suggested. No need, I have a way. Leon stretched out his hand and wanted to put away all these things and show them in front of Maria, but he was embarrassed to find that he couldn't pretend. Because there is no money yet, in the system's perception, these goods do not belong to Leon, so they cannot be collected, which is embarrassing. Chapter 562 Card Friends. What do you want to do when you raise your hand? Seeing Leon reaching out his hand and posing stiffly, Maria asked Leon with a strange look on her face. My arms are a little sore, move them. Leon said nonsense without blushing. Then I will call you the delivery man from the UNC Chamber of Commerce. Maria did not doubt that there was him and continued the previous topic. Pay first. Leon waved his hand and then took out his gold card. It seems you're doing well. Chi has gotten all his VIP cards. Looking at the gold card in Lion's hand, Maria's eyes lit up. Oh, it's already posted to 111 now. It seems that many young juniors are rising. After saying that, Maria took the gold card in Lion's hand, then took out the same card from her body, and the two cards were stuck together. After tapping her finger, Maria returned the card that belonged to Leon. Leon, who took the card, glanced at the code of Maria's gold card, 0024, and immediately understood why Maria said the previous sentence. It is rare to see Leon holding the same card and couldn't help asking at this moment. Aunt Maria, does this gold card have other applications besides being used as a bank card? It doesn't have much meaning, it's just a symbol of identity. In addition to the convenience of payment, it means that you can use this card to enter the club. Maria explained. Which club on the second floor of the Calico Desert Oasis store? Leon asked. That's a casino, the club is not there. As for where it is? If you don't know, I won't tell you. You will know it when you find it yourself. Maria corrected the mistake in Leon's words, and at the same time did not disclose the specific situation and location of the club. This made Leon a little helpless, but he had long been used to the hiding of the big guys. After paying the account, everything on the ground already belongs to Leon. This time Leon can put all of it in the backpack. Except for the seeds, all other items are basically included in the backpack. It's not that the seeds cannot be harvested, but mainly that the seeds of a crop must occupy a grid. The 24 grids in Leon cannot pack so many kinds of crop seeds, and these seeds are not heavy. They are packaged directly in a bag and can be carried away. I didn't see that you still have magic props for space reserves. It seems that the old guy has left you a lot of good things. I heard you say he asked you to start from scratch at Red Star Farm. I thought you were poor and innocent. Seeing Leon's actions, Maria was a little surprised. Hee. Leon didn't explain much. After all, it didn't make any sense to explain, these are all irrelevant little things. I started a good business today, and it's time for me to rest. You can go back early. The City of Elements is not a good place. If you don't have any important things, come less. When Leon put the seeds in a bag and lifted them up, Maria spoke to Leon and expressed her intention to give away the guests. Although Leon was originally planning to leave, he couldn't help but say, I thought Aunt Maria was going to keep me for lunch. Oh? If you have this idea, I can satisfy you, but I want to have dinner with my friends, you are sure to go. Speaking of this, Maria looked up and down for a moment. The foundation is good and the appearance is outstanding, but they are a handsome guy. They should like it very much. If you can accept it, maybe you can achieve financial freedom. I'm disturbing, Aunt Maria, I'll take the lead. Next time I bring some gifts to visit me and say goodbye. When he heard this, Leon immediately lost the idea of having sex. After waved his hand and said goodbye to Maria, he pulled Roche, who had already lit a cigarette at the door, and left the store. Humph, little guy, he is quite self-aware, but it's interesting. Looking at lions fleeing in a hurry, Maria muttered with a smirk and covered her mouth. Then, after Leon left, she waved her hand and closed the store door and disappeared directly into the store. Why did I come so late today? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Maria, who appeared again, had already changed into a light long skirt at this moment, but before she could take off her shoes, she was dragged into the room in front of her by a little girl with short hair. When the two of them entered the house, there were two people sitting at the dining table and drinking wine. It's rare to see you being late for playing cards. Are you meeting a fat sheep? Seeing Maria's arrival, among the two people who were tasting, a white-haired old lady put down her wine glass and joked. No, she has the smell of a young male and human. She said, did she secretly find a little boyfriend? A woman with long blue hair on the other side sniffed and asked Maria very seriously. I also think something is wrong. When I first came, I realized that she was in a good mood. The little girl who dragged Maria in echoed. Stop guessing, I just met a junior. He bought something from me, so he wasted some time. Maria looked at her three sisters speechlessly and explained. Sister? Where did you come from? When they heard this, the three of them asked curiously. Isn't that reckless man's grandson my junior? Maria gave an example. Reckless man. The old lady frowned, as if recalling which warrior could get Maria's evaluation. The little girl nodded thoughtfully, as if she guessed who Maria was talking about. The long blue-haired lady's eyes lit up. Have you seen Leon? Has he come to the City of Elements? Have you seen him too? Maria was surprised when she heard that the blue-haired lady actually knew Lion's name. Of course, I also gave him the mermaid horn, but with his current strength, how dare he come to the City of Elements? Could it be brought by an old beggar or a cautious person? The blue-haired lady showed off her face with her face. I was also a little worried. It should have been with Rasmades. I felt a very powerful magic guardian mark in him. Linus is not good at magic. Maria added. Well, Leon and Rasmades have a good relationship, so it's much more reasonable. Lanhair royal sister breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Worrying so much about this kid, you can't take the old guy's jokes seriously. Seeing the blue-haired lady's expression change, Maria had a headache. Is it a joke? I think he was very serious when he said it. Lan Hai Yuja replied seriously. I can't save you. Maria's eyes turned blue-haired lady, and she didn't plan to say anything more to the blue-haired lady. The little girl next to her shook her head and did not intend to express her opinion on this. Only the thoughtful old lady remembered who Maria was talking about, and slapped the table and stood up. I remember, it's that fighting maniac. Isn't he dead? Is he resurrected? No, I have to beat him up. That bastard beat my bill so badly at the beginning. I'm not alive. His soul is in the spiritual world now. I'm talking about his grandson. You are all old, why are you still so revenge? Looking at the old lady's indignation, Maria stepped forward helplessly and comforted her. Then beat up his grandson. After all, he can do things like bullying the small, and I can do it too. The old lady immediately retorted. I don't agree. At this moment, the blue-haired lady stood up and protested, you can't bully him. I said, do you still play cards or not? Get out of here if you don't play. Seeing the scene begin to lose control, the little girl frowned, and then said softly to the glaring old lady and the blue-haired lady. The originally tense atmosphere calmed down instantly. As if nothing had happened, the two of them raised their glasses again, as if time had flowed back. Seeing the two of them being so thoughtful, Maria smiled secretly on the side, then sat down and asked the little girl. Is it still bridge today? No, I'm playing blackjack today. The little girl shook her head, then jumped onto the last empty chair next to the table, and pointed to the box next to her. "Today's winner reward, just choose this." When the other 3 people heard this, they looked at it and sighed. It was not because the prize was too ordinary, but because the prize was of little significance to them. "I just used a box containing the star fruit, but it was not the star fruit inside." The girl reminded her when she saw that everyone was not interested. "What is that?" "You won't know. I can only reveal a little bit, that is, the box contains what you desire most in your heart." "Come on, deal the cards." Chapter 563 Fishing Gear Shop. On the other hand, Roche continued to visit the shopping street with Leon. With the foundation of the Farmer Friends, Leon was quite interested in this high-end product area. "I didn't expect you to be a farmer." Without taking 2 steps, Luo Shi couldn't help but speak. "Yes, did Vice President Luo Shi not read my information?" Leon nodded and replied. "No, after all, I'm not in charge of personnel work." Roche shook his head. "Then why do you want to be an explorer? Farmers can earn much more than explorers, and this profession is more important than explorers. A farmer who can cultivate high-quality crops has a value no less than an explorer warrior at level 3x. I am also interested in it. My main business is still a farmer. The reason I joined the Explorers Union is because I am interested in the products of the Explorers Union, and I also have the idea of helping to rule the Stardew Valley," Leon explained. "Understand, I will talk to the president in the future. Just be your farmer with peace of mind. When the punishment from Ma Long is over and transferred back to the headquarters, you will be responsible for the position of the permanent Starlow Valley branch as the person in charge. You do not need to participate in the various recruitment of the Explorer Union. I will not let others recruit you. I hope you can understand," Luo Shi said to Leon with a serious face. "Although such a decision may make you feel uncomfortable, it is too rare for farmers to develop high-quality crops. Your talent and ability in agriculture are more important than a team of explorers. This is for the sake of the overall situation. Understand, I have never underestimated the importance of logistics." Leon agreed with Roche's words, and Roche was relieved when he heard this. "Okay, if you said earlier that you were a farmer, you didn't need to entrust me. I'll escort you to visit the City of Elements for free." After talking about this topic, Roche took the opportunity to quit Leon. "Then is it still time to refund the money now?" Leon teased. "No, the commission task has been issued, and you can't return it anymore, and you should have made a lot of money. I see that you have consumed so much in that store just now. It's obvious that you are not short of money. If you can make so much money, it also means that you have shipped a lot of high-quality crops. Most of these high-quality crops are probably consumed by our explorers and those battlefield mages. I'm just taking back some of the costs." Luo Shi refused with a smile. "That's fine. I will produce more high-quality crops in the future and make the money back." "It's great. The more high-quality crops appear, it will have countless benefits for the training of wounded on the front line and the preparation explorers. I'm optimistic about you." Roche patted Lion's shoulder and encouraged. After learning about Lion's identity as a farmer, Roche performed more enthusiastically than before, and his attitude was more easygoing. Obviously, he regarded Leon as an existence at the same level. The most obvious benefit of this is that Roche began to chat actively, and shared the city's intelligence with Leon without hesitation, and recommended some shops suitable for Leon. For example, the blacksmith shop where the two are now is recommended by Luoshi. It not only sells weapons and armor, but also has a lot of knowledge about agricultural tools. I just visited this blacksmith shop in Lyon and found that the things here were not that special. The only feature was the upgrade of farm tools. But Clint can do this, and the price is lower, so why should Lyon go far? There is no need for farm tools. You can buy a handy weapon. Most of the weapons bought by Ma Long are standard weapons. Although the strength is sufficient, they are not very excellent. Although you don't need to go to various ruins and fronts to make missions, I remember that there are monsters in the abandoned mines in Stardew Valley. You should also need to collect minerals by yourself. Having a good weapon can also better protect yourself. Seeing that Leon had just walked around his blacksmith shop and came out directly, Roche patiently reminded Leon. "No, I have a handy weapon." Seeing that there was no one around, Leon pulled out the Galaxy watermelon knife from the system backpack. After seeing the purple blade exclusive to the Galaxy weapon and the starlight flowing on the blade, Luoshi was instantly relieved. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be a Galaxy weapon holder." "Well, I was too worried. With this thing, the broken copper and iron in the blacksmith shop is indeed incomparable." "Roshi, you should have Galaxy martial arts, too?" Leon asked back. "Of course, but mine is not a sword, mine is a hammer, a 2-meter turtle giant hammer." Luoshi nodded and explained. "It suits your temperament very well." Leon looked at Roche's body shape and exaggerated muscles after hearing this, and had more evidence to support the view of the mutual influence between the Galaxy weapons and the holder. "Ha ha ha, I also think that the shaping of Galaxy Wu is always in line with the holders." Luoshi replied with a big laugh. Continuing to move forward, Leon was attracted by a fishing gear shop. If you open a fishing gear store in the City of Elements, or in this kind of location, are there really customers? Thinking of the situation in the City of Elements, it was obviously incompatible with the leisure activities like fishing. Leon couldn't help but complain to Roche. Of course, fishing is a good entertainment activity, and it is also a main means to get food. There are many fishing enthusiasts in the City of Elements, and the explorers in our Explorer Guild can basically fish. Do you think he lacks customers? Luoshi explained. Then let's go and see what good things are in the fishing gear store in this area. After hearing this, Leon entered the store with Roche. As soon as he entered the door, Leon was attracted by the fish tank placed at the door. The fish tank is not too big, about 30 centimeters high, 1 meter long, and about 40 centimeters wide. It has an ordinary shape, made of glass, and there are no aquatic plants and stones in the water tank, so you can only see water and fish. Interestingly, I know a lot of fish in this place, but I have never seen such a small body shape. Guest, are you interested? Seeing Leon and Roche entering the door, the boss who was tied up the threads for the reels in the store immediately put down his work and came over to ask. A little bit, I'm mainly curious why these fish are so small and don't look like seedlings. Leon nodded and agreed. Ha ha ha, the customers who come to our store for the first time have this problem. It's actually very simple, because this is a magic fish tank. After saying that, the boss directly reached out and grabbed a small fish with silver carp from the fish tank. When the fish left the water in the fish tank and was displayed in front of Leon, its body had changed from the size of an embroidery needle to a normal body shape. The body, which was more than half a meter long, was struggling wildly in the boss's hands. It was obviously very scared that it was out of the water. After the display, the boss threw it back into the fish tank. Leon clearly saw that the fish was shrinking rapidly when it touched the fish tank. The magic fish tank, say goodbye to the big trouble of the fish pond covering an area, and can be placed at home to fulfill the demands of fishery breeding. It is your first time here, I will give you a discount and you only need to pay 2WG to take it away. Chapter 564 Speed Up the Sacrifice. I can't afford it. Leon shook his head and refused the boss's sales. He was just curious and had no desire to buy it. After all, fish only have two uses for him, one is to sell and the other is to eat. If you want to make a fortune by breeding, it is better to go directly to the waters to catch it quickly. It doesn't matter if you can't afford it. You can check out other things. As long as it has something to do with fish, I have sales here. The boss did not express dissatisfaction or dislike when he heard this, but still greeted Leon with a smile and took a good look in the store. Leon nodded and started shopping in the store with Roche. Not to mention, the boss did not fool people. Everything that has something to do with fish can really be found here. Basic fishing rods, fishing lines, fishing baits, fishing boxes and nets are everywhere, and advanced crab cage fishing nets, ultrasonic fishing group locators are also sold. What's even more outrageous is that there are models of professional fishing boats here and the price is given. As long as you can afford the money, the boss should be able to arrange delivery directly for you. But after looking around, Leon felt that the things were more ordinary, and there was no eye-catching thing, except the fish tank placed at the door. This made Leon couldn't help but think of the special product area in Maria's store with a second-floor secret room, so he couldn't help asking the boss. Road. The goods are too ordinary. Do you have a second floor to see? Yo? Yes, but only VIP customers are qualified to purchase. The boss glanced at Leon and nodded. Without VIP, can this thing be used as identity proof? Leon said intently, and then took out the gold card and showed it to the boss for tentative work. Of course, you'll say this before, go upstairs. The boss's eyes lit up when he saw Daijinka. He originally thought that Leon was just here to see ordinary people with a long experience. After seeing this card, I realized that Lion's value is not that I can't afford a magic fish tank of 20,000, but I don't like it. After saying that, the boss took Leon around to the stairs behind a counter, went upstairs, and opened a small compartment. Because Roche was with Leon, he also followed him to the second floor. When he saw the fishing gear with purple halo in the room, he took a breath. The purple halo represents that the use of iridium ingots in the manufacturing process of these fishing gears is definitely used. Only this special metal can bring such a special glossy texture to the items. After looking at the price again, Luo Shi couldn't help but nodded. No wonder VIP can go up to the second floor. The price of an iridium fishing rod here starts at 5W, and it is equipped with an iridium line float, etc. If you take a combination of a pole, you will have to start at 10WG. The price difference between the ordinary goods downstairs is really in the sky and the earth. New goods, the latest bait manufacturing machine just developed by scientists in the material world. Just throw the target fish into it and wait for a while to synthesize an exclusive bait that can use a day's portion to achieve accurate target fishing. Roche was still looking around, and Leon had already gathered with his boss in front of a high blue machine and started chatting. Didn't this thing just now developed? It's not reliable. Leon remembered that he heard Willie say this thing and immediately recounted Willie's complaints. Well, so I only ordered one, and then commissioned some craftsmen to carry out magic transformation. The effect was very useful. The boss did not hide it and explained the situation of his transformation of this thing. Where is the price? Leon asked, because he didn't see it labeled. If you really want it, take it away at 1.5 W, and use it full-like. You can automatically produce it by throwing the fish in. There is no need to turn on the power or set any parameters. It is very convenient. The boss quoted. It's too expensive and can't be worth it. It can only be regarded as a big toy and is not very practical. Leon ignored the bait manufacturing machine when he heard this amount and went to see other products. The boss was not annoyed and followed Leon to explain the product. A special reel set with iridium ingot powder added can be installed on any fishing rod. The high-strength fishing line can withstand any fish with a weight of less than 300 kilograms, and can maintain integrity in magma, corrosive acids, and unfreezing low-temperature waters to meet the fishing needs of various waters. Come on one. Leon is really interested in this iridium lining set priced at 5,000 G. Because the 60-story ice lake and 100-story magma pond in the mine have already scrapped the fishing lines twice. These special waters have two strict requirements for fishing lines, and ordinary fishing lines cannot withstand such extreme waters. Okay, then I'll have a magic fish float. This is a treasure hook that can increase the chance of taking the hook for precious fish species. Catching special fish species and the fish king in the water has an extremely good bonus effect. One is 1 WG, which is very durable. Seeing that Leon finally started to consume, the boss immediately became energetic and recommended. And this, high-quality floats, which can attract the favor of large fish in a targeted manner, are a must-have choice for fishing, only 8,000 G. Things are good things, but there is no need. Leon still remembers these fish floats, and they are all special fish floats that cannot be made, but the price and practicality do not match, so although Leon is moved, he will not act. No problem. If you are not satisfied, let's change to something else. The customer may have a better fish float so he doesn't like these, but if the bait is, you should be interested. Seeing that Leon didn't care about these magic fish floats, the boss took Leon to the other side and showed off his characteristic bait. Magic bait, this is the hottest bait in our store. As long as you hang it on, you can catch all the fish living in this water in a piece of water, completely ignoring the living habits and time of appearance of this fish. As long as it is found in the water, it will bite the hook. Faced with the colorful bait that the boss pointed to, which looked like rainbow candy, Leon was really moved. He had only seen this thing in Mr. Cheese Walnut House. He never thought that he could see it here, and he could still buy it directly in general currency. Although a 20-piece coupon is priced at 2,000 G, and a total of 100 G per bait, for Leon, the money is definitely worth it. Because of the mini golden bell, he can complete all the sacrificial needs of plants in summer, but if he wants to repair the entire community center, he still has to wait for the seasonal alternation to capture some seasonal fish to complete the sacrificial goals of the fish tank. With magic bait, it means that Leon will be able to complete the sacrificial requirements of the fish tank in the summer and speed up the restoration of the old community center. Come 10 copies. In response, Leon waved his hand and ordered 10 servings of 200 baits. With these 200 baits, Leon felt that he should be able to almost complete all the fish needed for the entire fish tank sacrifice. Chapter 565 The Sky Gladiator. Okay. The boss breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Leon decided to spend money again. If Leon didn't buy anything, he felt that the second-floor products he was proud of were really not as attractive as he thought. Fortunately, Leon was just picky, not looking down on himself. But the boss didn't know that Leon was not picky, but because of the funding restrictions. Of course, he could not have thought that those who hold gold cards would be short of money. Does the guests have any other products they are interested in? It's gone, just bait and reel set, check out. So both parties who completed the transaction smiled. A person who felt that he had bought good goods was one step closer to completing the community sacrifice. A person who feels that he has finally protected his name as the #1 fishing gear store in the City of Elements satisfies a very picky and high-quality customer. After payment and delivery, Roche also bought a new fishing rod with his boss, but it was not made of iridium, but an ordinary high-strength fiberglass fishing rod, the same type as Leon. After leaving the fishing gear shop, Roche held the box with a new fishing rod and sighed to Leon, "I know you farmers can make money, but I didn't expect to make so much money. 2WG just wants to buy 200 magic baits that can ignore the seasonal weather and time. This is too luxurious. The value of an item comes according to your needs. You may think it is expensive, but for me, these baits are a necessity and can save me a lot of time." Leon smiled and told Roche, "Time is very precious, isn't it? You are all right when you have money. Should we continue shopping? Going forward, it's the real luxury goods area, the flashy one, but I think you should be interested." Roche's answer to Leon was undeniable, and at the same time explained the main business projects of the shop ahead. "No, I'm not interested in these." Leon suddenly lost the idea of continuing to go shopping when he heard this. He had already consumed 275,000 G on this street today. The cart is indeed rich. The 50W rental fee plus the 2.2WG shipment box commodity fee earned by the Far Travel Chamber recently, which has been half spent. In this half, there is still 7.5WG of taxes not given to Louis, so the only money that can be controlled by Leon itself is 9.2WG. As for the 8WG that was calculated at least, it was paid to Robin to repair his new home. Comparing the cost of his new house and comparing the expenses in the City of Elements this time, Leon only thinks that the consumption in the ordinary world is really cheap. Sure enough, I still have to continue to work hard to make money, because the remaining 9.2WG is used to upgrade the chicken coop, build a livestock shed, and find Marnie to buy animal cubs, which is another big expense. I watched the money get rich overnight, but after careful calculation, I invested in the farm. This money is really not enough. Then where are you going now? Luo Shi asked after hearing this. I want to go to the arena to see it. Leon still remembers Razmides's suggestions that he could go to the arena to see other people's battles and learn some combat skills. The arena is indeed a good place, so let's go. Roche immediately took Leon back the same way and returned to the parking lot where the motorcycle was parked. After riding with Leon, he threw another gold coin underground. Then he turned on the accelerator and rushed out of the open space, flexibly bypassed the crowd, and headed straight to the east of the elemental city. The closer to the east, Leon found that the surrounding buildings began to decrease, and the large amount of vacant land had no trace of artificial decoration, and it was abandoned there. Some of the land did not even grow grass, and it was bare. Moreover, the traffic of people has decreased, and even in the end, there are no few passers-by. After Roche parked the car, Leon asked in confusion, "There is nothing in this area, where is the arena?" "Look up." Luo Shi pointed to the sky. Leon raised his head and noticed that there was a floating empty island hundreds of meters above the two of them. However, when Leon entered the car, the sky here was vast. "Isn't it strange that I haven't seen this floating island before?" Roche seemed to understand Lion's doubts very well. Everyone who comes to the arena for the first time will think so. In fact, the principle is very simple, because the space here is separated from the City of Elements. You must know that the Element City Arena is not an area where slaves fight with wild beasts, but a battleground where people dislike each other or have haters openly confront each other. The inner city of Element City is openly prohibited from fighting, so it is not in the same space as Element City, but adjacent arena becomes the best choice. It maintains the law and can help people resolve conflicts with force. I remember there is a guarding area here. It's also in the sky. Leon asked when he thought of Korobus' introduction. The guarding area is underground, and the guards of the elemental city are earth elements, otherwise why do you think there are so many open spaces left here? Luo Shi explained. That makes sense. How can we get up? With this statement, Leon immediately understood and asked immediately. Hehe, that's another feature of the arena. Roche brought Leon to a land, and then took out 2 gold coins, throwing it to the ground, while reaching out and grabbing Lion's shoulder. Before Leon could ask, the ground under his feet began to collapse, and the land under the two of them turned into a huge palm. Then Leon felt an extremely obvious sense of weightlessness, as if he was taking an elevator, and it was a panoramic elevator with airflow on all sides. The palms actually held Leon, and Roche directly soared into the sky until the sky island began to grow rapidly in front of Lion's eyes. Finally, from the whole picture to only seeing a corner, Leon and Roche had already reached the edge of the sky island under the support of this palm. I didn't expect your physical fitness to be okay. I thought you would be unstable and specially helped you. Roche now let go of the hand that was holding Lion's shoulder and praised, while walking directly along his palm to the edge and jumping onto the land of the empty island. It's okay, after all, I've experienced a similar elevator. After Leon finished speaking, he jumped over as if he was like this, then turned his head and looked down, and noticed that the palm that was sent to them did not fly out of thin air. Under the palm, a stone pillar made of soil supported the palm. After Leon and Roche left their palms began to collapse into pieces of soil together with the stone pillars and reorganized into the ground. How can I go back later? Is it also throwing gold coins down? Leon, who withdrew his gaze, asked Roche casually. No, just sit on the portal. It's mainly because you're here in the arena for the first time and will take you to experience the Earth Element Elevator project. Luo Shi waved his hand and asked, how is it? Isn't it very interesting? My guide's money has not been spent in vain. It's pretty good. Leon smiled and nodded. Not to mention, this Earth Element Elevator is indeed quite interesting, and it made him think of a new idea. If you insert the Galaxy Watermelon knife into the soil and then extend it infinitely like a golden cudgel, can you do the same? After all, until now, Leon has not extended the length of the Galaxy Watermelon knife to more than 6 meters, and has not tried the characteristics and extension limits of the Galaxy Watermelon knife. Chapter 566 These mages are so vulgar. Okay, this is just an appetizer, the arena is the main meal. Roche reached out and pulled Leon towards him. After all, Leon has been standing on the edge of the empty island, and the wind on the empty island is quite strong. If someone is not careful, it will be a big fun. Can you see a duel? Leon asked in Roche's footsteps. There are generally no shortage of people in the arena. In addition to the uncommon battles, some warriors, explorers, or mages will come here to find an opponent with similar combat power to hone their combat skills, so they are not afraid of not having a fight. Luo Shi introduced, and as far as I know, our guild's second serial combat team is all training in the arena today. If we are lucky, we can even see the team competition between them and the magicians of the Secret Academy. Can you still form a team to fight? Leon was quite surprised when he heard this. After all, the arena he understood should be a oni-on-on duel. Of course, as long as you agree and it is enough to attract hatred, you can even hit 100 people alone. Luo Shi quipped with a smile. No one should be so uneasy. Leon complained. Yes, when there are too many, some old guys like to do this, and they are famously guided by their younger generations to increase their experience in fighting against real strong people. In fact, they are just bored to come and abuse vegetables. The only experience that can gain in crushing battles may be how to learn to pretend to be dead and let themselves get less beaten. When Luo Shi said this, his face turned a little dark. It was obvious that he had encountered such an uncontrollable old guy in the past. For some reason, when Roche talked about this, Lion's image of Rasmades unconsciously appeared in his mind, and his intuition told him that Rasmades should have done such a thing. However, Leon did not ask. Although he is in the City of Elements and not in Stardew Valley, who knows whether the summoner given by Rasmades on him has monitoring function? Some things are enough to think about it. Walking with Luo Shi, walking on the stone road, the green plants on both sides of the road are not flowers and plants, but thorns covered with barbed thorns, which look quite ferocious. From this kind of greening choice, the arena does not look like a normal place. After walking on, Leon did not see any towering large buildings until he stopped in front of a hut with people. 2 tickets, no duel. Luo Shi spoke to the thin man in the hut with ease. 200 G. Give. After paying 200 G, Roche got 2 blood-colored cards and handed one to Leon. Under the man's gaze, he took Leon around a downward underground staircase behind the house. Walking down the stairs, Leon found that the more down the space around him, the brighter the space was. It was supposed to be a dim underground. I don't know where the light source comes from, but it's very bright. It was not until he reached the bottom of the stairs that Leon noticed that in front of him was a bowl-shaped circular square, with the area of the wall of the bowl being a circular stand, and at the bottom of the bowl, there was a flat square with a black unknown material. At this moment, two groups of people were fighting inside the square. Yes, it's just the right time to come and the phone has started. Looking at the two groups of people in the audience, Roche immediately pulled Leon to find a middle-level stand and sat down. The two of them just sat down. One of them was wearing the guy in the dark red robe ran over and asked, "Two guests, do you want to place a bet?" "Where is the proportion?" Luo Shi asked directly. "The mage group of the Secret Academy will pay 0.4 for 1, and the battle squad of the head of the blade will pay 2 for 1. 500 G, the head of the sharp blade." Luo Shi laughed when he heard this, and directly took out $500 bills and handed them to the guy who opened the market, and got 5 blue wooden signs from him. "Are you interested, this handsome guy?" After finishing Roche's business, the guy couldn't help asking Leon. Leon shook his head. 5-star good citizen, refused to gambling and drug use. Luo Shi and the guy who opened the market both looked at Leon when they heard this. Luo Shi was speechless, while the guy who opened the market was laughing. However, Leon had already made a statement, and the guy who opened the market did not persuade him much, so he left directly. After he left, Roche directly complained to Leon, "Leon, this is the city of elements. So what? I'm not a local." Leon shrugged his shoulder and retorted to Roche. "You are so boring." Luo Shi shook his head, then turned his gaze into the field. Leon also focused on the field and found that the explorers' teams in leather armor were now dispersing, and each had its own responsibilities to harass the teams in wizard robes. Two explorers holding short swords and flexible bodies like loaches kept dodging the fireballs and compressed air bombs shot from the mage team, and at the same time threw iron balls after iron into the mage group. Most of these balls were intercepted, but some missed successfully fell to the mage team. The landing iron ball exploded directly, and a large ball of reddish-brown smoke poured out, causing the mages responsible for the main attack on the outside of the mage team to cover their mouths and noses. But they seemed to have expected this situation. The two female mages in the outer guardian center raised their scepters with gems inlaid in their hands, calling for the wind element, and blowing away all the smoke. Taking advantage of this time difference, the two breakthrough hands holding short swords quickly shortened the distance between themselves and the mage group under the cover of the long-range shooter who pulled the bow and archery from the rear. Lost. Seeing the breakthrough hand getting closer and closer to the position of the mage regiment, Rashi sighed and announced, "Is it because I didn't pay attention to the magic traps around those mages?" From the perspective of God, Leon saw the situation of the war clearly. While blowing away the smoke, Leon saw the mages who had covered their mouths and noses before, but they were not idle. 1 and 2 of them were drawing some magical words under their feet with their wands. Well, the two breakthrough hands were too anxious, and the smoke blocked their vision. They didn't notice the little movements of those mages. They bumped into them directly, and they would suffer a 100% loss. As soon as Luo Shi finished speaking, the two breakthrough hands were close to the mage group to only 1 meter away. Then the two breakthrough hands were frozen into two lifelike ice sculptures with smug smiles. "Hiss, I'm afraid I'll be frozen now. I should always have doctors in this arena." Seeing that two living people were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant, Leon couldn't help but tremble and asked. It's okay, those mages know the right amount, they are just the ice of the imprisonment effect. They may catch a cold, but frostbite should not be caused. Luo Shi explained. Those mages are a bit vulgar. They actually put two ice sculptures in front of the queue as shields to prevent the archers on the opposite side from continuing to archery harass. Leon continued to pay attention to the situation in the field. Seeing that the two frozen breakthrough hands were merged together by the mages using magic and stood in front of the team, he couldn't help but complain. Even if it is a drill, it is a serious battle. This choice may not be a way to make the enemy afraid. This time, there is a smart command among the academic mages, and those brats lost without any worries. Chapter 567,000-Year-Old Thief. For the mage's choice to use the breakthrough hands as shields, Roche gave a high evaluation from a neutral perspective. However, when Leon looked at his expression, he did not look neutral. His murderous eyes were staring straight at the mage groups. Seeing this, Leon suggested, "Why do you help them admit defeat, and then you go up and find a place for them?" Good idea. Luo Shi's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, and then he reacted, "Hee, forget it, it's too embarrassing for me to bully these little guys who have not graduated, and they are not stupid, so they won't agree to my application." That's a pity. Leon felt a little regretful when he didn't see the lively fun. The attacks of the mages have been suppressing the attacks with arrows, and they must allocate half of the mages to resist these sharp arrows. Because of the fear of throwing rats, the shooting frequency has dropped sharply. The mages who pulled out their hands began to advance steadily and used magic to leave various traps around them to prevent the remaining melee explorers from coming forward to disrupt their plastic surgery under the barrage. Seeing this tactic that looked like advancing positional warfare, Leon asked Roche, based on your combat experience, how should they break through this turtle shell? Take out all long-range weapons and continue to maintain long-range suppression, consuming the magic reserves of those mage apprentices. Luo Shi gave the answer easily. This is also the optimal solution. Everyone knows that the mage has no magic power. They are just lambs to be slaughtered, but unfortunately, these guys in the audience are too anxious to break through the defense line. As a result, I haven't seen this point yet. This is what annoyed Luo Shi. These guys have fought too much with monsters, and their thinking has solidified, and they just want to behead them. What about you? How can you break the deadlock if you are on the court? Seeing the mage group continue to advance in a rush to dodge an explorer who is not anxious to dodge again, Luo Shi withdrew his gaze and didn't want to go and see it, because if he continues to look, he will not help but jump down and slap each of these fools. Me? I have the same idea as you, but if I am familiar with the offensive rhythm of these mages, I might rush over and kill them with a knife. Thinking of the expansion and contraction characteristics of his Galaxy Watermelon sword, Leon felt that as long as the distance was about 7 or 8 meters closer, these mages should be easy to fight. So reckless. Hearing Lion's thoughts, Roche looked at Leon in surprise. You also saw that there are traps within 2 meters of these mages, which is not easy to break through. It's just 2 meters, I can launch an attack just 3 meters away. These traps are not threatening me. Leon shrugged his shoulders and complained. It seems that your attack method is still medium and long range, but I can't see it. Luo Shi smiled and patted Leon on the shoulder. I thought you had a galaxy weapon, which was a serious melee battle. You were long-ranged, so what is your ranged attack weapon, a bow or a slingshot? Or a crossbow? Roche asked Leon curiously. Leon silently took out a super bomb and showed it in front of Roche. Roche looked at the bright red shell in Lion's hand, the size of a basketball-sized blast, and couldn't help swallowing. How much of this thing are you carrying? 100. Leon replied. You are such a lunatic. 100 super bombs are enough to blow up this arena twice. Although the venue and the high walls may not be damaged, none of the participants in the arena can withstand it. Luo Shi complained to him with a complicated face. I still underestimated this new rookie. I originally thought that his identity as a farmer was amazing enough, but who knew that this guy was still an explosion maker? Who has a good family who always has super bombs on them? Still 100. Are you really not afraid of someone who is not careful and causes an accidental ignition? Will you blow up your storage space equipment? It is worth the money to be able to put down 100 storage equipment of this size. Oh? Can't even super bombs affect the venue of this arena? The materials here are so hard. Leon didn't care about Roche's evaluation, but the construction materials of this arena. After all, the substances he has seen so far that are not affected by bombs are the rock walls and ground rock formations of the mine cave. You should have been to the mine, so I tell you that the arena was once a mine that was stripped out separately, and you should understand it. Luo Shi explained. I understand, but it's a bit outrageous to be able to peel off the underground mine alone. Leon is not a novice in the mine cave. Although he has not yet explored the secrets of many mine caves, Leon still remembers the appearance of the mine cave from Liberty BA. It can peel off the mine cave created by the god of creation from the underground and transform it into an empty island arena. The big guy who has completed this operation is obviously a supermodel. Is it outrageous? It's quite outrageous, but it's very reasonable to put it on the City Lord. Since the establishment of the City of Elements, the City Lord has never had any replacements such as transfer and inheritance. From beginning to end, the City Lord is the same person. As far as I know, the City of Elements has been established for more than 3,000 years, and the City Lord has never changed for so many years. Luo Shi smiled and said to Leon Kopp, the record of a normal human lifespan is 460 years old, and it is also the most powerful guardian in history, so what is the situation of this City Lord who has lived for 3,000 years? I don't know or understand, I don't want to know. I'm afraid there is no intersection between this kind of character and I, just keep Leon shook his head, no interest in exploring the situation of the City Lord. After all, an existence that has lived for 3,000 years feels very dangerous no matter how you look at it. Old but not dead is a thief. Even if an old thief who has been for 3,000 years does not need to be crushed by force, he can kill himself by relying on his experience and scheming after living for so many years. Leon basically stays away from such a person. Moreover, immortality is not only a gift, but also a curse. 3,000 years are too long, and it is difficult to ensure that such existence has become indifferent, cold, and even lost emotions by the various separations and accidents encountered by time. At least Leon felt that if he lived for 3,000 years, he would become a lunatic or pervert. After all, in order to cope with the loneliness brought by immortality, Leon will definitely try every means to have fun for himself, so as to break through his moral bottom line step by step. Ha ha ha, Leon, you are really suitable to be a full-time explorer. What a pity, you are a farmer who can cultivate high-quality crops. Otherwise, I would definitely recommend you to the president to let you participate in the first team. After a little hardening, the head of the sharp blade will definitely have your place. Roche looked at Leon with regret, and admired Lion's sense of smell of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. This is an extremely important talent for explorers. Most of the explorers who sacrificed died in the secret they long for could not suppress their curiosity and pursuit of the unknown. Only with such traits as Leon, can you survive investigations in various ruins and monsters and grow into an explorer who can stand alone. It's just that Lion's farmer identity is too important, and its value and contribution to the world are far more than that of being a top explorer. Chapter 568 Gladiator Room. The battle is over. Leon, who didn't want to talk about this topic, looked at the arena, watching the 11 people from the explorer team that had captured the explorer team, leaving only 2 long-range archers wandering, and immediately reminded Rashi. Your 500G should be gone. It's okay, I will let these stinky brats provide me with this money. Hearing Lion's words, Roche changed his face instantly, and he had already begun to prepare a complete set of intensive training methods for the members of the second combat team below the stage. Are you sure you can't go and avenge them? Leon still wanted to see Roche abuser. After all, he was really curious about what kind of strength the 3th level explorer is. I can't hold my face down. Luoshi refused without hesitation. But if you are bored, you can go down and have fun. I'll arrange for you to try a level explorer. Luoshi thought that Leon could get the galaxy weapon, and he should also be a talented warrior seedling, so he wanted to see Lion's level. No, I'm afraid I accidentally cut him to death or be hacked to death by him. I have basically never kept my hands since I came into contact with the battle. They are all attacks launched with the purpose of hacking the opponent. Leon was a little moved, but thinking about his fighting style, he immediately stopped. If this is the case, will I practice with you? Luoshi suggested after hearing Lion's answer. You can't bully those mage groups, so you chose to bully me, right? Leon said with a blank look on his face and Rashi complaining. That's not. I just want to see your specific situation. I can guarantee that I will not be injured. Unless you have the strength of 2x, I should be without pressure to deal with your offensive. Roche explained, and you said you should test your actual combat power in the guild's rating, which also includes actual combat tests. Instead of going back to test, it's better to test it here. Anyway, you have to fight me in the end. Then try. Leon believed Rashi's statement, so he was a little ready to move. So far, he had either met a person with one knife or a big shot who was hung up and beaten. He had very little combat experience. The gap between Rashi and Ma Long seemed not big, but he could indeed try it. Okay, I'll apply for the venue. Seeing that Leon agreed, Roche immediately stood up and ran to the high stands. After a moment, he came back with 2 anchor-shaped badges. Let's go, we have already made an appointment for the venue, let's go down and start the fight. So simple? Don't you need to queue up? Leon thought he had to wait a while, but who would have thought that the fight would start so soon? We don't go public, and the arena is not the only place to provide combat. Roche explained, then took Leon along the stairs down the stands to the front stands, then walked around the aisle to the edge of the arena, and at the entrance of the passageway, handed over the 2 badges he had just applied for. Gazette Room 24. After verifying the authenticity of the batch, the Guardian said to Roche. Okay, thank you. After obtaining the number of the assigned gladiator room, Roche took Leon to continue deep into the gladiatorium. The situation in which Leon imagined was the same as the football field, where the end of the road was Gladiator Square, was very complicated. There is indeed a long corridor here, but there are also ring-shaped aisles on both sides of the corridor, and there are many doors on both sides of these aisles, each with a number on each door. And the number of people below is much larger than that of the audience in the stands. After just a while, Leon had seen no less than 20 people passing by himself and Roche. Each of them had a clear goal and found a numbered room door and pushed it in, or walked out of the door, which was very lively. This is the core area of the arena, the gladiator room. The gladiator square we watched before was basically a performative duel. The ones that really wanted to fight Onianon or die hard are the gladiator rooms. Every gladiator room here has been used for space expansion magic, so it is not long to see these doors, but the space behind the door is not small. Roche at this moment started to popularize Leon Coke, and then pointed to a sign engraved with a public engraved sign on the door marked No 0165. This is an open gladiator room. If you are interested, you can directly push the door and watch the gladiator inside. There is no need to spend the ticket, but you must choose one of the two sides of the duel in the betting and reward gladiator room. Many people who think they are good at strength and lack money will make an appointment to duel with people who have the same ideas to earn bet dividends and audience bounties. This is also a way to make money. This kind of person is also called gladiators by the public of the City of Elements. Some powerful gladiators even have their own team of supporters and agents. Hiss, isn't this the anchor? Leon couldn't help but complain when he heard this familiar operation method. What is the anchor? Luo Shi asked in confusion. Doing similar to these gladiators, be a person of nature. Leon explained. You are talking about the ordinary person's profession in the material world. No wonder I haven't heard of it. Luo Shi suddenly realized when he heard this, and then asked Leon, do you think our gladiator needs to be made public? Maybe you can make an extra profit. Forget it, I can't afford to lose this person. I'm unilaterally crushing him. I probably don't have much interest in it. Leon shook his head and refused the proposal. Yes, if the strength gap is too large, there will be no market quota, so let's start the fight. Roche nodded, then took Leon to find the gladiator room number 0024 and pushed the door open. After entering the door, Leon found that this was a miniature version of the arena, but the venue was much smaller than the one above, and the stands were only 3 floors, so it was estimated that there were about a few hundred people sitting down. The venue under the stands is quite large. The 30-meter square arena seems to be made of a whole rock formation, 1 meter higher than the ordinary grass around the site. At the same time, there are 4 decorative pillars with different elements and biological appearances in the 4 corners of the arena. Wait for me, I'll report to the manager of this gladiator room and apply for a weapon by the way. I only have 2 daggers on my body, which is not suitable for the assessment. I want to get a handy sledgehammer weapon. Why should I get a knife too? I'm worried that the galaxy weapon is too sharp and will break the weapon you applied for. Leon suggested after hearing this. No, weapons are one of your hard powers. It would be meaningless if you change this assessment. And don't worry, the weapons provided by the arena are all okay. Although Galaxy Martial Arts is powerful, it will not be so easy to cut off these special weapons. Roche comforted Leon, and then ran to find the only yawning staff in the gladiator room except Leon and Roche. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I love you. At the same time, brothers and sisters who are in the range of the impact of the typhoon are reminded to pay attention to prevention, and hope that in the recent sudden cooling, everyone has prepared clothes to keep warm to ensure their health. Chapter 569, Hard. Death Fight. No. Does it need to turn on safe mode? Unnecessary. Is the gladiatorial room open? Not public. Does the referee need to intervene? Unnecessary. Do you need to apply for a weapon? If you need it, please give me a giant two-handed hammer. After a formulaic question and answer was over, the staff of this gladiator room took out a metal sledgehammer of 2 meters and 2 lengths from somewhere and handed it to Luo Shi. Luo Shi took the hammer and weighed it, and found that it was a bit heavy, but it was still very convenient, so he thanked the staff. The staff gave the hammer to Roche, jumped off the stands and left the room directly, leaving only Roche and Leon. After the staff left, Roche carried the hammer and returned to Leon. Prepare to start. I won't take the initiative to attack, but I will fight back based on your attack. Your goal is to attack me as much as possible and persevere in my counter-attack. After briefly explaining the content of this assessment, Roche jumped onto the ring and stood quietly in the center of the ring, waiting for Leon. Are there any restrictions on the fighting method? For example, using some specific props or abilities? Leon also jumped onto the ring and asked Roche. Of course, you can even take out a bomb for use. Don't worry, the venue here is very hard and will not be easily destroyed. Roche thought of the super bomb reserved by Leon and joked, I just want to remind you not to hurt yourself. Forget it, let's fight seriously. I want you to help me estimate my current physical strength, so let's fight normally. Leon smiled when he heard this, and then thought that this was not a life and death duel, there was no need to play all the cards, and it would be great to use his full strength to tie the score. Then come on. Roche held the sledgehammer in his hand diagonally and urged Leon. Leon nodded, took out the Galaxy watermelon knife, then stretched into a 1.5 meter long sword, held it in one hand, took a deep breath, and then suddenly rushed towards Roche. The speed was very fast and the explosion was very strong. After only 2 steps, Leon crossed a distance of 7 meters. Surprised at the change of Lion's Galaxy weapon. At the same time, Roche also saw from Lion's starting action that this kid's physical strength was quite outstanding. It's interesting. Luo Shi hung a smile on the corner of his mouth, then placed the hammer head next to his feet, exerted force from his waist, raised his right hand, and leaned to avoid Lion's straight blade. The giant hammer was also intercepted in front of Leon at the moment when he was lifted. Continue to rush over, Leon may be directly hit by the hammer, so Leon did not continue to rush forward, but leaned over and rolled around to his right hand before approaching Roche's hammerhead attack range. Although the heavy weapon is aggressive, it will have a lot of moves due to its length and inertia, so Leon plans to break through the right side of the gap while Roche's hammer lifting action just now. But Luo Shi is not a vegetarian. Facing the blade that Leon slashed, he paused the hammer head that he had raised before, flipped his hands on the hammer handle, and a hammer with both hands was actually played with by Luo Shi. The flipped hammer head was directly blocked the knife edge of Leon. Dang! A crisp metal collision sound echoed on the ring. Leon directly put the Galaxy Watermelon knife into his backpack, and he rolled around to the right, leaking the power that was fed back by the blade hit by Rashi's hammerhead. The first time after turning over, Leon took out the Galaxy Watermelon knife again, feeling the slight tearing from the tiger's mouth and sighed, "It's really very powerful to face heavy weapons head-on." Yes, after all, it is a power weapon. You have chosen your starting point and attack timing very well. You know the hard time and attack dead ends of your attack when you capture me, but you ignore my own strength and strength. So in battle, never underestimate your opponent. Roche taught to Leon with a smile. Then I'll do it too. The sneak attack and assault were obviously unable to cause an effective offensive to Roche, so Leon held the hilt of the Galaxy Watermelon knife in both hands. At this moment, the length and width of the Galaxy Watermelon knife were extended again. In an instant, a giant broadsword more than 3 meters long and more than half a meter wide was formed in Lion's hand. The blade, which was more than 1 meter longer than Leon, dragged to the ground, looking very fierce. The characteristics of your Galaxy weapon are really outrageous. It is hard to imagine that it was a short and narrow rectangular blade before. Roche looked at the broad knife in Lion's hand that was even more outrageous than his own hands, and finally couldn't help but sigh. But the giant blade is not difficult to control. If you use brute force to swing this weapon, your physical strength will be drained within 1 or 2 minutes. I appreciate your head-on thinking, but the bigger the weapon, the stronger the one, the best one is. You'll know if you try it. Leon laughed and teased Roche, then the broadsword suddenly shrank at this moment. Then Leon rushed towards Roche with the smaller Galaxy Watermelon knife, and jumped up suddenly before reaching the attack range of Roche's giant hammer. At the same time, the Galaxy Watermelon knife in Lion's hand rose into the previous broadsword in the storm. Under the inertia and its sudden increase in weight, Leon held up the broadsword high like a shell and slashed towards Roche fiercely. Ha ha ha, interesting. The sudden change of this special effect in combat is indeed a good routine. Luo Shi laughed loudly, then stole the horse, bent his knees and stabilized the lower plate, then exerted force on his waist, and the muscles in his arms suddenly swelled at this moment, and he waved his hands to meet the broad knife that was slashing towards him. Ding! The clashing sound that was even sharper than before resounded throughout the gladiator room. Lion's slash was blocked by Roche, and the power of the counter-shock caused Leon to be shaken away several meters in the air. Fortunately, Leon put his broad knife in time to put his backpack, and flipped twice in the air, and finally had a backflip before landing, which was considered to have all the power removed. Luo Shi was not having a good time. The power of this blow was much stronger than he thought. His bent legs had already been pressed to kneel on one knee. His hands holding the hammer were also trembling, his arms were numb and his chest was tight. This kid, so much effort. The first time Luo Shi stood up, he took several deep breaths, exhaled the turbid air from his dull chest, and adjusted his condition. Leon didn't plan to stop there. The moment Rashi got up, he took out the Galaxy Watermelon knife and rushed towards Rashi again. Twisting his waist, the Milky Way watermelon knife in his hand surged again. Leon turned towards Roche with a broadsword like a whirlwind. The wind pressure brought by the heavy and thick blade blew up Luosh's clothes, and the dull sound of breaking through the air made Luosh understand that if such a knife could not be stopped, he would probably be cut off in half. Chapter 570, The Knife Walks with You, as Solid as a Rock. Ding! There was another loud bang, and the hammer handle placed across the chest blocked Lion's whirlwind slash, but this had been turned several times, and the horizontal slash that had accumulated enough strength and inertia was not comparable to the previous jump. Even though Rashi had stood firmly, he was still forced to retreat continuously by this terrible force. Leon was also shocked by the power of the recoil back and was numb all over. He was also shocked several steps before he could barely stand firm, shaking his head in place with a broad knife, dispelling the dizziness in his mind. Except for the first round, he took the initiative to exert force, and he was driven around because of his inertia after turning the broadsword. If Roche had not blocked him, Leon would not know how long he would have to turn. Sure enough, I learned how to use broadswords in games and TV series. This kind of whirlwind slashing, when I saw the fierce whirlwind, I was really led away and could not take the initiative, that is, I was fighting alone. If I were beaten up by a group, I would not be easily avoided and then I would be pulled apart and shot by a target. I didn't expect you to play heavy weapons, and you almost suffered a big loss, but you should not use your attack method in the future. You are too honest. Luo Shi, who had stood firm again, breathed a sigh of relief and shouted at Leon with both hands. Isn't this training with you? Normally, I can't play with broadswords. Leon complained with a wry smile. It's okay, it's pretty good. You seem to have already understood the power and leverage skills of heavy weapons. Continue, let's see if you can familiarize yourself with this attack method. Once you can learn the attack mode of this weapon, you will definitely be able to fight against the opponent in the future. Roche encouraged Leon that he rarely saw heavy weapons users, most of which were single-handed swords, long swords, sting swords, daggers, and scimitars of medium and short-length light weapon warriors. How could he be unhappy to see that Leon has the potential to become a heavy weapon user? In Luo Shi's eyes, heavy weapons are the romance of men, and bigger, stronger and stronger are the hard truth. Then try. Leon is actually quite interested in broadswords, because this powerful attack method is too satisfying. The feedback of the sense of power and the impact under the heavy blow all stimulate Lion's adrenaline. Come! Roche raised the sledgehammer again and shouted at Leon. Leon didn't know anything. This time he stopped taking advantage of the situation. He dragged his unshrinkable broadsword and rushed towards Roche. The slashes of each knife were blocked by Roche, and the continuous sound of irons became the main theme of the entire gladiator room. With the repeated slashes, Leon noticed some details he had ignored before. That is, in the slash, he seemed to be able to use his body's flexibility to guide the inertia after waving the broad knife, allowing him to regroup between his wrist flips. At the same time, a word also emerged in Lion's mind: the knife walked with him. The moment this word appeared, Leon remembered the scene of using a big sword with two hands in a movie I had watched, imitating the movements in it, and began to consciously guide the blade to use both hands as nodes and body as the center. The center of gravity moved forward, and the left foot passed through the right foot, and the broadsword in his hand was pushed forward. At the moment when he was blocked by Luo Shi, he turned around, retracted the broadsword, held the sword with his shoulders, turned his head and turned his body, and sent the broadsword out again. Unsuccessful of the blow, Leon stepped forward, turned his horse sideways, and put his blade on his waist and circled around Leon. He was sent out again and made a horizontal slash. Dang 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 dang. As he used his body to support and unload force, Lion's offensive became smoother and his speed of wielding the broadsword became lighter and more brisk, while Roche was stunned. Because he watched Leon evolve from a continuous slash that could only use brute force to a continuous slash with one move in a short period of time, he also felt more and more obvious pressure during this period. Is this kid so good in combat talent? Blocking Lion's heavy slash again, Roche felt that his hands were already swollen and numb, and couldn't help but sigh. After a while, the weapons collided no less than 40 times. Each impact was real. Leon in front of him had a considerable power. If you had to compare it, it could probably be comparable to the strength of an adult female bear. Even with Roche's body, he felt a little overwhelmed. But it has not made Roche feel tricky yet. Roche is quite looking forward to whether Leon can bring more pressure to himself if this continues. But after blocking the knife again, Leon stopped. At this moment, Leon was covered in sweat stains, his clothes were already half wet, and the sweat beads on his forehead had never stopped. While gasping, Leon also held his broadsword on the ground to support his body and stopped all the attacks. If you stop fighting, your body will not be able to bear it. When Roche wanted to ask what the situation was, Leon no longer gave the answer. Exhausted. Thinking of the broad knife Leon waving his strength for more than 5 minutes, Roche could understand Lion's current state. I still have strength, but my body can't hold on. Leon shook his head and lifted his shirt with one hand. Only then did Roche notice that Lion's waist and back were all green and purple. Some places have even been swollen, as if they were beaten up by a crowd. With Roche's rich combat experience, it is naturally clear what the bruised injuries are. It should be that Leon was injured by his weapon when he used his body to guide the broadsword. After all, Leon was using his body to counteract the broadsword to offset the recoil after each impact. Then let's stop here. I didn't expect you to be quite hard. You can resist so many injuries until now. For Leon, Roche is full of love at this moment. He hasn't seen such a young man with such a hard work for a long time. There's no choice, I'm on the way. When I recover, I noticed something was wrong. Leon complained with a wry smile. He only now realized that once he was too devoted in the battle, his body would provide him with a lot of adrenaline. In this state, although Lion's combat power soared and he was not afraid of pain, his reason would also decrease and he became a serious reckless man. When the adrenaline effect faded and his reason occupied the high ground again, the price paid by being a berserker before would make Leon suffer. I understand this feeling. This is the best talent for a warrior. You should be happy. In this state, you can exert 200% combat power. You don't know how many melee professionals covet this talent. After saying that, Roche stepped forward and helped Leon up, and comforted him with a smile. Let's go and take you to the infirmary of the guild. Don't worry, we have the best medical team in the City of Elements over there. This little bit of skin injury will be recovered soon. Chapter 571 Encountering Rasmades. I'm fine, I'm just injured on my upper body, and my lower body is pretty good. After being helped up by Roche, Leon refused to let Roche support him. He should not be fed by his sweat, and he didn't like to have close contact with men. Well, let's go back directly. There is a portal here to the Sharp Blades First Guild. You need medical help as soon as possible. Roche did not force himself, and left the hammer in his hands on the ring and called Leon to leave the gladiator room together. When the two of them left the door, Roche saw the staff member standing at the door, said a few words in his ear, then took out 2 badges he had received before, and took Leon to the depths of the lower floor of the arena. On the road, Leon could see the rescue team passing by him and Roche from time to time. None of the stretchers carried by these people was bleeding, and some of them were even completely covered by white cloth. The ones that are covered are basically dead. These are basically losers who fight to the death. Those who can still bleed will not take long to removing after a little treatment. How about it? Do you want to experience the medical services here? Although it is a bit expensive, the medical level is very high. Seeing Leon watching the unlucky guys on the ambulance team and stretcher, Roche suggested. No, I don't need to occupy medical resources for my injury. By the way, our medical team at the head of the blade is not charged high, right? Leon waved his hand and refused righteously, and at the same time he couldn't help asking more questions. You don't charge money, you are an explorer. The head of the Sharp Blade is always your second home. How can we charge for the family? Roche cursed Leon with his eyes rolled. Then you still charge me for my employment fee. Leon complained to Roche without hesitation. After contacting this day, he felt that Roche was quite easy to get along with, and he didn't have the airs of a vice president. He was a straightforward and enthusiastic man. Work is about work, benefits are about welfare, and the 800G employment fee is really low. You have had a free trial for me to guide you. Luoshi retorted. That's right, then I still made a profit. By the way, Luoshi, how do you think I have my strength? Do you have an A? Leon asked with a smile when he heard the words. If you want A, it's almost the same. With physical fitness and combat skills, and having galaxy weapons, you can barely be considered an A-level explorer, but your experience is a bit poor. Luoshi thought for a moment and gave his own conclusion. But I still recommend that you focus on agriculture. These ratings are meaningless to you. High-level explorers need to accept commissions of the same level. I cannot let you accept commissions, so you should be a level rookie obediently. Roche explained to Leon. But I can allow you to enjoy this level explorer welfare policy, including but not limited to guild support, equipment customization, and priority refusal of guild materials, etc., but in return, you have to inform the Yuan-Xing Chamber of Commerce to allocate more high-quality crop sales quotas from the farm to explorers. How about it? Of course, after all, we are our own people. Leon immediately agreed. Roche just wanted to buy more rights, not for free. For Leon, such a thing was just a simple task. I thank you on behalf of those explorers, Leon. Luoshi bowed to Leon seriously after hearing this, which made Leon a little embarrassed. Not to it, Vice President. As for high-quality crops, in a sense, are the same as emergency medicines, which is one of the strong guarantees for the safety of explorers of external activities, explained Roche. The vitality provided by a high-quality crop may allow seriously injured explorers to reach the medical team and persevere from the brink of death. This is the best news for me. Then will I provide the Explorers Guild with a separate distribution of high-quality crops? Of course, it depends on the market price. Leon suggested that it was not that he wanted money, but that once he opened a free opening, it would test human nature. After all, Leon has seen the lesson of the fight against mean many times. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Explorers need it, and those militia regiments, battlefield mages, injured soldiers, and high-level powerful people also need it. If you do this, not only will you put yourself in trouble, but you will also roast the first blade on the fire, so that the long-distance Chamber of Commerce will allocate more shares to others, but it will not work if you treat it so clearly and differently. Roche advised Leon seriously. Okay, I didn't say it. Leon then remembered that the purchasers of high-quality crops came from various forces and organizations, and knew that he had made a stupid proposal. Sure enough, it was still an adrenaline problem. Although it had faded, it still had residual residues and my brain was not very good. God knows whether he will turn from a wise general into a reckless man in the future. It seems that he should be more cautious when dealing with battles in the future and avoid being on the rise. Walking along with Roche, in an open large room, Leon saw the teleportation hall with the same layout as the teleportation room in the basement of Rasmades. The same small compartment and the same sign are different from the Rasmades. There are about 30 small compartments here. Here. Roche skillfully found the teleportation array marked with the head of the sharp blade and greeted Leon. What should you do with your motorcycle? Leon thought of Roche's private car parked under the empty island. It's okay. I'll find those defeated brats to drive back to me later. It can be considered a punishment for them. Let's go back directly. Luo Shi explained with a smile, then stepped into the teleportation array and teleported back to the Swordhead Guild. After learning that Roche had made arrangements for the motorcycle, Leon no longer worried and planned to follow Roche's footsteps and enter the teleportation array. But before he could take a step, Rasmades' voice came from behind. Leon, are you injured? Ah, Master Rasmades? Why are you here? Leon turned around and looked at Rasmades' appearance, a little confused. Passing by, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you injured? Rasmades repeated, staring at Leon's sweaty clothes. Well, skin trauma, nothing is wrong. I plan to go back to the head of the sharp blade with Roche. There is a medical team there to help me treat it. Leon was quite moved by Rasmades' concern, so he comforted him. The medical team of the head of the sharp blade? I don't really believe it. You and I go to the Mermaid Embassy. They have ocean hot springs there. It is the best treatment option for injuries like yours. Rasmades shook his head and suggested to Leon. Ah, but I don't want to make trouble for the mermaids, and... Before Leon could finish speaking, Rasmades reached out and grabbed Leon's arm, then dragged him directly to the teleportation array marked with the Mermaid Embassy. Without giving Leon a chance to resist, he threw him into the teleportation array. Chapter 572 Hunter and Prey. As the teleportation array lights up, when Leon could see clearly around again, he had already arrived in front of the castle made of sea blue crystal. After observing closely, Leon noticed how big the castle was, which was several times larger than what he had seen before. This made Leon realize that perhaps he felt that the Mermaid Embassy was not close to the hotel before, and he fell into visual misleading and psychological illusion, which is commonly known as the wandering mountain running death horse. However, the portal does not reach the inside directly, so Leon can only stand on the outside at this moment, with translucent bubbles covering the entire castle in front of him. "Let me go, don't stand here stupidly." Razmedis's voice appeared behind Leon again, and then Leon felt like he was being pushed, and then staggered into the inside of the bubble. The moment he passed through the bubbles, Leon felt that the humidity in the air had increased several times and the temperature had dropped a lot. "Master Razmedis, why don't we go back? My injury is not serious. I guess I will recover by myself after sleeping for one night. I really don't want to cause trouble for the mermaids, and I promised Abigail to come with her." Forced into it, Leon was still unwilling to continue moving forward, so he turned around and said to Razmedis. But Razmedis just stretched out his hand to pinch Lion's arm expressionlessly, and half pulled and dragged Leon into it. As he got closer and closer to the large arch at the entrance of the castle, Leon became more and more confused about why Razmedis's attitude today was so tough and awkward. "By the way, weren't you taking Abigail to buy things in the store street? Why did you suddenly appear in the arena?" "When I bought the things, someone happened to ask me to go to the gladiatorless arena to deal with some things. When I got back, I happened to meet you," Razmedis explained. "Oh." Leon pretended to be enlightened and reminded Razmedis, "Will you let me go? I'll go by myself. It's awkward for me to walk like this." When Razmedis heard this, he naturally let go of his hand. At this moment, Leon quickly retreated, then took out the galaxy watermelon knife with his right hand and took out the teleportation crystal handed to him by the real Razmedis in his left hand. The previous question about Razmedis going to the shopping street with Abigail was just Lion's nonsense. He wanted to see if the Razmedis in front of him would follow his words, or directly refute the answer he had said when he said he wanted to take Abigail to the shopping street. And the Razmedis in front of him chose the former. It is obvious that this guy is not Razmedis. So, Leon, who noticed something was wrong, directly distanced himself, intending to crush the crystal in his hand and summon the real Razmedis. After all, a stranger who pretended to be Razmedis and insisted on taking Leon into the mermaid embassy, would be dangerous no matter how he thought about it. What tricks like killing people with a knife, causing trouble to the east, and framing and other scheming came out in Lion's mind. No matter which one it was, Leon felt that the disguiser's intention was grand. But just as Leon was about to crush the crystal, Leon felt that all his strength seemed to have been drained, and he collapsed and fell to the ground. Not to mention pinching the crystal, he found that he had no strength to stand. This feeling is very familiar, like being given anesthetic. "You are very vigilant, but you underestimated the gap between you and me." The disguiser sneered against Razmedis's face, looking like a villain. Leon wanted to complain, but let alone open his mouth, he could not even maintain his clear thinking now. His eyelids were as heavy as lead, and his sleepiness was coming like a tsunami. At the moment of losing consciousness, Lion's last hope can only be placed on the protection of nature. It's safe to cast a curse on him in advance, otherwise he would have been caught on the spot. Seeing Leon fall, the disguiser hurriedly stepped forward and put away the summoning crystal and the galaxy watermelon knife that were weak in Lion's hand. Then, he did not care that the dust on Lion's body was sweaty, and hugged him in his arms like a princess, and then walked towards the castle with big strides. As soon as she took the first step, the disguise belonging to Razmedis began to fade away. After the robe disappeared, it was replaced by a sea blue long skirt and long hair, and an exquisite and beautiful face. It was the blue-haired lady who played cards with Maria before. Her Majesty, I am safe. Blue-haired sister Yu holding Leon. As soon as they walked to the castle gate, the gate was automatically pushed open. The two mermaid warriors holding the Neptune sword behind the door greeted the blue-haired lady with laughter. Continue your work. If the guardian comes to the door, please notify me as soon as possible. Lanfa royal sister reminded the two mermaid warriors. Yes, Her Majesty the Queen. After responding to this advice, the two mermaid warriors curiously turned their eyes to Leon in the arms of the blue-haired lady, but only once looked at it, they consciously withdrew their eyes. The blue-haired lady didn't care about this, and continued to walk forward with Leon in her arms, and walked through the hall, through the crystal corridor, and around to the high tower in the middle of the castle. You two help me watch the door. Without my summons, don't run around. If the guards in front come to inform the guardians to arrive, you don't have to come to me directly, just use the conch to notify me. Looking at the other two mermaid warriors in front of the high tower gate, the imperial sister spoke. Yes, Her Majesty the Queen. The two mermaid warriors nodded seriously, then opened the door for the blue-haired lady, then looked ahead and continued to perform their guard duties. The blue-haired lady nodded with satisfaction, then hugged Leon and entered the tower, walked up the spiral stairs, and finally stopped at the gate at the end of the stairs. Her Majesty, are you? It seemed that the blue-haired lady appeared, the door was opened from the inside, and a tall figure walked out. Although the mermaid's tail turned into thick legs, if Leon remained awake at this moment, he would be able to recognize that this was the elder of the mermaid clan who had met once on the bottom of the sea. Hee, the prey I brought back, Charlotte, you go back and rest first. The blue-haired lady said to the elder with a proud look on her face. Her Majesty, I don't object to you choosing a human male as your partner for yourself, but if I remember correctly, this kid, he is the farmer who has a deep relationship with the guardian, right? If you tie people back like this, the guardian will hold them accountable. I'm worried that it will turn into a diplomatic accident. The elder's expression was very complicated at the moment, and he did not forget to give Lanfa royal sisters some interesting information. Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. I just saw that he was injured and took him back to take a hot spring. And the guardian knew about it, and he wouldn't care. After all, he knew more about me and Leon than you. Blue-haired lady explained. Then I won't disturb Her Majesty the Queen. With this guarantee, the elder no longer spoke more and his expression relaxed a lot. Watching the elder leave, the blue-haired lady took Leon into the room. Without putting Leon on a soft big bed pieced together by crystal and coral, nor on the chair beside him, the blue-haired lady took Leon directly into a small compartment in the room. Looking at the small door behind it, there was a different world. Chapter 573 Helena. Leon, who woke up in a daze, suddenly opened his eyes as soon as he recovered his consciousness, took out the rubies that Lena's gave him from the system backpack, and observed the situation around him. Once he found something was wrong, he planned to sacrifice these rubies as sacrifices and summoned the gem puppet to protect himself. But after seeing the surroundings clearly, Leon was confused because it was not a wilderness or an underground prison, but a very gorgeously decorated bathroom. The walls are all made of blue crystals, with smooth surfaces as mirrors, and countless marine creatures are painted as decorations. The painter's skills are outstanding. These painted creatures are like living things on the walls, giving people the illusion of being at the bottom of the sea. Looking further down, there is a large bathhouse where Leon is now. The water in the pool is light blue, like sea water, but the water temperature is far higher than that of sea water, so it is very comfortable to soak in it. What's the situation? At this moment, Leon, who seemed to be in a hot spring, looked at his body without any bruises, and his skin even became much whiter and smoother, and he was stunned. He remembered that at the last moment before fainting, he was obviously humbled by the guy who disguised as Rasmides, so why did he appear in this place now? Could it be that guy who has made me secretly really came to take me to the hot spring to recover from my injuries? Yo, you're awake. Just as Leon was thinking, a female voice like a sound of nature came from Lion's ears. Although it was just an ordinary sentence, it was as rhythmic as a pleasant movement. Who are you? Looking in the direction of the sound, Leon noticed that a long blue dress with long hair shawls and a stunning face was squatting outside the bath, looking at herself with a smile on her face. Me? Don't you remember me? Lanhair royal sister smiled even happier when she heard this. You forgot that I saved you from the bad guy who disguised as a guardian. Sorry, I lost consciousness at that time and had no idea what happened at all, but I still thank you for lending a helping hand. I will repay your kindness. When I heard this, Leon understood the current situation and seemed to have been rescued. Combined with the current pool that seems to have a healing hot spring, Leon speculated that the other party should be a person stationed in the Mermaid Embassy. Although he didn't quite understand why the people in the Mermaid Embassy had legs instead of fish tails, these had nothing to do with Leon. However, Leon soon realized something was wrong because the other party was a woman, and now that I was naked, harmonious, I immediately subconsciously blocked the key position with my hands. Although it was a bit reluctant, at least I could cover up a rough spot. That, my clothes. I threw it away for you. The clothes are dirty and smelly, and I can't let you take a sea hot spring in your clothes, right? The blue-haired lady looked at Lion's appearance of covering up her privacy and smiled even brighter. Can you borrow a piece of clothing from you? Leon asked awkwardly. His clothes were not placed in the system backpack, but were all in the backpack, and the backpack was still in the hotel at this moment. But I only have skirts here, do you want them? Asked the blue-haired lady. Forward. This answer made Leon fall into a very tangled state. If you don't wear it, it's obvious that it's hard to move forward if you're so naked, but if you wear it, you can't get over the hurdle in your heart. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I've prepared the clothes for you and put them here. You wipe your body clean and you can come out. I'll wait for you outside. Seeing Lion's embarrassing look, the blue-haired lady no longer teased Leon. After leaving this sentence, she left the bathroom. Leon also noticed that after the blue-haired royal sister left, a set of robe-style clothes were really left in the place where she was staying. He quickly got up from the pool, wiped his body clean with the bath towel beside the clothes, and then changed into this robe with very exquisite materials. There are only robes, no pants or underwear, but the robe itself is a full set. The style is similar to a wizard robe, but it is thinner and more close to the body. It feels like wearing a layer of gauze when worn on the body. It is not only very cool, but also has the illusion of running naked. Looking at the smooth wall, Leon found that it was just an illusion. The clothes did cover every inch of the skin on his body, only exposing the part above his neck, his hands, and the soles of his feet. It was because it was vacuumed and some parts were highlighted very conspicuous. But it is just a bit abrupt, not completely exposed to the air, but can be considered as a shame. Oh, that's it. Thinking of the fact that she hadn't noticed when the blue-haired lady appeared just now, and when she heard the other party's tone, it seemed that she had stripped herself up and threw it into the hot spring. Obviously, the other party who should not have seen clearly, so Leon didn't have to care about these obvious characteristics that could not be covered. After walking out of the bathroom barefoot, Leon noticed that outside the bathroom, there was a bedroom full of feminine style. Various furniture made by crystal, luxurious large bed pieced together by coral jade crystal, soft fluffy carpet, various marine life plush dolls filled in half of the room, and the blue-haired lady who sat quietly at the small round table, tasted exquisite pastries, and tasted the black tea in the cup, creating a beautiful picture of a noble girl's room. "It's very fast, sit down, I've made black tea for you, I hope you like it." Seeing Leon appear, the blue-haired lady admired Leon wearing a robe, especially lion's chest and shoulders and some indescribable places. "Even though I had been carefully appreciated for a long time, after wearing this kind of close-fitting clothes, the blue-haired lady found that this way would make people think more easily." Leon, who was embarrassed by the blue-haired lady's eyes, hurriedly sat down at the small round table. With the blockage of the small round table, it could prevent many parts of her body from being looked at directly, which made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you again, unknown beautiful lady, I will pay enough reward for your help." After sitting down, Leon sincerely thanked the blue-haired lady again. "Call me Helena, this is my name, where are you?" Lanhair royal sister put down the teacup in her hand and asked Leon. "Leon." Leon also reported his name. "Hello, Leon." The blue-haired lady Helena smiled and stretched out her hand to Leon. "Hello, Helena." Leon gently held Helena's slender hand, but it was just about to break up. Chapter 574 Afternoon Tea. "So, Leon, how do you plan to repay me?" After formally meeting, Helena stared at Leon and asked. "High-quality crops, money and gems, choose whatever you need." Leon thought for a moment and gave the price he could pay. "You saw it too, I don't lack these." Helena stretched out her hand and pointed to the arrangement in the room, "So you can repay me in another way." Forward. Leon realized that the other party was a good person. After all, Leon could not see the luxury of the decoration here. While thinking about what chips he had, Leon asked, "By the way, how did that disguiser deal with it in the future?" "Kill." Helena replied decisively. "Don't leave his life, ask the reason." Leon asked. "No, it's obviously Shadowman's trick, which tricks you into the mermaid embassy to kill it, and then causes conflicts between the mermaid clan and the guardian." Helena explained. "Shadowman." Leon raised his eyebrows when he heard this. From Helena's inference, he realized something was wrong. And when Leon set his eyes on Helena, his thoughts suddenly became clear. "Otherwise, except for Shadowman, I really wouldn't have thought anyone would dare to take action in the embassy." Helena made a decision directly. "I don't recognize it that way for." Leon shook his head, then stood up and bowed slightly to Helena. "Should I continue to call you Helena, or should I change it to Her Majesty the Queen?" "You've discovered it." Seeing Lion's posture, Helena asked in disappointment, "How did you find it?" "Your necklace." Leon replied, glanced at the green gem necklace on Helena's slender jade neck and the sea blue crystal pendant that was about to touch the gully area. He felt this thing looked familiar before, and then Helena's answer made him suspicious, so he recalled it more. Combined with the information here at the embassy of the mermaid clan in the elemental city, Leon immediately remembered the mermaid queen who had seen at the bottom of the sea, which was also wearing the same necklace. Although she was holding a skeleton at that time, taking this out, the mermaid queen's figure was definitely the best Leon had ever seen. As a man, he naturally took a few more glances. Leon still remembered the decorations that supported Helena's elegant long neck and the impressive thunder. Just as he was thinking, Lion's eyes subconsciously turned to the other party's neck. Seeing this very familiar thing, he immediately reacted. "Oh, I forgot to wear this necklace last time. Well, I'm indeed the mermaid queen, but I prefer you to call me Helena." Realizing that her habitual accessories became important evidence to expose herself, Helena was a little annoyed, but she didn't take down the necklace and throw it out. After all, the necklace that she could carry forever was also of unique significance to Helena. "So, I think the person who disguises himself as Master Rasmides should be you, her queen. Helena." He was about to call him Her Majesty the other party, but when he saw Helena's unkind eyes, Leon chose to follow his heart. "Why?" Helena continued to ask. "There is no reason, you didn't directly refute it, but I asked why, and then I can be sure." Seeing that he had just cheated, the other party got on the trap, Leon was speechless. Originally, it was just a test, but now it is a final conclusion. But Leon was not aimless. He didn't react before, but now he has time to think about it. Leon found that Helena had too many loopholes in his work. First of all, it is a big doubt that he and Helena disguised as Rasmides can directly and unimpededly pass through the barrier of the mermaid embassy. The real Rasmides once said that if Leon wanted to visit the mermaid embassy, he needed the mermaid horn, but Leon did not even take out this certificate and was pushed in by Helena. Is the reward gone? Helena was not angry about Lion's temptation, but was very happy, because it proved that Lion's brain was very useful, which was a good thing. What she cares about is whether the rewards discussed before can be preserved. Of course there is. After all, no matter what, you have restored my injuries. So, I can pay a medical expense that is not important to you, but is just right. Leon shrugged his shoulders, then took out the remaining 1000 G on his body and placed it on the table. Just 1,000 G. Seeing this cash, Helena rolled her eyes, not to mention experiencing ocean hot springs. Even the black tea you drink now is more than this price. Cough cough. Leon, who had a strong sweet taste, was choked directly when he heard this. Fortunately, he didn't drink much, so he didn't lose his composure. After smoothing out his breathing, Leon put down the teacup and spoke, "I only took a small sip." "I don't mean that." Seeing Lion's actions, Helena rolled her eyes, "I just told you that 1000 G is not enough. Ocean hot spring is not an ordinary hot spring. This is a special secret of the royal family, not a precious resource that can be measured with money." "Then you offer a price." Leon had a headache when he heard this. He felt that he had been blackmailed, but now in the situation where people are the slaughter and I am the fish, Leon has nothing to do. Helena pushed the 1000 G on the table to Leon, "Just have afternoon tea with me." That's it. Leon looked at Helena suspiciously. His intuition told him that Helena must have other ideas. That's it. Helena confirmed, then handed Leon a plate of cheesecake and a soft fork. Try it, I bought it from Mrs. Rodloff on the shopping street. Their desserts are the best delicacies in the City of Elements. Thanks. Although I still want to know what Helena is thinking, but now that things have come to this, Leon can only wait patiently for the other party to take action. Take a small piece of cake and put it in your mouth. Even Leon, who doesn't like sweets, is a little amazed. The soft and fluffy taste, sweet and pleasant flavor, and the right milky aroma create a wonderful taste experience. It is indeed an extremely delicious pastry. At least Leon has never tasted such a dessert, so Leon easily finished this plate of cheesecake. Try this pudding. Seeing Leon finishing his meal, Helena pushed a soft and glutinous pudding over again, which should be the color of a coffee pudding. Leon also refused to accept this. After all, he didn't eat anything at noon, but just ate. Leon found that Helena didn't seem to move her fork, and she spent most of her time holding black tea and smiling. She is staring at herself. This made him feel very uncomfortable because he saw a sharp look like a hunter in Helena's eyes. Chapter 575 The Iron Fist of Love. There was something wrong, and Leon felt that something was wrong. Did you put medicine in the afternoon tea? While saying this, Leon did not forget to take out 2 super bombs from his backpack. Once the situation was wrong, he would ignite the fire and explode and trigger the natural protection to escape. No, it's just ordinary food. Helena smiled and shook her head. Then why don't you eat? Leon asked back. Lose weight. Helena replied with confidence, by the way, the gadget under your desk can be put away, and that thing has no effect on me. But it has an impact on me. Seeing that Helena had discovered it, Leon didn't hide it anymore and placed 2 super bombs on the table. Helena, how do I make sure this is your real name, not your second disguise? I can understand you if you have such an idea. Helena nodded, but one thing you forgot, that is, this is the Mermaid Embassy. Who knows? After all, I did enter the Mermaid Embassy before I woke up, but it's hard to say whether you took me out of there when I was in a coma. Leon complained. Helena didn't explain anything, but she took out a conch from somewhere and blew it in her hand. After a moment, a big guy who made Lion's memory come in outside the door. Her Majesty, what's wrong? The visitor was the elder who assisted the female fish queen who had seen Leon at the bottom of the sea. But at this moment, her fish tail turned into human legs. It's okay, just let Leon meet you. By the way, you can restore the mermaid form. Helena explained. When the elder heard this, he opened his mouth and sang. Countless water vapor condensed around him, and finally turned into a huge bubble and put it in it. The elder's thick legs also turned into thick fish tails. Now you believe it. About 50%, unless you can return the crystal and weapons to me. Leon suggested with his shoulders shrugged. Rasmades will not come. Helena said, taking out the 2 things Leon mentioned and handing them to Leon. Charlotte, you go out first. As for your order. The elder wrapped in bubbles manipulated the bubbles and floated out, and closed the door again. Leon also withdrew his gaze and tentatively took his galaxy watermelon knife and summoning crystal. After discovering that Helena did not stop it, Leon officially took the two things into his hands and took back the bomb on the table. The appearance of the elder is enough to prove a lot of things. With the clues I discovered, Leon can basically confirm that Helena in front of me is really the once evil woman with a fish head. I didn't mean to lie to you before. I really couldn't think of any way to invite you to the Mermaid Embassy. This time I came to the City of Elements because of the invitation of my friend, but I didn't expect you to come too. If Maria hadn't told me, maybe we would have met again and we would have to wait for the winter night market in Stardew Valley. Helena saw Leon put away the bomb, smiled sweetly, and then continued. Although I am the queen of the mermaid clan, I am not completely free. Leaving the palace requires the consent of the elders. This time I came to the City of Elements, and the elders had to approve me to leave the palace because of the invitation of the city lord, otherwise I would not be able to get out. So I don't want to miss such a good opportunity, so I deceived you by pretending to be a guardian, and this disguise was made by Rasmades for me, so it was so similar. Rasmades knows. Upon hearing this, Leon took out Rasmades's summoning crystal and crushed it. You wasted a rescue opportunity, Leon, but I understand your confusion. I can prove that what she said is true. The shattered crystal did not attract Rasmades, but Rasmades's voice reached Lion's ears. Helena, who noticed that Leon and Rasmades were communicating remotely, held up the teacup and quietly waited for the two to finish the communication. My mind is a little confused now. First of all, I want to ask, why would Master Rasmades help Helena lie to me? On the one hand, it's her request. I'm just helping you, and on the other hand, it's also to teach you a lesson. I said that the City of Elements is not a good place. Let Helena, who is not threatening to you, teach you not to naturally treat what you see as the truth by just relying on what you see. It will be much safer than a real disguiser to teach you a lesson. Rasmades's voice came, full of educational tone. Then how can I prove that Rasmades himself is communicating with me now? Leon couldn't help but complain when he heard this. As soon as he finished speaking, Leon noticed that the space in front of him began to twist, a crack in the space was torn open, and then a thin but powerful hand stretched out from it, clenched his fist accurately and made a fierce comeback on Lion's head. Hiss, okay, I'm sure you are Master Rasmades. This iron fist of love, which is unstoppable but fierce, is very consistent with Rasmades's careful but powerful setting. It's that old man is fine. That's it, remember to go back to the hotel early. Abigail and I were still visiting our old friends. Waiting will end here, and I'll take you and Abigail to a dinner full of elements. Helena is her own person, you can trust her. As for the reason, ask her yourself. After Rasmades said this, no longer heard the sound, and the crystal that had been crushed by Leon completely turned into powder and disappeared into the air. Believe it now. Seeing Leon being swelled up from a distance by Rasmades, Helena stood up with some pain, grabbed an oval ice from the air with bare hands, and came to Lion's side, pressing the ice on Lion's knocked head, as if she wanted to give Leon some ice. Leon was a little flattered and quickly explained, "It's okay, there are no wounds, it just hurts a little, and there is no need for ice." Helena carefully observed the position where Leon was knocked, and found that she did not see any swelling changes. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and complained, the guardian is really arbitrary. You should condemn him for his reckless behavior. The elders just teach the younger generation a lesson. There is no need to exaggerate it. And if this is the case, you can say less in the future. Rasmides is not a generous person. Leon whispered to Helena. He felt that it is highly likely that Rasmides would not be able to hear what he said to Helena now. Otherwise, Leon wouldn't have needed to crush the crystal before to talk to Rasmides. Obviously, in the City of Elements, Rasmides is not as rampant as Stardew Valley. Last night, there was an earthquake here. We originally planned to take a leave to go out for fun on the grounds of fear, but the company notified us to go to work normally, and there was no excuse to be lazy, so we had to continue to update, which was uncomfortable. Chapter 576, Do a Favor? After admonishing Helena, Leon was also thinking about Rasmides's previous conclusion. In Rasmides's cognition, Helena is considered her own person, so what does this one's own person mean? Leon was quite curious about what it meant. So, based on the principle of asking questions, Leon spoke directly. Why are you so anxious to see me? And you have to take the initiative to see me? If you have something to ask me, you can convey it through Master Rasmides. That's a business. I want to see you because of my personal affairs. Helena shook her head, then moved the stool to Leon and sat down close to Leon. Seeing Leon moving his butt intentionally and trying to keep a little distance from him, Helena looked at Leon with great resentment, but she did not continue to stick to Leon. I've seen you when you were very young. Sitting beside Leon, Helena spoke softly. At that time, you were still in your infancy, white and fat, and very cute. Mr. Baron held you in his arms and told me that your name is Leon, and it was his heir and family whom BA gave him. With Helena's remarks, Leon couldn't help but prick up his ears. This was the first time he knew his grandfather's name, Baron. Most people used to call him grandfather, they were old people, old guys, old bastards, etc., and basically no one mentioned his grandfather's name. Mr. Baron is my mentor. I was underage at that time, but I was about to inherit the Queen's scepter of the Mermaid clan from my mother. Therefore, the elders were responsible for teaching me the responsibilities of being a mermaid queen, while Baron was responsible for teaching me the language of various races. And during class, he will basically take you with me, and after class, I will take care of you most of the time. So, do I want to change my name to your aunt? Leon asked with a strange look when he heard Helena begin to recall the past. No, I don't want to be separated from your seniority, so just call me Helena. If I have to add a title, I can accept calling Helena sister. Helena stretched out her finger and pressed it against Lion's lips, trying to seal the mouth that Leon wanted to call her aunt. At this moment, Leon felt that the fingers on his lips were unexpectedly cold, and his nose smelled a very elegant and unique fragrance. Mr. Baron's teaching was excellent. I only used it for 2 years to master the language of most races in the world. At that time, you could run around the ground and learn to speak. At that time, you were particularly attached to me, and I also liked to play with you, so Mr. Baron asked me a question. What's the problem? Leon asked cooperatively. I'm willing to take care of you for the rest of my life. Helena replied directly. And my answer was willing. Forward. This news made Leon stunned. He was a little confused at this moment. What is the scope of this promise to take care of for the rest of his life? After that, Mr. Baron took you away from the palace because the task of teaching me was completed. Before leaving, I asked Mr. Baron, "Can I meet you?" He said that he would give me the answer in the future. So in the following days, I spent the coming-of-age ceremony, officially took the scepter from my mother, and became the new queen of the mermaid clan. It was not until the last time that the guardian brought you to the bottom of the sea that I realized that you had grown up. After Helena said that, her eyes drifted to Lion's face, and when she grew up, "You are much more handsome than I thought." "Then why do you have to do it with a CK fish's head our first meeting?" Leon complained. "Because I don't want you to know that my identity is the Queen of Mermaid. My original plan was that after I learned that you came to Stardew Valley, I would go to Stardew Valley during the winter night market, and then contact you as a tourist to create a perfect encounter. So I used disguise to stop you from remembering my true appearance, which led to the failure of the plan." Helena complained a little disappointedly. "But now it seems that the plan is completely scrapped, and you seem to be quite hostile to me. After all, your style of doing things is indeed a bit suspicious. If you don't make this disguised scene, I may come to visit you tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Leon complained. "With that little girlfriend with you?" Helena frowned when she heard this. "I don't want it. If you bring her here, you will definitely not be able to see me. It is obvious that I knew you first." These jealous words made Leon shudder. He already understood the scope that Helena decided on the promise of taking care of her life. "Maybe we did know each other very early, but I don't have much memory of you." Lion's emotions were quite complicated. On the one hand, there was such a noble and beautiful lady waiting for him, which was quite delightful. On the other hand, he was also quite scared because he didn't want to grow fish gills for the rest of his life and live in the ocean. "But I know you very well, and I know you better than your little girlfriend. I even know that there are 2 symmetrical little black dots on your butt," Helena said proudly. Leon could only remain silent when he made such a vigorous speech. He didn't know that there were 2 symmetrical moles on his butt. After all, he didn't have eyes behind him, and he didn't have strange hobbies of looking at his butt in the mirror. "But I won't worry, after all, she is just a mortal, with a limited lifespan. At most, she will lose her youthful appearance and become an ugly old woman. And I can still maintain my current appearance. I believe you will dislike her and rely on me." As he said that, Helena stepped forward and held Lion's arm. "So, I need you to do me a favor before waiting for her to grow old." "What's the busy thing?" Leon tried to break free from Helena's intimacy, but the feeling of softness and powerlessness before appeared again. Although he was not sleepy, there was basically no chance to resist or something. "Let me have a baby. If you have an heir earlier, I can train her to become an excellent queen earlier. In this way, as soon as she becomes an adult, I can break away from the queen status and restore a free life like my mother." Helena replied seriously, and at the same time got up and picked up Leon and walked towards the big bed inside the room. Such abrupt and straightforward words made Leon stunned for a long time before he realized, but at this moment he was already placed flat on the bed, watching Helena begin to unbutton the belt of her robe and the buttons on her neck. Chapter 577, Bloody Battle to the End. "Helena, calm down. We just met. You are not suitable for this." "Leon, don't worry, I've learned how to operate it from the book. I don't mean that, I mean that this kind of thing can be done next time. What we need now is mutual understanding. I already know you very well, and if I don't seize the opportunity this time, I may have to wait until the winter night market next time I meet again. I don't want to continue waiting. But I don't want to grow gills. Gills. That is. The words could no longer be stopped. Helena was ready when she answered. Before Leon could finish a sentence, she was dragged into the battle. Except for the fact that Helena's attack was a little stiff due to her own reasons at the beginning, her excellent physical fitness allowed her to withstand the first wave of discomfort and mastered new skills in the battle. The result of this is that Helena's offensive became more and more fierce, leaving Leon tired of resisting and falling into a tough battle. Faced with Lion's stubborn resistance, Helena was even more competitive and was bound to suppress Leon to surrender. After a fierce battle of 1.5 hours, Helena was even better and defeated Lion's defense, but she was not very optimistic. However, Helena adjusted quickly. She was not discouraged, but instead had a high fighting spirit. At this moment, Helena did not forget the strategy she had seen. Helena also knew that the result of the first confrontation might not satisfy her. In addition, the fierce battle with Leon was indeed very satisfying, so Helena followed the principle of casting a wide net and catching more fish once and for all. Helena sounded the horn of war again and entered the second round of fighting with Leon. It is necessary to completely suppress Leon and make it the defeated side. Because the battle was too tense and fierce, Helena forgot to add the magic that restricted Lion's resistance, which brought the battle into the second stage. Just after the second round of battle, Leon found that he had escaped the dilemma of weakness, but at this moment, Leon, who had already made up his mind, could only give up and turn the previous humiliation into revenge anger, and the offense and defense are easy to attack and defense. Helena, who was as powerful as a female knight, now understood how powerful Leon, who had unblocked the restrictions, was. Thanks to the star fruit, thanks to the god blessings provided after the system skills upgrade, the strong physical fitness made Leon successful in revenge, and finally subdued Helena and completed the gorgeous revenge. I won after all. At this moment, Leon was full of pride. Seeing that Helena, who had been aggressive before, had lost her ability to resist, it really made him breathe a sigh of relief. As the defeated party, Helena was not unwilling to give up. She was completely defeated by Leon. At this moment, she could only lean on Leon and panting, savoring the combat experience she had gained in the previous battle. Is this the result you want to do so randomly? Looking at Helena, who had not yet faded and had a lazy face in her arms, Leon asked with a complicated expression. Of course, and the process surprised me even more than the result. Helena reached out and put her hand on Lion's face. I never thought that such a thing was so interesting. I really want to tie you back, imprison you inside the palace, and always take over you. Then you have to find a way to avoid my fancy suicide, and Rasmades won't watch me kidnapped. Leon stroked Helena's long hair, and his feelings for this messy queen were entangled at this moment. During the battle just now, he deeply realized the girl's enthusiasm and persistence. Leon could not understand this emotion, but he could see that Helena really had a deep affection for him. This feeling is quite strange, especially when Leon has just met her twice, one of which is Helena's disguise. I know, so I'm just saying that before abdicating, you and I are destined to be in the state of birds and fish, but I still hope that you, the bird soaring on the sea, can think of the fish waiting for you in the deep sea, and take the initiative to throw yourself into the arms of the ocean." Helena said softly, looking at Leon with a blurred eyes, trying to struggle to get up and embrace Leon in her arms, but her physical strength after the fierce battle could not support her to complete such activities. The only thing she can do now is expression of words. "You won't hate me, right?" "No." Leon still had enough energy, so after realizing Helena's intention, he took the initiative to embrace him so that the two of them could get closer. Listening to Lion's powerful heartbeat and getting the answer that made him feel at ease, Helena's mouth couldn't help but rise. Everything now made her feel a long-lost nostalgia. The little guy she was holding back could now hug her. This made Helena feel surprised, and a different kind of excitement surged in her heart. This made her lick her lips and suggested to Leon, "Do you want to continue? I feel I can hold on for a while." "Stop it." Leon looked at Helena speechlessly and complained, "I have more time to go in the future." "So, are you willing to come to the ocean to find me in the future?" Helena asked happily after hearing this. "It depends on whether you welcome it," Leon replied with a smile. "Of course." Helena nodded seriously, "When you blow the mermaid horn on the beach, I will personally open the portal to the palace for you." "Well, but there is one thing I care about. If I grow gills in the future, is there any way to recover?" Leon, who has decided to maintain this relationship with Helena, is the most worried about at this moment. Razmedes once said about the passive transformation after being with the mermaid clan. "Oh, you are talking about the spouse principle. That is actually a magic that is released on its own initiative. It is to let the mermaid tribe choose a special permanent transformation magic that the males on land can adapt to the ocean environment. I have never had the idea of casting this magic for you." Helena smiled and explained, "And even if it is used, you don't need to worry. The Guardian can completely eliminate the effect of this magic by dispelling magic." "Okay, I was deceived by Razmedes again." Leon was speechless when he thought of Razmedes' swearing to use this reason to dispel his evil thoughts about the mermaid sisters. "Why did he lie to you? He clearly knows the agreement between me and Mr. Baron." Helena asked in confusion. "Maybe it's out of bad taste, or it may be to prevent accidents." Leon was not very clear about the idea of Razmedes talking about this. "But it is most likely to avoid trouble. After all, if Leon really falls in love with the mermaid and abandons Red Star Farm and indulges in the gentle land, he will not be able to deal with Lion's grandfather." Chapter 578, Female Chasing Male Compartment. Continue to chat with Helena for a while. During this period, Leon heard a lot of descriptions of Helena about his grandfather and memories of his childhood. While Leon knew more about his grandfather, he also understood why Helena was so persistent in waiting for him. Because of these past stories, Lion's first reaction was that his grandfather was in Pua Helena, and he regarded Helena as a child bride from the beginning. When instilling Helena in the future, he must choose Leon, a little guy who was still in his infancy. This is not Lion's slander, it is completely supported by evidence, and these evidences are the leisure reading materials Helena told Leon that her grandfather recommended to her. Tao Love, Rose, and the Boy, Sister Next Door, My Boyfriend, and other novels that you can tell how strange the content is just by listening to the names. With these evidences, it is difficult for Leon to believe that this was not deliberately created by his grandfather. Leon didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Grandpa was indeed a good grandpa, but the way of doing things was a little outrageous. Same in order to prove his feelings, Helena also used a very special resonance magic to share her emotions with Leon. Only then did Leon understand why Helena was so decisive. Because this feeling is too intense and strong, even Leon may not be so profound about Abigail. It is difficult for Leon to understand what kind of situation can make Helena have such feelings for her. But it is precisely because of this feeling that Leon felt pity for Helena in his heart. After all, there is a girl who silently misses you and loves you in the dark, which is too lethal to a man. Along with the chat, Helena gradually regained her strength and began to become a little dishonest again. The young man who had just tasted the forbidden fruit could not suppress his surging desire, but Leon didn't want to continue. Although the time is unaware of it, it should be getting late. If Helena was allowed to do it, Leon probably wouldn't be homeless at night. No matter what aspect of this result, it is not a good thing. Not only can the body be able to bear it, Abigail also needs a suitable statement. Even though he has recognized Helena's existence, Leon does not want to separate from Abigail. Before, she was considering spending her life with Abigail. The ambition to sleep with Abigail that had been eliminated appeared again with Helena's arrogant intervention. And what's interesting is that Helena does not live in Stardew Valley, so she and Abigail will not meet, which gives Leon a great room for manipulation. After promising to visit Helena at least twice a month, Leon was able to get out. When he proposed to go back to the hotel, Leon noticed that Helena had a complete set of men's clothing for him to wear. A full set of clothing including underwear, shirts, jackets, shoes, etc., and there are several styles available for Leon to choose from. The materials are exquisite and the shape is also very distinctive. However, the color of the clothing is completely a unified sea blue style. This made him think of the single robe that Helena left for himself in the bathroom before, and understood that Helena had been laying the foundation for subsequent development since the beginning. The robe is simply a can opener, and Leon is the tempting delicacy in the can. It doesn't take any effort to pry open the canned bottle of Leon and enjoy the food inside, highlighting the convenience. Now that things have come to this point, Leon has an excuse to complain. He should not say anything. He is actually the one who takes advantage of it, so it is naturally difficult to complain about Helena's routine. But there is one thing that Leon is quite touching, that is, these clothes were made by Helena herself in her spare time, and they started sewing them since she saw Leon last time, and they fit very well. It was obviously a skill. Can you give me a hug before leaving? I want you to hug me on your own initiative. Looking at Leon wearing his own sewn clothes, Helena's face was full of smiles and couldn't help but suggest before Leon left. Leon didn't say anything, but just stepped forward to give Helena a big hug, and gave Helena a practical answer with practical actions, and also gave him a long kiss. Although he had already operated many projects in practice, the kissing session was still a new experience for Helena. However, with the guidance of the veteran driver Leon, Helena, who seemed a little clumsy at the beginning, quickly got into the state and cooperated with Leon perfectly. It seems that your little human girlfriend has taught you a lot of things, but I seem to get more. Helena, whose face turned red, hugged Leon reluctantly. If she had not agreed to let Leon go before, she really wanted to use the same trick again, so that Leon would collapse weakly again, and was carried onto the bed by herself, and continued the stunning battle. Is this the reason why you are so radical? Leon touched Helena's forehead helplessly and complained. Well, after all, I came first, right? Helena did not refute. Don't let this kind of thing come first and then come. Don't forget your promise. If you forget, I don't mind finding someone to tie you up. Helena reminded Leon seriously. Certainly. Leon replied with a smile. Actually, he liked Helena's enthusiasm. The mermaid's natural sound combined with Helena's ultimate flexibility. If Leon hadn't been firm in his will, he wouldn't be able to withstand Helena's lingering. Hold it, the conch is just a prop to call. This is the certificate that allows you to command the mermaid clan and be unimpeded in the mermaid territory. Reluctantly let go of the hands surrounding Lion's neck. Helena took out a ring with the same style as the gem inlaid on the necklace pendant on her neck from the void, and took the initiative to put it on Lion's little finger of his left hand. The night in the City of Elements is not calm. I will let the guards escort you back to the hotel. If you have no other demands for the City of Elements, go back to Stardew Valley early, which is much safer than here. After putting the ring on Leon, Helena did not forget to remind Leon. Well, see you next time. Waving his hand to say goodbye to Helena, Leon went out and walked down the spiral stairs. Outside the door, he saw an elder who had already become a human form. The elder looked at Lion's familiar clothes and the sapphire ring on his hand. Her aunt couldn't help but smile on her face. Mr. Leon, I didn't expect that you have become the prince when you meet again, which is really a pleasure. Hello, elder. Leon could only give a smile to the elder's joke. I have arranged a carriage to escort you back to the hotel, looking forward to seeing you in the palace next time. The elder did not continue to tease Leon and guided Leon to the open space outside the embassy, where a carriage pulled by two seers wrapped in suspended bubbles had already stopped here. In addition, in front of the carriage, there were two fully armed mermaid warriors, holding the Neptune greatsword as a guard. The strong body was obviously an older mermaid. I don't know if Helena will become like this when she gets older. Leon suddenly thought of this, but it just flashed by. After all, if you want to know this great disaster, you probably have to wait for hundreds of years. Chapter 579 Because she is the Mermaid Queen. I'm here, thank you for your escort. After arriving at the hotel where he was staying, Leon got off the carriage and expressed his gratitude to the two mermaid warriors who were responsible for escorting him. The two mermaid soldiers bowed to Leon in unison, then turned the front of the car and returned to the original road. Leon tidied up his clothes before entering the hotel. Oh, boy, I'm back. Have you brought the Asian spices I asked you to bring for me? As soon as he entered the hotel, Mr. Cody asked Leon behind the counter. Of course I won't forget. Leon immediately took out the Asian spices he brought to Cody in the store street. This one was purchased in the first half of the store street. This special spice was sold by many people, but Roche said most of them were not very authentic. So I took Leon to find a non-human intelligent race merchant with green skin, fangs, and looks very close to World of Warcraft, and bought this large bag of 5-pound substitute spices. After taking the spice handed over by Leon, Cody untied it, picked up a little spice from it and put it on her nose and sniffed it, then threw it into her mouth and tasted it. Good goods, the taste is very good, it's good. Cody was quite satisfied with the spices purchased by Leon. How much? It's not worth a lot of money, just take it as a gift. Leon waved his hand and replied. The price of this large bag of spices was only 250 g, with an average of 50 g per pound. Compared with Lion's expenses on agricultural products, it is a drop in the bucket. And Leon still remembers the benefits of the coin Cody gave him, so he naturally would not wipe out this favor for the 250 g. Okay, then I'll ask the chef to make a special dish for you tonight so that you can make up for it. Cody didn't persuade her, and then picked up the spices and threw them to a small window behind the counter. A thick and powerful arm stretched out from the small window, accurately took the spices, and then withdrew her hand. I'm not sure if I'm eating here in the evening. Razmedes told me that I would take me to a dinner full of the characteristics of the City of Elements tonight. Leon remembered the notice he received during the communication between the Mermaid Embassy and Razmedes, and explained to Cody. Dinner? Oh, yes, I forgot if you don't say it. There is indeed a banquet tonight. Cody was stunned when she heard this, and then remembered this incident. She took out a blue-gray invitation letter from the drawer under the counter and looked at it. She complained a little unhappy for a moment. But I remember correctly. Each invitation letter can only bring one entourage. Can he take you two little guys in a special way? Is this the difference between the active guardian and the retired old man? Don't talk about the mess, I can only bring one. Leon can go because his invitation letter is in my hands. It happened that this sentence was heard by Razmedes, who had just brought Abigail back, and quickly explained to Cody. Do you know this little guy and the city lord? When he heard this, Cody was amused and looked at Leon for a moment and joked, Are you the city lord's little lover? I dare not talk nonsense. Razmedes threw a silent magic at Cody when he heard this, then glared at Cody and roared, Are you Alzheimer's disease? Just kidding about such things. Although he has retired, he is still a former top mage. Cody easily broke Razmedes' silence. He also knew that Razmedes was not trying to ban his right to speak, but was just reminding himself, and immediately joked at Razmedes with a smile. I am a native of the elemental city, and I don't know the Lord better than you. Don't say that I'm talking about it here. Even if I say this in front of her, she won't think there is any problem. Instead, she will explain to me seriously that she is not interested in men. You are just too timid. This is respect. Razmedes expressed a little embarrassed when he heard this, but he still replied with a stern face. In her eyes, we are all juniors and we won't be annoyed by trivial matters at all. Cody looked at Razmedes speechlessly, and then took the invitation back to the drawer. Since you are going, I'll just give me a message and the city lord. I won't join in the fun with my old bones. I will attend again when the anniversary celebration is celebrated. Haha. Razmedes looked at Cody with a sneer and said, his mouth was very tough, but in the end he didn't dare to see the city lord. What are you hilarious? Cody also felt a little overwhelmed and immediately shouted at Razmedes. Seeing these two bigwigs bickering, Leon was very self-conscious. He shrank to the side, noticed that Abigail was staring at him, and immediately felt nervous. Is your experience in Element City interesting today? Although he was a little panicked, Leon still pretended to be calm and chatted at Abigail. It's quite interesting. I've seen many races and special magic I've never seen before, and I've also received some gifts. Abigail first answered Lion's question before asking, "Where did you buy this outfit?" "It's quite good. Sent from a friend," Leon replied calmly. "Do you have friends in the City of Elements?" Abigail sighed in surprise. "Isn't it your first time in the City of Elements?" "But I am also an explorer. Even if Rashi, the vice president of the Sharp Blades, is my friend," and in the afternoon, he was slightly injured because he played a training match with Rashi, so he took the lead to the Mermaid Embassy and borrowed their hot spring treatment. The clothes were given by the Mermaid clan. Leon picked up something he could tell and explained the origin of his clothes. Abigail had no doubt about this. She also knew that Leon had a good relationship with the Mermaid clan. She had not only heard Lion's story, but also heard it from Razmedes. "Then you can go directly in this outfit. I'll go back to my room and change into the mage robe," Abigail said, and ran upstairs. Razmedes, who had finished fighting with Cody, saw Abigail's departure, pulled Leon directly to the table in the corner of the hotel hall, sat down, and arranged a magic to isolate the sound to spread, staring at the sapphire ring in Lion's hand and spoke. "It seems that you have a fulfilling afternoon. The tone is very plain, and I can't tell whether it's chatting or sarcastic." But Leon speculated that Razmedes should have known his current situation and immediately sighed and said nothing. Razmedes continued to speak. "Actually, when Helena came to me, I probably knew what she was thinking. I should have stopped it. After all, you are with Abigail now, but do you know why I didn't stop it, but instead chose to help Helena? I hope to hear it carefully." Leon was quite surprised when he heard Razmedes's statement. "Because she is the queen of mermaids." Razmedes emphasized Helena's identity. Chapter 580 All our routines and plans. Leon was a little confused about this explanation. He could understand the subtext of this sentence, but was not sure whether what he understood was consistent with what Razmedes wanted to express. The Mermaid Queen basically needs to stay in the depths of the ocean and control everything in the entire mermaid clan, and rarely leave her own palace. This means that she won't have too much time to contact you, so I will help her because it won't interfere with you and Abigail's life in the future. At the same time, it is also to fulfill your grandfather's plan. If Helena really gives birth to a princess with your blood, then the contract of peaceful coexistence between humans and the mermaid clan can last for hundreds of years again. Speaking of this, Razmedes's expression was a bit complicated. This is a good thing for the material world and the life of the entire planet. The ocean is very large. Although we can protect above sea level, the mermaid clan still needs to be guarded by below sea level. However, the technological development of human beings in the material world has also caused some damage to the ecological environment of the ocean, which has made many old-school mermaids in the elder group dissatisfied. Now Helena can still suppress these discordant voices, but when Helena's term ends, if the next mermaid queen has no favoritism for humans, then it will be a big trouble. So, am I now carrying the mission of connecting the relationship between the ocean and the land? Hearing this, Leon inexplicably remembered the princesses who were married out of marriage, because he felt that his current situation was very consistent with this situation. That's right, this is also the reason why I'm willing to help. Compared to love and love, the stability of the world pattern is much more important, and you don't suffer any losses. Is Helena not good looking? Razmedes asked Leon with his eyes rolled. It's pretty good, but at first I thought my grandfather was afraid that I would be single for the rest of my life, so I made a fuss in advance. I didn't expect that there were these tricks here. Leon was quite complicated at this moment. He really didn't expect that there was such a relationship. So, I chose to turn a blind eye to this matter. Razmediz sighed, "What about you, what about you?" What can I have any ideas? Let's continue to live. Although it sounds quite a bit bad, I don't plan to give up Abigail and Helena. Leon also showed up at Razmediz at this moment. Some things were explained clearly earlier, which was much better than being exposed by someone. I have no right to interfere with your choices and ideas. I just need you to promise to take good care of Abigail in the future. Lion's words made Razmediz frown, but in the end he expressed his own point of view. Yet. Leon nodded seriously. I've long seen that you are not a good guy, but I'm too lazy to care about it. You can grasp the scale of this for yourself, but I'm on Abigail's side, so I hope you don't give me an excuse to teach you a lesson. Razmediz finally summarized and stopped talking. As for the fickleness of scolding Leon from the perspective of an elder, he can't do it. Because his own butt was not clean, and importantly, Lion's fickleness was actually a helping hand to him, so he could only pretend not to see it. So the two of them didn't speak anymore and sat in their seats waiting for Abigail. After Abigail changed into a mage robe with the same style as Razmediz, the two of them stood up at the same time. It's time to go. There will be many people going to meet at this banquet, but I can't stay by your side forever, so I hope you two can take care of each other and I'll ask you to come back together after the banquet is over. Before leaving, Razmediz reminded Leon and Abigail. Leon nodded, while Abigail directly held Lion's arm and expressed his attitude with practical actions. Seeing this, Razmediz didn't say much and took the two out, causing the coachman who looked very familiar to Leon to open the carriage door at the door, waiting for the three of them to get in. After seeing Leon, the coachman nodded at Leon with a kind smile, as if he was saying hello, and Leon also nodded to signal. After getting on the carriage, Razmediz closed his eyes and entered a meditation state. Because of Razmediz's existence, Abigail did not talk much with Leon. On the one hand, it was because it was inconvenient, and on the other hand, it was because Leon had been peeling fruit for her, and there was something in her mouth, which was difficult to talk to. Leon actually didn't know whether the fruit plate on the car was ordered by Razmediz or the coachman took the initiative to prepare it, but this did not prevent him from borrowing flowers to offer Buddha. At the same time, he didn't eat less. Today, except for the morning meal, he has eaten a piece of cheesecake so far, and his stomach has long been empty. Although I went out to cook this time, it was necessary to replenish some sugar in advance, otherwise I would not have the energy to walk at that time, which would be too embarrassing. The speed of the carriage was not slow. Before the fruit plate was finished, the driver's voice came from outside the carriage. I have reached the barrier of war. Lord Guardian, I can't get in. You have to walk the next path yourself. Razmediz opened his eyes when he heard this, without saying a word, got off the car directly from the car door that was opened by the coachman, and waited for Leon and Abigail to get off the car as well, and then walked directly towards a fortress made of steel. Leon and Abigail looked at the steel giant in curiosity, and it felt quite shocking. After all, this building was too big. Why do I feel like this building looks like a small animal? Abigail, who was walking and looking at it, suddenly spoke. I think it's like it, too. Leon felt something deeply, and he also felt that the building looked like some animal shape. This was originally designed to imitate the bear's styling. As the two discussed, Razmedes confirmed. Is it because such a design can intimidate the enemy? Abigail asked curiously. No, it's just that the city lord likes bears, so those dwarf craftsmen built such a landmark building according to the city lord's design drawings. Although it is called a war barrier, it actually does not exist as a military building, but it is more like a decorative object. Razmedes explained. This answer suddenly silenced Abigail, while Leon had no expression. He had seen many big guys and had seen strange aesthetics and hobbies a lot, so he was used to it. However, with Razmedes's answer, Leon also noticed that this war barrier was indeed the shape of a bear, but it was not a lying bear, but a standing bear standing up. The position of the bear's paw was replaced by a giant cannon, which looked ugly and cute. The city lord is also a childlike heart. Chapter 581 People can't, at least they shouldn't. Hearing Lion's sigh, Razmedes's mouth twitched, trying to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just walked forward with his head down, and Leon did not notice Razmedes's desire to speak and followed Abigail. The carriage was actually very close to the entrance of the steel monster. What surprised Leon was that Leon actually saw Roche here. Oh, Leon, you're here, it seems that you've recovered well. Outside the fortress, Roche was smoking cigarettes and sucking mist. He saw Razmedes and Leon and shouted to Leon at the first time. Well, you weren't angry about me letting you dove. Leon was still embarrassed to think that he had made an appointment to go to the head of the blade with Roche in the afternoon to find a medical team, but he was taken to the mermaid embassy halfway through the road. I saw you haven't arrived for a long time, and thought you were in trouble. I was about to go to the arena to investigate, and the guardian told me that you have been picked up. Now I feel relieved when I see you jumping around. Roche patted Lion's shoulder. You are here to attend the banquet. Although we are very familiar with each other, the invitation letter needs to be verified. Guardian, what do you think? Razmedes directly took out 2 invitation letters and handed them to Roche. Roche opened them and found the anti-counterfeiting mark on it. Then he nodded, yes, it's the real one, 3 of you can go in. Roche, are you the security guard tonight? Leon asked when he saw that Roche was actually verifying the authenticity of the invitation letter. Well, after all, it is a banquet organized by the city lord, so our Sharp Blade First Guild will naturally make a contribution, and I still owe the city lord a favor, which I voluntarily. Roche had no complaints about his situation as the vice president of the Explorer Guild, but he laughed happily. Then bring you some food when I come out. Leon suggested after hearing this. Ha ha ha, no need, I will go in and have a meal at the beginning of the banquet, and we can have a drink at that time. Roche patted Lion's shoulder, but thank you for your care. Let's go in. After Leon and Roche finished reconciling, Razmedes reminded him. Leon had no trace of ink, so he said goodbye to Roche, and followed Razmedes and Abigail. The 3 of them walked through the fenced area outside the door and walked through the road completely paved by steel. The distance between this is not short, but Leon found that he could walk more than 10 meters away with every step he took. Interestingly, under such circumstances, Leon did not feel that the scenery in the surrounding view changed too quickly and caused a sense of separation. Magic. In response to this, Leon immediately thought of this as Rasmati's operation. Yes, but not mine. Rasmatis shook his head. So do the big guys have 2 magic moves? Thinking of the characters he has met in the City of Elements so far, except for Roche, they have basically demonstrated the power of magic, and Leon felt that he had entered the wrong position. It's not all. Rasmatis continued to shake his head. But I always feel that when a warrior fights a mage, the warrior will suffer a great loss. Thinking of the mage's various magic that cannot be defended and their elusive movement abilities, Leon felt that if he really fought with a mage, he would be tricked into being as a toy. It was like this at the beginning, but it was not necessarily the case afterwards. Although I wanted to take the opportunity to belittle the status of the warrior, I still chose to tell the truth when I thought of the previous battle with Linus. Because he knew that Leon would not be fooled by him so much that he felt that the warrior was useless. With Lion's urinary nature, he would definitely go to Leon to verify. By then, in order to prove that the warriors are promising, Linus would not mind asking Leon to watch the showdown between high-end warriors and mages, and take the opportunity to complete the last battle without a winner. At the same time, Rasmatis can be sure that Linus will not hold back this time. If he really fights, Rasmatis believes that he will not be able to gain any advantage and may even be embarrassed in front of Leon. So it's better to eliminate this possibility directly to avoid causing trouble for yourself. If it were a warrior of Roche, what would the winning rate against a war mage? Leon asked. It's no problem to fight against the battlefield mage. If you fight with me, he can only hold on for 3 seconds at most. Rasmatis replied with a smile. Are the 3th level explorer too weak, or are the wizards at the guardian level too strong? Leon couldn't help thinking when he heard this. He had never seen Rasmatis take full advantage, nor even Rashi take full advantage, but judging from previous competitions, there was still a big gap between him and Rashi. Then if I duel with Leon, can I win? Abigail couldn't help but join the topic after listening for a long time. Now, if you can get the first move, you may be able to fight him, but once you get close to him, you should not have much ability to resist. Rasmatis analyzed. Oh! After hearing this conclusion, Abigail lost interest. If she could get it and beat Leon, she would have to avenge her bullied by Leon before, but if she could not win 100%, Abigail would naturally not take action. Otherwise, if she was caught by Leon, she would probably be bullied severely. She would not be happy to do such a loss-making business. During the chat, the 3 of them had already arrived at the bottom of the fortress. In front of a building similar to a bear's paw, Leon saw an elegant black cat. Long time no see, Guardian. Seeing the arrival of the 3, the black cat greeted people with words. Long time no see, Milizan. The Guardian was very familiar with the tabby cat, nodded and responded to the black cat's greeting and urged, please send us to the banquet hall. This is my duty. The black cat Millicent walked around the 3 of them in a catwalk, and then suddenly spoke to Leon, I haven't seen such a young son of nature for a long time. After the banquet, are you interested in coming to our wilderness club for a drink? He has a spouse. Rasmatis reminded. Okay, it's a pity. The tabby cat lowered his head in disappointment when he heard this. The next moment, a space crack appeared in front of the three of them. On the other side of the crack was a brightly lit and luxuriously decorated banquet hall. Razmedes walked into the space crack in a demonstration manner and appeared in the hall on the other side, and Leon and Abigail followed closely. When they passed through the crack, Leon seemed to pass through a water curtain. After blinking, he had already arrived at the banquet hall in the space crack in the previous space crack. Leon, stay away from that cat, he is a lunatic. The space crack was closed after serving Leon and his group of three, and at this time Razmedes reminded Leon seriously. What do you mean? Leon asked curiously. It has been studying whether the combination of the son of the wild and the son of nature can steadily give birth to a new species that is naturally blessed by nature. You should not want to be its experimental target, Razmedes joked. If I remember correctly, the sons of the wilderness are all beasts, and the sons of nature are all humans. Leon widened his eyes when he heard this. His. Leon didn't understand, but he was shocked. After all, this kind of thing was too ruined. Chapter 582 Monster Mud. Although I don't know if this situation is normal in the City of Elements, all this has nothing to do with Leon. And Leon listened to advice, let alone cooperate with the experiment. If he saw the black cat again, he would definitely hide away as soon as possible. Fortunately, the cat did not enter the banquet hall, and most of the eyes and sights in the banquet hall were humans, which made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. Pick up some food, and then you can find a place to sit down and enjoy the food. This banquet is full of prominent figures in the City of Elements, so if it is not necessary, I don't think you don't bother others. Razmedes took Leon and Abigail to the long dining table in the corner of the hall and reminded them to the two. Yeah. Leon nodded, he thought so too. Okay, teacher. Abigail was also very obedient. Anyway, she was just here to eat, and it would be enough to have Leon around her. After saying that, Razmedes quickly left the two of them, walked to the area in the center of the banquet hall, and began to socialize with someone they knew. Leon and Abigail were choosing their dinner tonight on the long dining table. What Razmedes said is indeed nothing wrong. Most of the food on this buffet table is of type that Leon has never seen before, and some of the dishes are also very unique in shape. After all, who can make the dishes into a sticky and dark mass when cooking, and there are some small fish jumping? What kind of meat is this? Why is it pink? Abigail and Leon both stayed away from these unique dishes, and Abigail asked about it, which was a plate of rolls rolled into the shape of roses. It was impossible to tell whether it was fish meat, but the color was indeed very pink at that time, just like pink. At least it looks much more attractive than other ingredients on its desk mate. Maybe it's some kind of fish sushi. Leon speculated. Why don't you give it a try? Abigail wanted to try it, but because he didn't know what it was, he was still a little timid. Leon thought for a while, then picked up the clip, picked up a portion of it in his plate, and then inserted it with a fork and put it into his mouth. He felt that since it was a banquet, these foods should not be poisonous and might be a little unpalatable, but there should be no danger. The unknown pink meat roll gently took a small bite, and a faint rose fragrance bloomed from the tip of the tongue, followed by a sweet and honey-like flavor. The meat is chewy and chewy. Every time I bite, the sweetness will increase, making Leon unable to help frowning. Is it bad? Abigail stared at Lion's expression, noticing that Lion's frown was looking at Lion's frown and couldn't help asking. No, it's actually quite delicious, it's just too sweet. Leon explained. Is it sweet? When he heard it was sweet, Abigail immediately became interested and immediately picked up a serving for himself and tasted it. Abigail also likes to eat sweets. Even so, facing this sweet meat, Abigail couldn't help but frown and complain, "Oh my God, this is like concentrated honey, a sweet person." Although both of them were complaining about the sweetness of this thing, they still swallowed the part they took down. On the one hand, it was a bit rude to spit out the food in their mouths on such occasions. On the other hand, it was also because Leon did not want to waste food. After eating with Leon, Abigail also learned the good habit of saving food. It seems that we need to carefully distinguish it. As Leon said, Abigail nodded repeatedly to agree, and then the way the two of them chose food became much more cautious. Fortunately, the food prepared here is not all that Leon has never seen before. Some common human foods are also available, such as hamburgers, caramel chocolate cakes, various fruit pies, cut steaks, fried French fries and chicken legs, which have also become the main focus of Leon. Compared with the high-calorie foods chosen by Leon, Abigail prefers some combinations of desserts and fruits. When he encounters fruits he doesn't know, he will bring one for Leon to show. Leon uses the system's identification ability to help Abigail introduce the taste and consumption of this fruit. The system always seems very reliable when it comes to plants, which makes Leon sigh that if this identification ability can be developed into food identification, he might be able to choose the special foods of the City of Elements that he has never seen before. Can you help me get a portion of monster mud? Just as Leon finished a steak and was about to use his free belly to try out the strange dishes he had never touched before, a very simple dressed little girl timidly pulled the corner of Lion's clothes and asked in a low voice. Looking at the little girl in front of her who was only 1 or 2 meters tall, Leon did not look down on her because of her clothes. Instead, he gently squatted down and asked, "What is monster mud? I don't know it. Can you point it to me?" The little girl nodded and then tiptoed. At that time, because of her size, there were not many things to see, and Leon could not tell where the monster mud the little girl was talking about. He suggested, "Why do I hold you and look for me?" "Yeah, that's fine." The little girl thought for a moment, then agreed to Lion's proposal. Leon gently picked up the girl, and the sudden heightened perspective allowed the girl to easily find the location of the monster mud, and pointed out her hand at the sticky and dark that brought Leon great visual impact from the beginning, and there were also little fish wandering things inside. "Is this monster mud?" Leon confirmed to the girl. "Yes." The girl said, "Sure." "Is it delicious?" Leon couldn't help but tremble when he looked at this bad look, because this thing looked like a curse potion in the witch's cauldron. "It's delicious." The girl nodded seriously. "This is one of the traditional delicacies of the City of Elements. Many people who come to the City of Elements will choose to taste it." "Okay, then I'll get you one." Leon put the girl down, then took a new plate, scooped a spoonful of it from the monster mud pot, and finally handed it to the girl. After the girl took it with her polite hands, she picked up the spoon and started to enjoy the bad thing. Seeing the girl having a happy meal, Leon couldn't help but be curious about the taste of this thing. With the girl's performance, Leon had more expectations for this thing called monster mud, so he gave himself a spoon. When he smelled a fishy and strange smell coming from the plate, Leon hesitated again. However, seeing that the little girl had almost finished her portion, Leon comforted herself, maybe it's a specialty food like stinky tofu. It smells bad, but it tastes very delicious, and maybe it tastes bad. With this psychological construction, Leon picked up the spoon and gave a spoon into his mouth. The next moment, Lion's eyes suddenly widened. Very. Chapter 583 Tris. It was unspeakable and unpalatable. Even Leon felt that he was a person who could endure hardships. Faced with such a fishy smell full of impact, every cell in his body was telling Leon how nauseous this thing was, and his stomach was trying his best to resist the thing sliding down the esophagus into the stomach bag. So Leon successfully vomited, but before the vomit could land, a crack in the space appeared at the place where Leon vomited, swallowing everything to save the carpet in the hall from suffering. The girl showed a smile of a prank and joked to Leon, "It's not necessarily true to see it. Leon, haven't Razmidis told you this?" The girl changed her previous weakness. She obviously looked like a little girl, but she exuded an extremely calm and majestic temperament. Vomit. Leon was still vomiting at this moment. After all, the bad smell was still left in his mouth, without any weakness. Seeing Leon vomiting for a long time, the girl frowned in disgust, and then threw a purification-type magic at Leon, which made Leon feel much better. The residual smell in the mouth disappeared, the churning stomach acid was calmed down, and even the residue on the corners of the mouth was cleaned up, as if nothing had happened. "Thank you, but have we had a holiday? You actually asked you to use this method to set up a trap for me." I realized that the girl in front of me was not simple, but Leon was still quite confused about why the other party would play pranks on him. "This is the debt you paid for your bastard grandpa," the girl replied with a sneer. Hearing this answer, Leon was in awe. It was obvious that this girl who looked at her young girl was definitely an old monster of the Tianshan children's grandma level, otherwise she would not have had any interaction with her grandfather. "That old bastard used to trick me into trying this thing with the same routine, so I think I can let you try this bad experience too." The girl continued to complain, then waved her hand and the monster mud on the table was wiped out directly. Obviously, this monster mud appeared on the dining table just to prepare it for Leon. "I apologize for his behavior. Who are you?" This is not the first time Leon has seen the pit left by his grandfather, so he apologized with sincerity. "Tries, your grandfather's creditor." The girl raised her skirt and gave Leon a lady gift gracefully, and then threw out a news that made Leon very troubled. "He owes you money?" Leon asked. "No, he owes me a big favor." Tries shook his head, "And I think you should understand this favor, because this favor is used on you." "I hope to hear it carefully." Leon looked at Tries with a very modest attitude. From the strength he showed just now, he was sure that this was also a big shot that he could not afford to offend. "You should know that you are not your grandfather's biological grandson," Tries said. "Yet." Leon nodded, he had known the news for a long time. Then you also know that your soul has been very strong since childhood, which makes the baby's body unbearable. Tries continued to ask. Well, it seems that the method that made my soul sleep was your method, mistress. Tries inquiry made Leon understand where the so-called favor came from. Yes, your grandfather does not have the ability to control his soul, at least not before his lifetime. The ability to grow up safely is closely related to my help, so do you think this favor is great? Triss was very satisfied with Lion's intelligence, but he still did not forget to remind Leon of what he did. Of course. Leon nodded, although he didn't know that he was how dangerous is my experience, but it is obviously not a trivial matter to be taken so seriously by my grandfather. If what Tries said is true, then I do owe her a life-saving grace. It's good that you can understand, but you don't need to worry too much. You don't need to repay this favor. I just want to tell you not to let your grandpa down for your kindness to you. Tries smiled and comforted Leon, and I hope you can be better to Helena. No problem. When Leon heard Tries mention Helena, he tightened his heart and glanced guiltily at the direction where Abigail was. He found that she was eating egg tarts not far away, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. And Tries noticed this, and smiled and didn't say anything. Mistress, it's been a long time since I saw you. It seems that you have known Leon. At this moment, Razmedes rushed over and greeted Tries with a smile. Well, he's much more interesting than that old bastard. Tries nodded, then turned and left. Who is this mistress? The City of Elements, one of the oldest humans, Razmedes explained. So that's it. Leon took a breath after hearing this. It seemed that he was right. This was indeed another big shot, and it was even more fierce than he thought. What did she come to you for? Razmedes was also very curious about the purpose of Tries coming to find Leon. After all, this little guy Leon should have met Tries for the first time. I talked about my grandfather and reminded me to be nice to Helena. Leon replied. It's understandable. After all, I have heard that Helena is a regular visitor to her tea party. Razmedes nodded when he heard this, and then reminded Leon, Tries came to you just now, and many people should have noticed it. Someone may come to chat with you later. Try to be perfunctory and perfunctory. Are you worried that some people would lend me to get close to Tries? Leon immediately understood Razmedes's subtext. Have peace of mind, I understand. Leon assured Razmedes. I will also help you block some. When the banquet is officially over, we will leave. Just stay with Abigail during this period. Razmedes reminded Leon again and left again. There is a Vanity Fair everywhere, hey. Watching Razmedes leave, Leon sighed and then went to find Abigail. As for eating, he could feel the aftertaste of the monster mud when he smashed his mouth. Although it might be an illusion, Leon completely lost his appetite. Abigail had a great time eating. Although some foods were indeed a bit dissatisfied with her taste, most of the food was still delicious. When Leon passed by, he could already see Abigail's slightly bulging belly. You eat so much, aren't you afraid of not being able to sleep at night? Seeing Abigail planning to take a piece of egg tart, Leon couldn't help but complain. But the food here is really delicious. Abigail licked his tongue and acted coquettishly at Leon, you can eat something together too. I won't eat any more. I just got full. Leon shook his head and refused the small biscuits Abigail fed. Chapter 584, Battle Readiness. Leon, who was staying next to Abigail, did not encounter those who might come to talk to Razmedes, who were reminded by those who might come to talk. Leon was quite surprised. It was not until Maria's arrival that Leon understood the reason. "You boy is very popular. Many people are inquiring about your information with me, but they are scared away by me. Do you want to thank me like this?" "Then I can only thank Aunt Maria. I want to eat something, I'll get it for you," Leon said to Maria with a smile. He still has a good impression of this lady. "How about monster mud?" Maria reported the name of the dish that made Lion's stomach acid surge. "Do you know too?" Leon said as he looked at Maria with a wry smile. "Well, after all, I have a good relationship with Tris." Maria nodded, "But I didn't expect that she could remember this for so long, and you took the blame for your grandfather. By the way, don't you introduce this beautiful girl to me." "Abigail, my girlfriend, Abigail, this is Aunt Maria, I am one of my elders." Leon immediately pulled Abigail and explained to Maria. "Hello, Aunt Maria." Abigail greeted Maria obediently. "Well, you have a good vision, much better than your grandpa, you're a good girl." Maria smiled and joked at Leon, then took a bracelet made of vine from her body and handed it to Abigail. "For the first time meeting, I'll give you a gift, a very interesting magic prop, which is very useful for a mage apprentice like you." "Thank you, Aunt Maria." Abigail, who was a little embarrassed, noticed the hint look that Leon reminded him to take it, so he took the bracelet and expressed his gratitude. "Remember to carry it with you frequently. It will release some good smells, make your mind more active, and dispel mosquitoes. After all, summer is coming." Maria nodded and introduced the use of vine bracelets to Abigail. "What about me, Aunt Maria, do I have any gifts?" Leon immediately asked with a shameless face when he heard the bracelet. "Of course, but haven't you given it to you?" Maria complained. "Ah!" Leon he looked at Maria in confusion. "Do you think that you can really buy so many good things with such a little money? Especially the mini golden bell?" Maria reminded. "Okay, I'm greedy," Leon said with an embarrassing smile. "I won't bother you anymore. After Tris finished speaking, you can go back early with Razmedes. The night of the elemental city is not safe recently." Maria seemed to have just come over to say hello. After saying hello, she said goodbye to Leon and Abigail, and at the same time she left a reminder. "Auntie, is it really your elder?" Abigail asked immediately when Maria left. "No, you want to be jealous too," Leon complained when he heard Abigail. "What are you saying, just curious." Abigail lightly hammered Leon and expressed his dissatisfaction, and then added, "I have seen the name of Aunt Maria in my teacher's collection. She wrote a work of abstract of alchemy, and the photos in the book are hers. I just want to ask such a big shot, is it really your aunt?" "Yes, her alchemy should be quite powerful." Thinking of the mini golden bell created by Maria, Leon sighed sincerely. "Then do you have any other powerful elders?" Abigail asked. "Heen." Leon spread his hands, but in fact he didn't know many people. Most of them knew him because of his grandfather. Before they took the initiative to speak, Leon had no idea whether the other party had any connection with him. I now doubt whether it is your experience of life when you come to Zingla Valley to be a farmer. In my opinion, you are like a noble son of a big family. Abigail sighed. If I really am a noble man, I don't have to get up early and go to bed late and look up at the Lois on the farm. You have watched too many TV series. Leon tapped Abigail's forehead speechlessly and wiped the cream from her lips. If we hadn't met the teacher, we might not be in the same world in the future. Feeling the touch of Lion's fingertips passing his lips and teeth, Abigail couldn't help but sigh. It's not that mysterious. I'm just a real little farmer. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll stay in Stardew Valley and Red Star Farm in this life. Leon couldn't help but caress Abigail's head when he saw this. Perhaps it was because of what she saw today that she had a clear sense of separation from the worldview she had cultivated over the years, so she sighed that Leon was quite able to understand this. After all, when he had just traveled through time, he was also worried about gains and losses. He was afraid that he was dreaming and that he was just a passerby. Fortunately, real life and interpersonal communication made him understand that everything he experienced was real, such as the Abigail he was holding now was fragrant and soft. Feeling Lion's warm embrace, Abigail felt much more at ease. The couple embraced each other and did not attract any attention. Most of the guests who came to the banquet were talking about the theme of the banquet with familiar people around them. Except for Leon, most of the people who could get invitation letters were very familiar with the character of the city lord. Obviously, this is not a social banquet. There are prominent figures in the City of Elements. It is obvious that there is something important to announce the notice. Sure enough, with Roche, who was responsible for checking the authenticity of the invitation letter at the door, entered the banquet hall. All the invitees to the banquet this time were already here, and the lights in the banquet hall were brightly on the second-floor observation deck on the south side of the hall. Tries coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention, including Leon and Abigail. First of all, thank you for coming. I know you have a lot to be busy with, but I'm very happy that you can still take time to participate in this banquet. As soon as you open your mouth, you are just polite words, but there is not much gratitude in your words, but more of it is a joke. But none of the people present expressed their dissatisfaction and clapped and supported the city lord, who didn't look tall. Tries on the observation deck looked around the scene and continued to speak. Maybe you all know from your own channels that the Bladehead Guild has taken down the heartless person who sneaked into the elemental city, and feel that the commotion has ended here. But what I want to say is that according to the results of my investigation, the unintentional person who was killed by the Sharp Blades First Guild was just a believer. The one who really sneaked into the Element City was still lurking in the Element City, and was secretly planning a conspiracy to disrupt the order of the Element City. Speaking of this, Tries looked at the old man standing with Roche, who was hunched over and looked like a tree was about to die. The old man also noticed Tries' gaze and lowered his head awkwardly. So what I want to say is that from now on, the City of Elements has entered a level 1 combat readiness state. This matter is no longer a mission of the Sharp Bladehead Guild, but a threat to the entire City of Elements. If you still want to do business in our territory, then you will move me. If you don't find the mouse hidden in the gutter, the combat readiness state will not be lifted. Thank you to the 100 starting point coin reward from the boss of Misty Paper Kitchen for my support of the 588 starting point coin reward from my boss. Thank you for your generosity and encouragement. I wish you good health and wealth. I love you. Chapter 585. Preparing to go home. As Tries finished his speech, everyone no longer had the intention of swelling and applauding at this moment. They all looked gloomy, either thinking, discussing with acquaintances beside them, or turning around and leaving the banquet hall, and leaving the war barrier through the crack of the space that had been opened at some point. Tries was quite satisfied with this scene. After announcing the incident, she left because she knew that these old fried dough sticks would find a way to do the next thing, and eventually bring the most perfect result to herself as before. However, if you first find the truly infiltrated loser instead of the converted believer, then Tries doesn't mind using this as an excuse to ask those merchants to pay more rent to enrich their vaults. Watching Tries leave, more and more people start to leave the banquet hall, each of which is in a hurry. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of situation the City of Elements will be after all these people leave. Razmedes also walked back at this moment and spoke to Leon and Abigail. You have heard that the City of Elements will not be peaceful in the next time, so our City of Elements may end early. After a night of rest in the hotel, I will take you back to Stardew Valley tomorrow. I have no objection. Leon nodded. Although he only went to the shopping street and the arena today, the consumption of the shopping street made him eager to go back and develop the farm and plant all the seeds in the whole season, so he naturally could not resist being able to go back early. So too. The same is true for Abigail. Although the City of Elements is very interesting and can see many new things that ordinary worlds cannot see, it is not actually a trip today, but like following Razmedes to conduct academic exchanges with her mentors, she is still quite happy to get rid of such boring experiences. Hearing that neither of them had any objections, Razmedes nodded, then stretched out his hands and put them on their shoulders. He stopped going out to ride the carriage, and directly teleported magic and took them back to the hotel. Cody, who was dozing off at the front desk, felt the fluctuations of space magic and immediately opened her eyes, but the familiar magic power made him pick up his wand disguised as a crutch. Seeing that it was Razmedes that appeared, Cody teased. Come back so quickly? Will the banquet be boring? It's not boring. You also know the character of the city lord. This time, at the banquet, the City of Elements entered a level 1 combat readiness state. Do you think that in this situation, can someone stay there to chat? Razmedes looked at Cody and complained. I haven't heard of the first level combat readiness state for more than 50 years. It seems that I have to make a lot of money recently. Cody was stunned when she heard this. Although her way of speaking was a bit casual, her expression seemed very solemn. The heartless person killed by the head of the blade is just a transformed believer. The true heartless person is still hidden in the City of Elements, so be careful yourself. Razmedes reminded Cody. Don't worry, although I am old, I still have the strength to protect myself. It seems that you are leaving tomorrow. Let's have a good rest for a night. Cody waved his hand and signaled that Razmedes didn't need to worry about him. By the way, you can teleport back directly. Where is my coachman? It should be waiting for us on the side of the war barrier. You can notify him to come back remotely. Razmedes remembered that the coachman who sent them to him was still waiting in place, and said a little embarrassedly. Okay, then I'll let him come back, you guys go back to the room first. Cody didn't care much about this. Razmedes, who had finished communicating with Cody, took Leon and Abigail toward the room upstairs. On the way back, Leon asked, why don't we go now? Because Tries announced that the City of Elements has entered the first-level combat readiness state, the interference barrier of the entire City of Elements has been opened. In addition to the stable teleportation array, the magician's own teleportation magic cannot leave the City of Elements, so we can only wait for Dawn to register at the Bladehead Guild, and after verifying our identity, use the teleportation array there to return to Stardew Valley. Razmedes explained. But teacher, didn't you bring us back with teleportation magic just now? Abigail asked in confusion. Is that because it's still in the city? I think the teleportation in the city should not be affected, so that after discovering the unwilling person, let the mages teleport to the scene as soon as possible to encircle him. Razmedes hadn't explained yet, Leon helped him analyze. Leon is right. Razmedes confirmed. Realizing that he had asked a question that seemed to be easy to figure out, Abigail shrank his head a little embarrassedly, but neither Leon nor Razmedes blamed her, but continued to chat. What does the elemental city look like in the first-level combat readiness state? All merchants are closed, and everyone cannot enter the City of Elements. People who want to leave the City of Elements also need to pass identity verification, but most people probably cannot leave, and they are even unwilling to leave. Starting tonight, you will find that those who can participate in the battle in the City of Elements will start a carpet-style search on the street, while those without combat effectiveness will find their residence as soon as possible, waiting for the interrogation of the armed personnel. Razmedes replied. It seems that we will have a hard time resting at night. Leon sighed. No, my identity is still useful. Those people really searched, and Cody would also stop them from disturbing us, so I had a safe sleep and don't open the door no matter what the situation was at night. I'll come to you after dawn and you can leave the room. Razmedes shook his head, then looked at Abigail and Leon and decided, let's stay together tonight. I will move the bed in Abigail's room to your room, but I just want you to protect Abigail, so, do you know what to do or not? Don't worry. Leon naturally understood what Razmedes meant and promised very seriously. If he was really an impatient ghost, Abigail would have become a wife long ago, so how could he wait until this point to start? Leon could also understand Razmedes's concerns. If he hadn't been afraid that Abigail would misunderstand, he might have planned to let Abigail live with him, but under the premise that he did not want to announce that he was Abigail's biological grandfather, the only one who could let Abigail protect the candidate with peace of mind was Leon. Chapter 586, Skip. Although Abigail was a little shy about Razmedes's assignment, he still did not speak to stop him. She originally planned to sneak into Lion's room at night to ask for snacks and be intimate for a while. Now it seems that there is no need to secretly do it. Razmedes was a practical person. When he arrived at the room assigned by the three, he started to act. After moving the bed in Abigail's room to Lion's room, Razmedes also moved his bed to Abigail's room, so that they became neighbors. And after that, Razmedes also set up several detection-type magic circles at the door of Leon. Don't worry if you have a good rest, you are absolutely safe with me. After comforting the two of them again, Razmedes signaled them to enter the house, and he temporarily moved into the house where Abigail used to be. Do you want to take a shower first? Inside the room, Leon, who had closed the door, looked at Abigail lying on the bed that should have been himself and asked. You wash first, I'll take a rest. Abigail buried his face in the pillow, so his voice was a little dull, but Leon still heard it clearly. That's fine. After Leon finished speaking, he took out his clothes from his backpack, took out all the snacks and placed them on the table in the room, allowing Abigail to choose. Then in the bathroom that was equipped with the room, Leon took a clean before wiping away the water stains on his body, put on new clothes and left the bathroom. Not to mention, after just wearing the clothes prepared by Shanghai Lena in the afternoon, Leon felt a little awkward when he changed into clothes of ordinary fabrics. The roughness of this ordinary dress rubbing against the skin was so obvious, which made Leon a little uncomfortable for a while. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Feeling his pretentiousness, Leon couldn't help but shook his head and sighed, then folded the set of clothes he had changed and took them out of the bathroom, ready to take them home to wash. Cut. Leon, who had just opened the door, heard Abigail's obvious disdain and saw Abigail's disappointed eyes. "Didn't you see me coming out naked and disappointed?" Leon teased Abigail with a smile. "Yeah." Abigail didn't hide it and admitted it openly. "Then if you can show your beauty first, I can't say it," Leon hinted to Abigail after hearing this. "Then don't think about it, I won't let you succeed." Abigail shook his head directly, then got up from the bed, squeezed Leon away and got into the bathroom. Leon even heard the sound of the door inside being locked. "I'm both delicious and fun." After complaining, Leon took the changed clothes to tidy up his backpack. This time he came out, he prepared 3 sets of clothes, plus the one he had on his body, which was 4 sets, but the one he had worn on his body was gone, and instead he was given the one Helena gave him, so there was no loss. As for the snacks on the table, Leon did not intend to take them back. Abigail had a storage equipment and would take them all for her. After all, these were originally prepared for her. Although the trip ended early due to an accident, these snacks could not be wasted. Then Leon returned to the bed and sat, waiting for Abigail to take out the bath. This wait took more than half an hour. When Abigail opened the bathroom door, Leon also cut it as Abigail was before. Abigail pretended not to hear it, and while wiping his wet hair with a towel, he walked to Lion's side and sat down, and handed the towel to Leon. "Print my hair." "Have you learned the magic to make your hair dry instantly?" Leon teased. "Can you help me?" Abigail asked back with a pout. Yes. Leon took the towel and carefully wiped Abigail's hair. Abigail obediently cooperated with Lion's movements, his legs swaying in the air, as if he was very happy. I have to say that Abigail's hair is indeed thick, and the hair is amazingly good, which leads to the fact that no matter how Leon wipes it, there will always be some water droplets between the hair. However, Leon has been wiping and putting it patiently and carefully, but Abigail is not happy because her hair is always wet, so she feels embarrassed to lean against Leon's body. So Abigail decisively dried his hair with magic, then pierced his head into Lion's arms, with his face facing up, and his big bright eyes stared straight at Lion's face. When Abigail stared at her like this, if it were before, Leon would only smile and look at her to see who blushed first and turned his head away. But today, that incident happened. Although Leon was calm on the surface, his eyes still couldn't help but dodge. Fortunately, Abigail did not think of this, but felt that Leon might have been shy and suddenly became even more excited. This time, he not only stared at Leon, but also stretched out his hands to fix Lion's head, so that he could not move his eyes away. Leon did not stop Abigail's small movements, and repositioned his eyes on Abigail's face, then lowered his head. Woo! The sudden sneak attack caught Abigail off guard, but he did not resist. Feeling Lion's warm kiss, Abigail felt that his whole body was about to melt. She found that Lion's kissing skills seemed to have improved again. After a long time, the lips parted. Abigail lay completely on Lion's legs with blurred eyes, his face as if it was sunset, which was very attractive. It's a pity that Leon dared not act rashly, nor could he do it rashly. He just adjusted the sitting position of his legs so that Abigail could feel more comfortable. After Abigail recovered, Leon said, "Are you going to sleep by yourself tonight, or do I hold you to sleep?" "Of course I'm sleeping by myself, but I'm very light in sleep, so don't think about doing bad things secretly at night." Abigail squinted his eyes and stared at Leon and warned. Leon smiled and looked at Abigail with his hands spread out. Abigail realized that when he said this, he was still lying on Lion's thigh, as if he was not very persuasive enough, so he immediately wanted to get up and get out of Lion's side. But Abigail was reluctant to leave when he smelled the fascinating smell on Leon. In the end, Abigail, who was struggling, simply closed his eyes and slapped it. She didn't want to move anyway. Instead of being entangled here, it would be better to give the choice to Leon and see how he would deal with him. Leon saw Abigail closing his eyes at this moment, and understood the girl's little thoughts. He sighed helplessly, but he picked him up and placed him on his bed. Then, in Abigail's expectation, he walked to the bed that should have been Abigail lying down. Originally, she thought Leon would hold her to sleep for a night as before, but who would have thought that this guy would slip away? This made Abigail so angry that his teeth were itchy, but what she said before became a restriction she left on herself, and she was embarrassed to have an attack. I could only roll up the quilt on the bed angrily, wrap myself up in a ball, and vent my dissatisfaction like a rolling loach in the bedding. Leon, who noticed this scene, couldn't help laughing. After all, Abigail was also quite cute. Chapter 587 The Familiar Brain Breaks. But Leon still did not choose to comfort Abigail, but lay down and planned to rest. "Mainly, I just ate meat today and was a little restless." If I hugged Abigail and Leon was worried that he would not be able to hold back the gun, the scene might be very awkward, and it is likely that Abigail would be scared. Just as he fell asleep, Leon felt the bedding bent open, and then something hot and soft came in. If it weren't for the familiar smell, Leon would have kicked it in for self-defense. Abigail was the one who came in. At this moment, she thought Leon was asleep, so she acted cautiously, gently lifted her hand and stuffed it around her neck, then pressed her face against Lion's chest, and finally put her arm on Lion's belly. Half of her body was pressed against her, and then stopped all the small movements and closed her eyes with satisfaction. In the darkness, Leon, who opened his eyes, watched Abigail's breathing gradually stabilize, then closed his eyes and returned to sleep. Leon opened his eyes again and it was already dawn. "Nothing happened last night, I heard no noise, and no one came to knock on the door to harass me. Everything was as calm as nothing happened." After looking at Abigail, who was still sleeping, Leon gently moved her arms and thighs away from her body, and then slowly pulled out his arm that was slightly sore under Abigail's neck. After successfully leaving Abigail, he went straight into the bathroom and took a cooler. When Leon left the bathroom, he saw Abigail still sleeping soundly, and did not go over to disturb her, but came to the window of the room and looked down. The window faced the street in front of the hotel, and the view was excellent. Early in the morning, Leon saw that there was already queuing outside the hotel, most of them holding a note in their hands. Next to these people were some combatants wearing blades and armor, looking at the contents of the note in their hands. What are the identification certificate and check-in? After watching for a while, Leon understood the reason for the existence of this queue. It seems that everyone in the City of Elements has already known that the City of Elements has entered a level 1 combat readiness state. No wonder Cody said yesterday that he was going to make a lot of money. Those who do not have a fixed residence in the City of Elements can be mentioned. For ordinary passers-by who have left before, if you want to ensure your safety during such a stormy period, it is the best choice to find a local hotel to stay in. What are you looking at? Abigail also woke up at this moment. He immediately found that he was empty when he got up. He immediately stood up and looked around and found Leon standing by the window. Look at the current situation in the City of Elements. Leon explained, and then shared his discoveries with Abigail. Then can we still leave here and return to Pelican Town? Abigail was a little worried when he heard this. Of course, don't forget who your teacher is. To be realistic, we are now a privileged class. Leon joked at Abigail. What should these ordinary people do? Abigail also approached Leon and asked, looking out the window. As long as they are honest people, stay in a hotel or other place, and do not run around, they should be able to ensure their own safety. I don't think this combat readiness state will last for too long. After all, the current element city can basically be said to be the entire army attacking. Even if the person who loses his mind can dodge, he probably cannot dodge for too long. Leon comforted him, rubbed Abigail's head. I saw the description of the wrongdoer in the book, and I have never understood why someone would choose to join the monsters to harm and destroy the world that gave birth to him. Abigail frowned and complained. People are always unsatisfied. Some people are eager for money, some people are eager for eternity, and some people are eager for destruction and chaos. Everyone has different psychological states and makes different choices because of the environment of growth and the things they encounter. So I am not surprised by this. Leon withdrew his gaze, took Abigail to sit at the table, and raised Abigail's hand with the ring of stars. I don't know if it will share the nourishing effect of forest magic with you, but if it also shares the instinct of forest magic holders disgusting towards those who lose their hearts, in the future, if you meet a guy who makes you feel disgusted, angry, and even hatred at a glance, don't hesitate, either run or use your strongest magic to give him a ruthless one. I don't know, I haven't encountered the situation you mentioned so far. Abigail replied, but if I really encounter such a situation, I will definitely not hold back. But it's better to run first and then contact Rasmades. After all, the City of Elements, which can bring the heartless people together, attach so much importance to it. It's obvious that there are some dangers that we don't know, and safety is the first. Leon reminded. Yeah. Abigail nodded in recognition. Okay, go and wash. When I wake up early in the morning, I don't comb my hair or brush my teeth and wash my face. Are you still a girl? After saying this, Leon complained to Abigail. Then do you hate me because of this? Abigail asked back. No, but I prefer you who are clean. Leon added. That's about the same. Abigail smiled smugly before getting up and going to the bathroom to wash. When he came out again, Abigail had already sorted out his grooming. In order to check whether Abigail was serious about brushing his teeth, Leon took the initiative to go up and kissed him, and finally concluded that Abigail was indeed a hygienic girl. Although Abigail's eyes turned red, his movements did not mean to resist. After a beautiful and gentle good morning kiss, the two of them were about to find some snacks on the table to fill their stomachs when they heard the knocking sound from outside the door. Leon asked Abigail to sit at the table and not move. He braked and walked to the door, looking through the cat's eyes. After finding that it was Razmedes who knocked on the door, he did not rush to open the door, but shouted through the door. How do you prove that you are really Master Razmedes? Razmedes outside the door did not speak, but Leon was knocked on the back of his head. With such familiar means of teaching, Leon immediately confirmed the identity of the person at the door and opened the door. When Razmedes entered the door, he first looked at the two beds in the room and found signs of sleeping. He then looked at Abigail and Leon, smelled the smell in the air, and found that there was nothing he didn't want to smell. His expression soothed. Carry it off, we're ready to leave. Yet. Leon nodded and picked up the backpack and suitcase he brought this time, while Abigail stuffed the snacks on the table into his magic wallet, but because of limited space, he only stuffed more than half of them. The remaining half of Leon was repacked with a backpack and handbag. At this moment, Leon realized that there were indeed too many snacks he bought. The remaining half could fill half of the backpack, and the rest could be stuffed into the suitcase. Chapter 588 Trap. After they finished all the installation, Leon and Abigail gathered next to Razmedes and went downstairs under the leadership of Razmedes. The downstairs was quite lively. The previously deserted lobby was now full of people, most of whom were having breakfast, and some checked in at the counter. Lion's ears were filled with various discussions. This damn old man, the price is so expensive. After all, it's an extraordinary period, and it's not the first time you've come to the City of Elements, so the prices here are. Oh, I can't go back for the time being, and I don't know if the children at home will worry about me. It's so unlucky, but he just planned to go back and encountered this. That person who lost his mind deserves to die. I hope the city lord can catch the unwilling person as soon as possible. The goods I just bought are not convenient to store. Most of the things that fell into Lion's ears were complaining, but they rarely heard the words that were in conflict with this combat readiness, which surprised Leon. However, this also proves that although these people were affected by the combat readiness state, what they actually hated even more was the one who lost their hearts caused this situation. It seems that resistance to those who lose their hearts is at least in the normal order camp, and it is an iron rule. Let's eat breakfast back to Zingla Valley before eating. Let's leave now. Seeing Leon observing the surroundings, Razmedes thought Leon was hungry because he didn't have breakfast, so he immediately reminded him. It's okay, I'm just listening to the news. Leon shook his head and explained. If you want to know the details, the follow-up matter is over. You can come to me and I will tell you. Razmedes was not surprised by Lion's answer. Leon was curious, and he had long been used to it. Then I'll trouble you. Leon was quite grateful for Razmatiz's displeasure. By the way, is it because I avoid misunderstandings, so I didn't choose to teleport directly to the first guild of the blade? No, because if we want to leave, we have to find the city guards at the level on the road to get more than 2 identity certificate marks before we can go back through the portal of the head of the blade. This is the rule, so we have to travel normally in a carriage this time. Razmatiz explained. Let's go, I've made an appointment with Cody and the coachman. After saying that, Razmatiz called Leon and Abigail to leave the hotel, and did not say hello to Cody. Because Cody was so busy that she couldn't even lift her head, many people who couldn't leave were checking in here. After leaving the hotel, Leon looked at the crowd still queuing and found that they were all ordinary humans and did not see other intelligent races. It was speculated that different races would gather in different areas, so he stopped paying attention to these things, and instead went around the corner with Razmatiz and found the familiar coachman. The moment the coachman saw Leon and Razmatiz, he hung his flattering smile on his face and opened the car door familiarly. Mr. Razmatiz, please get in the car. Wait, city guard? I'll go and say hello to see if I can get a certificate in advance. You guys get in the car first. As soon as Razmatiz was about to get on the bus, he noticed that a team of soldiers with heavy armed forces not far away, carrying double-bladed axes were walking towards this side. He immediately stopped, reminded Leon and Abigail, and then went up to meet. Well, why don't we set out again when Mr. Razmatiz is back? Seeing Razmatiz walk away, the coachman suddenly suggested. Hi. Leon looked at the coachman in confusion, not understanding why the coachman said that, but he would understand the next moment. Because he was originally, as Razmatiz said, getting on the carriage early, but the moment his feet stepped onto the carriage, the whole carriage exploded. The flames soaring into the sky did not spread, but began to shrink into a ball, wrapping lions in it, and then completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Leon and the carriage completely disappeared on the street. Apart from the coachman, there was no trace of the carriage and the carriage. Leon. Abigail watched all this happen, and when he realized that Leon was gone. While communicating with the city guards and preparing to get the certificate of leaving the City of Elements, Razmatiz immediately teleported to Abigail's side, blocking him behind him and protecting him. At the same time, he locked the panicked driver in place with one hand and directly smashed his hand and leg bones. Before the painful coachman could remember howling, the city guards who arrived had already raised the handle of the axe and spoke to Razmatiz, "Guardian, he may be a believer, we need to take it away." "Yes, but I have to participate in the interrogation stage. I will send my disciples back first." Razmatiz's face was gloomy and terrible at this moment. He thought that this elemental city incident had nothing to do with him. As long as he took Leon and Abigail back, he could stay in his magic tower to teach his granddaughter and ask Linus for 2 drinks. The scene that just happened made Razmatiz understand that he seemed to be targeted. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the city guard that disrupted his plan to get in the car, then he would have been swallowed by the flames, and Leon became the one who took the blame. But this did not make Razmatiz feel grateful, but instead he was even more guilty. After all, if he had encountered this scene, there might be a possibility of resistance. But if this little guy Leon encounters such a thing, it will be a lot of danger. The test was clearly done before getting on the car, but Razmatiz still did not find that the carriage was tampered with. This result made Razmedes shudder. The trap that he could not even detect was obviously prepared by a very difficult guy. And judging from the magical veins and scenes just now, this is not a magic to kill people, but a primitive, ancient, and rough explosion-type space teleportation magic. The violent force of force enslaves the fire element explodes, and then violently breaks the barrier restrictions of the element city and transfers the target to the predetermined space anchor area. At the same time, in this magic, Razmedes also noticed a trace of the sacrificial magic. This means that in order to make the magic strength and the success rate has increased, at least a group of powerful lives have been taken as sacrifices and added to it. At such a huge price, it is obvious that the guy who made this link is trying to be grand. However, these are all things that need to be investigated in the future. He had already lost Leon and did not want Abigail to be affected by this incident. He immediately ignored the rules of the City of Elements and directly teleported to the Swordhead Guild of the Blades. Without taking out any certificates, he handed them over to the explorers who came to ask, and directly took Abigail into the teleportation room and sent him back to Stardew Valley. Before sending him back, he also cancelled all Abigail's teleportation permissions. Chapter 589, the lowest level. Razmedes, although you are the noble guardian, this is the City of Elements. Roche, who rushed over after hearing the news, shouted at Razmedes with a dark face. I will naturally explain clearly to the Lord. Now I don't have time to argue with you. Luoshi, in the name of the Guardian of the Magic Council, I ask you to bring the best interrogator of your head of the blade to go to prison with me. Razmedes's face was not good either, so he spoke without any politeness and spoke in an orderly tone. But Roche was not angry about this because he realized that something could make Razmedes act so tough. He immediately stopped engaging in the rules of leaving the city in a state of ready to fight and asked, "What happened?" The unintentional person set a trap against me, but this trap was triggered by Leon. Now this kid doesn't know where he was teleported. Although he was anxious, Razmedes briefly introduced the situation because he needed the help of Roche and the Sharp Blade Head Guild behind him. Leon is also the explorer of your sharp blades. Don't forget the rules of mutual assistance from explorers. I understand. Roche nodded immediately, then went to summon all the interrogators he could mobilize now, and brought 4 people to Razmedes. And Razmedes had no traces. Don't move around, I'll take you to prison directly. After saying that, with Razmedes as the center of the circle, a magic circle began to form at the feet of everyone, and at the moment of forming, everyone was directly teleported to an outside the prison gate with high walls, 3 steps, 1 post, 5 steps, 1 whistle. Master, explain the purpose of the trip. The guard guarding the gate at the door immediately raised the spear in his hand and asked. To participate in the judgment of the Chaos Believer who just captured in the living area, that team of city guards should send people here. Razmedes explained. I have been detained in the deepest cage, but without the command of the city lord, I cannot let you in. The guard shook his head and replied. They can go in with me. Just as Razmedes was about to find Tries, a space crack suddenly appeared beside him, and then the crack was expanded. Tries, holding the black cat, walked out of it and said to the guard. Seeing Tries' appearance, the guard immediately made way out and called on the soldiers above to open the heavy door. After the door was opened, Tries walked inward first, with Razmidis and Roche following closely, followed by the interrogators summoned by Roche. The interrogator of the head of the blade can stay here for a rest. I have a better choice to do this, Roche. Razmidis, you can go to the deep cage with me. After entering prison, Tries turned around and spoke to the two of them. Hearing this, Roche immediately ordered the interrogators who came with him to stay on standby, while Razmidis urged, Tries, hurry up, time is urgent now, we must understand the real purpose behind this incident as soon as possible. I know, Razmidis, I'm also worried about Lion's disappearance, but we must calm down. Tries comforted Razmidis. He took on the conspiracy against me. I promised Baron to help him take good care of Lyon, and Lyon is the city of elements I brought. He should have been a farmer in Stardew Valley peacefully. How can you calm me down? Razmidis said with a cold face, and his body was filled with a magic luster visible to the naked eye, which means that Razmidis has entered a state of fighting with all his might at this moment. Tries sighed helplessly when he saw this. Okay, then you can continue to be angry. As long as it doesn't affect my investigation, I don't care even if you fainted. After saying that, Tries headed towards the tower at the center of the prison, and Roche did not speak and followed silently. Razmidis also followed Tries. Although he could not calm down at all now, he still had rationality. If he wanted to know the reasons and where Lyon might be teleported, he could only follow Tries to meet the culprit who caused all this. After entering the tower, the three of them did not go up the spiral stairs, but led by Tries, they walked to the corner and lifted up a secret door to reveal the elevator inside. After seeing this elevator, Luo Shi couldn't help swallowing, because the elevator was covered with residual blood, and he remembered the rumors he had heard. If you commit a crime in the City of Elements, if you are sent to an ordinary cell, you just need to wait for your family to send enough ransom to leave. If you are sent to the tower, you have to consider it. Do you have the means to survive? And when you are sent into the tower but do not live on the surface, then all you can do is pray that Yuba can directly deprive your life. On the elevator, the restless magic on Razmidis had calmed down, but his face still did not improve. Who did you invite to interrogate that traitor? Or? Tris spitted out a name. That's indeed not comparable to those part-time interrogators at the head of the blade. Razmidis knew this name. Luo Shi was trembling because he had heard of this name and remembered it deeply, because this was the bloody executioner in the City of Elements that children could forget about it. He was once the most dangerous and terrible perverted torture in the dirty streets of the City of Elements. Originally, Roche thought that the guy was arrested and executed the death verdict, but now he realized that the guy was not dead, but was incorporated. However, Roche still felt that this situation was quite appropriate, because Or's ability to kill was really suitable as an interrogator. The elevator went down, and finally reached a depth of hundreds of meters underground and stopped operating. Outside the elevator, there was a deep corridor with only the faint candlelight on the wall, bringing a little light. But this does not affect the three people who just came down from the elevator. Not to mention this little light, even in the dark, the three people can achieve clear night vision, so no one uses lighting means or tools. Tries walked at the front, Razmidis followed closely, and Roche was at the bottom. The bottom-level prison area was very quiet. Roshi's erect ears could only hear faint breathing, no wailing, no roar or scolding, but just so, Roshi realized that the legend was not fake. All the prisoners here are probably tortured so much that they don't even have the courage to live and can breathe, just because this prison doesn't want them to die so easily. Chapter 590 Lion's Trace. The corridor was very long, with a locked iron door every 5 meters on both sides. The three of them walked about 50 meters before they saw Tries stop and stood outside an iron door with a crack open. "Don't go in." Razmedes was very dissatisfied with Tries' behavior blocking the door. "There is blood inside and there is no place to put the feet on. What we need is clues, not to look at the tragic situation of the believer, so just wait for Or to send the confession out," Tries explained. As soon as Tries finished speaking, a bloodless white arm stretched out from the crack of the door. The dense wounds and sewn lines on the arm looked like a tortured and stitched doll, and on the palm of this arm, there was a piece of paper stained with blood. Tries was a little disgusted, so he didn't reach out to take it, but Razmedes didn't care, so he just copied the paper into his hand and started looking. After a moment, Razmedes looked at all the contents on it with a heavy face and threw the paper to Roche. "So, where was Leon sent by that primitive teleportation magic?" Tries asked Razmedes directly, who had finished reading the interrogation information. "The coachman doesn't know." Razmedes shook his head. "According to what he said, he was just a coerced unlucky guy. Yesterday he sent us to your banquet, and while waiting, he was taken away by the lost person." At the hiding point of the lost person, he saw his family tied to a temporary altar. The lost person used this as a condition to ask the coachman to cooperate with their plan. As for the purpose and reason, he had no idea, so he could only make sure that this plan was indeed aimed at me. "So we just caught a puppet." Tries frowned when she heard this, and then went directly into the prison she had despised before, ignoring the blood stained on her shoes, and blocking the bad smell in the room. Seeing Tries' appearance, a thin figure quietly shrank to the corner, trying hard to cover up his presence. Fortunately, Tries didn't care about his thoughts at all, and walked straight to the coachman who was lying on a wooden bench and was completely wrapped in blood. "You're taking his soul." Razmedes, who was immediately following, asked as he looked at Tries reaching out and put his hand on the coachman's head. "Although I believe in Or's methods very much, I think I still have to read his soul memories to be on the safe side." Tries nodded. "It won't add a burden to you, after all, you have already carried many soul memories that do not belong to you." Even though I really want to know the answer, Razmedes still felt that Tries was a bit reckless in doing this. "I can use magic potion to make him repeat his words, an ordinary coachman can't stop him." "That's just his perspective. After I extracted his soul, I will get much more information than you, and I don't need to worry. I have cleared the burdens before. Now let alone carrying the memory of an ordinary person, even if I carry you, there is no pressure." After Tries finished speaking, a grey-brown foggy soul body had already appeared on his hand. After getting the soul body, Tries directly included it in his consciousness, and then in a very short time, he experienced the coachman's life from the perspective of the coachman. All the memories in the previous ones were skipped by Tries. It was not until the memories reached yesterday's night that Tries slowed down his reading. Tries is the coachman now, but compared to the coachman, she can see more details, some of the little details that the coachman ignores. Observing too. At first, the coachman was leaning on the carriage and smoking a cigarette, and then he was knocked unconscious and took it away. When he opened his eyes, he had already appeared in a brightly lit house. The furnishings of the house were very simple, with no beds, only a layer of fine sand on the ground, and traces left by someone lying on it. In the house, there was a guy whose body was covered by a black robe, a fat woman and a little boy besides the coachman. As the coachman said, these two were tied to the only decoration in the room, a flat altar cut from round stone, with a twisted human shadow line on the altar, and in addition to these lines, there were countless pairs of eyes embellished, and almost every one of these eyes was portrayed. Next was the man in black robe who threatened and tempted the coachman. Tries already knew these, but he still listened carefully, analyzing the other party's identity before becoming a loser from the other party's accent, choice of words, and some small actions. At the same time, I was observing the room furnishings, the scenery outside the window that some coachmen did not notice, but were subconsciously recorded. When the memory came to the coachman who transformed the carriage with the man in black robe, Tries instantly understood the spell-casting materials used by the man in black robe. The memory is still playing, but the follow-up is meaningless. The next time the coachman stayed up nervously all night, and on time the next day, he waited for Razmidis and his group to board the bus. Finally, when he was controlled by Razmidis, he was brought here and tortured by Oral. "What did you find?" Razmidis asked hurriedly as he opened his eyes. "Good news and bad news." Tries rubbed his tingling head before continuing to speak. "The good news is that I probably know where Leon was sent, and the bad news is that this place is the place of the meteorites." "The land of the meteorites? Which area where most of the wreckage of K is located?" Hearing this answer, Razmidis was a little desperate. Yet, Try's expression was also very heavy at the moment. "If you are there, the rescue success rate is basically 0. Razmidis, we can't do anything." "I know, but I want to give it a try." Razmidis shook his head, then clenched his fists. "Baron, I should be fine. I know you are concerned about the black fog there, and it is impossible for you to take a large-scale action there for the sake of one person, so I'll do it myself." Utris wanted to persuade Razmidis, but when she saw Razmidis' expression, she took back the dissuasion words afterwards because she knew that Razmidis had made a decision. "Although I can't provide human assistance in the rescue, I can provide support for supplies. Leon is the grandson of an old friend after all, and I will also help." "I have no time left, I want to go there directly. Now every second I delay, Leon may die. That area is not something he can enter now. Even if there is natural protection, the power of nature cannot pull it back to a safe area there." Razmidis shook his head and then left the dungeon directly. Chapter 591 Why Don't I Die Now to Show You? On the other side, Leon, who was teleported, was now staring at the two men and women in front of him with no strands and tattoos covered in eye patterns and tattoos, arguing. "You trash, we sacrificed so many high-level unintentional people and used one of the few precious divine stones left by the Mother Goddess. Did you bring me such an ordinary person? A guy with feminine characteristics, but he couldn't tell that he was a woman at all," took the lead. "You also know that the complexity and vigilance of the City of Elements, my plan can be said to be the safest, but who knows that the trash didn't even do this?" Another man retorted without hesitation. "Then what do you think you should do now? The cradle of the Mother God is ready, but the candidates for providing seeds and nutrients are still not settled." The woman asked with a frown. "So you can only be a sacrificial priest, and I am the main priest. Do you see the breath of the Mother God on this man's body?" The man said, and he looked at Leon, his dark eyes full of envy and jealousy. This is a more suitable seed provider than the guardian. Although I don't know why an ordinary human has the power of the Mother God and has not been distorted yet, it also means that his body contains something special that we cannot understand. Although the power is not strong, as a nutrient, it is not impossible to find a substitute, but I think there should be no seed providers that are more suitable than him. Oh! The woman was overjoyed when she heard this, and then she put it next to Leon and sniffed it. Leon was furiously retching by the smell of her body that she hadn't taken a bath for several years, but the woman was full of excitement. I'm still a son of nature. Oh my God, the power of nature and the power of the Mother God can get along well in his body. If I hadn't been sure he was an ordinary person, I would have suspected that this guy was one of those old monsters in the Eternal Era. So, this action is not only not failed, but it is a great success. Let's celebrate. The Mother Goddess will be reborn under the witness of us devout believers. The man shouted with his hands fanatically. It's too early to say this now. Let's send him into the holy coffin first. Just when men were intoxicated, they were short and covered with iron armor, looking like they were canned iron. The guy appeared beside the three of them and spoke in a muffled voice. High Priest. The man and the woman knelt on the ground at the same time, greeting the short man with horror on his face. Two wastes. Seeing that the two of them knew how to kneel and not know how to follow their previous arrangements, the short man cursed angrily, then stretched out his hand and condensed a ball of shadow tentacles, wrapping Leon in the air, and sending it to a height of more than 2 meters above the ground like flying a kite. Then he controlled the shadow as a kite string and dragged Leon toward the depths of the stone hall. From the previous conversation, Leon could be sure that he seemed to have come to a very dangerous place, and he became a medium for some mysterious ritual that replaced Rasmades, and he was also a role as a stallion. Leon was resistant to this, because it can be seen from the two humanoid creatures they just saw that the concealer, who they called the cradle, should not be a good thing. This filled Leon with despair and powerlessness that was about to be ruined. But he had basically no means to resist or something. As soon as he was sent, his hands were shackles. These shackles deprived Leon of all his strength and also blocked all special abilities on the system's personal panel, including forest magic. The only thing that is thankful is that he can still open the system backpack, but in this situation, he dare not make small moves, so as not to take out some inappropriate things by himself, resulting in not even the right to stay awake, which is really complete. As for taking out the bomb, Leon felt it was a waste of time. After all, it was a group of people who dared to plan for the Guardian-level powerhouses like Rasmades. It is unknown whether the bomb can kill them, but there is absolutely no problem in killing themselves. If forest magic was not banned, Leon would have found an opportunity to perform an artistic fireworks without hesitation, but the now banned forest magic means that Leon may not be able to trigger natural protection, so after the explosion is over, Leon is afraid that it will be cold. So Leon is waiting for his chance to survive. However, before this, he still wanted to understand his current situation. Well, where is this? The Holy Land of the Mother Goddess. Ben was just a tentative question, but Leon didn't expect that this short tin man actually answered his question. Mother God? Is it the fallen god? Leon continued to ask. The Mother Goddess just slept and did not die. The short tin man roared at Leon in a serious tone. Leon was disdainful when he heard this. The loud voice did not mean that he was right. If the evil god they called the Mother God had not really fallen, then they would not try to resurrect them. But on his lips, Leon still echoed, "That's great, that's really great. Do you see if I have the chance to join you and become a believer in the Mother Goddess?" "Of course, but you have a greater mission than us. You will become one of the fosterers of the Mother Goddess coming to this world. As long as the cradle is successfully conceived and the Mother Goddess comes successfully, you and the cradle will become the most noble existence under the Mother Goddess." The short tin man replied. "I'll really live to that time? I heard that I'm not just a seed provider, but also a nutrient." Hearing this answer, Leon complained. "You are too weak and the energy you can provide to the cradle is very small. If it weren't for your particularity, you wouldn't even be qualified to see me, so you don't need to worry about you being absorbed," the short tin man explained. "But I'm not sure if your body can eat it and take the cradle. In order to ensure that she successfully conceived, we are filled with the breath of desire in the holy coffin. Once you enter it, these gases that can stimulate the deepest desire in the human heart will turn you into a beast. The cradle is an excellent and powerful spellcaster, and you are just an ordinary person with a high-level warrior barely meeting the standard of physical strength. I don't think you have a chance of survival. Everything is all dead, why don't I die now for you?" After hearing this explanation, Leon couldn't help but shivered. Although he had fantasized about the scene of being a ghost under a peony flower before, it was just a fantasy. After really encountering this scene, adults knew that they couldn't stand it. And it is still unclear whether it is a peony or a emanating flower. Leon is now really willing to give up. Chapter 592 I'm so terrible. Then you try it. The short tin man sneered at Lion's threat. Not to mention committing suicide, his right to speak now can be banned at any time. In his opinion, Leon is just a piece of meat on his chopping board, and he can handle it at will. Then let's change the topic. How long will this ceremony last? Leon was helpless. He knew that he did not have the ability to control the situation now, so he had to continue inquiring about information. "Until the cradle becomes pregnant," replied the short tin man. "What if I'm infertile or cradle infertile?" Leon complained. "That has no effect on the birth ritual. All the Mother Goddess needs is that you sink into desire. When the right time comes, you will naturally enter the cradle's belly. And infertility, do you think I can't cure it?" The short tin man sneered. "Stop struggling, this is Oni great mission, whether you want to or not, will you become the most critical part of it. Want to resist? You don't even have the ability to break free from the shackles, so accept your fate. Yuba has left this world and is looking for a new planet to sow life. This is an abandoned planet. Without Yuba, the Mother Goddess is invincible. If you see such a good opportunity, you will become the existence at the top of the pyramid of this world. At that time, rights, wealth, and power will become the fruits you pick at will. As long as you can survive, you will have a broader future than me. Actually, I don't think I deserve to be a seed supplier, and Rasmades and I are quite familiar with each other. Why don't I help you set up a trap to take him down and let him continue his mission?" Leon listened to the fooling of a short tin man, and he didn't believe it. He had seen the relevant plot. As long as the Mother God was born, his cradle would definitely be the first victim. Compared to these big cakes, Leon felt that it was a little more fragrant to live safely. He was still young, he still wanted to open a harem, and he planned to have a football team, so he didn't want to die. But relying on himself to break the situation, I am afraid there will be no chance, so Leon can only try to let Rasmides take care of him. Do you think I'm a fool? The short ironclad smiled at Lion's proposal. I don't think so, that's why I said that. The Lionian replied. A piece of steak that is easy to get, and a plate of burgers that cost a lot of money to buy, what do you choose when you are hungry? Asked the short tin man. I'm not short of money for burgers, and the calories provided by burgers are much higher than steaks, Leon replied. The short tin man was silent, and he shouldn't believe that this young man with a broken mouth could understand his metaphor. Lion's silence was passive, because he found that his mouth was temporarily sealed by a short tin man. Silence became the main theme. Leon, who had no choice but to watch himself dragged towards a staircase leading to the ground by a short tin man. As the short tin man moved, Leon felt the air around him sweeter and his body began to feel an inexplicable restlessness. Go in and enjoy your few survival times. At the end of the stairs, outside a stone gate, a short tin man said to Leon, then pushed open the gate and threw Leon into it directly. Leon, who had no strength, fell straight to the ground. Fortunately the soft carpet was laid on the ground, and he was not injured. After throwing Leon, the short tin man took back the shackles that bound Lion's hands from the air, then closed the door from outside and left directly. With the shackles separated, Lion's strength was restored, and all abilities in the system panel were also reset, so Leon immediately used his desire control that he had not used for a long time, suppressing his restlessness and desire. The effect was outstanding, and Leon woke up in an instant. Even if the fire surged again because of the sweet air, he only needed to add a desire to control it. Fortunately, there is no specific release requirement for the use of this ability, it will only consume a little physical strength, and Leon is still very strong now. Leon, who resumed his actions, immediately began to look at the surrounding environment. Unlike the monotonous, boring, and dark style of the stone temple above, this place, which was called the Holy Coffin by those pagans, was warmer and a little cute. It is called a coffin, but it looks more like a girl's boudoir. There are walls on all sides, no windows, and the only entrance and exit is the door that was just thrown in. The floor is covered with soft cashmere carpets, which are clean and fluffy, and soft when stepped on. Just like on jelly, the fluffy cashmere can wrap the entire solace of Lion's feet in. There are other supporting facilities in the room, such as the dressing table, floor-to-ceiling mirror, small coffee table and bookshelves in girls' rooms, and a pink princess bed. The pink and purple gauze tent next to the bed covers the bed tightly. Leon speculates that the so-called cradle should be lying on this bed. The whole room really looks no different from the room of an ordinary girl. If you want to say that the only thing in the room that doesn't fit the atmosphere is probably the ceiling. Unlike the pink and purple painting style of the walls, the ceiling above the head is pure black. Leon can clearly see crystal clear ink crystal-like bones embedded on the ceiling, and countless eyes are also depicted around these bones. These eyes emit a purple halo, which makes Leon feel very similar to the starry sky, but the color of the starlight is different. After careful reading for a while, Leon barely pieced together a model picture of human bones in his mind, compared the normal human bones, and found that among these bones on the ceiling, there was also a complete hand bone and a whole pelvic bone, and the most obvious lack was the absence of a skull. The wreckage is not complete, is it really just a deep sleep? Leon couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the topic that the short tin man had argued with him before. Unfortunately, the ceiling is too high from the ground, otherwise Leon would have to remove all the bones, grind them into bone meal and take them back to sprinkle them in the fields as fertilizer. The room was basically explored, and the only thing that was not explored was the situation inside the princess bed. Leon was actually not willing to go over and take a look because he was afraid of the unknown female lying inside. After discovering itself, creatures became very beastly and threw themselves down. But if you don't explore, Leon doesn't know what he can do. After all, this room looks calm, but the most dangerous source is the unknown female creature on the bed. The so-called place where you lie on the bed can't allow others to sleep soundly, so Leon finally decided to give the other party a big shot. The forest magic has been reactivated now. Leon feels that he is terrible. Natural protection gives Leon confidence. He feels that he can use the ability of natural protection to escape from this cage, and the bombs in his backpack can also teach those bad guys a profound lesson. Chapter 593 You won't come true, right? Just as he said that, Leon took out one super bomb after another from his backpack, and began to deploy the landing points of these bombs with the princess bed as the center. All 100 bombs were taken out, barely covering 3/4 of the room. But these were enough to blow the room up. If the unknown female creature lying on the bed was not a particularly outrageous monster, Leon was very confident that he would evaporate it directly. Just as Leon was preparing to light the fire and then quietly waited for his first time to trigger the natural shelter, Leon felt imprisoned. Like the 7 fairies who were fixed in Pantao Garden by the great sage, it would be hard to blink your eyes. I didn't expect it was you. The protagonist, who imprisoned Leon, also landed on the princess bed at this moment, lifted the gauze tent, and showed a familiar face of Leon. Although I don't understand why you brought so many bombs out, I can tell you that these bombs will not cause any damage to the bones on it. Apart from blowing me and you to death, the carpet here will not even fall out. So, give up this plan, I don't want to die yet. After the woman finished speaking, Leon regained his ability to move, and Leon lost the idea of ignition and began to recycle the bombs that had been arranged by himself. So, are you that cradle? After packing up the bomb, Leon complained at the blonde woman in front of her with a rosy face and a little confused look. Didn't Rasmades say that you are not weak? Why are you arrested as RBQ? Although I don't understand what you're talking about, I know this is definitely not a good thing. The blonde woman is the witch who has met Leon twice, Camilla, and her expression is a little helpless at this moment. Although I have some strength, I don't have much resistance when facing more than 2 heartless people who are comparable to the Guardian level, not to mention that before this, I was still caught in the trap they specially prepared for me in the Crimson Desert. I think you still have the magic that imprisons me, which proves that you don't seem to be restricted. Is there any way to escape? Leon walked towards Camilla, trying to whisper in close proximity to avoid possible monitoring in this room. But when he saw Leon coming, Camilla retreated like a frightened rabbit, left a safe distance from Leon again, and then said, "Don't come here." "No, you are a witch who can lock me up in place at will. Are you afraid of me? What about playing?" Leon looked at Camilla's reaction as if it was stressed. "Most of my magic is suppressing the primitive impulses in my body, barely resisting the desire catalytic gases in the air, but if you, a man, approaches me, This suppressed instinct will be magnified several times, and then I will really become the cradle. Camilla explained, taking a few steps back again, maintaining a safe distance from Leon. Tell me earlier, I'll help you. Hearing the other party's fear, Leon smiled and used desire control directly at Camilla, suppressing his extremely conspicuous lust in his vision. He originally thought that Camilla could withstand it himself, but who thought that he could barely hold on because he hadn't seen a man before. Desire control should be said or not, it is worthy of the power of the fallen god above his head. It easily suppressed Camilla's restless instinct, and his originally pink cheeks instantly returned to a normal face. Camilla, who felt the desire fading, looked at Leon in surprise. What did you do? A little special ability. Leon replied in a low-key manner. I didn't expect you to have such a method. No wonder I see that you are not affected by these desire-catalyzing gases at all. Camilla was overjoyed at this moment. With Lion's help, she didn't need to try her best to keep herself calm. The magic that can be called with all its strength may be the key support for the two of them to leave here. Now there is no interference from desire. Can you use teleportation? Seeing Camilla return to normal, Leon couldn't wait to ask. The space here is closed and I can't use teleportation. Camilla's answer poured a basin of cold water on Leon. But the next sentence rekindled Lion's hope, but I can already use magic normally. As long as we leave this room, I will be able to take you away as soon as possible. Then I'll open the door. Leon took action directly, headed straight to the door, and planned to push it away, but before he could reach out, Camilla reminded. I can't open it. I've tried it before you come. This door was controlled by ancient magic that I can't understand. Without mastering its principles, it can't be opened at all. Then you can only wait for those people come here and open the door, and then we sneak attack and counter them? Leon thought and asked after hearing this. I can't beat the guy who is called the High Priest by the losers. I can't deal with it. Camilla shook her head and replied, if you really do this, then we may put on that pair of shackles again, completely lose the resistance to these desire-catalyzing gases, and sink into a wild beast that only knows how to mating. It will be troublesome if this happens. Listening to Camilla's conclusion, Leon had a headache. The current situation is obviously that there are wolves in front and tigers in the back. It is quite difficult to escape from this place. So I need time to crack this ancient magic. As long as I master the principle of its operation, we can open the door. Before, I had no time to free up because I needed to concentrate and suppress my desires, but now, I have a chance. Camilla looked at Lions frowning and comforted softly, just stick with it, I believe I can do this, you can trust me. I believe in you, but I am worried that your little moves will be discovered. After all, they locked us up in order to make you the evil god who has nurtured the fallen. I will stand in their position and will pay special attention to the situation here. Leon reminded. This is what I want to say. I need your cooperation. Camilla sighed when she heard this, looking at Leon with complicated eyes and speaking. Every day the high priest would come to deliver food and water, which is the time he observed, so when he appeared, we must show that we were sinking into desire. Camilla's words made Leon couldn't help but think of Helena, and immediately complained, you won't come, are you? What are you thinking about? I'm asking you to act. Camilla's face turned red when she heard this, I don't want to hand over my first time to you, an ordinary farmer. Don't you understand acting? Chapter 594 Decoration of the Theatre. Hi. When Leon heard Camilla's statement, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not being reversed, he could still accept it. Although Camilla is indeed good-looking, her personality is a bit too out of the way. Leon generally stays away from such women. So, how do you plan to act? Simple, when the high priest arrives, we just need to hug each other without clothes. All he needs to see is the picture he wants to see, not getting close to us and keeping staring at us. After saying this, Camilla trembled all over and her naked ears flushed. Although it was light, for her, it was also a very challenging and shameful task. Leon was actually speechless when he heard this. After all, he was not very familiar with Camilla, so it would be embarrassing to do this. But at this point, he did not think of a better way to deal with it, so he could only nod his head to agree with Camilla's proposal. Then how do you want to act? Regarding acting, Leon felt that his acting skills were actually okay, but he was a little awkward in acting, so he decided to learn from Camilla. How do I know? Camilla roared at Leon in anger, saying that she had been young since she was a child, let alone boyfriend, she had never even met a man she liked. If she hadn't read a few little yellow books occasionally, she wouldn't have known that she needed to perform some special cooperation actions before giving birth to her baby. Now Leon asked her how to act, she knew a hammer, and this shameful topic Leon actually tried to let herself take over, making Camilla feel like she was being teased. Okay, then according to my opinion. When Leon saw Camilla gritting his teeth, he knew that this was a simple girl. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to throw this question to her, and he could only shoulder the responsibility himself. I see you were staying on that bed before. What I want to ask is whether there is bedding on that bed. Since he decided to act, Leon naturally needs to think about the details and the scene where Camilla is so embarrassed that she will not be able to go away, so Leon has to figure out the conditions he can use now. Yes. Although Camilla was dizzy at the moment, she could still answer Leon's question. That's easy. Leon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. If there was a quilt, there was no need to treat each other nakedly. You should be wearing underwear, right? Yeah. Camilla lowered her head when she heard this, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Then can you crack the magic above without touching the stone gate yourself? Leon asked. Yes. Camilla replied obediently. Is there a limit on the maximum distance? For example, where is the bed? Leon continued to ask. Yes. Camilla nodded. Then it's okay. Leon nodded, then took a deep breath, and instantly got up, and quickly lost the suppression effect of controlling desires for himself, and then he calmed down. In this way, we both hid on the bed, only keeping our underwear, and throwing all the other clothes to the edge of the bed to create the illusion of taking off our clothes. After that, he hid in the quilt and showed his head out. I think you shouldn't scream, so I will teach you how to shout in advance to make the scene more realistic. Don't rush to glare at me first. I just wanted that short winter melon to not doubt it, out of respect for the stage. Leon said to Camilla with a tough bullet, and the pressure was under a lot of slightest. After all, Camilla's eyes were really scary. You keep going, I'm listening. Seeing that Leon was staring at him and couldn't help but move backwards, as if he wanted to keep a safe distance from him, Camilla was amused. It seemed that Leon seemed to be more afraid of himself, and immediately comforted Leon. Camilla also knew that her current environment needed Leon's help, and Leon was an acquaintance and had other meanings, so she could only think about it and would not really kill Leon. Although this is indeed the best way to protect herself, she also needs Leon's special abilities to suppress her desires. The most important point is that she proposed this proposal first. If she regrets it at this time, it would seem too unkind. It's probably just that, there's nothing to say, after all, there's just a little room for operation. Leon shrugged his shoulders and complained. Yeah. Camilla responded softly, but when she saw Leon standing there without moving, she immediately complained anxiously, "What are you waiting for if you don't take off your clothes? Now." Leon scratched his head and confirmed when he heard this. After all, he had just been sent in, so the so-called high priest shouldn't have come to check it out so early. "I need to adapt in advance, otherwise when it is really necessary, I may be scared by your half-fruit body." Camilla lowered her head and explained in a low voice. "All right." Leon sighed and finally started to take off his clothes. Because the clothes on his body were relatively simple, he only needed to take off his top and underwear. Leon had only a briefs left on his body. Except for covering the most critical area, all other parts were displayed. This guy has a pretty good figure. Camilla secretly glanced at Leon now, and silently admired in her heart. At this time, her eyes subconsciously turned to a conspicuous bulging area, and suddenly felt the hot fire begin to spread on her body. Before Camilla could speak, Leon had already used the desire control to suppress Camilla, successfully regaining his calmness. This tacit understanding made Camilla quite satisfied. If Leon could maintain this kind of eye strength, then there would be no need to worry about being affected by these desire-catalyzed gases in the future. Leon also noticed Camilla's gratitude expression and smiled without saying anything. After all, it was quite embarrassing to say such things, and it was not incomprehensible. After all, men will have physiological reactions when they see a woman's delicate body, and so will women. This is the stimulation switch for the desire for reproduction engraved in biological instinct. Leon will naturally comfort Camilla's restless mood as soon as possible. Now is not a time to play ambiguous and charming moment. Camilla, who is still calm, is the biggest reliance that can help Leon escape from this room. After taking off his clothes, he did not continue to stand. Instead, he kneaded his clothes into a ball, threw his top near the door, and threw his pants near the princess bed. But Leon felt something was missing, so he immediately asked Camilla, "Can you transform magic? It's just turning one thing into another." "How, what's wrong?" Camilla asked back. "Well, it feels like the outerwear is a bit unconvincing. I plan to change you into your underwear, including your underwear. However, if this deformation magic is easily seen through by people, you don't have to consider it, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the dwarf winter melon," Leon explained. "No problem, that high priest is not a professional mage. His strength is all accumulated by the huge shadow elements he controls. He will definitely not see through my transformation magic," Camilla replied confidently. Chapter 595 Lion's Play. "Then there is no problem. Help me change my underwear, the same style as mine." Leon asked immediately after hearing this. Camilla did not take action, but reached out and hooked towards Leon. "What are you doing?" Leon mistakenly thought Camilla was letting herself go, so he walked forward and asked. "I asked you to give me something that is not available in this room as a medium for being deformed. Stay away from me." Leon took the initiative to approach Camilla, which was really scared. If she hadn't noticed that Lion's face was calm and her eyes were clear, she would have thought Leon could not suppress his desire and was going to attack her. Oh! Leon immediately stopped and then took out a super bomb from his backpack. "Did you only carry this thing on you?" Looking at Leon, who took out the bomb with a disagreement, Camilla was speechless. "I think this is the most suitable. If you are really suspected, detonating a bomb can at least delay us a little time to fight for the opportunity to attack in advance," Leon explained. "Okay." Camilla was convinced and immediately called on her magic power, turning the bomb in Lion's hand into the same underwear. Leon casually threw the underwear to the bedside and arranged it in the same position as her lower pants. Then Leon took out another super bomb. "It turns into your own underwear and throw it here." Well, women's underwear actually have one more corset than men. Hearing Lion's request, Camilla hesitated for a moment, and still felt that she should remind Leon of the difference between men and women. "Of course I know, but you changed your bra. When you were acting, the high priest found out that he was wearing a bra. The fool knew that there was something wrong with it, except you also want to wear underwear like me." Lion's eyes were turned and Camilla complained. "But it's also very suspicious to wear a bra when doing that kind of thing," Camilla reminded Leon in a shy manner. No, some people like to play in their bras," Leon replied subconsciously. Then he noticed that Camilla looked at him with a perverted look, and immediately shook her head. "I'm just an example, I'm not that kind of person." "So, do you like Kwangwo?" Camilla couldn't help but tease Leon. "Sister, what's the situation now? Are you still driving here?" Leon rolled his eyes and complained to Camilla, "If you really want to devote yourself to art, then you can take it off yourself, I won't stop you." "Forget it, let's listen to you and turn around." Camilla also realized that she seemed to be a little relaxed, and sucked the super bomb in Lion's hand into her hand from the air, and then asked Leon. "Hee." Leon naturally understood what Camilla meant to do this, in order not to let herself see the style of her deformed private underwear, but sooner or later, the two of them would come together to act together, so why can't they still see it clearly then? However, Leon turned around as Camilla wanted, and when Camilla agreed, he faced Camilla again and spoke. "Now the scene is ready, it's time to conduct the next round of rehearsals. You are the protagonist in this link, so I hope you can sell some strength." Yet, Camilla's eyes were so vague that she didn't dare to look at Leon, but she still agreed. "Come here, I'll demonstrate it to you first." Leon sighed, then greeted Camilla, took Camilla to the princess bed, and then got onto the bed by himself. Then Leon placed a pillow as a reference object under himself, covered the quilt on his body, covering only the lower half, and the exposed upper half made an OTZ position, and explained to Camilla. "At that time, you will follow the posture I know. The pillow is you. What you have to do is to hug my back in this posture and then hum it. And I will take on the professional movements, just like that." As he said that, Leon began to move, using his thighs and knees as the fulcrum, exerting force from his waist, arching one by one. Camilla couldn't help but block his eyes and dared not look at it. After all, this scene was too exciting. Hey, in class, be serious. Don't you know what it means to do for 10 years off stage and 1 minute on stage? This is not a game. This is an important part of numbing those villains who come to inspect. Life is important, or skin is important. Mentor Leon gave a very harsh and sharp reprimand for Camilla's behavior of pretending to be an ostrich. But, in this case, the body area we are in contact with will be too large. I am afraid that I will be too nervous and stunned by it. Camilla knew that Leon was telling the truth, but when she saw the pillow that was almost deformed by Leon, Camilla was so anxious that she brought it into herself. Leon thought for a moment when he heard this, and felt that Camilla was not making trouble. After all, the two of them only met a few times, and Camilla was obviously not Helena. She should be very resistant to such a thing. If it were not for the situation, she would not have any interaction with her, let alone such an intimate interaction. Yes, then why are you on it? After saying that, Leon began to switch roles again. Now I will play you, the pillow represents me, you can learn a little. Camilla saw that Leon changed from OTZ's posture to kneeling, raised his chest and raised his head, and his whole body was shaking up and down. This time the pillow under him was only touching, which really looked much more important than the previous posture. And I will adjust my posture at that time. Your butt should land on my abdomen. I am taller than you. If it is covered with a quilt, it will not easily be missed. In this way, you take the initiative and we will not have too much physical contact. How do you think about this posture? Leon, who had demonstrated it, stopped his movements and asked Camilla. Camilla was a little dizzy at this moment. She did see the movement just now clearly, and the impact this movement brought him was much greater than the previous one. Seeing Camilla's red face, Leon threw away his desire to control and suppress Camilla's restlessness and spoke, I can think of using the quilt as a cover now, there are only 2 movements. The other movements are a bit too large and the quilt cannot be covered, so you can only choose one of these 2 movements. Why do you know so much? Camilla hesitated for a long time before finally speaking out this question. Maybe I've watched a lot of action movies. Leon scratched his head and barely found a reasonable explanation. It can't be said that this was taught by an unregulated mermaid before, it would be too embarrassing. Chapter 596 Perfect Performance. Camilla knew it when she heard this, because she had seen similar things herself. Although it was not film and television content, it was quite similar, so it was not surprising that Leon had seen these. But thinking that Leon could remember these actions so deeply and replicate them perfectly, Camilla didn't know whether to complain about Leon's seriousness or whether he did have the talent to become an excellent warrior and learn postures well. So, which position do you choose? Leon asked again after seeing Camilla ask a less important topic. Camilla froze when asked. No matter which of the 2 positions, she couldn't stand it, and for a moment she had a mess in her head. If you don't like it, I'll teach you something else. But this requires you to take off your top and underwear. I want it to, because these movements are too large and the cover of the quilt will fall off at any time, and something may really happen at that time. Seeing Camilla hesitating, Leon decided to use the broken window effect to stimulate Camilla, otherwise Camilla would be so entangled. The dwarf winter melon suddenly attacked. Seeing the two people in a peaceful and tea party, Leon felt that he was afraid he would have to wear shackles again. After seeing Lion's demonstration target, he made several positions that she didn't dare to imagine. He immediately covered his eyes and shouted, "Don't demonstrate, I'll choose the first one." Oh! Although Leon was a little surprised, he was relieved to hear that Camilla had made a choice and chose the position for the first demonstration. Sure enough, only by comparison can we identify it. It is obvious that compared with the actions demonstrated by Leon later, the first two are indeed much more conservative. Then let it be. Next is the last thing you need to learn, and the most important part is to pretend to enjoy it. Speaking of this, Lion's face turned dark. After all, as a mentor, he had to imitate the girl's gentle moans. This was quite a shame to Leon, so he didn't know where to start. Camilla also noticed Lion's hesitation and immediately became interested. After all, Leon was unilaterally using that strange thing to impact her 3 views. She was so ashamed that she was shocked, but Leon was very calm, which made her feel so balanced. Now that she finally saw that Leon was embarrassed, she actually felt a revengeful pleasure. "Tell me quickly, otherwise the high priest will come later. Without this link as verification, the previous efforts will be in vain." "Why?" Leon sighed and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Listen, learn a little. I will only teach once. If I can't learn, don't blame me for turning against you." After saying that, Leon pinched his voice and started humming softly. The rhythm and melody were so ups and downs, and it was melodious. If Lion's voice was not a bit thick, it would have a bit of flavor. This made Camilla funny, but Lion's words directly pulled him from heaven to hell. "You laugh. Remember, you're going to hum after that." This reminder reminded Camilla that what Leon demonstrated was what he needed to do next, and he immediately had a cardiac arrest. "Can't you just hum?" Thinking of the fact that he wanted to hum these tunes, Camilla felt that she was not doing well and asked Leon weakly. "No, after all, this is the normal reaction." Leon refused without hesitation, and in fact he didn't hum, but that kind of thing is basically the man is not strong enough, or the woman is raising the corpse. Leon doesn't think these two possibilities are suitable for the current situation. The latter can easily arouse suspicion, while the former will make the dwarf winter melon misunderstand Lion's failure. Neither result is what Leon wants to see. And there is a little selfishness here. After all, Camilla made many jokes when he was humming before. Leon firmly believed that he always had to pay back when he came out. He wanted Camilla to experience this frustrating experience. Camilla completely froze. When she thought of her making that sound, she felt that the sky was almost falling. If she really did this, then Camilla felt that after escaping from here, Leon would never be able to keep a living. Otherwise, she would not dare to go to Stardew Valley in her life and would not dare to appear in front of Leon. Just when Camilla wanted to delay and find a more suitable reason or alternative method for herself, Leon and Camilla both heard the movement from the stone gate outside the door, which meant that someone was coming. "Quick!" Leon urged Camilla with a low growl. Camilla also realized the urgent situation, gritted her teeth and took off her clothes, leaving only her close-fitting clothes, and then crawled under Leon. "As I teach you, this is not an exercise, repeat it once, This is not an exercise. Camilla nodded slightly, then he bit the bullet and imitated Lion's tone before and began to hum, which was much more pleasant than Lion's tone with his voice. It's a pity that Leon has no time to appreciate it. At this moment, he is trying to adjust his posture. While performing, he also ensures that he keeps the most extreme distance between his limbs and Camilla. At the same time, he wants to control his desire to throw it at the two of them for no money, and has not forgotten to make a rough gasp. For a moment, the male's breathing and the female's moans rang in the room. Although the sound was not loud, it was clearly transmitted to the ears of the short iron man who had already entered the door. Haha, with the stimulation of a man, can the witch finally stop suppressing the desire in her heart? It seems that the opportunity for the mother goddess to come finally appeared. A short tin man with a large ball of shadow elements condensed in his hand looked around the clothes scattered all over the room, the sounds in his ears, and the reflection of the male body striving hard in the gauze tent, all proved that the two people on the bed were already in a deep sea of desire. Already believe it as a carrier and species both of the sub-provider had already sunk into the most primitive desires. A short iron man dispersed the shadow elements in his hand. He knew that the two people on the bed had completely lost the ability to resist and escape. The food and water he carried in his hand were left in the room. The short tin man did not go closer to the bed to observe the actual combat scene, but was preparing to leave. Because he was also afraid. Although the seed provider may not be able to survive, the witch who will become the cradle can live until the moment when the mother goddess truly arrives. Before that, her status is supreme. If she is allowed to remember that she is watching in such a private time, then she may encounter her crazy revenge in the future. A short tin man is not stupid. Although he is a high priest, he is not the only one here, and the main priest below is also longing for his position. Naturally, he does not want to take risks with his future, just to see that both of them will become stepping stones for rebirth of the Mother God. The current scene is obvious that the two have begun to provide a parasitic breeding ground for the Mother God as planned. The short tin man didn't believe that anyone could maintain a calm state in this gas of desire, so he was sure that the two were entangling with each other and left directly. Chapter 597 Tired Camilla. The short tin man left, and the sound of the stone gate closing made the bed work hard, but the man and woman who had not escaped from the gun breathed a sigh of relief. Camilla was about to stop the moan that made her shame, but Leon whispered, "Continue, just in case of fraud, what if he doesn't leave?" After all, one of them was lying through the gauze tent and the other was facing away from the door, and they could not see the situation outside clearly, so out of caution, Leon chose to continue acting for a while to avoid having the old yin by. Camilla agreed deeply and continued to repeat her only job now, which was to speak out. Leon is the most tiring person. He has to move, grasp the scale and strength to ensure closeness and maintain a safe distance, so as not to wipe it, causing Camilla to explode. This is a cool job, especially the interior of Camilla is in purple lace pattern and it is cost-effective. If it weren't for the continuous suppression effect of controlling desire on himself, Leon would have been able to raise 1,000 pounds. After acting for another 5 minutes, but still not noticed the sound of the stone gate being opened, Camilla couldn't help but release a magical sensation. After confirming that only he and Leon were in the room, they realized that the short tin man had really left before. Thinking of Lion's caution, he hummed for 5 minutes in vain. Camilla was angry and raised her feet and kicked Leon aside, then quickly rolled up the quilt and wrapped herself tightly. Leon rolled around on the big bed and stopped. Although he was despised by Camilla's behavior of destroying bridges across the river, he could understand it. After all, everything happened before was too sudden. Camilla was kicked out and started acting. She had no psychological construction at all. Leon originally thought she would make mistakes and even crash directly, but she didn't expect that she performed well. Sure enough, are women born actors? Of course, it may be that Camilla has not many scenes. She just needs to lie down and hum and whine, and she is done with all her strength. It's safe for the time being, but I don't know what the situation will be next, so come on, break the limit of the breaking goal, and let's leave this broken place as soon as possible. Leon said, getting out of the bed from the other side, picking up the food and water left by the short tin man, and taking it back to the bed to share with Camilla. Both of them did not mention why they had to eat and drink in bed, because both of them knew that this was the safest way to be able to be in the acting state as soon as they heard the stone door being opened. But these people are indeed a little stingy. Do we use this broken jerky to deal with the priests and mothers who are preparing for our team? Compared to Camilla wrapped in a quilt, Leon was much more calm. He sat cross-legged on the other side of the big bed, looking at the two large pieces of dried meat fans, 3 centimeters thick, and a large pot of clay pot with clear water. Do you think these sewer mice can live a good life? A group of dangerous elements who will be surrounded and suppressed in the world of smart biological can provide you with meat, which is considered preferential treatment. Camilla explained, then pulled out her smooth and white-skinned arm from the quilt, and took a piece of jerky from Lion's hand from the air, and bit it without any lady's bite. Aren't you afraid that this jerky will be poisoned by them, or they made it with human flesh? Leon tentatively saw Camilla eating happily. This is beef. Camilla complained, and if you really have to attack us, you won't use poisoning methods. Wouldn't it be better to kill it directly? What about beef? Where did they come from? If I guess correctly, this should be the most dangerous place where the star falls. I heard that this is not the base camp of monsters? Can they also engage in breeding and animal husbandry? Leon asked after hearing this. After all, there are so many believers who have lost their hearts, and most of the remains of the fallen god above their heads. Where these conditions meet, Leon can only think of the area of the star fall. Of course I snatched it from other places. This kind of jerky is a common food in the desert, many of which travelers and desert villages will purchase them from the Chamber of Commerce. Although there are camels in the desert itself, camels are family members in the desert, so beef is the best choice for those who survive in the desert and the easiest to preserve meat. It is normal for those people to grab them back. Camilla continued to chew the jerky while talking to Leon Kopp, and took a few sips of it with a pottery jar to avoid being choked by the dry, hard, and rough jerky. Leave me a couple. With Camilla's endorsement, Leon also began to chew the jerky on his hand. He didn't eat in the morning and was really hungry now, but such dry jerky is not easy to eat without water. Camilla didn't say anything, but the clay pot floated in front of Leon and fell down. Leon was not polite, and quickly swallowed the jerky with milky aroma and the flavor of beef itself. 2 people drank a can of water separately, and half of the amount left after a meal. After Camilla sent it out, she spoke to Leon seriously, every half an hour, you use the ability to suppress desires on me. I have to devote myself to the deciphering of that magic. I understand, come on, I'll give you a support. Leon nodded and confirmed. Camilla didn't say anything, but just closed her eyes, while Leon leaned on the soft bed without doing anything, staring at the gauze tent above her head in a daze. Except for exerting control of Camilla and himself every half an hour, Leon basically has nothing else to do, and there is no thing in his backpack that can relieve boredom, so Leon could only focus on Camilla. It's not said that it should be said. It was the first time I really admired this witch. Leon found that Camilla was really pretty. Her facial features were different from those of Europeans and Americans, and she looked softer. With her long golden hair, it gave Leon a mixed-race feeling. "What are you looking at?" Although he closed his eyes, Camilla also noticed Leon's gaze and spoke impatiently. "I'm observing your expression to ensure that you will suppress your desires in advance if your situation is wrong," Leon replied seriously. Although he knew that Leon might not think so, what he said was indeed very reasonable. Although Camilla was not out of the way, she still agreed to being watched by Leon and devoted herself to the deciphering of magic again. Leon was not just watching Camilla, but was thinking about how to get out of this predicament, and silence became the main theme. "No, my mental power is overdrawn. I have to take a break. If possible, I hope you can endure it and use that ability to suppress desire while staying awake." After a long time, Camilla opened her eyes tired and said to Leon, "No problem, you have a good rest." Leon nodded and promised to Camilla, "I said that I will do my best to assist you. I will not close my eyes until you complete the crack." "Thank you for your hard work." Camilla thanked Leon softly, then lay down and entered a state of sleep in a short while. Leon could see that the witch was really tired, otherwise it would be difficult for her to fall asleep so quickly in such a threat that there was a man around her that might be controlled by desire at any time and could be stormed. Leon wanted to see the time, but the watch was destroyed when it was delivered here. Leon didn't know how long it was now. In addition to helplessness, he felt more anxious. "I have been paying attention to the issue of this plot, but I have already written a lot of it. I can't go back today, but I'll be fine tomorrow. As for this long plot, it is not a conspiracy theory, it is simply to give Helena and Camilla a chance to appear. If you don't like it, just wait until the title content is back to Stardew Valley before reading it." Chapter 598 This Guy. He knew that his disappearance should bring trouble and pressure to many people, such as Rasmades and Abigail. Leon didn't know what their situation was now, but he hoped that Rasmades and Abigail could stay calm. Because this is not a good place. In the previous conversation, Camilla had already decided that this was the place of meteorites, the dangerous area where Grandpa exhausted all his vitality in a short period of time and was forced to die. You can imagine how dangerous this place is. If others were in danger because they wanted to rescue themselves, Naoan would not feel good. Compared to waiting for rescue, he would rather cooperate with Camilla to actively escape from danger. As long as he left this enclosed room, Leon could rely on the natural protection of forest magic to operate. Of course, they can also follow Camilla. After all, the two of them are now sharing weal and woe. This witch can't leave herself here and run away alone, that's too unauthentic. While thinking about it, Leon suddenly heard Camilla, who was asleep, suddenly moaning, and then realized that he forgot to be suppressed by desire. He hurriedly threw Camilla a haircut and breathed a sigh of relief when she calmed down her breathing again. Next, Leon didn't dare to diverge his mind. In this situation, he had to keep focused. Staying up late is painful, especially without the means to distract and waste time, which is even more tormenting. The biological clock formed by daily routine makes Lion's eyelids as heavy as lead, but reason makes him forced himself to cheer up to fight this continuous sleepiness. He doesn't want to do it, but occasionally twisting it at the base of his thighs. It's a great way to wake up. He has been paying attention to Camilla's Leon, basically in Camilla. When the breath becomes rapid, you will make up for the desire suppression in time and persist in this way until Camilla wakes up and opens her eyes. I slept very well last night. Originally, Camilla thought she would continue the dream she had encountered when she was imprisoned here a few days ago, but her brain was empty last night and she slept very soundly. All the credit for this must be attributed to the farmer in Stardew Valley beside him. Looking at Lion's dark circles and bloodshot eyes, Camilla thanked with some emotion, "Thank you for your protection, why don't you sleep for a while?" "It's okay, I can hold on." Leon smiled and shook his head. Although he was quite sleepy, he could still hold on for just one night. At this moment, he still hoped that Camilla could devote himself to cracking the magic of Shimon, so he reminded Camilla, "Continue, I'll help you keep an eye on it, escape from here early, and feel at ease when you sleep." Hearing Lion's insistence, Camilla no longer advised her, because she also knew that her main purpose now was to crack the magic of the stone gate, open it, and escape from this room. So as soon as she got up, Camilla was involved in the analysis of the ancient magic contained in the stone gate. Whenever she felt her heart started to restless, she could feel that the just extinguished desire was erased without reminding Leon. Without worries, Camilla can naturally crack this magic with all her strength and already have some insights. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Since you have already started, Camilla can be sure that at most 2 days, she can fully grasp the ancient magic operation rules in this stone gate. Because he had already begun to understand the magic contained in this sect, Camilla reacted as soon as she noticed that the magic was being activated, and the high priest came again. He immediately withdrew his spreading mental power and lay down, reminded Leon, "He is here, act quickly." "Oh!" Leon responded in a daze, cheered up and began to move with Camilla in close-fitting OTZ posture, and Camilla also began to make seductive moans. Everything was just like yesterday. But what puzzled Camilla was that after the stone door was opened, the high priest who entered the door hurriedly threw the food and water in his hand into the room, and turned around and left in a hurry, as if he had no intention of verifying the behavior of the two. Camilla felt that the other party was taking time out of her busy schedule to provide material support to herself and Leon, and she seemed to be entangled by something. Gently pushing away Leon in front of him, Camilla breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Lion's stiff movement demonstration and slightly weak shaking just now, it was obvious that this guy's spirit was very depressed. Fortunately, the high priest didn't look at it carefully, otherwise it would be easy to get through. But Camilla could understand that it had been more than 30 hours since the two met. For such a long time, Leon not only did not have a rest, but also had to keep focusing at all times to use his ability to suppress desire every half an hour or so. Normal people will probably be drowsy after 30 hours. Leon also needs to consume extra physical energy to use their abilities. Being able to persist until now is considered a firm will. What moved Camilla even more was that even in such a confused state, Leon still tried to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor who did not contact her during the acting session just now, which made her unable to help but look at Leon with a high look. This is a reliable man. Camilla thought silently in her heart. Let's go ahead. Leon didn't know if the dwarf winter melon had left, but since Camilla dared to push herself away, it proved that it was already safe time, so he reminded Camilla directly. "Let's eat something first." Camilla was not in a hurry to crack the magic of the stone gate, but got up and got out of bed to take away the food and water sent by the high priest, which were still dried meat and purified water in pots. After getting the food back and returning to bed, Camilla noticed that Leon was already dozing off. However, she did not try to wake Leon up, so she was about to let Leon fall asleep and rest. After all, according to her previous discoveries, something seemed to be in trouble at the base of the uneasy people above the house, which might give her and Leon a lot of extra time. When Leon heard the movement, although his head was still little by little, he immediately threw away his desire suppression. Although there was no action, Camilla, as the user, clearly felt that the little desire that surged in her heart was wiped out, and then she understood what Leon did. Have this guy included this kind of thing instinct? At this moment, Camilla couldn't help but sigh, and had decided to give Leon a good rest. He immediately applied a mild sleeping magic to Leon, who was sitting cross-legged and dozing off, and then gently pushed it. Lion's strong and upright body fell down like a building block tower. At the same time, snoring sounded, proving that Leon was completely asleep. Camilla laughed at the sound, and then she thought about covering Leon with a quilt so that he could sleep more comfortably. It was only then that she noticed that there was a piece of purple on the side of Lion's thigh. Judging from the traces, it was obviously pinched out by artificially. There are only oneself and Leon in this room. Camilla believes that she has never committed violence against Leon, so it can only be Lion's own behavior. Camilla also figured out the purpose of self-harm at the first time. This is Lion's way to cheer up. This guy is quite hard, that's right. Seeing this, Camilla couldn't help but murmur to herself, and her eyes looking at Leon became much softer. Chapter 599, Scoring Twice. Leon fell asleep, and Camilla was not idle either. She ate and drank for a while and filled the emptiness in her stomach, and then she was once again involved in the cracking of magic. Because she did not have the ability to drive away the gradually intense desire, Camilla could only use it with one mind. Although the efficiency will become lower, it is at least much better than before, if you can only resist the strong desire and impulse by yourself. Although it is slow, it is already very good to have progress. But as time goes by, the amount of desire catalytic gas entering the body with breathing increases and more, and Camilla begins to be unable to maintain the cracking state. The heat in her heart and the strangeness in her body make her breathing gradually become much more rapid, and her eyes begin to become blurred. After a while, Camilla completely stopped deciphering the magic of the stone gate and turned her eyes to Leon, who was sleeping aside. At this moment, she felt that Leon was so tempting, like a sweet, soft, and exquisitely crafted cake, which made her unable to wait to taste it. As she watched, the cathartic desire in her heart made her more and more unable to maintain her calmness. Although her will was telling her that she needed to use magic and mental power to suppress this impulse, her physical instinct was pushing her towards Leon. But the magic power and fatigue consumed when cracking magic also made her unable to resist the surging fire of desire with all her strength. Finally, Camilla's hand unconsciously placed on Lion's chest and felt the solid and warm touch. At this moment, she wanted to integrate all of Leon into her body to make up for her emptiness and vent her desires. Camilla lifted the quilt covered by Leon, put one hand on Lion's cheek, and groped down unconsciously with the other hand, unconsciously put her face on, put her red lips on the corner of Lion's mouth, and greedily pressed her on. Leon, who was sleeping, felt the wetness of the corners of his mouth and the extra weight on his body, and was instantly awakened. Seeing the pretty face that was so close, he quickly threw away his desire to suppress it. The desire that was instantly cleared made reason return to his mind. Camilla immediately woke up. Seeing his ambiguous posture with Leon and the touch from his mouth, his cheeks were flushed with shame. He hurriedly escaped from Lion's side, and at the same time, a powerful shock erupted from Camilla's body, rushing the awakened Leon on the bed for several rounds. Fortunately, although he was embarrassed and angry, Camilla still did not kill him, so Leon did not encounter any injuries except being knocked away. "Sorry, I don't know when I fell asleep." Leon, who had regained his balance, turned over and looked at Camilla, who had shrunk into a ball in the distance and wrapped her quilt on her body as an ostrich. Leon scratched his head and spoke awkwardly. "No, it's okay." Camilla responded hesitantly, but she didn't dare to see Leon. After coming to her senses, Camilla didn't remember what she had done before, so she didn't know how to face Leon at this moment. Fortunately, Leon woke up quickly enough and did not let things ferment further. Otherwise, Camilla would have to consider whether to destroy Lion's humanity at this moment. "Can you continue to crack the magic on the stone gate now? Or are you tired and plan to take a rest?" Although it was awkward, Leon didn't care much. After all, it was just some physical contact and kisses. This kind of thing was nothing to him, so what he cared about was Camilla's progress and status. "I can hold on for a while. There is the food they sent there, so you can eat some first." Camilla answered, and did not forget to remind Leon to eat. After saying that, she immediately devoted herself to the magic cracking of the stone gate. Only in this way can Camilla forget what she had done before. Leon responded, then grabbed the jerky left by Camilla at the bedside. It was still a share of 2 large pieces. One of them had been eaten halfway. Leon did not dislike it, and grabbed the half that was eaten and ate it. Although Camilla was cracking the magic of the stone gate, she still couldn't help but pay attention to Lion's situation. Seeing that Leon was eating the half of his leftover jerky, she stopped deciphering and shouted, "Why don't you eat that complete piece? After we leave the room, we probably have to spend some time escaping this area and storing some supplies in advance, which should be helpful for our subsequent actions." Leon calmly analyzed. He did not want to rely on this half piece of jerky to achieve the purpose of indirect kissing Camilla, but simply wanted to store some dry food. After all, this is the most dangerous area emphasized by Razmedes and Leonas. Leon felt that even if Camilla recovered its teleportation ability, it would not be possible to directly take him to teleport out of the meteorite land at one time. If it is really easy to escape here, and there is no ability to interfere with teleportation magic, then those mages who master teleportation magic will probably have been cleaned up in this area by them using guerrilla tactics. Lion's reasons are well-founded, which makes Camilla have nothing to say, but she only thought that her jerky that might still be in her saliva was swallowed by Leon. Swallow, Camilla felt particularly ashamed. But compared to what he had done before, this did not seem to be too noteworthy. As the clearer memories stimulated Camilla's inner defense, Camilla simply regarded it as if she had not seen it and devoted herself to cracking again. After eating half a piece of jerky meat and drinking half a pot of water, Leon continued to perform his duties. Although he hadn't slept for too long, he had recovered a lot. Leon felt that he could hold on for a long time. So the two of them continued to maintain their previous style. Camilla continued to crack the magic on the stone door, while Leon always paid attention to Camilla's state. Before he was affected by desire, he immediately sent the desire to suppress it, which gradually made the previously awkward atmosphere dissipated and forgotten. I can't do it anymore, I have to rely on you next. After a long time, Camilla opened her eyes tiredly and said to Leon, "Don't worry, you can rest with peace of mind." Leon nodded and comforted. "When I rest and do it again, I will be able to fully master the magic operation rules on this stone gate. Then we can leave this room and prepare to escape." Before going to bed, Camilla told Leon about the current progress. "Well, but don't be too anxious. We can wait for you to rest thoroughly before setting off. It's best to wait half an hour after the arrival of that dwarf winter melon to start the action." Leon was delighted when he heard this. Finally he saw the hope of escaping, but he still did not forget to remind Camilla. After all, leaving this room is just the beginning, and Camilla is the main force in the next journey, so Leon still wants to keep Camilla in the best condition before acting. "I have a sense of justice," Camilla responded, then closed her eyes and started to rest, while Leon continued to pay attention to Camilla so that she could have a good sleep without being disturbed. Chapter 600 I Don't Want to See You Again. After Camilla woke up, she immediately turned her eyes on Leon. She looked at her face that was still dark circles, and couldn't help but look at Leon's thighs. She found that the area had become larger and she was a little ashamed. Although she has been carrying out cracking, it is actually not difficult. After all, she can rest when she is tired. When she wakes up, she will continue cracking without much pressure. On the contrary, Leon only needed to maintain the calm state of the two, which seemed very simple, but in fact, Camilla knew that this was the most boring and tormenting job, but Leon had no complaints. Even the last time she fell asleep, she used some catalytic means, otherwise she felt that Leon would still hold on. "Actually, you can take a little rest. We have a long time, and the worries above seem to be in trouble, so there is no need to be too anxious." Thinking of this, Camilla couldn't help but suggest to the tired Leon. "Then I can't rest. I can only think of one possibility that can make them trouble, that is, Razmedes brought people to call him." Leon's heart tightened when he heard this, and immediately thought of the reason for this situation in the morning. Razmedes? How could he take the initiative to start a war here? When he heard this, Camilla was stunned. She had never thought that someone would come to rescue her. After all, she took the initiative to leave the castle village and was lured into a trap and caught. Maybe the people in the castle village still think that they were just going out. Then looking at Leon, Camilla realized that Razmedes might have come to rescue Leon. "So, when you were caught, Razmedes was also on the scene." "Well, and their original target was Razmedes, but I was brought here because of some accidents," Leon explained. "It's you." Camilla sighed with gratitude. After all, as far as she knows, Razmedes does not have the same special ability as Leon to eliminate desires. Razmedes is really caught, so what he can do may be like himself, exhausted from using magic and mental power to fight the catalytic gas of desire, and has no other strength to crack the magic of the stone gate and escape from here. The result of this is that as time goes by, the magic and mental power are exhausted and eventually sink into desire. If this is true, then Camilla feels that she will use magic to detonate herself before all this happens in order to die in an innocent way. It's understandable. Leon also understood what Camilla was thinking, but still reminded seriously, but now Razmedes may be the biggest help for us to escape from here, so I hope to speed up the progress, otherwise I'm afraid he can't stand it. Leon remembers that Razmedes said that Camilla is not much different from his strength, and it can be proved that the group of heartless people above are quite capable of fighting, not to mention that in addition to the heartless people in the Starfall, there are also a large number of monsters. Leon is worried that Razmedes will fail here. I understand that if Razmedes responded, then the situation would be much better than I thought. Camilla nodded. By the way, can you hold on, right? No problem, it's okay to hold on for another 24 hours. Leon nodded, then twisted himself again without any trace. Although his movements were very concealed, he was still discovered by Camilla. But Camilla didn't say anything, but immediately devoted herself to cracking the magic of the stone gate, because only in this way can she be worthy of Lion's persistence. He's here again, Leon, come here. After a long time, I felt that the stone door was opened. Camilla knew that the high priest was coming, and immediately reminded Leon. Leon came over with a familiarity, and Camilla lay down very familiarly, continuing the previous drama. The high priest heard the sound after entering the door, and left food and water. When he heard Camilla say that the high priest left, Lion's hanging heart soothed and complained. Thanks to that short winter melon is a fool. If a normal person can hear these movements for 3 consecutive days, he will understand that there must be problems here. After all, no matter how strong his body is, he can't stand the 3 consecutive days of hard work, and he has no doubts. Maybe I believe in these desire catalytic gases. After all, if I hadn't had your special ability, even I would have been able to withstand that desire before. Camilla analyzed. Continue, this is a good opportunity. He will only come once a day. He has been here today. He should not get involved in this place in the future. If he can open the stone gate today, it will be the best opportunity. Leon urged Camilla. Camilla was once again involved in the magic decoding of the stone gate. For a long time, when Lion's eyelids were fighting, Camilla suddenly said, "I've done it here, now we can open the door and leave here at any time." Hearing this news, Leon was excited and his sleepiness was dispelled a lot. How do you feel? Do you need a rest? We still have time. No, although I am not in the best condition now, I am enough to deal with many situations. Camilla explained. Then let's go. Leon got out of bed and put on the clothes he had taken off before. The same is true for Camilla, and she did not avoid Leon. After all, in the past few days, she has become accustomed to Lion's gaze and there is nothing to hide. What just made her curious was that after Leon put on his clothes, he began to take out super bombs after super bombs from his body. Didn't I say that nothing here can be easily destroyed? I know, but when I was caught by them as a stallion, I naturally couldn't just pat my butt. Can you set up a triggering magic? As long as he approaches this big bed, he can detonate these super bombs. Leon asked Camilla. Can. After being confirmed, Leon immediately took out all the bombs in his backpack and threw them onto the bed so that the dwarf winter melon could find something wrong when he came over to check it out. Although he is not very confident about Lion's operations, since Leon is willing, Camilla will not be stingy with spending a little magic and time to satisfy his revenge plan. After Camilla set up the magic to trigger the bomb, she walked to the stone gate, guided the magic on the stone gate, and opened a gap. Although it was not big, it was enough for her and Leon to get out. You must follow me after that. If you are discovered, I will stop those people. You can find a way to escape, don't worry about me, and don't participate in the battle, do you understand? After opening the door, Camilla told Leon very seriously. Yeah. Leon nodded in response. His straightforward appearance made Camilla feel a little unhappy and immediately complained. I thought you would say you would advance and retreat together and would not leave me alone and run away. The gap in strength is too big. If I stay on the battlefield, I can only drag you down. It will cause a burden to you, and there is no need. Leon analyzed rationally. Okay, you're right. If you really encounter this situation, compared to the two people suffering, it's a profit to escape. Camilla rolled her eyes at Leon, but still agreed with Lion's statement. I think we can both escape. Leon smiled and promised Camilla, when I go out, I will invite you to have a good meal to celebrate, which can be regarded as witnessing our friendship of hardships. I don't want to see you again. Thinking of the two's getting along these days and some scenes that make people blush and heartbeat, Camilla's cheeks were a little hot again. So too, but at least we are still partners before leaving here. Leon shrugged his shoulders and agreed. Well, come on. Camilla nodded, then took the lead in getting out of the crack in the door.